zombies, imaginative, high martial arts, sign-in, film adaptations, system, multiple female protagonists, otherworld, urban. Su traversed into the cinematic realm of Uncle Ing, binding himself to a divine sign-in system. Beep. Congratulations, host, for remaining in Renjia Town for over a minute. Sign-in successful. The divine sign-in system has been activated. Reward, 100 sign-in points. Beep. Friendly reminder. Sign-in points can be used in the system's lottery compass for drawing. Beep. The next sign-in coordinate is the mortuary of the Ancestral Hall in the outskirts of Renjia Town. A stay of over 3 minutes will be deemed a successful sign-in. Chapter 1. The Divine Sign-in System. Bang. 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 The weather is dry. Beware of fire. It's the dead of night. Su stood in astonishment at the center of the road, gazing at the night watchman ringing his bell nearby, feeling bewildered. Surely, a haunted house with a $10 admission couldn't be this realistic? Something felt amiss, prompting Su to approach the bell ringer and inquire, "Excuse me, sir, where exactly is this haunted house located?" "Huh? Haunted house? A haunted house?" The bell ringer scrutinized Su with a puzzled look, as if assessing a fool. "Young man, this is Renjia Town. It's late, you should head home. The world has been quite turbulent in recent years." Renjia Town. Su murmured, the name sounding eerily familiar. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice resonated in his mind. Beep. Congratulations, host, for remaining in Renjia Town for over a minute. Sign-in successful. The divine sign-in system has been activated. Reward, 100 sign-in points. Beep. Friendly reminder. Sign-in points can be used in the system's lottery compass for drawing. Beep. The next sign-in coordinate is the mortuary of the Ancestral Hall in the outskirts of Renjia Town. A stay of over 3 minutes will be deemed a successful sign-in. Su shivered. A divine sign-in system? Renjia Town, Ancestral Hall, mortuary. So familiar, alarmingly so. Anyone who has watched Uncle Ying's series of films would undoubtedly recognize what this signifies. Have I actually traversed worlds? Su muttered to himself, his expression one of utter disbelief. However, he quickly composed himself. In Uncle Ying's cinematic universe, where spirits roamed freely, countless opportunities also awaited. The crucial point was that Su possessed a system. Signing in would enhance his strength. But there was a dilemma. He was unsure of how to reach the Ancestral Hall. Fortunately, the helpful bell ringer stood nearby. "Brother, how do I get to the Ancestral Hall?" Su stifled his excitement, his eyes gleaming. His expression had transformed from dazed to fervently animated as he excitedly grasped the bell ringer's arm. The bell ringer, taken aback by Su's sudden grip, felt goosebumps rise on his skin. He hastily shook off Su's hand, feeling the warmth of his touch, which somewhat alleviated his fear, though he still broke into a cold sweat. In these times, life was often worth less than that of a dog, and tales of specters circulated frequently. For the bell ringer, who walked the night, the last thing he wished to encounter was something unclean. Now, here was Su, alone at night, asking him how to reach the Ancestral Hall. Wasn't that chilling? The bell ringer, rubbing his goosebumps, pointed in a direction and kindly said, "Just walk straight on this road. Once you leave the town, take the small path on your left for about half an hour, and you should arrive." "Young man, what business do you have at the Ancestral Hall at this hour?" "What business? Huh. Naturally, it was for signing in." Although the sign-in location seemed a bit too peculiar, as long as he could grow stronger, what was there to fear? Before his traversal, Su was merely an ordinary individual with a penchant for reading various system-laden novels. Now, with a system at his side, following the tropes of those whimsical tales, if he completed tasks, it was only a matter of time before he soared to great heights, side by side with the sun. "I'm heading home," Su replied with a radiant smile, his voice soft. In an instant, the bell ringer was so frightened that his hair stood on end, his legs trembling, yet driven by sheer instinct, he bolted away. The bell ringer thought only one thing. Who said ghosts lack body heat? Su chuckled at the fleeing figure, contemplating whether he had perhaps gone too far. Regaining his composure, he set off towards the Ancestral Hall. Upon exiting the town, he indeed discovered the fork in the road and took the left path. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the rustling of the wind and the chirping of insects. This was Su's first experience walking such a desolate night road, and it felt particularly unnerving. Especially knowing he was in Uncle Ying's cinematic world, excitement soon morphed into a tinge of fear. Suddenly, Su recalled that the upgraded sign-in system had rewarded him with 100 sign-in points, which he could use for a lottery draw. "System, I wish to draw," Su mentally commanded. "Beep. 100 points can be spent on one draw. Does the host confirm the draw?" The system's voice echoed, just as described in those whimsical novels. The authors were incredibly skilled, knowing everything. Confirm. Beep. Consuming 100 sign-in points, drawing in progress. Beep. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Taoist spell, Palm Thunder. Beep. Congratulations, host, for learning the Taoist spell, Palm Thunder. A wealth of information flooded Susu's mind, and he was utterly elated, having drawn Palm Thunder on his first attempt. In Uncle Ying's cinematic world, any Taoist spell related to thunder was immensely formidable. Thunder represents the utmost yang and firmness, capable of subduing all things sinister. With this skill, his safety was assured. With Palm Thunder at his disposal, Susu's courage surged. Should any nefarious spirits dare to obstruct his path, what better opportunity to test the might of Palm Thunder? As he ambled along, a journey that should have taken merely half an hour stretched to over an hour, as Susu eagerly anticipated an encounter with a ghost. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he encountered neither specters nor even a single dog along the way. However, there were plenty of crickets. The ancestral hall appeared somewhat dilapidated, yet Susu harbored no intentions of underestimating it, for he knew that within dwelled the true master of the Maoshan Taoist school, Uncle Nine, the legendary Eternal Virgin. He was the genuine article. Knock, knock, knock. Susu rapped on the door. Soon, someone answered, a man clad in simple garments, appearing to be in his early 30s, exuding an aura of righteousness. This man was none other than Uncle Nine. Uncle Nine regarded Susu with a hint of wariness, as he was familiar with nearly everyone in the vicinity of Renjia Town and its surrounding villages. Yet, the face before him was unfamiliar, and the attire seemed peculiar. He inquired, "Young brother, who are you?" Susu smiled and performed a respectful bow, saying, "Are you perhaps Uncle Nine?" Uncle Nine, slightly taken aback by the recognition, nonetheless responded without much surprise, "You know me?" Susu nodded, fabricating a casual explanation. "I have long admired your esteemed name. My name is Susu. I intended to conduct business in Renjia Town, but as night fell, I fortuitously passed by this auspicious place and wondered if I might impose upon you for a night's lodging." Susu was straightforward in his approach, feeling somewhat frustrated, having been preoccupied with thoughts of encountering a ghost along the way. Upon opening the door, Susu suddenly realized a crucial matter. In order to sign in at the mortuary of the ancestral hall, he must first gain entry into the hall itself, which belonged to Jiangshi. He hoped that his pretext of seeking lodging would not be met with refusal. Otherwise, he would be unable to even cross the threshold, let alone sign in. "Young man, this is indeed an ancestral hall. Are you certain?" Jiangshi scrutinized Susu, wondering if the youth of today possessed such audacity. Chapter 2. Teasing Jiangshi. Susu smiled faintly, standing tall and proud. A clear conscience fears no shadows. If one has no guilt in the heart, they need not fear the night. Ah, a fine sentiment indeed. Young brother, with such words, you shall spend the night here at the mortuary. However, the conditions are rather humble, so I hope you do not mind, said Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio, you are too kind. I am more than grateful to have a place to rest for the night, Susu replied. As they entered the mortuary, it was indeed as dilapidated as depicted in films. However, Susu was pleasantly surprised to find that despite Uncle Gio being a lifetime bachelor, he maintained a certain level of orderliness within the dilapidated structure. The interior was surprisingly tidy, with clean floors. Young brother, remember, the restroom is to the right. And do not enter the room on the left, Uncle Gio instructed, pointing in both directions. Why can I enter the room on the left? Shusan quailed curiously. Uncle Gio chuckled. This is a mortuary, you see. It's where the deceased are kept. The left room is the mortuary chamber. The mortuary chamber. Upon hearing those words, Susu felt not fear, but rather a surge of excitement, as that was precisely where he intended to sign in. However, he could not express this in front of Uncle Gio for fear of being misunderstood as a body snatcher. Nodding solemnly, Susu said, I understand, Uncle Gio. Good. Follow me. I shall show you to your room, Uncle Gio said as he led the way. Upon entering the living area, Susu noticed another Taoist priest, wearing glasses and a Taoist robe, likely Uncle Gio's fellow disciple, the Four-Eyed Taoist. He recalled that the Four-Eyed Taoist had taken a job to transport a corpse and had come to stay with Uncle Gio for the night, just like him. Uncle Gio did not introduce them, so Susu merely nodded at the Four-Eyed Taoist as a form of greeting. Soon after, the lights in the mortuary extinguished, plunging the space into the stillness of the night. Susu felt no drowsiness. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. His thoughts consumed by the mortuary chamber and the signing in process. When the clock struck 5, Su rose from his bed. He was unsure if Uncle Gio might be keeping a watchful eye on him, given that he was a stranger. Therefore, he feigned sleepiness, claiming he needed to relieve himself, and pushed open the door. Pretending to be disoriented, he wandered naturally toward the left, heading straight for the mortuary chamber, and effortlessly pushed open its door. Casting a glance behind him and seeing no one, Su stepped into the mortuary chamber, where a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have arrived at the sign-in coordinates. 3-minute countdown begins. 3 minutes, neither too long nor too short. With nothing better to do, Su began to examine his surroundings under the dim light of the eternal lamp. Despite possessing a divine sign-in system and the palm lightning, he still felt a chill run down his spine. It was his first time in such a terrifying place, and it was indeed quite frightening. 7 coffins and a row of zombie clients dressed in Qing Dynasty official robes greeted him. Suddenly, Su heard a faint thumping sound. Following the noise, he noticed it was emanating from one of the coffins. In an instant, he broke into a cold sweat. Could he be so fortunate as to witness a corpse transformation? Glancing at the countdown timer, he saw there were still 2 minutes and 17 seconds remaining. A thought struck him. What will happen if I leave the mortuary chamber before the sign-in period ends? Ding! The sign-in task will fail, and you will incur a double penalty time until the task is completed, the system replied. Su felt disheartened, gritting his teeth. 3 minutes had already made him uneasy. A double penalty would mean 6 minutes. If he failed again, it would be 12 minutes. Steeling himself, he prepared the palm lightning and decided to take a look. He was all in. Then a flash of realization struck him. He recalled that in the original story, it was not a true corpse transformation, but rather a prank orchestrated by Qiuxing, Uncle Gio's unfortunate disciple. That rascal had secretly hidden inside the coffin to scare Wen Kai. It was just his luck that Wen Kai had not yet arrived, and instead, he had encountered Su first. Wen Kai, another one of Uncle Gio's disciples, was known for his simple-mindedness. With this thought, Su's anxiety significantly eased, and a playful grin crept onto his face as he contemplated teasing Qiuxing. He glanced back at the row of zombie clients, all the while plotting his mischief. Su approached the zombies, examining the talismans affixed to their foreheads. As long as the talismans were in place, there was no need to worry about any transformations. Next, he set about the physical task of moving the 9 zombies, placing them around the coffin where Qiuxing slept in a circle. Slowly, he pushed the coffin lid open just enough to create a gap. Creak! A hand emerged from the gap, its nails blackened and terrifying at first glance. Yet Su knew it was Qiuxing inside. He chuckled wickedly and reached out, grabbing the arm of a nearby zombie to mimic the hand emerging from a coffin. Wait a minute, something's off. Wen Kai should have a bit more flesh on his hands. This one's thin and cold. Could he be trying to scare me? From inside the coffin, soft murmurs emerged. Su pretended not to hear and pushed the zombie further into the coffin before stepping aside. There was no need to conceal himself. The dim lighting in the mortuary chamber made it difficult for anyone to spot him at a glance. Roar! Qiuxing intentionally let out a loud shout, forcefully flinging the coffin lid open and utilizing the zombie's hand to propel himself upward. With bared fangs, he lunged towards the zombies. Su couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This guy was quite the character, not even afraid of breaking his teeth. Ouch, my teeth! Qiuxing exclaimed after biting down, clutching his jaw as he cursed. Wen Kai, you scoundrel! Did you have a steel plate on your neck? That hurt like hell. However, the figure before him did not respond. Qiuxing looked up, startled to find that it was not Wen Kai, but rather one of the zombie clients. He suddenly realized he had bitten a zombie. Qiuxing's mind raced, and he felt nauseated, wishing he could rip out his own teeth and throw them away. A human biting a zombie could lead to the risk of turning into a corpse. A shiver ran down Qiuxing's spine, and he thought to himself that he would definitely need to ask his master for help later. Meanwhile, Su, who was watching the spectacle unfold, struggled to suppress his laughter. Firstly, Qiuxing's disguise was impressive. He blended in so well with the zombies that it was nearly impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake at first glance. Secondly, this guy was utterly hilarious. Biting a zombie was truly a sight to behold. Oops. Su accidentally bumped into something, causing a faint noise. The zombie-clad Qiuxing was immediately startled and stumbled backward, only to find himself surrounded by zombies. His scalp prickled with fear as he realized he was encircled. However, he had also accompanied Uncle Gio and witnessed some aspects of the world. After a brief moment of panic, he regained his composure and shouted through clenched teeth, "Wen Kai, you scoundrel, come out here." It was utterly humiliating. He had meticulously plotted against Wen Kai, only to find himself outsmarted and left in such a disheveled state. Such an affront must not go unavenged. Chapter 3. The true body is hollowed out. Su covered his face, stifling a laugh. Poor Wen Kai. Who told you to be so honest? You simply must bear this burden. Outside the mortuary, Wen Kai, who had just risen, lit incense to offer breakfast to the esteemed clients of the corpses and the four-eyed Taoist. Suddenly, he heard someone calling for him from within, and it was none other than Qiuxing's voice. He thought Qiuxing had come to help him with the incense today, and his heart filled with joy. His master was right. Fellow disciples should help each other. "Qiuxing, what do you need?" "I'm coming," Wen Kai boisterously announced as he pushed the door open. "Why are you up so early today?" To his astonishment, Wen Kai had arrived. "Damn, it's the crack of dawn, around 5 o'clock. Is something wrong with you for waking up so early?" Su quickly retreated to the darkest corner, glancing at the system countdown. Only 1 minute and 1 second remained until the sign-in ended. In that moment, Su truly understood the meaning of time dragging on like years. Silently, he implored in his heart, "Please, do not be discovered. Do not let it unfold as it did in the original narrative." In truth, Su was not concerned that Qiuxing and Wen Kai, those foolish disciples of Uncle Gio, would uncover his presence. His worry lay in the possibility that these two dim-wits might inadvertently lose the talismans controlling the corpses of the four-eyed Taoist clients. Once the zombies were freed from their talisman's constraints, they would not distinguish friend from foe. Upon detecting human scent, they would pounce, making escape impossible. The pressing question was, how would he explain this to Uncle Gio? As a thief of corpses? With so little time remaining until the sign-in concluded, the situation grew increasingly dire. "Where are you, Qiuxing?" Wen Kai entered the mortuary and looked around, but Qiuxing was nowhere to be found. Instead, he spotted the esteemed clients of the four-eyed Taoist surrounding a zombie devoid of talismans. The dim light obscured his recognition that the figure was, in fact, Qiuxing. "Qiuxing!" Wen Kai called out again, but received no reply. Panic surged within him. He distinctly remembered the clients of the four-eyed Taoist being by the door last night. How had they moved to the coffin? And where had the additional zombie emerged from? Oh no! A dreadful possibility struck Wen Kai. Qiuxing must have been bitten by a zombie. Terrified, he turned to flee and call for his master. Just then, Qiuxing sprang to life, convinced that Wen Kai was playing a prank on him. Feigning innocence while acting in an underhanded manner, it was despicable and shameless. He had to retaliate. Qiuxing leapt with agility from inside the coffin. Dressed as an official from the Qing dynasty and sporting a set of fake fangs, he lunged at Wen Kai with a terrifying visage. However, in his moment of fright, Wen Kai nearly lost control, and in Qiuxing's exuberance for revenge, he failed to notice that his vigorous leap had inadvertently dislodged the yellow talismans from the foreheads of 9 zombies. Deprived of their talismans, 7 zombies abruptly opened their eyes and awakened. Their gaping mouths opened wide, nostrils flaring as they sought out their prey. In a swift moment, 6 of the zombies lunged towards Qiuxing and Wen Kai, while the remaining 3 targeted Su. Su cursed inwardly. Indeed, it was a trap. With only 13 seconds remaining until the sign-in concluded, time was exceedingly short. Yet, Su could not hold on until that moment. At most, he had 5 seconds before the 2 zombies would be upon him. Su felt he had summoned enough courage. But facing the sudden movement of the zombies was still unnerving. "Wait, you're not a zombie, you're Qiuxing." On the other side, as Qiuxing prepared to bite Wen Kai, his fake fangs fell out. Wen Kai, though honest, was no fool. He quickly realized, "Qiuxing, are you out of your mind? Scaring someone could lead to dire consequences." Qiuxing retorted angrily, "Wen Kai, how could you? You must have moved those zombies here. Stop pretending. When did you realize my ruse?" Wen Kai appeared utterly baffled. "What are you talking about? Move what? What ruse? You keep pretending." Suddenly, Wen Sai's trembling finger pointed behind Qiuxing. Their S, something. Qiuxing, perplexed, turned to see all the zombies had indeed come back to life and were now advancing toward them. The thought of being bitten was too horrifying to fathom. "Run!" Qiuxing shouted, bolting towards the door. Yet, one zombie leaped and latched on his foot, causing him to stumble and fall. "Qiuxing, are you all right?" Wen Kai gasped, his first instinct to save him. Though they often played pranks on each other, Their bond was undeniable. However, with one-size hesitation, he found himself unable to escape. Now surrounded by zombies, both Qiuxing and Wenkai, faces pale with fear, could only brace themselves against the relentless onslaught of the undead. Yet as they fought, they began to notice something amiss. There were supposed to be 9 zombies, yet only 6 were attacking them. Then they spotted 3 zombies in the corner, singed and charred by a sudden flash of lightning. What on earth is happening? Wenkai and Qiuxing exchanged incredulous glances. Have you ever seen Master use the palm thunder technique? Qiuxing asked. No. If it were Master, he wouldn't resort to such a simple yet effective method. Then who could it be? I have no idea. While the two were lost in their bewilderment, Su Su felt utterly drained. 3 strikes of palm thunder had nearly depleted his energy. In that moment, he understood what it meant to have one's body truly hollowed out. Fortunately, the zombies that had aimed to bite him were now motionless. Su Su gasped for breath, looking ahead, where 6 zombies and 2 living eyes were fixated upon him. Zombies, being creatures of the shadows, inherently feared the power of thunder, leaving them momentarily stunned. However, as time passed without further lightning, their instinct kicked in, compelling them to eliminate the primary target, Su Su, ignoring Qiuxing and Wenkai. All 6 zombies lunged towards Su Su. Tears of relief streamed down Wen-Cai's cheeks. They were saved. Su Su's heart sank as he felt bereft, as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. Just as despair began to envelop him, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! The host has successfully completed the sign-in task at the mortuary in the suburbs of Renjia Town. Ding! Reward: 300 sign-in points. 300 sign-in points represented 3 opportunities for a draw. Su Su reignited his hope, exclaiming in his heart, I wish to draw prizes. All the prizes. Chapter 4. A True Genius. Ding. Consumed 300 sign-in points drawing prizes. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained the system consumable item, minor stamina pill upon consumption. It replenishes stamina. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired the system consumable item, minor physical enhancement pill. Upon consumption, it enhances physical constitution. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received the intersex top-tier technique, Purity Thunder Sutra. Practicing it may improve the host's constitution, ultimately achieving the Taoist pure spiritual body. Gazing at the prizes he had drawn, Su Su cast aside all distractions. His life was at stake, and he had to grow stronger. After retrieving the minor stamina pill and minor physical enhancement pill from the System S storage, he swallowed them in one gulp. Instantly, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, rapidly spreading throughout. His depleted stamina was restored in an instant. Moreover, Su Su sensed that he had grown even stronger than before, undoubtedly thanks to the effects of the physical enhancement pill. The top-tier technique, Purity Thunder Sutra, was also learned. However, it seemed to have limited immediate utility, as this technique required gradual practice and time to refine. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Brimming with newfound strength, Su Su hesitated no longer. The skill Palm Thunder erupted from his palms, radiating with a brilliant flash of lightning. With a crackling sound, he struck at the approaching zombies. The first 2 zombies were obliterated in an instant, one to the left and one to the right. The clients of the Four-Eyed Taoist were devoid of intelligence. Their levels far too low, yet even single-celled organisms possess instinctual reactions, and zombies naturally exhibit the same. Their first instinct was to fear. The overwhelming aura of pure yang and rigidity emanating from the thunder instilled fear in the zombies, causing them to halt their charge abruptly. They stood there, dazed and motionless. Su Su initially intended to unleash Palm Thunder again, but hesitated upon seeing the zombies in a stupor. He allowed the thunder to crackle in his palms without releasing it. Observing for a few seconds, he found amusement in the fact that his Palm Thunder had a similar effect to the yellow talismans. However, Su Su soon felt a pang of frustration. Did the zombies truly think of him as a big, clumsy bear? Just as he was contemplating whether to eliminate all the zombies while considering how many more times he could unleash Palm Thunder outside the morgue. The sleeping Jiu and the Four-Eyed Taoist were awakened by the commotion. As seasoned practitioners of the Tao, their formidable skills made it impossible not to notice the intense purity of yang energy emanating from within. Wearing their nightgowns, Jiu and the Four-Eyed Taoist hurried over to investigate. Upon entering, They encountered Qiuxing and Wen Kai in a daze, and, just as they were about to inquire, they were rendered speechless. Their gazes were completely captivated by the dazzling brilliance of the thunder. Palm thunder! Jiu and the four-eyed Taoist exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with astonishment. Palm thunder, the unique skill of Shi, the eldest disciple of the Maoshan sect, was something they had witnessed during their training on Mount Maoshan. After descending the mountain, the disciples of Maoshan scattered far and wide, and the brothers they once knew may never reunite in this lifetime. The memory of Shi palm thunder lingered vividly in their minds. To their astonishment, they were witnessing it again today. Could it be that this young man named Su is Shi's successor? Before descending the mountain, each disciple of the Maoshan sect would select a unique skill. Jiu, being exceptionally talented, mastered several, but his greatest proficiency lay in the child technique. Su could only scoff at the child technique. As for the four-eyed Taoist, he was less adept, possessing only one specialty, the summoning technique, which was indeed powerful. Su, already grappling with the supernatural, was startled when both Jiu and the four-eyed Taoist exclaimed in unison, as though he had been caught in an act of mischief. The ever-illuminating light of the thunder began to fade as he lost focus. Realizing the dire situation, Su thought, oh no, the zombies are still in front of me. Moreover, the zombies' dazed expressions were now transforming into rage as they prepared to charge once more. Hastily, Su summoned Palm Thunder, again ready to unleash it. At that moment, the four-eyed Taoist regained his composure, panicking as he shouted, my esteemed client, kid, stop. If you ruin this, my business is finished. I rely on them for my livelihood. As he spoke, the four-eyed Taoist rushed forward, biting his right hand's index and middle fingers, incanting a spell before pressing it against the zombies' foreheads. Jiu followed suit, and within mere seconds, all the zombies were subdued, standing obediently to the side, no longer moving. Su awkwardly retracted his palm thunder, feeling utterly embarrassed. Moreover, as he met the four-eyed Taoist's furious gaze, he suddenly realized that he had likely done something wrong. The four-eyed Taoist zombie clients had seemingly met their demise at his hands. He had inadvertently dispatched 3 out of the total 9. Jiu, recovering from his shock, turned to Su with a tentative inquiry. Su, what is your relationship with Master Shi? Su was aware of Shi, the eldest disciple of the Maoshan sect, but he was not a good person, so he could not claim kinship. Feigning ignorance, he replied, Master, who is Shi? Jiu frowned, noticing that Su did not appear to be lying. The four-eyed Taoist took over the conversation, his tone filled with indignation. If you're not the successor of Master Shi, how could you wield Palm Thunder? Palm Thunder? Su glanced at his hands. So that was it. It was no wonder he was misunderstood. Rapidly, he pondered how to explain that his skill was derived from a divine-level sign-in system lottery. However, he doubted whether they would comprehend the term system. Feeling helpless, he resorted to deceit. As a morally upright and handsome young man, his lies held a certain credibility. Master, about Palm Thunder, last month I accidentally slipped down the mountain and found a manual in a cave. Su recounted the extraordinary experience described in the old man's book with vivid detail, regardless of whether Jiu and the four-eyed Taoist believed him. It was simply how it was. To Su's astonishment, Jiu and the four-eyed Taoist actually believed his tale. However, Jiu still posed a question. Finding a manual is indeed a stroke of fortune, but mastering it to such an extent in just a month is truly astounding. How did you achieve this? Su scratched his head. If he claimed to have just learned the skill moments ago, he wondered if Jiu would think he was boasting. Adopting a genuinely perplexed expression, he sincerely replied, I don't know. I glanced at the manual, and then lightning just started bursting from my palm. Jiu and the four-eyed Taoist exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. Is it really that simple? A true genius. Chapter 5. To speak or not to speak, the young lad named Su is truly a treasure. If he could be taken under my wing, he would undoubtedly elevate the lineage we belong to. The essence of the Maoshan sect is to vanquish demons and uphold righteousness. Yet there exists factionalism and rivalry. Huun-Ti desire their disciples to surpass the master. Moreover, it has been established that Su has no ties to our senior brother, Shi, and both are eager to take on apprentices. Su, do you harbor intentions of joining the Maoshan sect? Uncle Jiu, disregarding any potential rudeness, asked candidly. Young man, if you join my lineage, I will absolve you of the debt concerning the 5 zombies. What say you? The four-eyed Taoist was straightforward in his proposition. Susu stared blankly at them, bewildered. What was the situation? He had prepared himself to brazenly deny everything, ready to weave lies until dawn to gloss over the matter. Little did he expect that Uncle Gio and the four-eyed Taoist would bypass his presence in the mortuary and instead seek to recruit him as a disciple. Had they lost their minds? Susu stammered. Join the Maoshan sect? Absolve me of the debt? Did the four-eyed Taoist imply that if he did not join, he would still be liable for the compensation? Susu rummaged through his pockets, finding a lone, vibrant bill of currency, which in this era was of little use. Was joining Maoshan truly necessary? He appeared rather earnest, glancing left and right, contemplating that if he did not accept an apprenticeship, he might be detained. Hesitantly, he said, "But I cannot possibly have 2 masters, can I?" Upon hearing Susu's lack of outright refusal, both Uncle Gio and the four-eyed Taoist felt a surge of joy. Susu, feel free to take me as your master. Pay no mind to my junior brother's claims. Starting today, you shall be my disciple, Uncle Gio declared promptly. The four-eyed Taoist, however, was incensed by this, insisting that such a gem, capable of harnessing lightning with just a glance at a book, must be his. Brother, you already have 2 disciples, while I have but 1. Susu belongs to me, or I shall sever ties with you. He further asserted that his connection with Susu was deeper than Uncle Gio's, making his claim more justified. Uncle Gio scoffed dismissively. Junior brother, who are you trying to fool? Sever ties? I shall be the one to do so. What connection could Susu possibly have with you? If there were any true connection, he wouldn't have come to my mortuary for refuge. The very fact that he found his way here amidst darkness speaks to his destiny. And this mortuary is my domain. Brother, that isn't fair. My 5 zombies, all ruined by Susu. Even if I were to part with my undergarments, it wouldn't cover the losses. If Susu follows me, we can work together to repay the debt. That is true master-disciple loyalty. The four-eyed Taoist interjected. Their argument continued, and Susu contemplated seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. In truth, he felt that if he were to become a disciple, it mattered little under whom he apprenticed. Both Uncle Gio and the four-eyed Taoist were competent practitioners of the Maoshan lineage. Nonetheless, if given a choice, he preferred to align with Uncle Gio, for his mortuary was a grand estate, far superior to the four-eyed Taoist's humble abode on the mountain. Furthermore, Uncle Gio's residence was conveniently located near the town, unlike the four-eyed Taoist's secluded cottage deep in the forest. Although Susu had traversed into another realm, he still favored residing in a bustling locale. As Susu pondered, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! A new sign-in location has been detected. Please proceed to the Foreigner CAF in Renjia Town to sign in. The time limit is 5 minutes. Failure to remain for the full duration will result in mission failure. Susu was momentarily taken aback. A new sign-in task had arisen at the CAF in Renjia Town. Considering the previously signed-in locations and the latest coordinates, he began to discern a pattern. The sign-in sites were closely tied to the main plot of the original story. This implied that he could not escape this world until he completed all sign-in tasks. Resolving himself, Susu thought, if I must choose a master, then let it be so. Susu, mark my words. If you take me as your master, I will cover the loss of the four-eyed Taoist's 5 zombies. Uncle Gio exclaimed indignantly. How stingy, expecting your disciple to repay your debts. You should be ashamed. Susu, however, was met with the four-eyed Taoist as counteroffer. Take me as your master, and I will teach you my most renowned technique, the spirit summoning. With this skill, paired with your lightning ability, you shall annihilate all evils. If you follow Uncle Gio, prepare to remain a perennial novice. The four-eyed Taoist, seemingly inspired, continued, As for my 5 zombies, you need not compensate me. I still have some reserves. Four-eyed, spare me your Navi innocence. Uncle Gio retorted. The two glared at each other, their gazes igniting sparks. Susu, feeling the intensity of their enthusiasm, cleared his throat and said, Uncle Gio, four-eyed Taoist, you really need to go to such lengths for my sake. I have a rather immature suggestion, and I wonder if it's appropriate to share. Upon hearing Susu's voice, both Uncle Gio and the four-eyed Taoist exchanged wary glances before simultaneously urging, Of course, speak freely. Suchis milid, in truth. I see no issue with taking on a master. Both of you are accomplished Tianshi from the Maoshan sect. and I would be honored to receive guidance from either of you. How about this? I shall take both of you as my masters. Though this approach may seem abrupt, it was the best course of action given that he was but one individual. As they listened, their cautious expressions shifted to contemplative ones. Recognizing the wisdom in Su's suggestion, it was indeed a favorable outcome that he was willing to be apprenticed. However, if their competition over him jeopardized his decision, it would be a loss for them both. A talent like Su should shine at the upcoming Maoshan Tianchi competition in 3 years, a moment of great honor. Although both masters felt it unfair to share a disciple, it was the most pragmatic solution for the time being. Uncle Gio and the four-eyed Taoist simultaneously acquiesced, shaking their sleeves in agreement. Suddenly, Uncle Gio recalled something, casting a peculiar glance at Su. How did you come to be in the mortuary? Su stiffened awkwardly, thinking the matter had passed. Yet, Uncle Gio brought it up again, prompting him to present the excuse he had prepared. I was looking for the restroom and took a wrong turn. Although Su wished to avoid falsehoods, sometimes a white lie is necessary. Uncle Gio's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. This is fate. By some divine design, Su must join our lineage. Had you not taken a wrong turn, we might never have discovered your remarkable talent. The four-eyed Taoist chimed in with a knowing smile. Indeed, this is the fortuitous coincidence that led you to stay at my brother's mortuary tonight. Uncle Gio shot the four-eyed Taoist a glare, muttering through clenched teeth. What a shameless fellow. Chapter 6. Entering as the senior brother, ninth uncle and the four-eyed Taoist stepped aside, engaging in a hushed conversation before beckoning Su with a wave. Su, they said, after careful consideration, we have determined that today marks an auspicious occasion for you to join the ranks of the Maoshan sect. Please take a moment to cleanse yourself and change your attire. In half an hour, we shall convene here for your formal initiation ceremony. Xiao Sheng, Wen Kai, you two, go fetch the necessary items for the ceremony. Su's acceptance into our Maoshan lineage is a stroke of fortune for both of you. Do you understand? Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai, still in a state of bewilderment, exchanged glances filled with confusion. What is going on? Who is this Su? Why is he suddenly so sought after, destined to become our senior brother? He does appear quite formidable. Having already retired for the night, while Su was lodging at the charity house, Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai were unaware of his arrival. However, being the carefree and innocent youth they were, the prospect of having a skilled junior brother thrilled them, and they quickly replied, Master, we will prepare at once. So, we are to have a junior brother. Ninth uncle interjected, Junior brother? Not quite. Su shall henceforth be your senior brother. Xiao Sheng was taken aback, protesting, Master. Wen Kai and I joined the sect before him. How can Su be our senior brother? Wen Kai nodded in agreement, asserting, Indeed, I find Xiao Sheng's argument reasonable. Ninth uncle scoffed, You two have been my disciples for quite some time, yet you have barely grasped the basics. Look at Su. He merely read the Thunder Palm technique once and could conjure lightning. If you possess such talent, I would gladly be your disciple. With this, Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai ceased their complaints about fairness, acknowledging their master's wisdom. They were inherently optimistic, contemplating that if they could not have a junior brother, having a remarkable senior brother was indeed a blessing. At that moment, the four-eyed Taoist chimed in, What my senior brother says is quite valid. When I return to the mountain, my inept disciple, Jialu, will also be Su's junior brother. Su, stop standing there. Come forth. I wish to take a good look at you, the four-eyed Taoist said warmly, waving Su over. Su felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. How could two esteemed masters from Maoshan speak so casually? Even within the Taoist circle, one would expect a degree of decorum. Su couldn't shake off the nagging thought that perhaps ninth uncle and the four-eyed Taoist were setting him up for a fall, showering him with praise only to later present him with difficulties. Master, Su finally approached, awkwardly bowing as he addressed them. Though the formal initiation had yet to occur, both ninth uncle and the four-eyed Taoist felt a sense of satisfaction at Su's address, their eyes gleaming with approval as they assessed him. Indeed, you possess remarkable potential. It is no wonder you could master the Thunder Palm technique after a single reading. This is a fortunate day for our Maoshan sect. But this is not merely a stroke of luck for our lineage. It is a boon for all humankind. Should evil arise, there shall be no sanctuary for them. They proclaimed, their voices filled with enthusiasm. The exchange of praise continued, and Su felt a warmth in his heart. This was the first time he had ever received such acknowledgement. The sweetness of flattery was indeed delightful. After a brief conversation, Susu bathed and donned attire befitting the era, finally blending in with his surroundings. He kept a 100 yuan bill, a token of remembrance, close to him, uncertain of when he might return. Soon, in the auspicious setting of the mortuary, just before dawn, a misfortunate rooster was sacrificed as an offering. In the presence of several coffins for surviving zombies, and witnesses Qiusheng and Wenkai, Susu successfully entered the Maoshan sect, becoming the first disciple of Ninth Uncle and the Four-Eyed Taoist. Ninth Uncle presented Susu with the Maoshan child technique as a gift, while the Four-Eyed Taoist generously offered the invocation of spirits technique. Susu held the ancient, worn tome in his hands, its cover faded and tattered, eliciting envy from Qiusheng and Wenkai. They had been with Ninth Uncle for years and had learned the child technique, yet they envied the Four-Eyed Taoist's powerful invocation, a technique capable of summoning celestial beings. At that moment, Ninth Uncle and the Four-Eyed Taoist remained silent, their eyes fixed intently on Susu. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Susu felt a shiver run down his spine. "Masters, why do you look at me so intently? Have I done something wrong?" The Four-Eyed Taoist spoke. "Susu, while you won't see immediate results from the child technique, the invocation of spirits can yield swift outcomes." The implication was clear. They wished Susu to demonstrate his ability to learn the invocation upon merely observing it, just as he had with the Thunder Palm technique. If Susu truly could learn it in such a manner, it would be beyond extraordinary, for genius comes in varying degrees. "Susu, my disciple, give it a try," Ninth Uncle urged, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Susu felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head. But the Thunder Palm was a reward from the divine system. I didn't even have to learn it. Gazing at the faded pages of the book, he grappled with the situation. "System, do you have any solutions? I feel trapped." Yet, the system did not disappoint him, and a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of the yellow grade, spellbook invocation of spirits, and the mysterious grade, internal skill, child technique. Would you like to proceed with learning? Susu's worries evaporated, replaced by elation. Learn. What a delightful surprise. He had not anticipated that beyond the signing in feature, the system possessed such functionality, truly perfect. Simultaneously, the full contents of both manuals emerged in Susu's mind, and with the system's assistance, he comprehended them effortlessly. Yes, he had mastered them. However, Susu suppressed his excitement, feigning a thorough examination of the invocation of spirits for approximately the span of an incense stick. Afterward, he raised his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Susu, what do you think?" Ninth Uncle and the Four-Eyed Taoist observed Susu's confident grin, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Chapter 7. Without comparison, there is no harm. Susu bowed respectfully, returning the invocation of spirits manual to the Four-Eyed Taoist, then turned to Ninth Uncle, smiling as he declared, "Masters, I have successfully learned it." Learn it. Though the Four-Eyed Taoist and Ninth Uncle had anticipated this outcome, hearing it confirmed left them utterly astonished. Just a mere incense stick's worth of time. In those years, the Four-Eyed Taoist dedicated 3 entire years under the rigorous tutelage of his master to learn the secret arts of Maoshan. Although Uncle Jiu specialized in different disciplines, he was well aware of the formidable challenges posed by this secret technique. Even a yellow-grade spell, though seemingly trivial, held its own complexity. Given Uncle Jiu's innate talent, it would likely take him a year and a half to master it. The two had exchanged glances countless times, but their astonished expressions quickly morphed into delight upon realizing that Susu was now their mutual disciple. "Is it true?" they exclaimed in unison. Susu nodded, understanding that it was time to demonstrate his newfound abilities. He formed a hand seal according to the invocation technique, rhythmically stomped one foot on the ground, and murmured incantations. Suddenly, a profound aura descended from the heavens, surging towards Susu's crown, causing his body to expand, radiating an imposing presence that magnified his might several-fold. In that moment, Susu experienced an unusual sensation. Although he retained control over his body, he felt an immense power coursing through him, accompanied by intrinsic memories. He had invoked the spirit of Erlang Shun, and an irresistible urge to wield a stick as a 3-pointed, 2-edged sword surged within him. The pressure emanating from Erlang Shun's power was palpable, overwhelming both the Four-Eyed Taoist and Uncle Jiu. Behind them, Qiusheng and Wenkai paled, having felt the intensity of the moment. The strength imparted by the invoked spirit was intricately linked to the prowess of the caster. The stronger the practitioner, the more formidable the divine art. To the astonishment of the four-eyed Taoist, he found himself momentarily breathless under the weight of the spell's might, rivaling that of a seasoned practitioner with decades of experience. Truly, a prodigy. Uncle Gio, equally astonished, shouted, Su, that's enough. Quickly cease. He swiftly positioned himself behind Qiusheng and Wenkai, delivering a forceful palm strike to their backs, channeling his energy into them, restoring a hint of color to his own pallid visage. As Su relished the exhilarating surge of power from the invocation, Uncle Gio's urgent call compelled him to reluctantly withdraw the spell. Gradually, his aura diminished, and his inflated form returned to normal. In terms of sheer power enhancement, the invocation technique had reached the level of a profound spell. However, its evident flaws meant that if the caster's skin were pierced by a sharp object, the energy would dissipate like a deflated balloon, reverting to its original state and even potentially rebounding upon the practitioner, which warranted its demotion in grade. Su, noticing Qiusheng and Wenkai's ashen faces, inquired, What has happened to them? Are they all right? Uncle Gio, having concluded his spell, took a deep breath and shook his head. They're fine now. The four-eyed Taoist regarded Su with an intense gaze, akin to that of a treasure hunter inspecting a rare gem. Initially, he had entertained doubts about Su's claims, but now he was utterly convinced. Having achieved such strength so quickly, one could only imagine the heights Su would reach given time. What an exceptional disciple. The four-eyed Taoist was now unfazed by the charred remains of the 5 zombie clients. His heart brimmed with satisfaction. Qiusheng and Wenkai looked at Su again. Their astonishment now mingled with awe, mirroring the respect they held for Uncle Gio. Their junior brother was indeed remarkable. You two rascals, why aren't you paying your respects to your elder brother? The four-eyed Taoist scoffed. If he possessed even half of Su's capabilities, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Without comparison, there could be no pain. Previously, Uncle Gio had regarded Qiusheng and Wenkai as slightly lazy, but ultimately earnest, believing they would eventually master their craft with time. Yet, juxtaposed against Su, they seemed worlds apart, leading him to lament his choice of disciples. Greetings, elder brother. Qiusheng and Wenkai bowed respectfully. Su returned the gesture, smiling. From now on, we are all brothers in the same school. There is no need for such formalities. Elder brother, that invocation technique was incredible. Would you teach us in the future? Qiusheng, ever the quick thinker, immediately inquired. Su pondered for a moment, casting a glance at the four-eyed Taoist. The four-eyed Taoist, in high spirits, paid no heed to his disciples' feelings and spoke candidly. As long as those 2 foolish children can grasp it, it matters not. For they are all disciples of Mao Shan. Master, we aren't foolish. It's just that Su is exceptionally intelligent. Wenkai muttered softly. Su then suggested, How about this? When time permits, I will teach you. Qiusheng and Wenkai's eyes lit up with excitement as they eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, that would be wonderful. Uncle Gio, exasperated, gave each of them a light smack on the head. You 2 rascals with your talents, you think you can compare to Su? Focus on solidifying your foundations before dreaming of anything else. Stop daydreaming. They rubbed their heads, retracting their necks, yet the gleam in their eyes persisted, as if they could already envision themselves mastering the divine arts. Young people harbor dreams. Who wouldn't wish to be extraordinary? Su's emergence had unveiled a path of hope and shortcuts for them. The disciples of Uncle Gio's branch of Taoism were somewhat resistant to traditional practices. As dawn broke, Su successfully integrated himself into the family of the ancestral hall. Uncle Gio, Qiusheng, and Wenkai had ventured out to prepare breakfast, leaving Su behind to assist the four-eyed Taoist, who was still grappling with his charred zombie clients. Although the four-eyed Taoist was in good spirits over having Su as a disciple, he felt a twinge of distress at the sight of the 5 singed corpses. His finances were already tight, and he still needed to cover their costs. Thus, he began contemplating alternative methods to temporarily restore the zombies' mobility, enabling him to deliver them to their resting place without a trace. However, after exhausting his thoughts, he could not devise a satisfactory plan. Feeling guilty for the predicament he had caused, Su, observing the four-eyed Taoist's troubled demeanor, offered, Master, I have an idea that might help us avoid any financial loss. Chapter 8. Let us go enjoy some Western tea. The four-eyed Taoist looked up at Su, his eyes sparkling with surprise. You have a solution? Su nodded. Master, these zombie clients are ultimately to be returned to their rightful place and laid to rest, correct? Indeed, they were once wanderers who perished far from home, their remains refusing to decay due to unfulfilled grievances. Their descendants, now with the means, seek to return them to their homeland for a proper burial. The four-eyed Taoist surveyed the 5 char bodies, sighed. While I no longer need to worry about their transformation, I still cannot fulfill my obligations. Disciple Su, what is your plan? Please share. Su did not respond. Instead, he approached a charred zombie client and propped it up against the wall. He then fetched 2 poles and secured them to the arms of the zombie. Following that, Su lifted 2 intact zombies and placed the poles across their shoulders. Only then did he speak. Master Four Eyes, let's give this a try. Upon seeing this, Master Four Eyes' eyes sparkled with understanding. For intact zombies supporting 5 half-damaged ones posed no hindrance to movement. Moreover, zombies are impervious to fatigue. Master Four Eyes, Su continued with a smile. All that remains is to provide them with new attire. With this issue resolved, Master Four Eyes' spirits lifted. He was relieved not to incur any losses. He looked at Su with increasing satisfaction, appreciating his talent and intelligence, and felt a swell of pride for having such a promising disciple. Master, big brother, it's time for dinner, Wen Kai shouted as he rushed over. Let us go and eat something to fill our stomachs, Master Four Eyes replied, and he and Su exited together. Breakfast was simple, congee, pickles, and steamed buns. Master Four Eyes did not leave that day. Instead, he prepared new clothes for the zombie clients. While the specifics of the attire were not discussed, it was important that they appeared flawless on the outside for the sake of reporting. Su, accompany me for a while, Uncle Gio said, taking a sip of his congee. All right, Su nodded in agreement. A new sign-in location had appeared, and if all went as expected, he would accompany Uncle Gio to the foreign CAF in Renjia Town for business discussions. This was precisely where Su needed to be. The thought of meeting Run Ting, the daughter of the wealthiest man in Renjia Town, who was quite striking, made him look forward to the encounter. Master, I want to go too. Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai immediately chimed in. Uncle Gio shot a disapproving glance at the 2 unworthy fellows and replied curtly, Xiao Sheng, dawn is approaching, and you need to help your aunt at the cosmetic shop. Wen Kai, all you do is play. You should stay at the mortuary and solidify what I've taught you. Learn more from your senior brother. We're all human, yet the disparity is so great. The 2 instantly deflated, pouting, Master, you're biased. At this moment, Su interjected with a smile. Master, why not let Wen Kai join us? We can chat on the way. Seeing that Su had spoken up, Uncle Gio relented. Since your senior brother has pleaded for you, you may all go. But Wen Kai, don't speak out of turn. Today, Mr. Run has invited me for foreign tea. Do not embarrass me. Wen Kai nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at rice. He had heard about the foreign tea since yesterday, and was eager to experience it. He had hardly slept that night. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen so early to burn incense for the deceased. Wen Kai looked at Su with a mix of gratitude, feeling that his senior brother was truly a good person. Meanwhile, Qiusheng felt a bit downcast because he had to help his aunt at the cosmetics shop, which was a pity. Renjia Town was bustling during the day, with many people milling about the streets. Uncle Gio, good morning. A friendly fish seller greeted Uncle Gio from the roadside and then turned to Su. This brother looks unfamiliar. Uncle Gio, brimming with pride, introduced, this is Su, my new disciple. From now on, when Su comes to buy fish, don't charge him a high price. Ah, congratulations, Uncle Gio, for acquiring another talented student. Rest assured, when brother Su comes to buy fish, I'll ensure he gets a discount. The fish seller responded with a grin, nodding to Su before addressing Wen Kai. Wen Kai, you're looking quite sharp today. Where are you going with Uncle Gio? Wen Kai adjusted his clothes. Looking like a country bumpkin in the city, Master is taking us to have foreign tea. Foreign tea. Now that's a treat. Off you go then. Take your time, and I'll see you next time for fish. Along the way, many people greeted Uncle Gio, showcasing his notable reputation in Renjia Town, where nearly everyone recognized him. Su, trailing behind Uncle Gio, drew attention as well. The entire town was abuzz with the news of Uncle Gio's new disciple. Su felt overwhelmed, akin to being paraded through the streets. At last, they arrived at the foreign CAF. At that moment, Wen Kai suddenly became awkward and fidgety. Susu inquired curiously. Wen Kai, what is wrong? Wen Kai chuckled nervously. Senior brother, master, maybe I shouldn't go after all. Why not? Uncle Joe asked. I don't know Mr. Run, and I've never had foreign tea before. I don't know how to drink it. Wen Kai admitted honestly. Uncle Joe paused, realizing he was also unfamiliar with it. What if he made a fool of himself? This was indeed a dilemma. Uncle Joe, being a person of pride, turned to gaze at the CF, his lips twitching. Master, Wen Kai pleaded pitifully. Susu suppressed a smile. Drinking foreign tea was merely having coffee, something familiar to any modern individual, even if one only drank instant coffee. They had seen how freshly brewed coffee was enjoyed on television. Not wanting to undermine Uncle Gio's dignity, Susu reassured Wen Kai, don't worry. Just watch how I do it, and you can follow my example. Wen Kai's eyes lit up. Senior brother, you've had foreign tea before? Susu nodded with a smile. Uncle Gio's expression flickered with surprise, but quickly masked it. As a master, he needed to maintain his image. Good disciple. The problem is resolved, he coughed lightly. Wen Kai, just follow what your senior brother does, understood? Wen Kai gazed at Susu with admiration, secretly thinking how remarkable his junior brother was, knowing everything. Master, I understand. Chapter 9. The first meeting with Rin, Ting-Ting, Susu, holding back his amusement, said Master. Let us enter, so we do not keep Mr. Rin waiting. Indeed. Let us go. Uncle Ju nodded and proceeded to lead the way. Upon reaching the entrance of the CAF, a waiter in a small suit respectfully opened the door and inquired politely, Gentlemen, do you have a reservation? Susu glanced inside. The decor was quite impressive, and many patrons were already enjoying their meals. He could not help but marvel at the wealth present in Renjia Town. Meanwhile, a system notification chimed in Susu's mind. Ding! Host has arrived at the sign-in point. Renjia Town, Foreign CAF. Sign-in time limit, 5 minutes. If the stay is less than 5 minutes, it will be considered a task failure. Sign-in countdown, 4 minutes, 59 seconds. A mere 5 minutes. With no zombies to obstruct him, and he could enjoy coffee, a rarity in this era. Susu felt a surge of delight. At this moment, before Uncle Gio could speak, Wen Kai put on a serious face and earnestly said, What's the matter? Did Rin Fa invite us here for a discussion, but fail to reserve seats for us? As he uttered these words, Wen Kai felt an exhilarating rush in his heart, for he was trying to portray himself as someone who frequently frequented such upscale venues. Having rehearsed this image countless times in his mind the night before, the other party would undoubtedly not discern that this was his inaugural visit. The waiter, upon hearing this, promptly smiled and said, Ah, you must be friends of Master Rin. Please follow me. Uncle Gio shot Wen Kai a disapproving glare. This scoundrel was attempting to put on airs. If they weren't in public, he would have certainly taken it upon himself to educate this fool. This way, please. The waiter led the way, and the trio followed, ascending to the second floor. The second floor was bustling with patrons. Master Run had been waiting for quite some time and treated Uncle Gio with utmost respect, as he was the one seeking assistance. From a distance, he clasped his hands and smiled, saying, Uncle Gio, greetings. Please take a seat. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Master Run, Uncle Gio replied politely, placing his smoking pipe on the table. He introduced, This is Susu Wen Kai, and this gentleman is Master Rin. Both Susu and Wen Kai greeted him in unison before taking their seats. Master Rin glanced at Susu and inquired, Uncle Gio, who is this young man? Uncle Gio had anticipated this question. In his eyes, Susu was a treasure, and he was eager for the world to know he had taken on an exceptional disciple. Master Run, Susu is my newly accepted disciple. In my absence, should any matters arise, you may consult him. Master Rin expressed genuine astonishment. Congratulations, Uncle Gio, on acquiring another talented pupil. He was indeed surprised, as it had been a long time since Uncle Gio had taken in a disciple. This implied that the young man named Susu was quite remarkable. Master Rin scrutinized Susu a little more, increasingly convinced of his commendable appearance, though he wondered how much of Uncle Gio's expertise he had assimilated. Then, Master Rin thought of his daughter. They seemed to be of similar age. Master Rin, Uncle Gio called, noticing the other had lost focus. Master Rin snapped back to reality, slightly embarrassed. Apologies, I was lost in thought regarding business matters. Uncle Gio chuckled to alleviate the awkwardness, saying, Master Rin, you are quite the busy individual. By the way, I heard your daughter has returned from studying abroad. Why isn't she here with you? A proud smile graced Master Ren's face as he spoke of his daughter. She just learned to apply makeup and has been running around teaching everyone since her return. Wen Kai, resting his chin on his hand, leaned in and whispered to Su Su, "Big brother, with Master Ren's appearance, his daughter must be quite the looker as well." Su Su rolled his eyes. Despite Master Ren's humble demeanor, his daughter, Ren Tingting, was indeed a stunning beauty. If given the chance, he would certainly consider pursuing her. It would be a travesty not to seek a romantic interest in this new world. Wen Kai, however, scoffed at the mere thought. Wait until you see Ren Tingting. You'll be reduced to a lovesick fool. Who then sulkily resumed observing his surroundings, his eyes brimming with curiosity. At that moment, a lovely girl dressed in Western attire approached. Master Ren waved. "Tingting, come here. I'd like to introduce you." "Daddy," she replied. "Yes, quickly greet Uncle Gio." "Uncle Gio." Ren Tingting took a seat on the chair next to Su Su. As Su Su glanced at her, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. She was even more beautiful than he had imagined from the television. With her light makeup and Western dress, she appeared strikingly out of place for this era, yet undeniably captivating. Wen Kai, nearly dropping his chin onto the table, was left speechless. She is so beautiful, undoubtedly, for someone like Wen Kai, who had never encountered such elegance. Ren Tingting was a celestial being, and her fashionable demeanor only heightened her allure. Uncle Gio, being a serious man, merely remarked, "I hadn't realized Tingting had grown up so much." Master Ren nodded, taking a puff from his pipe. "Indeed. The last time we sought Uncle Gio's assistance, Tingting was still quite young. By the way, Uncle Gio, what would you like to drink?" A waiter presented a menu. Ren Tingting, with a flair, declared, "I would like a cup of—" Uncle Gio froze momentarily, bewildered by the term, to avoid revealing his ignorance. He took the menu and pretended to study it, only to find himself even more perplexed as it was filled with foreign script that he could not comprehend. However, being seasoned in the ways of the world, Uncle Gio recalled Su Su mentioning having experienced Western tea, so he generously closed the menu and handed it to Su Su, saying, "Su Su, please order for us." Su Su accepted it with a smile, silently giving Uncle Gio a thumbs up for his cleverness. "Let us have 3 cups, then." "I would like the same," he replied nonchalantly. Master Ren acknowledged with a wave, then turned to Uncle Gio. "Uncle Gio, regarding the matter of my father's coffin relocation, have you selected an auspicious date?" Uncle Gio replied, "Master Ren, for such matters, it is often better to remain still rather than hastily act. Perhaps you should reconsider? After all, relocating a coffin is no trivial matter." Without hesitation, Master Ren said, "Uncle Gio, I understand your concern, but I have made my decision. The geomancer once stated that 20 years hence, the coffin must be relocated for the betterment of the Ren family." Wen Kai, lacking awareness, interjected, but Uncle Gio shot him a glare. "Well, you see, the words of geomancers are not always definitive. One must discern." Realizing he had misspoken under Uncle Gio's menacing gaze, Wen Kai quickly fell silent. Su Su, noticing the tension, smiled and said, "Master Ren, what Wen Kai meant is that many geomancers tend to exaggerate. However, since you have made up your mind, we shall proceed according to your wishes." Chapter 10, Coffee. A modicum of understanding Uncle Gio felt a sense of satisfaction with Su Su's diplomatic intervention. Otherwise, Wen Kai's thoughtless remarks could have jeopardized their business. Uncle Gio nodded. "Master Ren, how about this? Let us commence the preparations for the coffin relocation in 3 days. What shall we need to prepare?" Master Ren, now serious, inquired, as this was the most significant matter for the Ren family. The people of this era were deeply superstitious, and their beliefs were often rooted in reality, considering the existence of zombies and ghosts. "Well, there isn't much that needs special preparation. We can gather some strong men, preferably those under the age of 28. He replied, "Very well, that sounds good." At that moment, a waiter approached and whispered to Master Ren, "Master Ren, Huang Baiwan has arrived. He is over there." Master Ren glanced in the direction indicated by the waiter and apologized. "Uncle Gio, I must greet a friend." "Not a problem, Master Ren. Please attend to your business." "Oh, could you bring over some egg tarts?" "Uncle Gio, feel free to order whatever you desire. Don't hold back." "Master Ren, you are being too polite." The two individuals exchanged pleasantries, and Master Ren then rose to walk towards another direction. "There are egg tarts," Su Su thought to himself, recalling how long it had been since he last enjoyed one. To his surprise, even in this new world, such delicacies were still available. In this era, the eggs must surely be from free-range chickens, rich in nutrients. He resolved to indulge in several. As soon as Master Ren departed, a servant approached with a tray, and Su caught a whiff of the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee, instantly brightening his demeanor. This scent was undoubtedly from 100 imported coffee beans, skillfully ground, and the barista's expertise was evident in the perfect brewing that captured the essence of the beans. Suddenly, Su perceived that despite the absence of modern internet and entertainment activities, this era had its merits. At the very least, he need not worry about pesticides in his food, and while entertainment might appear monotonous, the prospect of having a wife and perhaps children every few days was indeed appealing. Moreover, the prospect of polygamy was certainly enticing. He glanced at Ren Tingting and mused that if the forthcoming tasks were connected to the Ren family, his charm would surely win her over. At that moment, Su felt a tug on his clothing and turned to see Wen Kai making a comical face at him. Realizing that Wen Kai and Uncle Jio were unfamiliar with how to drink coffee, he deduced they were seeking his guidance. Meanwhile, the servant had placed a small cup of black coffee and a cup of white milk in front of each of them. Master Su, which should we drink first, the black or the white? Wen Kai inquired softly. Su smiled, lifted the black coffee, and waved the steam towards his nose, savoring the aroma. Delicious. Miss Ren, your coffee is splendid, and the barista's skill is commendable. As he spoke, he gave Ren Tingting a thumbs up. Ren Tingting looked at Su with surprise. In her memory, although Renjia Town was considered a prosperous town in China, most of its inhabitants were rather unsophisticated. Su's attire did not suggest he had any experience abroad, prompting her to ask incredulously, "You know about coffee?" Su nodded, "I know a thing or two." He then placed his coffee cup on the table, poured a portion of milk, added a piece of rock sugar, and remarked, "The natural bitterness of coffee can be softened with milk, creating a silkier texture. Some prefer their coffee unsweetened, but I lean towards a hint of sweetness amidst the bitterness. Much like life, there is sweetness in sorrow and joy in hardship, ultimately leading to a rewarding conclusion. Personally, I enjoy the touch of sweetness from the rock sugar, which leaves a lingering taste." Wen Kai mimicked Su's actions, feigning understanding, and chimed in exactly, "We often drink coffee, and we enjoy the sweetness that follows bitterness." Uncle Jio rolled his eyes at Wen Kai, irritated with his ignorance. Wen Kai, sensing Uncle Jio's disapproval, withdrew slightly and fell silent. However, upon tasting the coffee, he nearly spat it out. Was this concoction infused with herbal medicine? It lacked the mouth-watering flavor Su had described. Uncle Jio felt similarly, but, as an experienced individual, managed to conceal his distaste, begrudgingly swallowing the bitter liquid while pondering the peculiarities of foreign tastes. Su observed this scene with amusement, but held no disdain. He recalled his first experience with pure coffee, unsweetened and unadulterated, and recognized that his reaction had been no different from Uncle Jio's or Wen Cai's. After all, he was accustomed to instant coffee, which was already flavored. Who would have imagined pure coffee could be so bitter? Ren Tingting gazed at Su with intrigue, recalling her time abroad when coffee was a daily indulgence, often accompanied by reflections from foreigners on their experiences. Yet, Su's insights were a first for her, and she could discern that only someone truly knowledgeable about coffee could articulate such thoughts. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she realized she had found a kindred spirit in this otherwise provincial town. "I didn't expect you to genuinely understand coffee. It's quite surprising and delightful," she said, introducing herself. "I am Ren Tingting, and I believe you are Su, as Uncle Jio has called you." Having spent time abroad, Ren Tingting was less traditional than many women in her culture and extended her delicate hand to Su. He maintained a gentle smile and, with a courteous gesture, lightly touched her hand in acknowledgement of their introduction. Su was not feigning sophistication. He understood the importance of presenting his best self, especially since this dining establishment belonged to the Ren family. Ren Tingting's open-mindedness did not imply her father shared the same views, and he wished to avoid any misunderstandings that might tarnish his future reputation in her father's eyes. "Please, Miss Ren," Su said, lifting his coffee cup with a charming smile. Ren Tingting raised her cup to her lips, taking a delicate sip with the grace befitting a lady of refinement. Chapter 11. The awkward new coordinates of sign-in. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Huang Baiwan, Master Ren returned. "Uncle Jio, how do you find the coffee in my establishment? I wonder if you're accustomed to it." Master Ren smiled amiably as he resumed his seat. "Quite good coffee, very authentic," Uncle Jio replied, though he felt exceedingly uncomfortable with the lingering bitterness in his mouth. He forced himself to speak positively. knowing he could not pinpoint any particular flavor, but assumed that since Su had praised it, it must be satisfactory. That's splendid to hear. Oh, here come the egg tarts, fresh and nutritious. The servant arrived with a tray of steaming egg tarts, placing one before each person. Uncle Jio's eyes widened. Such a small portion hardly seemed sufficient. Wen Kai, enticed by the distinctive aroma of the egg tarts, was already salivating, casting longing glances at the treats before Uncle Jio and Su. He yearned to claim them all for himself. Uncle Jio looked again at Su, who understood the unspoken request. He deftly cut the tart into 4 small pieces, speared one with his fork, and savored it slowly. In this era, industrial development was severely lacking, and the convenience of aluminum foil packaging for egg tarts was non-existent. With Su's demonstration, Uncle Jio and Wen Kai followed suit, albeit clumsily with the utensils, managing to avoid any embarrassing blunders. At that moment, a notification chimed in Su's mind. Ding! Congratulations! The host has checked in at the foreign coffee shop in Renjia Town. The sign-in duration exceeded 5 minutes, successfully completing the sign-in task. Ding! Reward, 300 sign-in points. Ding! A new sign-in coordinate has been retrieved. The host is to proceed to the only brothel in Renjia Town, the Yihong Courtyard, with a sign-in time limit of 10 minutes. If the duration spent is less than 10 minutes, it will be deemed a failure of the task. Su, still basking in the joy of acquiring 300 sign-in points, was utterly bewildered by the subsequent sign-in coordinate. The Yihong Courtyard. Curse this divine sign-in system. How could a man of his virtuous principles find himself in such a sordid establishment, and to stay there for 10 minutes? Was this not a descent into depravity? While signing in at a Western restaurant could tangentially relate to the main storyline of the original, what was the meaning of the Yihong Courtyard? Was this an invitation for Su to surrender his virginity while casually collecting a red envelope? Su questioned himself. He was not that kind of person. System. I refuse. Je suis dans l'hypothèse. Ding. The sign-in task is a mandatory main storyline task. Failure to complete, it will prevent entry to the next sign-in point. The system's voice left no room for negotiation. Su felt a pang of despair. He had already planned to pursue Ren Tingting, the only daughter of Ren Fa, the wealthiest man in Renjia Town. A little heiress. If word got out about his visit to the Yihong Courtyard, how would it tarnish his illustrious image? Just thinking about it made him feel miserable. The system's insistence had drained all enthusiasm for the lottery from him. However, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 3 sign-in tasks. The character attribute panel has been unlocked. The host can view character attributes at any time. This additional feature slightly lifted Su's spirits. He opened the character attribute panel. Name, Su. Age, 21. Cultivation, Qi refinement, initial stage, spells, Palm Thunder, mysterious grade. Summoning technique, yellow grade, skills, immaculate energy scripture, heavenly grade. Virgin skill, mysterious grade, equipment. None elixirs, none sign-in points. 300 lottery wheel level. Beginner, single lottery consumes 100 sign-in points. Su glanced over the details, comprehending them at a glance. However, the fact that the lottery wheel had levels puzzled him, prompting him to inquire. System, can the lottery wheel be upgraded? Ding. Yes, host. Upon upgrading the lottery wheel, each draw will consume more sign-in points, but will also yield superior items. The system responded. Su's eyes lit up. How many sign-in points will each draw consume after upgrading? Ding. Before the host upgrades the lottery wheel, you do not have the authority to know. Endeavor to complete more sign-in tasks. How can one achieve an upgrade? Ding. This question falls within the scope of response. If the host consumes 10,000 sign-in points, the lottery wheel will upgrade from beginner to intermediate. Clang. Choussonnier Fonted. 10,000 sign-in points. How absurd. That translates to a total of 100 minutes of sign-in time, accumulating a few minutes at a time. How long would that take? An eternity? Hey, ting ting. Noticing Su lost in thought, couldn't help but ask. Su, is the egg tart not to your liking? Su snapped back to reality, swallowed the egg tart, and praised. Not at all. The texture of the egg tart is quite delightful. Miss Ren, your restaurant chef must be professionally trained. No wonder business is thriving. Who would have thought that the esteemed disciple of Uncle Jio has a taste for Western cuisine? Su had actually studied abroad. Ren Laoyi glanced in surprise at Uncle Jio, asking, Uncle Gio's time as a teacher had been too short, and his understanding of Su was limited to his prodigious talent. He knew little else, and this question caught him off guard. Naturally, Su could not let Uncle Gio answer and replied, "To be honest, I have been to England and France, so I have some knowledge of this." Su spoke the truth. Before his transmigration, he had indeed visited England and France, spending his summer earnings on a 5-day tour. "Oh, I see. No wonder. Su, I just returned from England, having stayed in London. What about you?" Ren Tingting's interest piqued, feeling she had found a kindred spirit, especially since they had both studied abroad. Su was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps Ren Tingting had misunderstood. He merely mentioned visiting, not necessarily studying abroad. However, he was too lazy to explain. Some matters were difficult to clarify. Since Ren Tingting had studied in London, to avoid excessive common topics about their experiences abroad, Su decisively mentioned another city. To his surprise, once they began discussing, the conversation flowed effortlessly. "I'm in Edinburgh." "Edinburgh? I've been there too. It's the capital of Scotland." Uncle Gio and Run Lao Yi exchanged glances, both somewhat speechless as the two became increasingly engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the fact that they could not understand them. And today was meant for serious discussions. Yet, seeing his daughter so joyfully engaged with someone who shared a common language, Ren Lao Yi could not bear to interrupt. Uncle Gio refrained from commenting as well, his heart astonished. He had not realized his talented disciple had studied abroad. He felt he had truly struck gold. Meanwhile, Wen Kai watched with envy, wishing he could converse effortlessly with a beautiful foreign lady while he could only watch. Moreover, the way they spoke was peculiar, with bursts of unintelligible foreign language interspersed with their Mandarin, leaving him utterly confused and increasingly frustrated. Chapter 12. The Rouge Shop almost causes an accident. After a while, Ren Tingting remembered her important errand and reluctantly paused the delightful conversation, turning to Run Lao Yi and saying, "Father, I almost forgot. I still need to buy some rouge and powder today. Su, let us chat again sometime. I thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. I am equally delighted to converse with Miss Ren. Take care," Su said with a smile as he rose, departing with the utmost gentlemanly grace. A faint blush crept onto Ren Tingting's cheeks. A man like Su was a rare find in this era. Not only was he knowledgeable and courteous, but he also fit her aesthetic ideals perfectly. In ancient times, he would certainly have been regarded as a talented scholar. No, even in contemporary times, he would still be considered an exceptional talent. Ren Tingting may not have even realized that, unwittingly, she had developed a fondness for Su. She quickly turned away, feeling her cheeks heat up, and as she reached the ground floor, she glanced back up, silently relieved that Su had not seen her, or it would have been quite awkward. Nevertheless, that Su is truly remarkable. After Ren Tingting departed, Su remained to discuss some of the details about the relocation with Uncle Gio and Ren Lao Yi before bidding farewell. "Wen Kai, take your senior brother to stroll around the town. I will return to prepare for Ren Lao Yi's relocation." On the bustling Renjia Street, Uncle Gio instructed Wen Kai, "Rest assured, Master, I will take good care of senior brother." Wen Kai nodded vigorously, having not visited the town in quite some time. Were it not for Uncle Gio's watchful eye, he would have vanished long ago. Su, just enjoy your time with Wen Kai and return for dinner in the evening. We have a rooster we slaughtered this morning, perfect for stewing." Uncle Gio added to Su. "Yes, Master." As he watched Uncle Gio walk away, Su turned to Wen Kai and asked, "Wen Kai, where shall we go now?" Su's mind was consumed with thoughts of visiting the brothel, Yihong Yuan, but he could not speak of it directly, as it would tarnish his reputation. However, he was aware that the rouge shop where Qiuxing's aunt worked was directly across from Yihong Yuan. Perhaps he could find an excuse to assist in delivering some rouge, which would conveniently resolve his dilemma. Thus, Su aimed to steer Wen Kai towards the rouge shop. Wen Kai rummaged through his pockets and produced 2 copper coins, proudly waving them in front of Su, grinning foolishly as he exclaimed, "Senior brother, let me treat you to some meat sandwiches. Old Wong's meat sandwiches in town are absolutely delicious. The egg tarts at the Western restaurant are far too small. One bite and they're gone. Not even enough to fill a gap between teeth." As he spoke, Wen Kai licked his lips, clearly still yearning for more. Su, with empty pockets, wished he could indulge Wen Kai further, but alas, financial constraints thwarted him. He had no desire to eat meat sandwiches. His only wish was to visit Yihong Yuan. Shaking his head, he replied, "Wen Kai, let us save the money and go see Qiuxing." "What for?" Wen Kai scratched his head. "All right, let us find Qiuxing then." With a silly grin, he added, "Senior brother, you might not know, but right across from Qiuxing's aunt's rouge shop is Yihong Yuan. There are many beautifully dressed girls inside. Every time I glance that way, Master reprimands me. Fortunately, Master isn't here today, so I could take you to see." Upon hearing this, Su Su confirmed a truth. There are no truly honest men. Even those who appear innocent, like Wen Kai, who looks harmless and might even be mistaken for a fool, still harbor desires for women. Naturally, Su Su would not feign moral outrage by claiming that associating with women is detrimental to one's health. Instead, he simply remarked, "Yihong Yuan, I have yet to experience it. Let us proceed." Wen Kai thought to himself, "Senior brother is indeed a man of temperament," and led the way to Yihong Yuan. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the rouge shop, where Qiuxing was working alongside a beautiful girl who was purchasing rouge. As they entered, Wen Kai exclaimed, "Miss Ren, what a coincidence to find you here." The girl inside was none other than Ren Tingting, who had left the Western restaurant early. Ren Tingting turned in surprise and looked at Su Su. "Indeed, what a coincidence. How did you?" Su Su pointed at Qiuxing and said, "This is Qiuxing, my junior brother. He just finished discussing matters with Master Ren and came here to find him." Qiuxing looked bewildered as he glanced between Su Su and Wen Kai. "You two know each other?" Su Su nodded. "Qiuxing, allow me to introduce you to the sole daughter of the wealthiest man in our town, Master Ren." Qiuxing's expression suddenly became exceedingly awkward. For prior to Su Su and Wen Cai's entrance, he had mistakenly assumed Ren Tingting was one of the girls from Yihong Yuan, and he had uttered many inappropriate remarks. At that moment, Ren Tingting recalled something and asked Su Su, "What exactly is Yihong Yuan?" It was rather embarrassing that Ren Tingting, who had spent considerable time abroad, would pose such a question. Qiuxing hastily attempted to change the subject, but the hapless Wen Kai immediately interjected, "Yihong Yuan isn't, fortunately." Before he could utter the word brothel, Su Su swiftly grabbed a banana from the shop and inserted it into Wen Cai's mouth. Wen Kai tried to speak, but Su Su shot a glance at Qiuxing, who promptly pushed Wen Kai aside. That was close, Qiuxing thought, feeling no obligation to be polite to such a foolish companion. "Su Su, why didn't you let him finish?" Ren Tingting asked, puzzled. Su Su smiled and deftly diverted the topic, feeling exasperated that Wen Kai had even brought up Yihong Yuan. "Miss Ren, what rouge are you interested in? Once you've made your selection, I can have Qiuxing offer you a discount." With this, Ren Tingting's attention was immediately captured, her large, beautiful eyes sparkling with interest. "Really?" "Certainly. A lovely girl like you come into our shop for rouge, and since you're studying makeup, once your friends learn they can come here too, and the shop will benefit even more." "That makes sense. As long as the quality of the rouge is good, I will definitely bring my friends here in the future." Then it's settled. Qiuxing, relieved that Wen Kai had been dealt with, gave Su Su a thumbs up and a grateful look. Had it not been for Su Su's timely intervention, they could have landed in a significant predicament. The misunderstanding caused by Qiuxing could have potentially jeopardized Ren Tingting's reputation, which, in this era, held greater importance than life itself for some individuals. For others, the opportunity to uphold their virtue could lead to the establishment of a memorial archway for chastity. Had Ren Tingting been the daughter of an ordinary family, a mere apology might suffice, but she was the only daughter of Master Ren, the wealthiest man in town. If Master Ren were to find out, he would surely seek retribution against Qiuxing. Chapter 13. I am innocent. Ren Tingting selected several pieces of rouge, and Qiuxing provided a 10% discount, saving her a considerable sum. "Su Su, thank you. I have to return for another matter. I'll invite you for coffee when I'm free." As she sat in the rickshaw, she waved goodbye to Su Su. He reciprocated, smiling, "In 3 days, we will be moving Master Ren's remains. We will meet again soon, though that day might not be suitable for coffee. Indeed, it is not appropriate. Let us arrange another time. Of course, Miss Ren, take care." As he watched the rickshaw disappear into the distance, a teasing voice rang out from behind. "Senior brother, impressive. Wen Kai has already told me that you know Miss Ren. It hasn't been long, yet you are already exchanging glances. Teach us your ways, senior brother. How did you manage it?" Qiuxing looked on with envy and admiration, viewing Su Su as a figure of awe in the eyes of a single man. "Senior brother, Miss Ren is truly beautiful. I notice she seems to have an interest in you." Wen Kai, with a foolish expression, made astute observations. Su Su touched his cheek. "Wen Kai, do you think I am handsome?" Wen Kai was taken aback. "What does handsome mean? What are you talking about?" Su Su was at a loss. This question was difficult to answer, as he had seemingly forgotten that the word handsome had yet to emerge in this era. Oh, it's nothing. He then turned to Qiusheng and began steering the conversation back towards Yihong Yuan. Qiusheng, you must be mistaken. I am not exchanging glances with Miss Ren. Let us not spread rumors. By the way, Wen Kai mentioned he wanted to take me to see the girls at Yihong Yuan. Would you like to join us? Qiusheng was utterly stunned. Senior brother, what did you say? Yihong Yuan? He had never anticipated Su would utter such words. Su felt a bit vexed. It was merely a visit to see the girls at Yihong Yuan, not an invitation to indulge in their services. Moreover, Qiusheng frequently visited his aunt's rouge shop, so he found it hard to believe that Qiusheng had never entertained such thoughts. Every day, one cannot help but notice the vibrant and lively young women swaying about. And if one harbors no thoughts at all, there exists but one possibility, that they are akin to a eunuch. Yet, it is clear that Qiusheng is no eunuch. Observing Su's silence, Qiusheng turned to Wen Kai and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, Wen Kai, how could you possibly take the senior brother to such a place? Be wary, or I shall inform the master. Wen Kai, displeased, retorted, Oh, Qiusheng, spare me your pretense. Do you think I am unaware? You visited the Yihong courtyard several times. Shall I also inform the master? With a scoff, he continued, You can indulge, but we cannot. Do you have a valid reason? Wen Kai, let me clarify. My visits to the Yihong courtyard were solely to deliver cosmetics that they purchased. I have done nothing else. Pooh, whether you have or not, only you know. The two engaged in a heated argument, their faces flushed in mere moments. Enough. Su thought it amusing to witness the two foolish youths, easily led into a trap. Their innocence quite endearing. Alas, he was also at a loss. The divine signing system compelled him to visit the Yihong courtyard, leaving him no choice. He interjected to halt their quarrel, saying, Qiusheng, since you claim to have merely delivered cosmetics and done nothing else, why not take us along to deliver them this time? The truth will be evident. Indeed, senior brother, splendid idea. Wen Sai's eyes sparkled with excitement, utterly oblivious to the trap laid before him, secretly admiring Su's cleverness. After contemplating, Qiusheng realized he had no better means to prove his innocence and agreed. Very well, you shall accompany me. Today, a girl from the Yihong courtyard has ordered cosmetics for delivery. However, he added, if we all go, who will watch the shop while my aunt is away? Su replied, no matter. Wen Kai already mentioned he wished to show me the Yihong courtyard of Renjia Town. Let Wen Kai remain at the shop to oversee things. It won't take long. If a customer arrives for cosmetics, they can wait a moment. Wen Kai, since you and Qiusheng have quarreled over this matter, I, as the senior brother, shall act as the judge. How does that sound? Su's reasoning was sound, leaving Qiusheng and Wen Kai unable to refute him. Senior brother, once you enter, be sure to ask the girls inside if Qiusheng has ever engaged in any unsavory activities. Wen Kai reminded him. What do you mean, Wen Kai? If I dare bring the senior brother, it is a testament to my innocence. Qiusheng retorted angrily. Su once again intervened. He could finally visit the Yihong courtyard to sign in, and he could not allow these two to disrupt their plans. Let it be, whether true or false. We shall know soon enough. Wen Kai, rest assured, as your senior brother, I will address this matter fairly and justly. Qiusheng, let us depart with the cosmetics. Yes, senior brother. As Qiusheng answered, he shot a fierce glare at Wen Kai, as if to say, just watch. I am innocent. They exited the cosmetics shop and arrived at the entrance of the Yihong courtyard. The brothels of this era were indeed dedicated to their craft. Despite it being merely past 10 in the morning, they were already open for business. A matron, upon seeing Su and Qiusheng approach, waved her handkerchief and warmly exclaimed, Qiusheng, back to deliver cosmetics for our girls again? Oh, and you brought a handsome young man with you. Is he your friend? Why not treat him to some entertainment today? Since you're an old acquaintance, I can offer you half price. Qiusheng's face turned crimson, a complete novice indeed. It was evident that he had not engaged in the activities Wen Kai imagined. Matron, please do not jest. If my aunt and master find out, I shall be in serious trouble. Qiusheng exclaimed, This is my master's new disciple, my senior brother Su. We are merely here to deliver cosmetics. Ah, Qiusheng, how could you say such a thing? I have watched you grow up. You wound me with your words. The matron placed her hands on her hips and strutted forward. However, Su could discern that she was merely teasing Qiusheng and had no real intention of conducting business with him. Upon learning that Su was the eldest disciple of Jiu, she did not approach him either, allowing Su to feel at ease. "Matron, please stop teasing me and let me deliver the cosmetics quickly," Qiuxing said, wearing a helpless expression. Each time he delivered cosmetics, it was always like this, and he had begun to dread it. Although there was still a hint of anticipation within him, rationality prevailed. Seeing Qiuxing's submissive demeanor, the matron, unable to continue teasing, playfully slapped her handkerchief against him. "Very well, go ahead." Then, with a mischievous grin, she called out to the inside, "Ladies, Qiuxing from the cosmetic shop is here, and he has brought a handsome young man today. Handsome young man, come see how handsome you are." As a flurry of voices erupted from inside, Qiuxing felt increasingly awkward. Glancing at Su, "Senior brother, Su, remarkably composed, replied, "Let us proceed for your innocence." His heart raced with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. While he had passed by beauty salons before, he had never ventured into a high-class establishment like the Yihong courtyard. What would it be like inside? What quality of women would be present? Though he may not necessarily spend, it would surely be an enlightening experience. Stepping through the entrance of the Yihong courtyard, the voice of the divine signing system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for entering the designated signing location, the only brothel in Renjia Town, Yihong courtyard. Signing time limit, 10 minutes. If the duration is less than 10 minutes, the task will be considered a failure. Countdown to signing, 9 minutes 59 seconds. Upon hearing the system's alert, Su felt a surge of determination. He was now a signing warrior, willing to undertake any endeavor for the sake of signing in. Even if the women of the Yihong courtyard wished to strip him of his clothing, he would fearlessly embrace the challenge. "Oh, what a handsome young man indeed. Qiuxing, you've finally brought a guest for the sisters. All your efforts have not been in vain. Is this your first visit, young sir? Would you like to spend time with Xiao Chui? Qiuxing, why not introduce this handsome young man to the sisters?" A lively group of exquisitely dressed women surrounded Su, their hands playfully touching him in a scene reminiscent of a wolf pack encircling its prey. Meanwhile, Qiuxing found himself utterly ignored. The embarrassment on his face was palpable. It seemed his senior brother was in quite the predicament. "Senior brother, everyone, let go of my senior brother. If there is any trouble, come at me." In a flurry of excitement, Qiuxing shouted loudly, his face a picture of gallant determination. "Are you coming for me, Qiuxing? Will you settle the debt with the rouge in your hand? Aren't you afraid your aunt and master will break your third leg?" A girl giggled, covering her mouth. At that moment, Qiuxing's face flushed crimson, akin to a lit flame, leaving him at a loss for words. However, upon seeing the girls already tugging at Su's clothing, a wave of panic surged within him. If this continued, not only would he be unable to prove his innocence, but he would also jeopardize his senior brother. In contrast, Su remained unfazed, allowing the girls to fawn over him while maintaining an air of calm and composure. Aside from a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his discomfort, he appeared seasoned in such encounters. Qiuxing, momentarily silenced by the girl's jest, contemplated the idea of settling the debt with rouge. "Qiuxing, step aside and don't hinder us. Hurry and deliver the rouge to Xiao Taoong." One of the girls pushed him aside. Qiuxing stared blankly at Su, feeling a twinge of envy. He longed to swap places with him. "Senior brother." Su waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Qiuxing, go ahead. I'm fine here." "Really? You're truly all right?" Qiuxing was skeptical, believing only what he could see. Su nodded nonchalantly, his demeanor in the midst of the crowd akin to a leaf untouched by the surrounding flowers. A sublime state indeed. Had Qiuxing been familiar with contemporary internet slang, he would have exclaimed that his senior brother was quite the seasoned veteran. As Qiuxing made his way towards Xiao Taohong's room on the second floor, he glanced back at Su repeatedly, filled with admiration. Su, on the other hand, was not preoccupied with the flirtations of the girls. He was contemplating how to stretch the time to 10 minutes. Calculating, he estimated that Qiuxing would finish his errand in no more than 5 minutes. "Senior brother, why are you so unresponsive? Do you find us unappealing?" One girl purred, unaware of Su's name, imitating Qiuxing by calling him senior brother in a sweet tone. "Indeed, all the beautiful girls in Renjia Town are here at our Yihong courtyard. Senior brother, you won't find such lovely ladies elsewhere. How about a discount just for you? I've never tried morning activities. I wonder if it's healthier?" Truly, the words of the courtesan from Yihong courtyard carried profound depth. Su realized he could no longer remain passive. Otherwise, he would be stripped bare by this pack of ravenous women. Thus, he decided to unveil his trump card. This tactic was universally applicable across ages. Susu raised his hand, gently pushing the girls aside, straightened his clothing, and then proceeded to empty all his pockets, revealing them to be utterly devoid of coins. Ladies, it's not about discounts. The real question is, would you be willing to indulge me for free? The girls were momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief. Not a single coin to be found. What waste, he looked so handsome. They had mistaken him for a wealthy young master, only to discover he was a pauper. In an instant, the girls lost interest in Susu. Although he was undeniably handsome, they were business-minded. They dealt in currency, not affection. Good looks held no value for them. Money was their source of security. Don't leave, ladies. I find you all quite lovely, charming, and kind-hearted. I believe I could sacrifice myself, Susu earnestly proclaimed. However, none of the girls paid him any heed, dispersing instead, leaving him to dream of free services. Susu felt quite pleased with this outcome. It was rather stifling to be crowded together. As he observed the countdown in his mind, 7 minutes and 35 seconds. 7 minutes and 34 seconds, the surroundings cleared out, and Susu relished the freedom to wander leisurely in the hall of Yihong Courtyard, passing the time until check-in. Chapter 15. Senior Brother is impressive. 4 minutes and 26 seconds. 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Time seemed to drag on as he approached the check-in point, the countdown making each second feel prolonged. Senior Brother. Qiusing hurriedly rushed down from upstairs, his mind preoccupied with concern for his senior brother. Fearing he might have been consumed by the enchanting ladies of Yihong Courtyard. Not only would his own innocence be at stake, but he could also be implicated in his senior brother's troubles. However, upon calling out senior brother, he was taken aback. Where had the ladies surrounding his senior brother gone? This was not the expected scene. Senior brother, where are they? Qiusing inquired, perplexed. He was well aware of the prowess of the ladies at Yihong Courtyard. Each time he delivered rouge, he found himself in utter disarray. He cursed his lack of wealth. Otherwise, he would have shown them his true masculine prowess. Susu glanced back, noting Qiusing's arrival, but the check-in time had yet to expire. He needed an excuse to linger a while longer. Susu shrugged, emptying his pockets again without uttering a word. Upon seeing this, Qiusing suddenly understood. The ladies of Yihong Courtyard were motivated by money. As long as one had wealth, even if one resembled a toad, they would be treated like a lord. However, without money, even if one were as handsome as Panin, one would be regarded as worthless. Only a poor wretch could barter with themselves. Qiusing raised his thumb in appreciation, marveling at his senior brother's wisdom. Senior brother is remarkable. Susu graciously accepted the praise. Qiusing, why did you return so quickly? Didn't you chat with Xiao Taoong for a while longer? Susu teased, seeking a way to prolong the moment. Instantly, Qiusing's face turned crimson. Senior brother, I didn't do anything with Xiao Taoong. I merely set down the rouge box and came back. Susu looked on skeptically, continuing to jest. Qiusing, do you think your senior brother is easy to fool? This courtyard is not that large. The round trip takes a maximum of 2 to 3 minutes. Yet you took twice the time and claimed to have done nothing? Qiusing stammered, flustered as if someone had stepped on his tail. Xiao Taoong offered me a cup of tea. That is why it took a while. Oh, there. It must have been delightful. Did you not engage in any other activities? Perhaps a gentle touch of hands? Qiusing fervently shook his head, his denial vigorous. No, absolutely not. Senior brother, I am indeed innocent. What must I do for you to believe me? Seeing Qiusing's rising anxiety, Susu refrained from further teasing and assured him, all right, I believe you. He then pointed to the architecture of Yihong Courtyard and casually inquired, Qiusing, what do you think of the environment here? Qiusing was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt shift in topic, but he welcomed it. As long as his innocence was acknowledged, that was the main concern. The environment is quite pleasant, he replied. It's fragrant everywhere, certainly more comfortable than a funeral parlor. Noting the stark contrast between the dead in a funeral parlor and the beautiful maidens here, the difference was indeed monumental. 2 minutes and 13 seconds. 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Time continued to pass slowly. Master brother, let us depart. Although this place is better than the ancestral hall, I still feel uneasy, Qiusing said, scratching his head. Susu waved his hand dismissively. No rush. It is a rare opportunity to visit the Yihong Courtyard. I must take my time to observe. Ah, Qiusing exclaimed, utterly astonished. Master brother, what is there to see at the Yihong Courtyard? You cannot possibly mean. Susu rolled his eyes, exasperated. What nonsense are you imagining? Is your master brother such a person? The ambience here is pleasant. I wish to closely examine it to later describe it accurately to Wenkai. Have you ever brought Wenkai here? Qiusheng shook his head, no. Shusu continued. Then it is only right that I, as your master brother, take it upon myself to ascertain your innocence. Since Wenkai has never visited the Yihong courtyard, I can describe what it is like to him. Qiusheng, do you believe there is anything wrong with us taking a closer look? Shusu spoke calmly. After pondering for a moment, Qiusheng found the reasoning quite sound, acknowledging Su Su's thorough consideration. The countdown for Su Su's check-in began. 0 minutes and 9 seconds. 0 minutes and 8 seconds. 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at the only brothel in Renjia Town, the Yihong courtyard. The check-in limit has exceeded 10 minutes. Check-in successful. Ding! Reward. 1,000 points. Su Su's eyes sparkled with delight. He had finally accomplished it. Ding! A new check-in location has been detected. Proceed to the small hill behind Renjia Town at the burial site of the esteemed old Master Ren, within a radius of 1.5 meters of Dong Xiaoyu's tombstone. Check-in limit, 3 minutes. If the stay duration is less than 3 minutes, the check-in task will be deemed a failure. Su Su recalled the tombstone of Dong Xiaoyu, the ghost who had once slumbered with Qiusheng in the original narrative, and found her rather unappealing. To check in, I must consider, what if I were to be entangled by the ghost Dong Xiaoyu? How should I handle it? Shall I let her rest? Experience the pinnacle of Ning Saichen's existence? Or should I unleash a palm thunder? What a dilemma. With a shake of his head, Su Su set the matter aside for now. He refreshed the system's character attribute panel. Name, Su Su. Age, 21. Cultivation, Qi refinement. Initial stage, spells, palm thunder, mystical grade. Summoning technique, yellow grade. Techniques, immaculate energy scripture, heavenly grade. Youthful skill, mystical grade. Equipment, none elixirs, none check-in points. 1300 lottery wheel level. Beginner, single draw consumes 100 check-in points. With 1300 check-in points, how delightful. Should I draw? Su Su temporarily decided against it, opting to leave the eerie Yihong courtyard for another time. Qiusheng, let us go, Su Su called as he walked toward the exit. Master brother, wait. Aren't we going to look around a bit more? Qiusheng was still intently examining a wooden chair made of Wang Wali wood. Eventually, the two exited the Yihong courtyard and returned to the roost shop. Wenkai stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting them. Master brother, did Qiusheng sneak off to the Yihong courtyard to find a girl? As a morally upright, handsome man, Su Su would never falsely accuse Qiusheng, replying, Wenkai, you misunderstand Qiusheng. He is still as innocent as our master. Moreover, Qiusheng handled himself admirably, maintaining composure while surrounded by a multitude of beautiful girls, even delivering rouge without flinching. He even enjoyed a cup of tea in the room of Xiao Taohong. But they did nothing, while Qiusheng found the earlier words pleasant. They soon took a turn that left him bewildered. Had he been besieged by girls? It was plainly Su Su who had been surrounded. Wenkai swiftly seized the crux of the matter, his eyes sparkling with envy. Master brother, who is Xiao Taohong? Is she more beautiful than Miss Run? Su Su curled his lip. These two rascals, following Jioshu's lead, truly are not suitable for the youthful skill. In truth, I believe they are more suited for the harmony technique. Perhaps one day I shall draw such a technique. Damn it. That rascal Wenkai even uses the girl I intend to sleep with, Ren Tingting, as a benchmark. How infuriating. Chapter 16. Can I still draw such a thing? Su Su glared at Wenkai, baring his teeth. Wenkai hurriedly covered his mouth, pondering if he had misspoken again. Observing Wencai's conflicted expression masked by an honest facade, Su Su felt an overwhelming desire to slap him. Wenkai, didn't you say you would treat me to old Wang's meat sandwich? Su Su decisively shifted the topic, not wishing to be driven to madness and unable to resist striking Wenkai. Master brother, you said you wouldn't eat earlier. Well, now I want to. Oh, very well. I shall go buy it. You all wait here. Su Su waved his hand. Go ahead. Time passed swiftly without the check-in task, and before long, it was afternoon. Renjia Town was small. Su Su was quite familiar with it and had made several acquaintances, having seamlessly integrated into this era. Upon returning to the ancestral hall in the evening, Jioshu had prepared a stew from the unfortunate rooster used for the morning's worship. They feasted heartily. Truth be told, Jioshu's culinary skills were quite impressive, leaving them wanting more. However, with only one rooster among 5 men, it felt somewhat insufficient. After a satisfying meal, Jiangshi brought forth a collection of books and handed them to Su. Disciple, these are handwritten copies of various Maoshan texts, including tales of spirits and the cultivation experiences of my predecessors. Though you possess exceptional talent, your time in the sect has been brief, so study these well. They will aid your cultivation and understanding of this world. Su accepted the texts, noting that apart from one or two which appeared somewhat new, the others were rather worn and aged. I shall diligently obey Master's instructions, Su said respectfully. These books were of great significance to Su. He had a basic understanding of Jiangshi's cinematic world, yet this knowledge was superficial. These texts would be invaluable, allowing him to truly comprehend this bizarre world to a certain extent. Disciple, spend these next few days studying the books and refrain from wandering about, Jiangshu advised, observing Su engrossed in reading, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In this world, there was no shortage of geniuses, but those who were both gifted and diligent were indeed rare. Such individuals, he believed, would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Jiangshu felt as if he could see the hope of Maoshan rising in Su. Jiangshu exchanged a knowing glance with the four-eyed Taoist, both immensely pleased with their disciple. Jiangshu then beckoned to Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, moving aside to lower his voice, wary of disturbing Su's reading. You two scoundrels, do not disturb your master brother these next few days. Also, learn from him. Do not spend all your time playing. The future of my teachings relies on you to carry them forward. Do you understand? Understood, master, the two murmured, suddenly feeling that having such a genius master brother would make their future days rather challenging. Time flew swiftly, and before they knew it, 2 days had passed. On the eve of his departure, the four-eyed Taoist instructed Su to remain there for a while before ascending the mountain to seek him out. The Taoist had a plethora of books to bestow upon Su, who readily agreed. Within 2 days, Su had thoroughly perused all the texts given to him by Uncle Gio, imprinting their contents into his mind and gaining a fresh perspective of this world. At last, he found a moment of respite. Su silently murmured, "System, I wish to draw a lottery." Ding! Detected that the host possesses 1,300 sign-in points. Would you like to use them all for the lottery? Su's lips twitched. The system was indeed mercenary, interpreting his mere desire to draw as a call to deplete his resources. System, you are overreaching. Accumulating sign-in points is no simple feat. No, I should draw just once. Ding. Consumed 100 sign-in points. Lottery in progress. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Crash. Su fainted at the absurdity of drawing such an item. Is this a prank? It's not like I'm purchasing a beverage. Why not give me another chance? Ding. This system's lottery is absolutely fair and just. Should you have any grievances, the host may express them. Then, I shall draw again. Ding. Consumed 100 sign-in points. Lottery in progress. Ding. Congratulations. The host has obtained the system's exquisite spell, Eye of Law. Skill explanation. Activating the Eye of Law allows one to perceive hidden spirits. This skill was indeed commendable. Having drawn a practical spell, Su's spirits lifted as long as it was not. Thank you for your patronage. Although he could learn the Eye of Law from Uncle Gio, there were distinctions between the two. The spells of Maoshan often required external mediums. For instance, to activate the Eye of Law, one would need to wash their eyes with willow leaves or use cow tears, coupled with incantations, to achieve the desired effect. Similarly, talismans such as fire, thunder, and corpse control required yellow paper, vermilion powder, and rooster blood, inscribed with specific symbols to be effective. In contrast, Su's drawn Eye of Law skill was devoid of such constraints. With a mere thought, the eye would naturally open. Having expended 200 sign-in points, Su decided against further lottery draws, sensing that his luck had waned for the day. The following day, as dawn broke, Su rose early, having grown accustomed to this routine over the past few days. With no entertainment to indulge in, an early rise promised better health. He mused, I must find a companion, for life feels rather dull without one. After 3 days of diligent practice of the divine inner cultivation technique, the Wuku Gangjing, Su had begun to tangibly experience its benefits. Regardless of fatigue, a single full cycle revitalized him, invigorating his spirit. Additionally, he sensed subtle changes within his body, albeit minute, yet undeniably real. True to its name, Wuku Gangjing continuously purged Su Su's body of impurities, ultimately leading to a state of purity. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Su Su stepped out, invigorated, fully dressed. At the entrance, he spotted Wen Kai hurrying toward him, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Senior brother," Master said that after breakfast, "we will head to the back mountain to assist with the relocation of the late Mr. Ren's remains." Su Su nodded with enthusiasm. "Let's eat first." At last, the awaited moment arrived. A new sign-in location within a 1-meter radius of the grave of the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, for 3 minutes. Upon arriving at the back mountain with Uncle Gio and his 3 disciples, the Ren family had already been awaiting their arrival. "Uncle Gio, Mr. Ren," they greeted each other, and Uncle Gio began to circle the burial site, seemingly calculating something while muttering incantations under his breath. Amidst the gathering of the Ren family, Su Su caught sight of Ren Tingting. She noticed him too and joyfully waved as she emerged from the crowd. "Su Su, it's been a while." Chapter 17. The Dragonfly Water Point site. Uncle Gio suddenly halted, his calculations ceasing as his expression turned solemn. "We can commence preparations. Su Su, Qiusheng, Wen Kai, prepare the altar." "Yes, master," the 3 called in unison. Su Su found no further opportunity to greet Ren Tingting, as business took precedence. The atmosphere grew grave. The living relatives of the Ren family were to pay their respects with utmost sincerity. After Uncle Gio lit a stick of incense, he stepped aside. Relatives of the Ren family approached in turn to offer their incense, demonstrating their filial piety to the ancestors. Once the incense was offered, Mr. Ren approached Uncle Gio, his serious demeanor giving way to a smile. "It's been 20 years. The words of that feng shui master have lingered in my mind. Today, we finally relocate the remains." Uncle Gio, the feng shui master, mentioned that this burial site was difficult to find, yet it is indeed a favorable spot. As he spoke, a hint of pride graced Mr. Ren's face. Uncle Gio nodded and turned to Su Su, saying, "Su Su, would you explain to Mr. Ren the nature of this burial site?" Such details were recorded in Uncle Gio's texts, and Su Su had committed them to memory. This gesture was also an opportunity for Uncle Gio to showcase his new disciple, highlighting that beyond his 2 somewhat foolish apprentices, he had a brilliant prodigy. "Yes, master." Su Su nodded, stepping forward to address the grave. "Mr. Ren is correct. This site is called the Dragonfly Water Point. The site measures approximately 3 zhang and 4, with only 4 feet available for use. The width is 1 zhang and 3, allowing for only 3 feet of utilization. Thus, the coffin cannot be buried flat. It must be buried according to the law." Mr. Ren nodded eagerly indeed. "How professional. Uncle Gio, you've taken on a remarkable disciple." What Su Su has said aligns perfectly with what that feng shui master conveyed years ago. Wen Kai, standing nearby, was bewildered. "What is a law burial? I've never heard of it." He scratched his head and inquired, "Master, senior brother, is it akin to a French-style funeral?" Uncle Gio felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand someone. What a calamity! In just 2 or 3 days, Su Su had grasped the fundamentals of Maoshan, while Wen Kai, who had been with him for years, still posed such naive questions. The texts Su Su had perused were the same ones he had previously shared with Wen Kai and Qiusheng, yet they had gleaned nothing from them. Uncle Gio sighed, realizing that had he not fortuitously taken Su Su as a disciple, his lineage might well face extinction a century hence. Su Su couldn't help but twitch his lips at Wen Sai's comment about French funerals. This fellow was adorably foolish. Qiusheng, stifling laughter, found himself at a loss for words, instinctively maintaining a distance of a meter. Although he too was unaware of the term law burial, as discussions continued, the young laborers Mr. Ren had summoned began to dig. Noticing he was being ignored, Wen Kai poked Qiusheng. Understanding the cue, Qiusheng, equally curious about the meaning of law burial, asked, "Master, what exactly is a law burial?" Uncle Gio, weary of conversation, glanced towards Su Su for support. Su Su deeply empathized with the frustrations of his master, the 9th uncle. As the chief disciple, it was his duty to alleviate his master's worries. He continued, "Junior brother, the so-called law burial actually refers to vertical interment. Lord Ren, am I correct?" Lord Ren took a puff from his pipe and nodded. Indeed, a geomancer once mentioned that if ancestors are buried upright, their descendants will surely thrive. Su Su smiled fondly. "And what do you think, Lord Ren, is it effective?" Su Su deliberately posed the question, fully aware of the true implications behind the law burial. Lord Ren shook his head, sighing, "Alas, it has proven ineffective. Over the past 2 decades, our family's business has been declining, and I cannot fathom why. Despite my status as the wealthiest man in Renjia Town, the struggles I endure remain known only to me. What troubled Lord Ren the most was that ever since the arrival of Ren Tingting, none of his several wives could conceive. In the end, no son had been born, and the family legacy might fall to some scoundrel. Contemplating these matters filled him with sorrow. Little did he know, the very scoundrel he contemplated was right before him, engaged in lively conversation. Lord Ren, I suspect that geomancer might harbor a grudge against your family, Susu remarked slowly. Lord Ren, bewildered, questioned a grudge? Susu was aware of the reasons, but could not divulge them directly. He needed to guide Lord Ren step by step. Did the late Master Ren have any grievances with that geomancer? Lord Ren pointed to the burial site, explaining, this land originally belonged to the geomancer. My late father discovered it was a prime site and purchased it. Susu gazed into Lord Ren's eyes, inquiring, are you certain it was merely an inducement? Or was there coercion involved? Lord Ren chuckled awkwardly, hesitating to respond. Even without Lord Ren's admission, Susu could discern the truth at this point. It must have involved both coercion and inducement, with coercion as the primary factor, he stated. Otherwise, that geomancer would never have conspired against your family. As he spoke, Susu approached the already excavated grave, examining the earth. The soil, which should have exhibited a certain hue, was instead mixed with cement. In this era of industrial underdevelopment, anything imported was often prefixed with foreign. Lord Ren listened intently, deeply impressed by Susu's insights. The Ren family, being a prominent clan in Renjia Town, had managed to acquire this auspicious land through subtle coercion and inducement, having spent very little in the process. Susu pointed at the soil tainted with cement, continuing, otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed cement to cover the entire dragonfly waterhole, completely obstructing the flow of energy above. What should be done instead? Lord Ren inquired. It should be covered with snowflakes. That truly constitutes dragonfly waterhole, Susu explained. Lord Ren, if the coffin's head does not touch the water, how can it be called dragonfly waterhole? A dragonfly cannot alight on water, and a good site has been turned into a bad one. This is the principle of extremes. Susu spoke calmly. However, that geomancer demonstrated some conscience by advising you to exhume and relocate the remains after 20 years. He has only brought misfortune upon you for half a lifetime. Your family is substantial enough to endure it. He has afflicted one generation, not the entire 18 generations of the Ren family. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lord Ren's brow furrowed, and, as he reflected, it indeed seemed to be the case. A chilling realization set in. Chapter 18. The Cawing of Crows at the Coffin. Ninth Uncle. We can see the coffin. The young men wielded their shovels, uncovering the black coffin that had been interred upright. The ninth uncle nodded, and Susu fell silent. Let's open the coffin, the ninth uncle commanded. The young men set up a wooden triangular support over the coffin, securing ropes at one end. A small pulley on the support allowed them to leverage the coffin out smoothly, placing it gently on the ground. The first step of the exhumation was successfully completed. Susu scrutinized the coffin, an ominous feeling rising within him. Even though the coffin remained unopened, he knew that the body of the late Master Ren had not decayed over the 20 years. Rather, it retained its appearance at the time of death, its flesh immortal. 20 years had passed. Even iron would rust, let alone a human body. Yet, this was indeed the case, and once the coffin was opened, it would inevitably be exposed to air, which contained human essence, leading to a transformation of the remains. Susu longed to intervene, but found himself powerless. The exhumation and verification of the remains were essential procedures. Let it be. If trouble arises, I shall lend my assistance then, he resolved. Release the ropes. Remove the nails. The ninth uncle instructed the young men, and then turned to the Ren family members, continuing, today marks the re-emergence of Lord Ren's valiant spirit. All those aged 36, 22, 35, and 48, as well as those born in the year of the rooster or the year of the ox, kindly turn away. Those who met the criteria promptly averted their gazes. After the avoidance, everyone adjusted their attire, and the coffin was opened, with the ninth uncle's command. The 4 young men surrounding the coffin pried loosed the iron nails securing the lid. Just as they were about to lift the coffin, an ominous cawing erupted from the nearby thicket. The onlookers looked up to see 7 or 8 crows, their feathers as black as night, flying forth with loud caws. The ninth uncle's brow furrowed. The appearance of crows as the coffin was about to be opened was an ill omen. Meeting Su's gaze, he noted the same concern mirrored in his disciple's eyes, astonished that such insight could not simply be learned from books but required a profound understanding. His disciple Su's talents surpassed mere genius. He was extraordinary. At this moment, however, the coffin of the late Master Run had already been unearthed. Returning it was not an option. Even aware of the ominous sign, they had to proceed. Of course, the ninth uncle was a master of profound arts, and should a transformation occur, he possessed the means to subdue the newly transformed corpse of the late Master Rin. Ninth uncle, is there an issue? Lord Rin inquired, noticing the solemn expressions on both the ninth uncle and Su, feeling a sense of unease. After all, even those unversed in Taoism understood that crows represented bad fortune. The ninth uncle waved his hand, looking at the four young men who had their hands on the coffin lid, yet showed no sign of action. Fear not. Let's open the coffin. With the ninth uncle's reassurance, the lid of the coffin slowly shifted, revealing a pungent odor that caused those near the coffin to cover their noses. Su instinctively held his breath. As the lid fully opened, a dark mist wafted out from within. Once the odor dissipated, the onlookers peered into the coffin. However, within the coffin lay not the decayed remnants of a long-dead skeleton, but a full-bodied corpse. Upon witnessing this, Uncle Joe's brow furrowed once more, his earlier suspicions confirmed. Indeed, it was as he feared. Su's expression also darkened. Even though he was aware of the reality, seeing it with his own eyes, even in broad daylight, was unsettling. A corpse that had been dead for 20 years, preserved in such pristine condition, even submerged in formalin, was inconceivable. Father, grandfather, sir, the members of the Ren family, upon seeing the face that had faded from their memories, now appeared strikingly clear, bowing down in unison, weeping and wailing. Simultaneously, they were engulfed in an overwhelming dread, their faces ashen with fear. The scene before them was akin to the bizarre tales spun by storytellers. Father, I have disturbed you. I am truly unfilial, Ren Fa exclaimed, rising from the ground, his heart racing in disbelief. It was utterly unfathomable that his father, who had died 20 years ago, still lay in such an intact state. Ren Fa felt his breath quickening, his mind blank, and he silently reproached himself. Could it be that his act of relocating the grave had angered his father? Uncle Gio, can this tomb still be used? Uncle Gio shook his head, stating that the site was no longer viable. A mere touch would not suffice. Ren Fa, in a state of agitation, implored, "What shall we do, Uncle Gio? You must assist me." After pondering for a moment, Uncle Gio looked at Ren Fa, his expression laden with concern, and gravely suggested, "If possible, I recommend cremation on site." Ren Fa vigorously shook his head. "No, that is not an option. My father feared fire in life. I cannot proceed with this." The disturbance had already roused his father's spirit. To cremate him would be the height of unfiliality. "Sir Ren, not cremating could lead to trouble," Uncle Gio cautioned gravely. "Anything is acceptable, but cremation is off the table, Uncle Gio. Please, help me find another way." "I will pay any price," Ren Fa insisted resolutely. Uncle Gio considered for a moment before conceding. "In that case, why not temporarily place old Master Ren in the mortuary? Tomorrow, Su and I will assist in locating a suitable resting place for him." Ren Fa nodded, casting one last glance at old Master Run in the coffin. He sighed, "Uncle Gio, I am in your debt." His nephew away waved his hand and shouted, "Close the coffin and take it to the mortuary. Let us go." The coffin was sealed once more, and 8 strong men lifted the heavy casket to depart. Once the Ren family had moved away, Uncle Gio turned to Su and the others, instructing, "You 3, set up a plum blossom incense array around the grave. Report back on its condition. Also, do not forget to pay respects at each nearby grave." Su supervised these 2 slackers. Ensure they do not shirk their duties. Susa nodded, "Rest assured, Master. I will handle this. You should return to the mortuary with Sir Run." Uncle Gio departed. "Xiao Sheng, Wen Kai, you heard what Master said. No slacking off, understood?" Su clapped both of their shoulders before lighting a handful of incense and making his way towards the surrounding graves. The transformation of old Master Ren's corpse was unavoidable. With that in mind, Su resolved to first find Dong Xiaoyu's grave to complete his task before considering other matters. Chapter 19. Encountering spirits in broad daylight, For Su Su, no matter how grand, nothing surpassed the importance of checking in. Signing in was the path to strength. The land behind the mountain had excellent feng shui. Even though Old Master Rin occupied the prime location, the surrounding area remained quite favorable for ordinary families. This led to a plethora of graves nearby, some marked only by simple mounds, some with jars of ashes, and others with stones overgrown with weeds. Finally, Su Su discovered a relatively new tombstone, inscribed with the grave of beloved daughter Dong Xiaoyu, who had perished at the tender age of 20. A black and white photograph of a beautiful girl adorned the stone. Su Su lamented, "What a loss! Such a lovely young woman, gone too soon." If memory served, Dong Xiaoyu had perished in a fire. Alas, be cautious with fire in such dry conditions, Su Su mused, shaking his head as he placed 3 incense sticks before the tombstone, quietly observing, refusing to move. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering the sign-in coordinates. Within a 1-meter radius of Dong Xiaoyu's grave. Sign-in time limit, 3 minutes. If the duration is less than 3 minutes, the task will be deemed a failure. Ding! Sign-in countdown, 2 minutes 59 seconds, 2 minutes 58 seconds. Su Su fixed his gaze upon Dong Xiaoyu's tombstone, awaiting the end of the sign-in period. As a minute ticked by, he scratched his head, perplexed. In the original story, Qiu Sheng had offered incense to Dong Xiaoyu, and she had thanked him in return. Why was there no response from her now? Just as Su Su pondered this, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai finished setting up the incense array around the Dragonfly Water Cave and approached him curiously. "Senior brother, why are you just standing here?" They then glanced at the photograph of Dong Xiaoyu on the tombstone. Qiu Sheng's eyes lit up, and he sighed, "Wow, she is quite beautiful. Dong Xiaoyu. What a lovely name. Such a shame she died at only 20. Wen Kai chimed in, "Indeed, such a lovely girl gone too soon." Su Su shot a glare at the two, exclaiming, "Enough with the chatter. Are you trying to slack off? Should I report this to Master? Hurry up. There's still many graves that need incense." "Oh, understood, senior brother." Qiusheng lowered his head and followed Wen Kai to another grave. Su Su stared at Dong Xiaoyu's photograph, and suddenly, it seemed as if she winked at him. In an instant, he felt a chill run down his spine. Though Su Su practiced the arts of Mao Shan, one's first encounter with a ghost is never met with the calmness of a seasoned veteran. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again, but the photograph remained unchanged. "Miss Dong, did you just wink at me?" "Je suis tentatively incroyable." Even if Dong Xiaoyu were truly a ghost, appearing in broad daylight was exceedingly peculiar. "Thank you, young master," a soft female voice echoed in Su Su's ears. He shivered, glancing around to confirm he was alone, then turned back to the tombstone. If he was not mistaken, the voice belonged to Dong Xiaoyu. "Miss Dong, are you speaking to me?" "Je suis question." His palms charged with energy, vigilantly observing the photograph, prepared to retaliate should she dare to frighten him again. He found himself immensely impressed by Ning Kai-Chin. The man was truly remarkable. However, no further response came. 1 minute 19 seconds, 1 minute 18 seconds. Time was swiftly passing, and he needed to remain vigilant. "Senior brother, who are you talking to?" Qiu Sheng turned his head, casting a curious glance at Su Su. Wen Kai's eyes were likewise filled with intrigue. For aside from the 3 of them, no one else was present in this desolate place. Su Su pointed towards Dong Xiaoyu's gravestone, holding the palm thunder in his hand. With Dong Xiaoyu silent, his courage swelled. After all, it was broad daylight, the yang energy was vigorous, and he couldn't believe a ghost would dare to manifest itself in such light. Su Su jestingly remarked, "She was just calling your names. Didn't you hear?" "She?" Qiu Sheng's lips twitched, and the hairs on his neck stood on end. "Master brother, you're joking, right?" He continued, "I feel this place is eerie. Please don't frighten me. I have a timid disposition." Wen Kai suddenly recalled the uncorrupted corpse of old Master Ren, which had remained intact for 20 years. The malevolence of this place sent a shiver down his spine. "What? You didn't hear it?" Su Su made a peculiar face. "Master brother, she really called our names?" Qiu Sheng's complexion turned ashen. Seeing Su Su's serious and strange expression, he believed it was true. Indeed, upon Su Su's confirmation, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai exchanged glances, feeling their calves twitching, fear enveloping them. They were accustomed to the corpses in the mortuary. For as long as they didn't transform, they posed no threat. However, encountering a ghost was a first for them after following Jiu for so many years. How could they not be afraid? "Master brother, perhaps we should leave." There's a ghost here. When Kai stuttered, glancing at the surrounding graves, feeling as though each mound was a ghost, closing in on them. Susu too wished to depart. However, the countdown for signing in had yet to conclude. With me here, what is there to fear? Go check how the plum incense array has burned. Susu refrained from further frightening them, for the last thing he wanted was to cause an accident. Oh, the two of them seemed to find their courage, nodding repeatedly as they hurried towards the spot where the incense was placed. When Kai crouched down, pulling the incense from the ground, and his once innocent face turned to one of sheer terror. 3 sticks, 2 short and 1 long. What could this possibly signify? When Kai yanked Qiusheng over, exclaiming, "Qiusheng, look!" Qiusheng's face paled instantaneously. How did it burn like this? Quickly, show it to Master Brother. The two, faces ashen, rushed to Su, clearly frightened. At that moment, the long-awaited countdown for signing in finally reached 0. The notification sound from the divine sign-in system echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in before Dong Xiaoyu's gravestone. You have exceeded the sign-in time limit by 3 minutes and successfully completed the task. Ding! Reward, 300 sign-in points. Ding! New sign-in coordinates detected. Proceed to the abandoned Dong family mansion in Renjia Town for sign-in. Sign-in time limit, 30 minutes. If the stay is less than 30 minutes, the task will be deemed a failure. The previous sign-in task is complete. 300 sign-in points have been credited. The new sign-in coordinates have refreshed. Chapter 20. This may lead to a corpse transformation. Refreshing character attribute panel. Name, Su age, 21 cultivation, Qi refining, early stage, spells, Palm Thunder, mysterious grade. Summoning spirit technique, yellow grade. Divine Eye, mysterious grade. Cultivation method, immaculate energy scripture, heavenly grade. Young boy skill, mysterious grade. Equipment, none elixirs, none sign-in points. 1500 lottery wheel level. Beginner, single draw costs 100 sign-in points. Su gazed longingly at the 1500 sign-in points. Realizing he needed 8,500 more to upgrade the lottery wheel, a daunting task ahead. Fortunately, the new sign-in task at the abandoned Dong family mansion allowed for half an hour, meaning upon completion, he could earn 3,000 sign-in points. Undoubtedly, this glimmered hope for Su. Master Brother, look at this incense. Qiusheng called out in urgent tones. Su refocused, accepting the incense, and unsurprisingly, it bore the same form, 2 short and 1 long, unchanged from the original text. Su furrowed his brow, stating, "Let us return to the mortuary immediately and show this to Master. We need to see how he handles it." Thus, the 3 descended the mountain together. Master Brother, why were you dazed by Dong Xiaoyu's gravestone for so long? When Kai inquired, his curiosity piqued. He harbored an unspoken question, wondering if Su had been possessed by a ghost. Qiusheng also looked on with intrigue, for Su's earlier behavior had been rather peculiar. Su calmly regarded the two, discerning their thoughts. Naturally, he could not divulge the truth and casually replied, "Your Master Brother, which is me, possesses the Palm Thunder. Thunder is the embodiment of ultimate yang, capable of subduing all manner of demons and spirits. What do you think?" He added, "You 2 rascals should be cautious. That girl called you names. Be wary of her seeking you out for warmth at night." Both shuddered in unison. The bashful Wen Kai scratched his head, embarrassment washing over him as he remarked, "Master Brother, I too noticed that girl. She is quite beautiful. If she truly came looking for me to share warmth." He trailed off, too bashful to continue, though the implication was clear. Qiusheng slapped Wen Kai on the forehead, exasperated. "Wen Kai, with your looks, if she isn't blind, she would surely come looking for me. You are thinking too highly of yourself. Qiusheng, you are the one overthinking. Despite my plainness, I am gentle in demeanor and safe in appearance. Unlike you, who frequents the brothels every few days." "You," Wen Kai retorted. "Master Brother has already proven my innocence. Don't speak nonsense. I never claimed you were not innocent. I merely pointed out your frequent visits to the Yihong courtyard. Did I speak incorrectly?" Qiusheng found himself at a loss for words, suddenly realizing Wen Kai was not as foolish as he had thought. Suchisigid in exasperation. The two were at it again, as expected of foolish youths to find joy in banter. Moreover, when it came to seeking warmth, neither seemed to mind whether Dong Xiaoyu was a ghost. Susa contemplated whether, while admiring Ning Kai-chun, he should also commend his 2 disciples. Additionally, Susu pondered a question, due to the sign-in, What should have been Qiu Sheng offering incense to Dong Xiaoyu had shifted to him. Would Dong Xiaoyu seek him out next? Or would she follow the original narrative and approach Qiu Sheng instead? As for the enchanting ghost, Su Su held little interest. After all, Dong Xiaoyu had perished in a fire, leaving half her face scarred. While her magic might conceal it temporarily, in her true form, she would indeed appear terrifying. In comparison, Su Su's resolve strengthened. Sleeping with Rin Tingting would be a safer choice. Hey, you two, quiet down. We're nearing the mortuary. If Master hears you arguing over who gets to warm a female ghost, do you think he might beat you both senseless? Su Su admonished, exuding a hint of authority. The presence of Master Brother's gravitas silenced the two, though their glances continued to spark with mischief. Su Su could only shake his head in resignation. After a while, they returned to the ancestral hall. Master, we are back, shouted Qiu Sheng, while Wen Kai exclaimed, Master, the fragrance of plum blossoms. As he spoke, he handed over the incense. Jiu Shu took the incense, raised it high, his expression grave, and pondered, the greatest fear of a person is an untimely demise. An incense most abhors an uneven burn, yet it is burned in such a manner. The appearance of this incense in the household surely indicates a death. Master, could it be at Lord Ren's house? Wen Kai inquired cautiously. Jiu Shu shot an irritated glance at Wen Kai, retorting, Nonsense, could it be our ancestral hall? At that moment, Qiu Sheng tugged at Su Su's sleeve. Senior brother, do you think Miss Ren will be in danger? 3 days prior, Qiu Sheng had witnessed the unusual glances exchanged between Ren Tingting and Su Su. Though he was innocent, he was not oblivious. Moreover, Su Su and Ren Tingting made a striking pair, and if they were together, she would no longer be his sister-in-law. Wen Kai, who was somewhat slow to react, chuckled foolishly. Master is right. If nothing happens at our ancestral hall, why worry? Qiu Sheng, you are being overly concerned. Miss Ren's death, senior brother. As he uttered this last line, Wen Kai realized the gravity of the situation and looked at Su Su, senior brother. What if something happens to Miss Ren? Su Su glanced at the two and shook his head, affirmatively stating, Miss Ren will be fine. He had solid grounds for this assertion. After all, in the original story, Ren Tingting remained unharmed, while it was Ren Fa, Lord Ren, who met his demise. Naturally, Su Su intended to pursue Ren Tingting, and he would not allow tragedy to strike again. He was determined to save his future father-in-law. Then, Su Su approached Jiu Shu and continued, Master, if I am not mistaken, you have already devised a strategy? Jiu Shu nodded. Indeed, I have a plan. Otherwise, I would not have allowed them to bring the coffin back to the ancestral hall. Is there a problem with the coffin? Wen Kai asked, puzzled. Jiu Shu was once again taken aback by Wen Kai's lack of understanding. Su Su interjected, Wen Kai, the coffin itself is not the issue. It is the corpse within that poses a problem. Wen Kai suddenly understood, I also sensed something was amiss. Indeed, after 20 years, the body should not remain intact. Qiu Sheng remarked. Jiu Shu nodded. Finally, you two have begun to think critically. Go, open the coffin. Yes, master. The two joined forces, and with a creak, the heavy coffin lid was pushed open slightly. Peering inside, they shouted, Master, senior brother, the body of old Master Ren has swollen. Su Su and Jiu Shu exchanged glances and quickly leaned in to investigate. Indeed, the once desiccated corpse had now expanded as if it had been soaked in water, albeit still appearing wrinkled. Furthermore, the hands resting on the abdomen had grown long, dark nails. Jiu Shu shouted, Quick, cover it up. Oh, Su Su frowned, saying, Master, this could lead to a corpse transformation. Indeed, it is a transformation. Jiu Shu affirmed solemnly. Qiu Sheng, Wen Kai, prepare the brush, ink, paper, inkstone, knife, and sword. What? Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai asked in unison, clearly confused. After all these years of following Jiu Shu, they still could not grasp the situation. Jiu Shu, exasperated, replied, Have your senior brother explain it to you. Su Su smiled faintly, his earlier tension eased by the antics of the two. Master means we need a brush, black ink, yellow paper, a vegetable knife, and a wooden sword. Additionally, bring a large rooster. Upon hearing this, they finally understood. Wen Kai scratched his head, Oh, those items. Master, if you had explained it as clearly as senior brother, we would have understood. Qiu Sheng nodded in agreement, showing his full support. Jiu Shu shot them a glare, wishing he could simply swat them both. Sensing Jiu Shu's rising anger, the two hurriedly dashed outside. Su Su, will you perform the ritual later? Susu was taken aback. Jiu had great faith in him. He clasped his fists, saying, "I will obey your command, master." Jiu sighed deeply. Your two junior brothers are well-meaning, but somewhat slow and lazy. In the future, I will entrust many matters to you. As the elder brother, set an example for them, so they may understand my intentions and learn something. Master's intentions are good. Qiusheng and Wenkai will surely understand, Susu said. Though even he struggled to believe it. Given their sluggishness, it would indeed be remarkable if they grasped the situation. He considered it a consolation for Jiu. While the master and disciple conversed, Qiusheng and Wenkai had already gathered the necessary items. Wenkai held a large rooster, grinning, "Hee, more chicken to eat." Indeed, his priorities were utterly misaligned with those of Jiu and Susu. It was absurd that he was thinking about food, while Qiusheng could not hold back, retorting, "Wenkai, all you think about is eating. So what? If it's stewed, will you not eat?" Wenkai replied nonchalantly, "Eating chicken twice in a week is pure bliss." Enough chatter. Your senior brother will now begin the ritual, so pay close attention. Jiu interrupted their conversation. Oh, the two finally quieted down. Susu took the rooster from Wenkai, twisted its neck with one hand, and swiftly cut across with a knife. The rooster struggled, its bright red blood dripping into a bowl. The rooster, a symbol of vitality and strength, held within its blood the essence of its vigor. Coupled with the secret arts of Maoshan, it was essential for exorcising malevolent spirits, alongside black dog blood and the urine of a young boy, forming a triumvirate of powerful exorcistic elements. It was a pity for the rooster and the black dog. When demons appeared, their lives were forfeit. In truth, Susu harbored another thought. Perhaps the original intention of the Maoshan Taoists was simply a fondness for chicken and dog meat, thus justifying their consumption under the guise of ritual. After setting down the rooster, Susu formed a hand seal, suddenly stabbing a grain of glutinous rice with his fingertip and waving it over the candle flame, igniting it. As he recited incantations, the Maoshan spell flowed from his lips, and he hurled the grain into the bowl of chicken blood, causing it to ignite in flames. Next, he poured the prepared black ink into the mixture, stirring it until well blended. The Maoshan talisman, an octagonal mirror, was placed atop, completing the ritual. After a moment, Susu lifted it, maneuvering the octagonal mirror to reveal a narrow gap, allowing the mixed black ink and chicken blood to drip into the ink pot. A surging aura of vitality and strength emanated forth. "Senior brother, what is this?" Wenkai asked, astonished, pointing at the ink pot. Without waiting for Su to respond, Qiusheng interjected, casting a disdainful glance at Wenkai. "How foolish. You don't even know what a chalk line is. The master carpenter in town uses it to ensure everything is perfectly aligned." Susa nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is a chalk line." "Then, where do we snap this chalk line, master brother?" Qiusheng inquired. Susu chuckled, pointing at the coffin. "Naturally, it should be snapped on the coffin itself. The entire coffin must be marked with care. Do not overlook any area." He handed the chalk line to Qiusheng. Wenkai looked at the chalk line, scratching his head, and asked, "Master brother, can this really prevent old Master Ren from turning into a corpse?" Uncle Jiu shook his head, casting a frustrated glare at Wenkai and Qiusheng. "You both read the same books and learned the same things as your master brother. Yet why do you remain so ignorant? The essence of pure chicken blood, when combined with the incantations of the Maoshan school, bestows it with mystical power. While it cannot prevent old Master Ren from transforming into a corpse, if he does turn, it can confine him within the coffin, thus preventing any chaos he might cause. Do you understand?" Before they could respond, Uncle Jiu continued, "After this, whatever books your master brother has read, you must review them at least a few more times and memorize them. If anyone fails to do so, just wait and see how I will deal with you." Instantly, the two of them wore expressions of despair. Studying felt like a death sentence to them. "What, are you not pleased?" Uncle Jiu glared at the two, who looked as if they had swallowed a fly, and angrily exclaimed, "What sin have I committed to deserve you two as disciples?" Qiusheng and Wenkai lowered their heads, pondering that this was indeed how it had been before. Uncle Jiu's demeanor seemed off. Could he be unwell? However, neither dared to voice their thoughts, knowing Uncle Jiu was in a foul mood and fearing retribution. Susu felt a twinge of sadness for Uncle Jiu, for these two were not just his disciples, but also his junior brothers. What a burden it was. "Master, please do not be angry. Just leave them to me," Susu offered in consolation. Uncle Jiu glared at them with a cold huff If only you two had even half of your master brother's diligence. No, even just a tenth would suffice. With that, Uncle Gio stormed out of the mortuary, choosing to ignore the situation. Dai Shirgu, the two truly sensed Uncle Gio's anger, feeling a pang of guilt as they glanced at Su Su, who had only recently joined their ranks, suddenly realizing their own inadequacies. Susa looked at them, opting for silence, and gestured towards the coffin, indicating it was time to get to work. Chapter 22. The zombie takes a breath. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai each took an end of the chalk line and began marking the coffin. Su Su stood by, observing without intervening. As the master brother, he naturally enjoyed certain privileges. In no time, they had marked all visible surfaces with the chalk line. However, Su Su was not satisfied. Master brother, we have completed the marking, Qiu Sheng said as he put away the chalk line and approached Su Su. Yet, Su Su shook his head, furrowing his brow. You two are still so careless. Take another look and see if there are any areas you have missed. Su Su recalled how, in the original story, old Master Ren had managed to break out of the coffin after transforming. It was because Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai had only marked 5 surfaces, while the coffin, being a rectangular prism, actually had 6. This effectively left a door ajar for old Master Ren to escape and wreak havoc. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai turned around, circling the coffin several times, scratching their heads. But they could not find any omissions. Master brother, we've marked everything. There are no oversights. Their eyes were filled with confusion as they believed they had been thorough in their inspection. Shusu sighed deeply, crouching down to point at the base of the coffin resting on 2 stools. Look there. They were not truly foolish. Upon Su Su's indication, realization dawned on them. Master brother, you are truly brilliant. How we missed that? Su Su chuckled. Otherwise, how could I be your master brother? Hurry up. Time is of the essence. The two picked up the chalk line again and marked the bottom of the coffin. After checking once more, they declared, Master brother, it should be fine now. Susa nodded. No issues now. At that moment, Uncle Gio entered, surveyed the coffin now marked with the chalk line, and lit a stick of incense. Placing it on the offering table, he began to chant, distinguish between the good and the wicked among the living, and classify the corpses into zombies and dead bodies. When Kai's old habit resurfaced, and he interjected, Master, you are mistaken. People are not only divided into good and bad, but also into men and women. Susa, not in the mood for pleasantries, gave Wen Kai a light rap on the forehead. When a master is speaking, why do you interrupt? Do you wish to be reprimanded? Wen Kai rubbed his head. Master brother, that hurts. Susu shot him a glare, exasperated by his penchant for provoking trouble. Qiusheng stifled a laugh. But upon noticing Susu's glare, he quickly suppressed it. Old Master Ren's corpse is about to transform into a zombie, and you still find time for jokes? Be careful it doesn't jump out of the coffin at midnight to bite you. Susu feigned a warning. However, his words evidently failed to frighten the 2 carefree fellows. They feared ghosts but were not overly concerned about tangible corpses. As for zombies, they had already dealt with 9, 5 of which Susu had vanquished himself. Fear was simply not an option. Master, how does a corpse become a zombie? The curious Qiu Sheng inquired. Yes, how can a person turn into a bad person? When Kai naively chimed in, having forgotten the earlier reprimand. Susu was at a loss for words. Uncle Gio was even more speechless, feeling an urge to scold them. Had they even read the books? Nevertheless, despite his irritation, Uncle Gio explained to his 2 oblivious disciples. Regarding the relationship between people and corpses, I hope this will be the first and last time I explain it. A person turns bad because they are lacking in virtue. A dead body becomes a zombie because it retains a breath of life. A dead body can still possess a breath. Why is that? Qiusheng asked. A person, before dying, experiences anger, pent-up emotions, and frustration. After death, a breath may gather in the throat. Uncle Gio explained slowly. So even in death, one can still possess breath? Wen Kai Dima? Qiusheng nodded vigorously, deducing further. So what Master says is, a person must strive for virtue. And the most crucial thing after death is to cease breathing. If one does not stop breathing, they will become a zombie, causing harm to themselves and others. When I speak, you 2 should refrain from interrupting. Do you understand? Right now, I am very tempted to hit you. Uncle Gio, in a huff, delivered light raps on both their heads, causing them to quiet down and scratch their heads. Master, we understand. The survival instinct of these 2 is remarkably strong. as they quickly admit their mistakes only to repeat them almost instantaneously. Su silently shook his head, pondering whether he could truly guide such a disciple. It was quite a headache. If the lingering tension could not be resolved, it would fester like a corpse fungus, transforming the deceased into bloodthirsty zombies. Do you understand? After Master Joe's admonition, he cast a stern gaze at the two. Understood, Master, the two replied obediently. Seeing their proper demeanor, Master Joe felt a slight relief and stepped outside. Su furrowed his brow, examining the coffin, which was covered in ink lines from every angle. Theoretically, there should be no issues. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, his ominous premonition lingered. He couldn't shake the feeling that trouble was imminent. However, the body of old Master Ren could not simply be cremated. That posed a significant problem. Senior brother, what are you staring at? Rest assured, it's all covered with ink lines. There's no issue, Qiusheng assured, thumping his chest. Indeed, it is well covered, Susa nodded. Let us go. Pluck the feathers from the rooster we just killed. Tomorrow we feast on the rooster. Absolutely. At the mention of food, the duo's eyes sparkled, and they dashed out with excitement. Su shook his head in exasperation. Qiusheng, when Kai is already 18, yet he behaves like a child who hasn't matured. Wasn't it said that people in ancient times were more precocious? Where is that maturity in these two? Wait, that is not right. Their yearning for the opposite sex has reached the average level of modern-day single men. Qiusheng and Wenkai certainly possessed their merits. Their skill in plucking feathers was remarkably pure and adept. Su marveled at their proficiency, which seemed more suited for professional endeavors. Learning Maoshan Taoism from Master Jiao felt somewhat beneath their talents. Senior brother, these rooster feathers are truly valuable. When cleaned and sewn into cotton jackets, they provide tremendous warmth in winter, Wenkai exclaimed, clutching a handful of feathers that carried the distinct scent of chicken. Yes, make sure to collect the feathers properly. We must not waste them, Su replied, unsure what else to say. Was this the equivalent of down jackets in this era? Senior brother, Wenkai and I have plenty of rooster feather jackets already. When winter arrives, we can have Master make one for you as well, Qiusheng enthusiastically added. A warm feeling blossomed in Su's heart. In this unfamiliar environment, this strange world, having two caring disciples was indeed comforting. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Su resolved to diligently guide these two, ensuring they did not continue down a path of mediocrity. If they disobeyed, he would not hesitate to discipline them. Chapter 23. What the? The ghosts are gone. Half an hour later, Qiusheng and Wenkai had thoroughly prepared the rooster. Qiusheng lit a joss stick and headed toward the door. Qiusheng, it's quite late. Perhaps you shouldn't head out tonight. Walking alone at night invites misfortune. Wenkai called out loudly. Su, who had been engrossed in his studies, set down his book and stepped outside. He had been contemplating a new check-in location, but encountered a dilemma. The so-called Dong family's dilapidated residence was a mystery to him. Even the locals, Qiusheng and Wenkai, were unaware of its whereabouts. Thus, his only option was to accompany Qiusheng, who might lead him to some clues. As Qiusheng prepared to leave, Su's attention was piqued. Presently, it was around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, a time when people in a modern world would typically gather for evening activities. It wasn't particularly late. However, in this era, aside from a few streetlights in Ren Family Town, the roads leading to places like the funeral home were cloaked in darkness. Fortunately, the moon illuminated the path. Although Qiusheng felt a twinge of anxiety, he feigned bravery, asserting, "What's there to fear? Senior brother has walked these roads at later hours without encountering any ghosts. Besides, I'm a Maoshan Taoist who has cultivated my inner energy. Even if ghosts exist, they would be intimidated by my vitality. Moreover, my aunt asked me to help her at her shop tomorrow morning. If I leave in the morning, I want to have enough time. Qiusheng, you encountered a ghost today on the mountain in broad daylight, and you're truly unafraid?" Wenkai expressed disbelief, as he knew Qiusheng's courage was not so formidable. Qiusheng dismissed his concern with a hint of superiority, stating, "Wenkai, I was initially a bit scared, but after reflecting on it, I realized it was merely senior brother trying to frighten us. I can't believe you actually believed it. How could there be ghosts in daylight?" Wenkai opened his mouth, slowly processing the realization that indeed, ghosts feared sunlight. How could they possibly appear during the day? "What are you two discussing?" Su approached the doorway. The pair promptly fell silent. In recent days, their senior brother had increasingly adopted traits reminiscent of their master, readily delivering sharp retorts, and they understood that speaking too much could lead to trouble. "Ah, it's nothing, senior brother. Qiuxing simply intends to return to town, and I was advising him to be cautious," Wen Kai replied sheepishly. Qiuxing nodded vigorously. "Senior brother, Wen Kai, I'll take my leave now. See you at the Ren residence tomorrow afternoon." With a cheerful farewell, he mounted his bicycle and pedaled away. Susu furrowed his brow, pursuing Qiuxing. "Wen Kai, if master inquires about my whereabouts, tell him I have matters to attend to and not to worry about my safety. I will return later." Wen Kai's hand slowly fell, muttering to himself, "Senior brother is leaving too." With no other choice, he shook his head and closed the door to sleep. Susu trailed after Qiuxing, who was blissfully unaware of his follower, humming a tune as he rode along familiar paths. The road was rough, and Qiuxing's pace was leisurely, allowing Susu to keep close behind without fear of losing him. Suddenly, Susu recalled that, under normal circumstances, ghosts were invisible unless one willingly acknowledged their presence. If he sought clues about the Dong family's dilapidated house, he needed a way to see the ghosts. With a thought, he activated the mystical spell he had acquired from the divine check-in system, Eye of Insight. Instantly, his vision transformed. Although he had yet to see any ghosts, the world before him now appeared distinctly different. Certain areas with denser Yin energy manifested as deeper shadows in his perception. After 7 or 8 minutes, Susu slowed his pace as soft voices reached his ears. Her gaze like stars alight. In her sight, my heart takes flight. The bright moon spills its light as the breeze whispers through the night. For pallid little ghosts floated by, carrying a floral sedan chair, their feet barely touching the ground, bouncing joyfully along the dim forest path, exuding an air of festivity. Susu immediately halted, feeling a flutter of nervousness. It was his first encounter with ghosts, for little ghost bearers and the ghostly bride, Dong Xiaoyu, within the sedan chair. Susu prepared the palm thunder, ready to demonstrate his might should anyone dare to threaten him. From within a floral palanquin, a delicate jade arm emerged, lifting the curtain to reveal a woman clad in a crimson wedding gown. Her hair was elegantly arranged in a bun, and her face adorned with a subtle touch of makeup. One hand held an embroidered folding fan, while the other grasped a red silk ribbon, gracefully floating out of the palanquin. The female ghost seemed oblivious to Susu's presence, gliding directly towards Qiuxing, settling onto the back seat of his bicycle. Susu was left speechless. Earlier in the day on the back mountain, it was he who had offered incense and expressed gratitude, yet here she was, inexplicably choosing to accompany Qiuxing instead. In that moment, Susu felt a profound sense of disdain, as if the reality of being overshadowed by someone with a vehicle weighed heavily upon him. Was even the ghost so pragmatic? Susu's spirits dampened, though he held little interest in the ghost Dong Xiaoyu, unable to reach the heights of his brother Ning Saichen's affections. He recognized the considerable disparity between Dong Xiaoyu and Yi Shaoqian. However, being so openly dismissed was undeniably irksome. The ghost disregarded Su entirely, waving her hand at the 4 small ghosts carrying the palanquin. Though no words were spoken, the message was clear. They were to refrain from following. The 4 small ghosts vanished along with the palanquin, leaving Qiuxing blissfully unaware of the ghost now accompanying him, humming a cheerful tune as he pedaled towards the town. Susu, feeling frustrated, retracted the palm thunder and continued to trail behind. Not long after, he found humor in the situation, as Qiuxing passed beneath a low-hanging branch. He ducked in time to avoid it. However, the ghost Dong Xiaoyu, seated behind him, failed to notice. With a resounding thud, she collided with the branch and was unceremoniously ejected from the bicycle. Qiuxing remained blissfully ignorant, continuing his ride, leaving Dong Xiaoyu behind. Just as Susu contemplated confronting Dong Xiaoyu with the palm thunder to scare her into leading him to the abandoned Dong family estate for his task, Dong Xiaoyu, in a fit of frustration, struck the ground a few times and vanished in an instant. Susu was left dumbfounded. Where had the ghost gone? He searched the spot where she had disappeared, doubting the efficacy of his mystic eye, yet he could not locate her. How could she simply vanish like that? Perhaps he had not given himself enough time. His lack of experience was evident. The knowledge gleaned from books could only take one so far. Practice was the true path to progress. Shaking his head, he resumed following Qiuxing. He watched as Qiuxing entered the town and made his way into a roof shop. But Dong Xiaoyu did not reappear. Susu had no choice but to head back home, retracing his steps along the path he had come. After traversing a significant distance, he estimated that he had spent an hour on the round trip and felt fatigued. Leaning against a tree for a brief rest, he suddenly felt a chill breeze brush against his neck, causing him to shiver involuntarily. His weariness vanished, replaced by heightened vigilance. There were no signs of life or spectral presence, yet Susu was acutely aware that the chill on his neck was no mere coincidence. At that moment, a ghostly voice whispered in his ear, "My dear young sir, are you searching for a young lady?" Susu was instantly covered in goosebumps, a chill creeping into his heart. The voice was identical to that of the ghost Dong Xiaoyu he had heard earlier on the back mountain. How infuriating! She had ignored him before, only to reappear now to frighten him. Did she truly believe that Susu was easily intimidated? Focusing intently on his surroundings, he readied the palm thunder, his only formidable skill at his disposal. The supreme and vigorous thunder was his source of confidence. "Fear not, dear sir, I harbor no malice." Dong Xiaoyu's voice floated through the air, accompanied by a light, tinkling laugh. Susu furrowed his brow. "Dong Xiaoyu, is that you?" "Ah, you actually recognize me," she replied, surprise evident in her tone, yet she remained hidden from view. "Of course I know it's you. You thanked me earlier today. Are you now too afraid to show yourself? Do you fear I might devour you?" Susu retorted nonchalantly. Her laughter echoed eerily through the still forest. "Your words are quite amusing, dear sir. Are you truly not afraid of me? Why should I fear you? Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, while you, as a ghost, lack 1 soul and 1 spirit. Surely, it is you who should fear me." Susu replied boldly, "Stop hiding and come out. If you do not, I shall be on my way." "Ah, but dear sir, do you not remember? It is night, and the moon is high, the time when the Yin energy is most potent. Humans possess young bodies with 3 souls and 7 spirits, while you lack 1. Do you still think I should fear you?" Dong Xiaoyu's voice was soft, her laughter continuous, yet her words sharpened with a hint of menace. In an instant, a figure materialized before Susu, clad in red bridal attire, the embroidered fan obscuring half her face. Susu was taken aback by her sudden appearance. Caught off guard without any warning, he suppressed his initial shock. While startled, he felt no fear. Taking a deep breath, he regained his composure and met Dong Xiaoyu's gaze. A faint smile played on his lips, his palm thunder ready to unleash at any moment. "Please, dear sir, do not look at me like that. It makes me feel shy." She feigned bashfulness, lowering her face slightly, the fan hiding her features, leaving only her delicate brows visible. Susu internally scoffed. How naive. He knew all too well that in the original tale, she was the brazen ghost who had seduced Xiuxing. Who knew if she had been with other men before him? Though her intentions may have been to absorb the vital energy of robust men, it did not detract from her libertine nature. Now, feigning shyness, what was her aim? Did she expect to entice him? Susu's heart held only thoughts of the virtuous Ren family's daughter, Ting Ting. A mere wanton ghost could not hope to ascend to his level. With a dismissive wave, he grinned and said, "Whether you're afraid or not is inconsequential. What matters is, Dong Xiaoyu, why do you linger so far away? Come closer, so I may see if you resemble the beauty in the photograph I saw on the gravestone." "You are quite the rogue, dear sir. I shall come closer," Dong Xiaoyu replied, floating towards him with a coy demeanor. Susu's heart harbored a cold smirk. "Let her come, and we shall see if I can frighten her." Just as Dong Xiaoyu was about to draw near, Susu extended his right hand. Palm thunder. Crack! A blinding flash of light suddenly manifested in Susu's palm, illuminating the dark grove in an instant as an overwhelming aura of masculinity erupted forth. A piercing, elongated, and anguished scream echoed through the woods, emanating from Dong Xiaoyu, whose intent was to siphon Susu's life energy. However, she sought the gentle vitality characteristic of men, not this domineering, thunderous masculine force. Even though she was not directly struck by the palm thunder, the residual energy radiating from it, despite being a few meters away, was excruciatingly unbearable, akin to being thrown into a blazing furnace that threatened to incinerate her soul. Panic surged within Dong Xiaoyu as she cast a terrified glance at Susu's hand, which crackled with the energy of thunder and dared not approach any closer. Instead, she hastily retreated. With each step away, her discomfort lessened slightly. Her breath became erratic, and she could no longer maintain her ethereal form. The right side of her face lost its smoothness, revealing the charred visage from her fiery demise, making her appear grotesque. The once beautiful ghost bride now revealed her true, horrifying countenance under the influence of the Palm Thunder's potent energy. Susu's eyes widened in shock. The sight was terrifying, and he felt a pang of regret. Had he known the sheer power of the Palm Thunder, he would have refrained from using it. Yet he pondered, aside from the Palm Thunder, what other means did he possess? If he were to be honest, he did have one alternative, akin to the protagonist in the original story. Xiao Sheng, who would accompany Dong Xiaoyu to the dilapidated Dong family residence for a night of tumultuous events. 3 hours would suffice. But was Su that kind of person? If only Dong Xiaoyu were replaced by Yi Shaoqian, he would acquiesce without hesitation. But alas, that was not the case. Stop right there. Su ground his teeth in frustration as Dong Xiaoyu attempted to flee. Chapter 25, A Discrepancy of 1 Billion. Su's bellow startled Dong Xiaoyu, and he felt no shame. After all, who would dare provoke someone wielding an energy that could conjure thunder? Now, fear gripped Dong Xiaoyu's heart, and her sole desire was to escape. She cursed her misfortune. Had she known she would encounter such a tempest, she would have opted for a peaceful night's sleep at home, instead of finding herself in this disheveled state. The thunder's overwhelming force seared her ghostly form, rendering her usual spells uncontrollable. She had intended to utilize a spell to vanish, but to her dismay, it was ineffective. Su, with his palm crackling with thunder, pursued her relentlessly. Here was a ghost, reduced to fleeing on foot like an ordinary person. How utterly vexing. Fortunately, her spectral form was inherently light, and her familiarity with the grove allowed her to run swiftly. Su chased after her, calling out, "Stop, Dong Xiaoyu. I have something to say. I won't harm you, just halt." He gasped, "Wait, I'm exhausted." Su ran and ran, the ground uneven and unfamiliar, and he struggled to keep pace, panting as he watched Dong Xiaoyu distance herself further. No matter how loudly he called, she ignored him, seemingly enjoying her escape. This was exceedingly frustrating. Exasperated, Su collapsed on the ground, picking up a stone and hurling it in the direction where Dong Xiaoyu had vanished. Damn it, all that effort was for naught. He realized that finding the Dong family's dilapidated residence would require more time and opportunity. Su gritted his teeth in irritation, but what could he do? The ghost had disappeared into the inky darkness, leaving him with no means to pursue her. Su, a child who enjoyed reflection, quickly identified the root of his predicament during his brief respite. The Palm Thunder was formidable, but against a spirit like Dong Xiaoyu, it had reached a lethal threshold. Once unleashed, it either eliminated the opponent or resulted in the present frustrating situation. Su lacked the gentle methods to subdue spirits. Techniques such as the corpse-binding talisman could immobilize a ghost, allowing him to dictate the next course of action. Yet, dwelling on these matters was futile. He resolved to return to the mortuary and rest. Brushing the dirt from his clothes, Su stood and oriented himself towards the moon, setting off in the direction of the mortuary. Along the way, he began to reflect on his circumstances, feeling stifled by the loss of a spirit that had almost been within his grasp. System, I wish to draw a lottery, just once. He lamented the depletion of his points, yet he pressed on. Ding! Consuming 100 sign-in points, drawing lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn. Thank you for your patronage. Damn it. Su's lips twitched. He was convinced the system was deliberately thwarting him. The last time he drew this absurd item, it could not have been mere coincidence. System, you're cheating. I shall file a complaint. Ding. If the host has any complaints or suggestions, please keep them to yourself. The system lacked any shame. Su realized that arguing with the system was pointless and decided to endure it. System, continue the lottery, once more. Ding. Consuming 100 sign-in points, drawing lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the yellow level spell, Beginner Yin Binding Spell. This spell can temporarily immobilize ghostly entities of soldier level strength and is upgradable. Su's spirits lifted. Just as he had cursed the system, it had provided him with a spell he desperately needed. All right, I forgive you, system. His mood brightened. System, how can I upgrade the Beginner Yin Binding Spell? Ding. Consuming 1,000 sign-in points is required to upgrade to Intermediate Yin Binding Spell. Shusufhoned. 1,000 sign-in points was exorbitant. After spending 200 points on the lottery, he was left with 1,300 points. If he upgraded, he would only have 300 points remaining. System, what level of Yin entity does Dong Xiaoyu belong to? Ding. This inquiry costs 100 sign-in points. Does the host wish to proceed? Seriously, this costs money? I could draw another lottery with those points. Susu suddenly realized how exploitative the system was and rescinded his earlier forgiveness. However, considering that completing the sign-in task at the Dong family residence would yield 3,000 sign-in points, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. System, tell me. Ding. Consuming 100 sign-in points. Ding. Dong Xiaoyu is classified as a ghost general level entity. The upgraded, intermediate Yin binding spell can temporarily bind ghost king level entities. A ghost general. Susu marveled in disbelief. Dong Xiaoyu possessed the strength of a ghost general. Although he was unaware of how the strength levels of such entities were classified, a ghost general should not be weak. Yet, Susu found himself puzzled. According to the system's character attributes, he was only at the early stage of Qi refinement. Yet he had managed to drive away a ghost general. This was indeed perplexing. In truth, Susu's own strength was not particularly formidable. But his palm thunder was not the same as the Maoshan techniques believed by Uncle Gio and the Four-Eyed Taoist. It was a spell produced by the system, an absolute masterpiece. Even as a mere profound-level spell, it far surpassed the Maoshan palm thunder in terms of potency. This was the crux of the matter. No longer dwelling on his earlier frustrations, Susu decided to spend the 100 sign-in points on his inquiry and begrudgingly invest the 1,000 sign-in points to upgrade the spell. Otherwise, if he encountered Dong Xiaoyu again, he would be left empty-handed. Moreover, the binding curse is capable of restraining not only ghosts but also other ethereal entities such as zombies and demons, provided their strength does not exceed the limitations imposed by the curse. System, upgrade beginner binding curse. Ding. Consumed 1,000 sign-in points. Spell is upgrading. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the profound spell, intermediate binding curse, capable of temporarily restraining entities of Ghost King caliber. Susu gazed longingly at the dwindling 200 sign-in points. Taking a deep breath. Given the circumstances, I must persevere, sign in more frequently, and earn them back. Refreshing character attribute panel. Name, Susu. Age, 21. Cultivation, Qi refinement, early stage. Spells, Palm Thunder, profound. Summoning ritual, yellow. Eye of Insight, profound. Intermediate binding curse, profound. Techniques, pure Qi scripture, heavenly. Child skill, profound. Equipment, none elixirs, none sign-in points. 200 lottery wheel level. Beginner, single draw consumes 100 sign-in points. Finally, Susu's gaze settled on the cultivation section of the character panel, inquiring. System, how can I enhance my cultivation? This question had long lingered in Susu's mind. He merely forgot to ask earlier, and today seemed the perfect opportunity to understand. Ding. During the Qi refinement phase, every 5,000 sign-in points consumed can elevate one minor stage. For instance, upgrading from early to mid-Qi refinement requires 5,000 sign-in points. Transitioning from mid to great perfection also necessitates 5,000 sign-in points, while advancing to the foundation establishment phase demands 10,000 sign-in points. Susu gasped, his thoughts echoing two words: exorbitant. At this rate, he felt he was a billion sign-in points away from being exceptionally powerful. How many sign-ins would it take to achieve that? Chapter 26. Uncle Gio's Hope in the Mortuary. Uncle Gio and Wen Kai had already retired for the night. In the mortuary room, Wen Kai lay on a bamboo bed, snoring peacefully. Creak. An almost imperceptible sound emerged. A peculiar gap slowly opened between the bottom and side panels of Ren Lao Tai's coffin. A skeletal hand, adorned with black nails, reached out from within. However, just as the bony fingers extended to grasp the coffin's edge, the coffin emitted a grid of golden light, radiating a potent and vigorous energy. Upon contact, the skeletal fingers immediately recoiled, leaving behind a burn mark. Ren Lao Tai, having undergone a corpse transformation, was momentarily subdued. Subsequently, the coffin returned to its normal state. At the same time, Uncle Gio, who had just fallen asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. As a practitioner of the Maoshan school, his alertness was heightened. Moreover, with Ren Lao Tai's corpse potentially undergoing transformation in the mortuary, Uncle Gio found it hard to rest. The emergence of yang energy alerted him immediately. Though much weaker than the palm thunder Su had conjured earlier, Uncle Gio had been attentive, making his swift detection unsurprising. Grabbing the Taoist robe resting beside him, he furrowed his brow and donned it, as he approached the mortuary. Holding a candle, Uncle Gio inspected Run Laotai's coffin, circling it twice, but found nothing amiss. Casting a glance at the soundly sleeping Wenkai, who resembled a dead pig in slumber, he shook his head in exasperation, covering Wenkai with a blanket, wondering if perhaps he had misinterpreted his senses. Adhering to a cautious principle, Uncle Gio conducted another thorough inspection of the coffin, confirming its safety before returning to his quarters for more sleep. However, what Uncle Gio failed to notice was that the grid-like ink lines between the coffin's bottom and side panels were incomplete. They were hastily patched by the careless duo, Xiaoxing and Wenkai, after Su Su's suggestion. While this provided some effect, it was inherently flawed. Su Su, too, was unaware of this issue, which was the root of his foreboding, though he remained oblivious. After half an hour, Su Su finally returned to the entrance of the mortuary, feeling utterly exhausted. Observing that the lights inside had dimmed, he leaped inside, careful not to disturb Uncle Gio and Wenkai for entry. Upon returning to his room, he collapsed into slumber. The following morning, Su Su awoke, invigorated. He now realized that even a mere hour or two of rest could sustain him throughout the day, provided he refrained from casting spells, as they drained considerable mental and physical energy. After breakfast, he spent the morning reading in the mortuary, seeking Uncle Gio's insights on matters not covered in books, until the sun reached its zenith. For lunch, they feasted on the magnificent rooster they had slain the previous evening. Only Uncle Gio, Wenkai, and Su Su partook, thoroughly enjoying the meal. After tidying up, they prepared to visit the Run residence. Uncle Gio set down his bowl, rubbing his belly, remarking that fewer people meant a more satisfying meal. Unlike the days prior, when a single rooster had proven insufficient, Wenkai let out a hearty belch, thoroughly content, and grinned. "Big brother, once we reach the Rin residence, you will see Miss Rin again? Hee. Upon hearing Wensai's comment, Uncle Gio cast Su Su a peculiar glance, as the implications of the statement were quite significant. After scrutinizing Su Su, he questioned in a curious tone, "Su Su, what is your relationship with Miss Rin?" Su Su shot a glare at Wenkai, the blabbermouth. They hadn't even begun to develop anything, and here he was exposing it. If it turned out he had no romantic entanglement with Rin Tingting and Uncle Gio found out, it would be terribly embarrassing. After all, Su Su's image in Uncle Gio's eyes was that of an elite, talented individual. "Su Su, my disciple, have you taken a liking to the young lady of the Rin family?" Seeing Su Su silent, Uncle Gio assumed he was merely bashful and continued. However, Wenkai interjected, "Master, you are mistaken. It is not Big Brother who has eyes for Miss Rin. Both Xiaoxing and I believe it is Miss Rin who is smitten with Big Brother." Uncle Gio's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? Master, why would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, just ask Big Brother. They have already exchanged glances." Wensai's tone brimmed with pride, as if Miss Rin had set her sights on him. Of course, Wenkai did not regard Su Su as an outsider. He was immensely proud of Big Brother's prowess, admiring him as an idol. If Big Brother could attract beautiful women, surely he too would have his day. This was the power of a role model. Goodness, the absurdity escalated. Exchanging glances? How was it that the protagonist remained unaware? Nevertheless, Wensai's words brought a sense of warmth to Su Su's heart. Catching Uncle Gio's gaze, Su Su cleared his throat and stated, "Master, it's not as grand as Wenkai suggests. My relationship with Miss Rin is merely, well, Before Su Su could finish, Uncle Gio beamed with a look of approval, saying, "Indeed, the Rin family's daughter possesses both beauty and a respectable lineage. She would be a fitting match for my disciple. Su Su, my disciple, strive diligently. Aim to bring Rin Tingting home soon. As for my child's skill, it can be set aside. I shall procure a more advanced internal technique for you later." The reaction of Master Gio left Su Su utterly unprepared. The illustrious Master Gio, a veritable eternal bachelor, possessed such an open-minded perspective? Or perhaps he had resigned himself to a lifetime of solitude and placed his hopes on his disciples. However, both Xiaoxing and Wenkai had already led Master Gio to despair. Given their current performance, it would take a blind maiden to consider marrying either of them. Thus, Su Su became the beacon of hope in Master Gio's heart, imbued with high expectations. Yet, Master Gio's words caught Su Su off guard. What did he mean by the Rin family's wealth being acceptable? They were the daughters of Tycoon, after all. Furthermore, with the elder Run having no sons and marrying Run Tingting, It essentially meant inheriting the vast fortune of the Ren family, the wealthiest in Renjia Town. In contrast, Master Jiao merely presided over a funeral home, dealing with the deceased day in and day out. Susu bore no disdain for this profession. Yet when compared to the Ren family, the disparity was stark. Well, Master, it's getting late. We should be on our way, Susu said awkwardly. Master Jiao, with a knowing smile, replied, Indeed, the hour is late. It's time to depart. You're just so eager to see Ren Tingting, aren't you? Youth is truly wonderful. Susu felt as if he were melting into the ground. Could Master Jiao's imagination be any more vivid? Chapter 27. Classmate Away is quite arrogant, having tidied up the dining table. Susu felt it inappropriate for Master Jiao, a revered mentor, and himself the distinguished senior disciple, to engage in such menial labor as washing dishes. Thus, the task was left to Wentai. Once everything was in order, the three of them strolled towards the town. By the time they reached the Ren family estate, it was already past noon, around 4 or 5 o'clock. At the entrance of the Ren residence, Qiuxing was already waiting. Master, senior brother, Wentai, he called out, following them as they entered the grand gates of the Ren family. This was Susu's first visit to the Ren estate, and as he cast his eyes over the sprawling grounds, he was taken aback by their grandeur. Truly, the Ren family was the wealthiest in the town. Even after 2 decades of decline, it astonished someone as worldly as Susu. If one were to compare it to a funeral home, it would be akin to the disparity between a Middle Eastern billionaire and an Indian slum. Susu pondered, would this all become his inheritance someday? Quite impressive indeed. Sir, Master Jiao and his disciples have arrived, announced a butler as he entered the lavishly decorated living room where old Master Ren was sipping tea to pass the time. Setting down his cup, old Master Ren stood to greet Master Jiao and the others with a smile. Master Jiao, you've come. How goes the matter concerning my late father's coffin? Master Jiao clasped his hands in greeting. At last, I have fulfilled my promise. I have found a suitable location. A flicker of joy crossed old Master Ren's eyes as he said, Then let us discuss this further in my study. Ting away. Please attend to Susu and his brothers with some tea. As he spoke, old Master Ren's gaze lingered on Susu, filled with profound significance. Since a few days prior, he had noticed a change in his daughter's demeanor. She seemed happier than usual and sometimes appeared lost in thought. When he inquired, she would respond with a shy expression. As a seasoned father, he understood well what this meant. It was likely that she had developed feelings for someone. His greatest regret in life was not having a son, and all his hopes rested on Ren Tingting. If she could find a good man, it would alleviate his deepest sorrow. Susu seemed quite suitable. Having studied abroad, he shared common interests with his daughter. Moreover, as Master Jiao's prized disciple, he found himself generally favorable in old Master Ren's eyes. Though he regarded Susu as somewhat impoverished, it mattered little. The Ren family was not lacking in wealth, and as long as Susu could marry into the family, that would suffice. Unbeknownst to Susu, in that fleeting moment, old Master Ren was already contemplating how to secure him as a son-in-law. However, being a man of experience, he maintained an unchanging expression. Father, you and Master Jiao discuss business. I'll take care of things here, Ren Tingting said, her eyes alight with excitement. Although only a day had passed since their last meeting, it felt to her as if a year had gone by. Old Master Ren shook his head, lamenting that daughters could not be kept forever, and then led Master Jiao to the study. Susu, please have a seat. Don't just stand there. Make yourself at home, Ren Tingting invited. Thank you, Miss Ren, Susu replied, taking a seat. Yet, Wentai interjected, Miss Ren, how can we consider this home? My senior brother and I reside in a funeral home. Will we have their pales in comparison to what you possess? We don't even have a single coffin here. I still find a funeral home more comfortable. I feel out of place here. His words immediately silenced the room. Susu felt embarrassed. Couldn't he, this fool, refrain from speaking? Why must he always say something so inappropriate? At that moment, an unpleasant voice cut through the air with an arrogant tone. Uncultured bumpkin. How can a funeral home compare to the Ren family estate? This is prime real estate, while your funeral home is in the wilderness. Who gave you the audacity to speak such nonsense? Your senior brother, perhaps? Susu's brow furrowed in annoyance, while Wentai might just be lacking in social grace. He was not malicious. Those words, though blunt, were honest. Susu turned to face the speaker, a rotund man clad in a suit, sporting a bow tie and glasses. Susu recognized him as Away, the captain of the security team for the Rin family, akin to a police chief in modern times. Away was also a nephew of old Master Ren Tingting's cousin, and Su was aware that this insufferable man had designs on Ren Tingting. She was the woman Su had already set his sights on. Truly, a foolhardy endeavor. Inevitably, he could not refrain from confronting this arrogant individual, who should have been counting his blessings rather than provoking trouble. Su fixed a cold glare on Away and said, "So, Captain Away, I must inquire, what gives you the audacity to speak to my junior brother in such a manner?" Away's anger flared at this remark. "Who do you think you are? Do you even know who I am?" Su merely chuckled derisively. He had a habit of not being intimidated, whether in his past life or this one. After all, everyone had their own burdens to bear, and he wasn't afraid of anyone. Moreover, with a system by his side that granted him abilities far beyond Away's imagination, he had no qualms about asserting himself. "Apologies, but I am indeed well aware of your true nature. Worthless." Su replied coldly. "Kid, are you seeking death?" Away retorted angrily. At that moment, Ren Tingting, witnessing the escalating tension, anxiously intervened. "Cousin, please be quiet. If you continue to speak, I shall never acknowledge you again. Suche, I apologize. Please do not be angry. My cousin did not mean it that way." Ren Tingting explained, her frustration palpable. After waiting so long for Su to come and endure her cousin's antics, it was unfortunate that her ill-fated cousin had stirred up trouble. Upon hearing Ren Tingting's words, Su's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Meanwhile, Away, noticing Ren Tingting's anger, remained silent, his own displeasure evident. A storm that seemed poised to erupt was abruptly paused. However, this matter was far from resolved. Both Su and Away held similar thoughts, the only difference being that Away contemplated using his authority to trouble Su once he left the Rin household. If Su dared to act arrogantly, he would not hesitate to have him apprehended. Su's thoughts were simpler, while the art of Mao Shan included legitimate spells to vanquish demons. It also encompassed many dubious and harmful practices, depending on how and to whom they were applied. Unfortunately for Away, Su possessed some knowledge of these arts, while his companions, Qiuxing and Wenkai, were adept at the latter. Seeking swift revenge, Su subtly signaled to Qiuxing and Wenkai, who immediately understood his intent. Chapter 28. Playing a bit too hard, ouch. Away suddenly exclaimed, clutching his head as a sharp pain coursed through him, turning to glare at Qiuxing and Wenkai. "What have you done to me, you rascals?" Wenkai, holding a strand of white hair, sighed dramatically. Tiske. White hair, a sign of premature aging. Perhaps a sign of kidney deficiency. Captain Away, is this yours? Away, observing Wentsai's innocent demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. Kidney deficiency? Your entire family is deficient. Men dread being labeled inadequate by women, but they fear even more the judgment of their fellow men. Whether or not there is truth to the notion that white hair indicates kidney weakness, Away refused to concede to such a notion. As it pertained to his dignity as a man, especially with his cousin present, he could never admit to such a deficiency, even if it were true. "How dare you claim I have kidney issues? I am perfectly healthy," Away retorted angrily. "It's clearly yours." Wenkai feigned innocence, his expression suggesting the hair belonged to Away. He then turned and walked towards the door, with Qiuxing following closely behind. "Fools!" Away muttered disdainfully, casting a glance at Wentsai's foolish demeanor. "Cousin, what are you saying?" Ren Tingting interjected, irritated. "Oh, it's nothing, cousin. Let me make you some tea," Away replied, attempting to ingratiate himself. Su, feigning ignorance, remarked indifferently, "It's of no consequence." This scene only enhanced Ren Tingting's favorable impression of Su. Not only was he talented and handsome, but he also possessed a magnanimous spirit, remaining unperturbed despite her cousin's aggressive demeanor. Unbeknownst to Su, Ren Tingting connected the dots, and even if he had known, he would not have foolishly clarified that it had nothing to do with her. He was no fool like Wenkai, whose head had clearly been caught in the door. Su maintained a humble smile, dressed modestly, yet exuding charm and modesty that endeared him to others. In stark contrast, Away's demeanor only magnified the disparity. The age-old adage holds true. Without comparison, there is no pain. This remains constant through the ages. "Su, come have some tea. It's a pity we ran out of coffee at home. Otherwise, I would have brewed you some," Ren Tingting expressed with a hint of regret. Su reassured her. "Miss Ren, We shall have ample opportunities to enjoy coffee together in the future. There is no need to rush. Indeed, the Ren household is not so vast. I shall treat you to coffee next time. Su graciously accepted Ren Tingting's kind offer. As they conversed, Away was completely disregarded. Away's irritation with Su was palpable, particularly as he appeared to be flirting with his cousin, igniting a fire within him. Cousin, Away finally could no longer contain himself. He was furious and determined to confront Su directly to alleviate his pent-up resentment. Su and Ren Tingting turned to face him. Could you keep it down? Father is inside, discussing matters with Uncle Gio. Let us enjoy our tea in peace. Ren Tingting scolded Evie, frustrated that this was the rare opportunity to converse smoothly with Su, yet her cousin lacked any perceptiveness. Su wore a smirk, relishing the unfolding drama, which Away interpreted as a sign of Su's smugness. Away was on the verge of another outburst when suddenly, a loud slap echoed through the room. Away inexplicably slapped himself across the face with a force that suggested he was punishing himself. Su couldn't help but twitch at the sight. It must have hurt. Cousin, have you lost your mind? Ren Tingting shouted, bewildered that her cousin was causing a scene with guests present. Cousin, I couldn't control myself. Away exclaimed, confused by his body's uncontrollable actions. Slap. Another resounding slap followed suit, echoing in the room. Meanwhile, outside in the living room, Qiuxing and Wen Kai were thoroughly enjoying their antics. Earlier, they had plucked a hair from Away's head and had temporarily controlled his body using a simple Maoshan spell, which involved wrapping Away's hair with a talisman and invoking a command, allowing the caster's actions to be mirrored by the victim. This straightforward spell had its limitations. It could not be performed from a distance and was ineffective against those with strong willpower. However, fortune favored them, as both conditions were perfectly satisfied with Away. All of this was orchestrated under Su's guidance. What surprised Su most was not that Qiuxing and Wen Kai had successfully executed the spell, but that they had the audacity to carry such talismans with them. What were they planning? To pluck hair from a courtesan and engage in dubious activities? Strangely enough, if they did resort to such actions, they might indeed succeed. After this incident, Su resolved to properly educate the two rascals who seemed to squander their potential. If only they would apply themselves to studying legitimate Maoshan texts, their futures would be bright. However, for now, Su found their antics rather amusing. Feigning surprise, Su remarqued, Captain Away. What kind of enmity do you harbor against yourself to be so harsh? Away, grimacing, continued to slap his own face, seemingly relishing the act, unable to stop. Why get ruthless? I even scare myself. Su, stay away from my cousin. Before Away could finish, he abruptly halted his self-inflicted punishment, covering his mouth with one hand while the other began to tear at his clothing. Su widened his eyes in shock, realizing that Qiuxing and Wen Kai had taken their antics a step too far. Ren Tingting let out a scream and quickly covered her eyes. Although Away was her cousin, they had all grown up. It was no longer the innocent days of childhood. Undressing in front of a young lady was nothing short of lewd behavior. Su gallantly positioned himself in front of Ren Tingting, even as she shyly grasped his clothing, seeking refuge behind him. Su sternly addressed Away, what are you doing? Are you trying to act lewd? You are the captain of the security team in Renjia Town. How could you engage in such disgraceful conduct? If this gets out, just imagine how the townspeople would react. He continued, you'd best put your clothes back on immediately, or I shall take it upon myself to protect the citizens of Renjia Town from you. Away felt a deep sense of helplessness, his body betraying him completely. He attempted to speak, but one hand was firmly clasped over his mouth. At that moment, he felt as if he could die from embarrassment, having made a fool of himself in front of his grandmother's house. Chapter 29. The apprentice is meant to bear the blame. I didn't want this to happen, but I simply can't help myself. Away mumbled through his hand. Su watched the scene unfold and felt a wave of pity for Away, wondering if he should intervene alongside Qiuxing and Wen Kai. Just then, Away began to remove his trousers. He revealed a pair of white underwear and two thick, hairy legs that were quite unsightly. The sheer amount of hair suggested that he must have been idly plucking at it or had recently shaved with a razor. Utterly revolting. Away was indeed a wildflower that would not perish easily, springing back to life time and again. Su immediately abandoned any thought of confronting Away and instead turned to shield Ren Tingting as the woman he was destined to be intimate with in the future. She should not be subjected to the sight of another man's leg hair. Rin Tingting, already harboring feelings for Su Su, seized the moment and embraced him. Su Su stiffened slightly. Being embraced by a woman was an entirely new sensation for him. He felt her softness pressing against him, a peculiar feeling that stirred something within him that he could not quite describe, evoking a sense of shyness. This moment did not escape Away's notice. He felt a twinge of envy and resentment as he watched his cousin cling to another man. Jealousy gnawed at him, and he wanted to retaliate against Su Su, yet his own hands betrayed him, forcing him to strike himself instead. It was quite a predicament. Outside, Qiusheng exclaimed, "Stop it. If the master sees us, we're doomed." Wen Kai felt increasingly frustrated. What was meant to be a prank on Away had turned into a calamity for him instead, especially upon seeing Qiusheng's smug grin. He felt a deep sense of unfairness. Why is it always me who suffers? Don't forget, we are doing this for the sake of our senior brother and our future sister-in-law. Is a little sacrifice too much to ask? Qiusheng declared resolutely. Wen Kai, inspired by this resolve, recalled Su Su defending them earlier and affirmed, "You're right. I'm all in today. Qiusheng, you control my hands. Don't stop until I look like a pig." Qiusheng's eyes widened in surprise. He had not known Wen Kai harbored such a penchant. Thus, Wen Kai endured punishment outside, while Away suffered within. In less than a TS time, Away ceased his struggles, his face swollen and bruised, knocked unconscious, with foam at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Wen Kai felt dizzy, realizing just how fierce Qiusheng's blows had been. It felt as if his brain was being turned to mush. At that moment, on the second floor, Uncle Jiu and Old Master Ren emerged, having concluded their discussion. Uncle Jiu wore a faint smile, clearly in good spirits, suggesting that a favorable deal had been struck. However, when he glanced down into the living room, his smile faltered. Though he was unaware of the specifics, his experience allowed him to discern something amiss. Furrowing his brow, Uncle Jiu hurried down the stairs, even neglecting to greet Old Master Ren. Su Su, noticing the commotion above, quickly released Ren Tingting. Being caught embracing the daughter of her father would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Su Su's reflexes were swift, and as Old Master Ren cast a glance their way, the two had already separated, standing half a meter apart. Yin Tingting, blushing and shy, lowered her head, concealing her embarrassment. If one were to look closely, they would observe her cheeks ablaze with color, a picture of delicate charm. Were it not broad daylight, Su Su would have undoubtedly sought to indulge in some mischief. Uncle Jiu descended rapidly to Away's side, squatting down to firmly pinch his philtrum. It took nearly half a minute for Away to regain consciousness. Su Su clicked his tongue in disbelief, having thought Away merely fainted. Instead, he had knocked himself out. Goodness, I hope Wen Kai is all right out there. This is ruthless. Su Su chuckled awkwardly, feigning ignorance. Uncle Jiu, however, did not suspect Su Su would engage in such antics, instead attributing the chaos to his two incompetent apprentices, Qiusheng and Wen Kai. Suppressing his anger, Uncle Jiu recognized the setting was Renjia's territory. He could not simply resort to violence. Su Su, sensing the impending trouble, felt uneasy but was unable to warn Qiusheng and Wen Kai without disappointing Uncle Jiu. Adhering to the principle of better the friend than the Taoist, Su Su chose to cover his face and avert his gaze, though he left a small gap between his fingers. With a dark expression, Uncle Jiu approached the doorway and was greeted by the sight of Wen Kai, half his pants down, battered and disheveled. The appearance was indeed pitiful, yet it inadvertently confirmed his suspicions regarding Away's condition. Uncle Jiu seethed internally, instinctively comparing Su Su with Qiusheng and Wen Kai. How could they, all his disciples, exhibit such disparate capabilities? While Su Su was inside, engaging in polite conversation with a young lady of the Ren family, these two buffoons were outside causing chaos. It would be an insult not to deliver some punishment in the name of Mao Shan's ancestors. Qiusheng, perceptive as ever, noted Uncle Jiu's grim demeanor and felt a chill run down his spine. "Master, I have urgent matters at my aunt's shop. I must take my leave," he declared, turning to flee. Uncle Jiu ground his teeth in annoyance. "Run, will you? I will not believe you 1T return." Left behind was Wen Kai, perpetually slow on the uptake, had yet to grasp the situation. Uncle Jiu seized him, delivering a thorough beating that left Wen Kai gasping and in agony. With a dry heave, Wen Kai expelled a neatly folded yellow talisman from his mouth, effectively nullifying the tricks aimed at Away. Without a hint of disgust, Uncle Gio picked it up, planning to dispose of it after leaving the Ren residence. Just wait until I deal with you later. He scoffed, knowing that had it not been for the circumstances, Wen Kai would have been subjected to further punishment. People do not thrive without discipline. Uncle Gio mused silently, reflecting on the merits of having Su Su as a disciple. Ting Ting, what has happened to Wei? Lord Run descended the staircase, and, upon seeing Away just regaining consciousness on the ground, asked in utter bewilderment. Away's head spun, his face ached tremendously, and his ears buzzed so loudly that he could not comprehend Lord Ren's words. Ting Ting shook her head, equally perplexed. Ever since Away had lost his sanity, she had remained hidden behind Su Su. At that moment, Su Su spoke up. Lord Run, based on my experience, Captain Away is afflicted by a grave malady known as epilepsy. When this condition is dormant, he appears like any other person. However, when it manifests, what occurs then? Lord Run was alarmed. Although he had never been particularly fond of this nephew, he could not help but feel a sense of familial duty, as Away was his sister's son, albeit somewhat lacking in merit. Su Su shook his head with a sigh, a frown etched on his face, and continued, Lord Run, you did not witness Captain Away's episode. It was truly terrifying. Not only did he strike himself, but he also engaged in indecent behavior, stripping in broad daylight. Had he not ultimately collapsed in a fit, foaming at the mouth, he might have been entirely undraped. This affliction, in my homeland, is referred to as epilepsy, or colloquially, as a condition of mental incapacity. As the name suggests, it is an incurable ailment where the mind cannot control the body. Incurable? Mental incapacity? Lord Ren was taken aback, pondering Away's behavior over the years, which had indeed seemed somewhat abnormal. Coupled with Su Su's assertion, it became glaringly evident. Lord Ren gazed at Away, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had long considered his nephew to be fundamentally flawed, only to realize now that there was a valid reason behind it, a condition of mental incapacity. A wave of compassion washed over him. This child had endured immense suffering over the years, yet still persevered. It was truly a formidable struggle. Lord Ren retrieved a handkerchief to dab at his reddened eyes and turned to Su Su. Su Su, since you are aware of this condition, is there any remedy? Su Su had been keenly observing Lord Ren's shifting expressions and found himself astonished. The range of emotions displayed by Lord Ren seemed excessive, given that he had said little. It felt as though Lord Ren's heart had been pierced by a steel rod. Su Su felt a twinge of awkwardness and cleared his throat, saying, in truth, Captain Away's condition is not beyond the realm of treatment. It merely requires what? Lord Ren inquired eagerly. Well, it requires, Su Su pondered, pulling Lord Ren aside to whisper, Captain Away must refrain from self-indulgence, avoid the company of women, and steer clear of certain unsavory publications for 3 years. If he can adhere to this regimen, I cannot guarantee a complete recovery, but he should improve significantly. Lord Ren's brows furrowed in confusion. I understand the latter part. But what does refraining from self-indulgence entail? Su Su froze momentarily, realizing he had unwittingly referenced a term from a future era. This time had no concept of aircraft. Forget the details. It essentially means he should not seek self-gratification, even in the absence of women. Do you grasp my meaning, Lord Ren? Je suis stated honestly. Lord Ren had an epiphany, yet he remained baffled. How could a mental incapacity be related to such matters? Su Su, perceiving the confusion, sighed and elucidated. The human body comprises vital organs that correlate with areas of the brain. If the kidneys are compromised, the mind will inevitably be affected. Through Su Su's earnest explanation, Lord Ren felt a wave of enlightenment wash over him. So that was the connection. He turned to observe Away, who sat on the ground, still dazed and bewildered from just regaining consciousness. A surge of frustration welled within him. He had initially believed Away to be a congenital simpleton, only to discover that his affliction stemmed from a lack of self-control. Such a realization diminished any sympathy he had felt. Instead, he was filled with disappointment. Had it not been for Su Su's revelations today, he might have remained in ignorance. Away, stand up. Lord Ren commanded, his anger palpable, for one who cherished his reputation. Today's humiliation was unbearable. As Away's uncle, he felt compelled to admonish this wayward son of his unfortunate sister. Father, please do not be angry. My cousin is not worth your ire. It would be unwise to let your temper affect your health. Ting Ting interjected, rushing over to clasp Lord Ren's arm and patting his back with concern. In this tense moment, Susu discreetly exited the Ren household, choosing not to bid farewell to Ting, as he deemed it prudent to withdraw from the brewing domestic storm. After all, it was a matter of propriety. Away, seated on the ground, was utterly bewildered by Lord Ren's shout, his mind racing with existential questions. Who am I? Why am I here? Who is this person yelling at me? Cousin, look at what you've done to make father so angry. Get up and apologize. Ting urged. In her mind, her father ranked first, Susu second, and perhaps Susu would ascend to the top spot soon. As for Away, he was simply the cousin she greatly disliked. Away shook his head. The force of emotion nearly dislodged his glasses perched on his nose. As fragments of memory coalesced, he recalled the events leading up to this moment. Clearly, he had been set up, though Away had become the captain of the Renjia Town security team through connections. He did possess some skills. He had often perused the archived records concerning supernatural occurrences during moments of boredom, and while some accounts were dubious, he sensed that there was a kernel of truth within them. Nine Uncle was a renowned Taoist priest in Renjia Town, with many tales circulating about his ghost-hunting exploits. Even if Away had never witnessed them firsthand, it now seemed plausible that those stories held some truth. Susu, Qiusheng, and Wenkai were all disciples of Nine Uncle and likely possessed certain abilities. Away realized that he had, unfortunately, crossed paths with the three of them and had become a target for their retribution. Yes, that must be it. Away continually reassured himself, determined to reclaim his dignity after such a public embarrassment. He would soon discover whether bullets or their underhanded tricks held more power. Away resolved to seize an opportunity, rally his fellow security team members, and raid the mortuary. This vendetta would not go unpunished. You insolent brat, have you lost all sense of propriety? Lord Ren exclaimed in mounting fury as Away remained unresponsive to his commands. Mr. Run was at a loss to comprehend the source of his overwhelming anger. He simply felt an insatiable urge to strike someone. Glancing around, he seized a feather duster and swung it toward Away. Ouch! Uncle, why are you hitting me? Away cried out. His pleas, however, were met with unrelenting blows. Cousin, please tell Uncle to stop hitting me. It hurts. He might kill me. Away continued to wail. To his dismay, Ren Ting did not offer any words of support. Instead, she assisted Mr. Run with even greater seriousness, fearing that in his fervor, he might inadvertently cause Away to fall. Chapter 31. The sacrificial lamb falls with tears streaming down his face. Away lamented the absurdity of their familial ties. After all, one does not strike one's own kin. The stinging pain from the feather duster reminded him of his childhood misadventures. He recalled a time when he had stealthily ventured to the back entrance of the brothel, pilfering his uncle's Western telescope to spy on the dazzling young women within, only to be caught and subsequently beaten. He vividly remembered being suspended and punished, just as he thought he had escaped the shadows of that past. He found himself plunged back into a similar predicament. The anguished cries of Away could be heard even from outside the Ren family estate. Susu turned to glance at the towering courtyard walls, shivering involuntarily. Had Mr. Ren truly resorted to such brutal punishment? The sheer intensity of Away's wails was unsettling. Simultaneously, Susu felt a bead of sweat trickling down his brow, realizing that his father-in-law was rather formidable. Yet despite this, his ambition to win Ren Ting's heart and inherit the Ren family's fortune remained unwavering, if not intensified. As a man, he believed that embracing challenges was the essence of masculinity, and he took solace in this notion, even if he himself was skeptical of its veracity. Senior brother, do you think he might actually kill someone in there? Wenkai inquired, rubbing his belly and beaming with a silly grin. The severity of the situation was of little consequence. What truly amused Wenkai was the thought that someone else was suffering even more than he. Uncle Gio cast a stern glare at Wenkai, suddenly feeling a surge of irritation influenced by Away's cries. He mused that he must solidify his own resolve after returning, for a cultivator must prioritize their mental fortitude, with technique coming second. Uncle Gio suspected that Wenkai's cheerfulness was undermining his own discipline, and he felt a pressing need to address this imbalance to avoid jeopardizing his cultivation. Unbeknownst to the oblivious Wenkai, he had drawn Uncle Gio's attention. Susu, observant as ever, noted the flicker of malice in Uncle Gio's gaze, which did not escape his keen perception. Certainly, Uncle Gio would not strike him. After all, he was the prized disciple among the talented. Alas, misfortune would likely befall Wenkai the poor child. When Wen Kai noticed Su Su's silence, coupled with Uncle Jio's watchful glare, he should have instinctively fallen silent. However, for Wen Kai, who often lagged in response, this notion was foreign. Until the blade struck, one was safe, or so he believed. Senior brother, why aren't you speaking? Wen Kai continued unabated. It would be best if Mr. Run were to beat him to death. That scoundrel is insufferable. He abuses his authority as the security captain to bully others. He deserves it. Su Su glanced at Uncle Jio, who had quickened his pace, seemingly eager to return to the mortuary. However, there was no pressing matter at home today, and Su Su understood Uncle Jio's thoughts implicitly. Clearing his throat, he refrained from exposing them, saying, Dear Wen Kai, this is not our concern. It is a family matter, and we should refrain from speculation. Understood? Su Su's words were measured, not too loud, yet audible enough for both Wen Kai and Uncle Jio to hear. Uncle Jio felt a pang of reflection. Despite their shared humanity, why was there such a vast disparity? He pondered how many bamboo canes would be appropriate to break. Wen Kai lowered his head and muttered an acknowledgement, falling silent thereafter. After a significant passage of time, the three returned to the mortuary, only to find that the rascally Qiuxing had indeed gone to his aunt's house, leaving no trace behind. Uncle Jio made his way to the woodshed, retrieving a bamboo stalk as tall as a man, splitting it with a chopping knife while murmuring to himself, Wen Kai S, Qiuxing S, Wen Kai S, Qiuxing S. A single round bamboo was divided into 10 slender strips, separated into 2 portions. Uncle Jio, stroking his chin, deemed it insufficient and proceeded to split another stalk until he had accumulated 10 bamboo whips. Master, what are you doing? Wen Kai asked, his face radiating innocence. I could handle the chopping for you. Uncle Jio glanced up and inquired, Where is your senior brother? Wen Kai replied, Senior brother is out in the courtyard reading. Oh, I see. Uncle Jio nodded, his ire flaring once more. Just look at Su Su, a prodigy who understands the importance of revisiting old knowledge through study. And then there was Wen Kai, the proverbial anchor who failed to grasp the value of time, wandering aimlessly. This was intolerable. Uncle Jio could not abide it any longer. With a swift motion, he combined the split bamboo whips into one. Wen Kai was about to receive a grand gift, 20 whips, all intended for him. As for the crafty Qiuxing, there was an abundance of materials in the shed. With a bit more time, more could be split. Uncle Jio raised the bamboo whip, wielding it with purpose. Thus, the mortuary erupted with cries akin to those from the Rin family estate. The only distinction lay in the absence of an audience, as the desolate surroundings were devoid of life, save for Su Su, who covered his ears, lamenting, How can one read amidst such noise? Wen Kai, too, was receiving his share of punishment. What was the point of all this shouting? Su Su felt a twinge of sympathy, but ultimately chose to watch the spectacle unfold. The cacophony persisted for the better part of half an hour before silence finally descended. Uncle Jio summoned Su Su to the main hall, seizing the opportunity before dusk fell completely to impart lessons on the categories and dosages of medicines for external injuries. Today was fortuitous, as Wen Kai was available to serve as a practical subject for Su Su to practice upon. Don't move. If you do, I'll strike you again. There are still 7 whips left. Uncle Jio gritted his teeth, his irritation somewhat alleviated, yet Wen Kai remained a source of annoyance. The contrast was stark. Wen Kai shrank back, his expression pitiful enough to elicit sympathy from Su Su. Master, please proceed. Your disciple is all ears. I shall ensure that Wen Kai's injuries are treated effectively. Su Su spoke respectfully, casting a reassuring glance at Wen Kai, encouraging him with the words, Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. Wen Kai's eyes were filled with gratitude. His senior brother was indeed a good person. After Master had disciplined him, the senior brother came to tend to his wounds. He glanced at Qiuxing, that scoundrel, and guessed he would not return tonight, likely indulging in debauchery elsewhere. Wen Kai felt that, in the entire world, only his senior brother treated him with such kindness. Jioshu looked at Su Su, his previously darkened expression softening as he nodded. He pointed to a pile of medicinal herbs laid out in a basket on the table, beginning a meticulous introduction that was slow and detailed. In this bizarre world of zombies, even with his system, he could not guarantee his invincibility. Who knew if a formidable foe would suddenly emerge? It would be prudent to learn some techniques for treating injuries, thus acquiring an additional skill for survival. After spending over half an hour explaining the properties of these herbs, Jiangshi devoted another short while to discussing their combinations and the effects achieved through varying ratios. Next, it was Susu's turn for practical application. The fresh knowledge was not overly difficult for him to grasp, although Jiangshi had only explained it once. Susu had committed it to memory. Preparing the healing ointment for external injuries was straightforward. In just over 10 minutes, Wenkai was covered in herbs and wrapped in gauze, resembling a rather unsightly dumpling. This was unavoidable, as Jiangshi had struck him rather harshly, truly a case of love deeply felt yet harshly expressed. Despite being merely superficial injuries, it was challenging to find even a palm-sized area on Wen's body that was unscathed. "Master, it's all taken care of," Susu said, though he was not entirely satisfied with his handiwork. As a perfectionist, he yearned to rip away the gauze and redo the bandaging. Upon voicing his thoughts, Wenkai nearly cried. Shaking his head vigorously, it was Susu's first attempt at bandaging, and with his clumsy hands, Wenkai had endured considerable pain, gritting his teeth to withstand it. However, if they were to repeat the process, he truly could not bear it. Reluctantly, Susu abandoned his aspirations. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. With the two of them in such a state, there would surely be ample opportunities for him to practice. If all else failed, he could always concoct a reason to give them a proper thrashing. The first attempt at treating injuries was not too shabby. Jiangshi nodded in satisfaction and then instructed Wenkai, "Tonight, do not sleep in the mortuary. Return to your room and rest." "Yes, master," Wenkai replied, his head lowered, feeling quite wronged. To this day, he still could not fathom why he had been beaten so severely. "Susu, you should also retire early." "I have to step out for a while," Jiangshi said. "Master, where are you going? Shall I accompany you?" Susu asked, slightly surprised. Wenkai felt the urge to speak again, but old habits die hard. The physical pain silenced his psychological impulses. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he opened his mouth, and pain shot through his face, forcing him to swallow his words. Jiangshi shook his head, sighing, "There's no need. Wenkai is injured, and you can look after him here. I have just finalized the details regarding the relocation of the burial site with Lord Run, and I need to inspect the land once more. After all, the relocation is scheduled for tomorrow, and time is of the essence." Seeing Jiangshi's determination, Susu did not press further and simply said, "Then, master, please take care." Jiangshi nodded appreciatively. In this line of work, traversing the night is a common occurrence. It poses no issue. He then took 2 flatbreads and several feng shui tools before hurriedly departing. Once Jiangshi left, the vast mortuary was left with only Qiu Sheng and Wenkai. "Wenkai, I will fetch you a flatbread. You should rest early," Susu said, rising to head toward the kitchen. He felt too lethargic to prepare a full meal, opting for something simple instead. Having eaten a hearty meal of chicken earlier that day, he had no concerns about nutritional deficiencies. As the sky darkened, Wenkai had already gone to bed. Susu sat in a rocking chair in the courtyard, idly holding a book that was merely a facade, gazing at the luminous moon above, feeling rather bored. His mind was preoccupied with the sign-in task at the Dong family's dilapidated residence. Another day had passed with no clues, leaving him in a state of frustration. At that moment, Susu felt a jolt. In his mind, the notification of the divine sign-in system echoed. Ding! A side quest has been detected. Does the host accept this task? A side quest? Susu was momentarily taken aback, as it was his first encounter with such an experience. The system's phrasing implied that this was a task that could be declined, leaving him puzzled. System, if this is a side quest, does that mean there is also a main quest? Ding! You are correct. The sign-in task at the Dong family's residence, along with the tasks you have previously completed, constitutes the main quest. With this clarification, Susu began to understand the situation. System, can the side quest be declined? Ding! It can be declined. But this system suggests that the host should not refuse. Why? Ding! This question is valued at 100 sign-in points. Does the host wish to spend 100 sign-in points to purchase the answer? With a crash, Susu lost his balance and fell from the rocking chair. Could you possibly be more deceitful? Initially, he found the system's overly generous suggestions to be suspicious. It was evident that there was an ulterior motive behind it. It seemed to be a setup for a final charge, with the key points held until the end. How cunning! Susu gritted his teeth, feeling extremely displeased, as he realized he had fallen into the trap laid by the system and could not extricate himself. System, I'll purchase it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the correct choice. Ding! 100 sign-in points have been deducted. The optimal answer has been selected. Ding. The optimal answer is as follows. If the host declines the side sign-in task, he will lose the corresponding sign-in points. Currently, the host is in dire need of sign-in points, with only 100 remaining in the account. System. Silence. Susu was truly infuriated. He felt utterly played. He was left with only 100 sign-in points and was practically destitute. Yet this wretched system continued to exploit him. System, come out. Let us see if I can't take you down. Ding. Host, hey, you're overthinking it. At this juncture, Susu found himself at a loss against this intangible system. However, upon reflection, the system's answer was indeed logical, given his current financial constraints. Accepting the side quest for additional earnings was a wise choice. System, what is the side quest? Explain it to me. If I'm in a good mood, I might just accept it. Susu, feeling disgruntled, intentionally sought to annoy the system, as he was eager to retaliate for the earlier deception of 100 sign-in points. Ding. The task content remains confidential until the host accepts the task. If the host wishes to preview it in advance, a fee of 100 sign-in points is required. Does the host confirm the desire to preview the task content? Yet, Susu's petty intentions yielded no results. Instead, he was further provoked by the system. It seemed even his final 100 sign-in points were not safe from its grasp. Chapter 33, Encountering the Night Watchman, with only 100 sign-in points remaining. Susu was reluctant to part with them. Until he acquired new sign-in opportunities, he needed to save them for critical moments. As for the side quest sign-ins, he contemplated that it seemed he had no choice in the matter. The Dong family's dilapidated residence had yielded no clues and was in dire straits. For Susu, the side quests were no more appealing than a disheveled, run Ting-Ting standing before him without clothes. System, I accept the side quest sign-in. Please proceed. Susu inhaled deeply and said nonchalantly, Ding. Side quest sign-in activated. The host must reach the Rin family residence within an hour to sign in, with a limit of 20 minutes. Failure to complete the sign-in within this time will result in the quest being deemed unsuccessful. Susu's lips twitched. The system was truly mischievous. During the day, he had accompanied Uncle Gio to the Rin family residence for an extended period without a sign-in task. Now, under the cover of night, it was asking him to go there, clearly with ill intentions. However, considering Ren Ting-Ting and the prospect of earning 2,000 sign-in points within that 20-minute window, he resolved to face any danger head-on. As long as he was cautious and not discovered, it would be manageable. With determination, Susu glanced back at the sleeping Wenkai in the side room before quietly leaving the ancestral hall. Walking the night road was, as Uncle Gio had said, a commonplace occurrence in this line of work. It was eerily quiet, and before long, he arrived at the spot where he had encountered the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. The same bright moon hung high, yet no ghostly figures were in sight. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, he continued onward until he reached the most bustling street in Renjia Town. However, as night had fallen, the street was deserted, save for a lone night watchman striking a gong and calling out, Bang! The weather is dry. Beware of fire. Bang! Hey there, my friend, we meet again. Susu recognized the man, a familiar face, and greeted him with a smile and a wave. This was the first person he had encountered since crossing into this world, and he had playfully teased him on their first meeting. To see him again brought genuine joy to Susu. The night watchman froze, peering at Susu through the dim light of the street lamp and moonlight. In an instant, his face turned ashen. He recognized the smiling figure who greeted him. Oh no, it's that person again. He recalled their last encounter on this very road in nearly the same spot. No, wait, not a person, a ghost. Fear washed over the night watchman as he trembled, nearly losing his grip on the gong. He lowered his gaze, avoiding Susu's eyes, his voice quaking as he lamented. I have no grievances with you. Why do you keep seeking me out? I have an elderly parent and younger dependents. My family relies on my earnings from this job. Just tell me your name, and during festivals, I'll burn paper offerings for you. I only ask that you spare me. Susu was momentarily speechless. This fellow truly believed he was a ghost. Frustrated, he retorted, Look closely at me, my friend. I have a shadow on the ground. Upon hearing this, the night watchman gradually lifted his head, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His gaze fell to the ground, where the flickering light from the dim street lamp cast a shadow of Susu. Indeed, ghosts do not cast shadows, the night watchman thought, his heart calming slightly. He crouched down, peering at Susu's feet. Su, puzzled, remarked, "What are you looking at? I'm not wearing a skirt." Clearly, Su's comment was misunderstood. Skirts were prohibited for women in this era, and the night watchman, lacking knowledge, did not comprehend this, though it mattered little. The night watchman observed that ghosts were said to hover 3 inches above the ground, and upon realizing Su was not a specter, he stood up, wiping his forehead with his sleeve, still shaken from the previous fright. "Then what do you think?" Su rolled his eyes, feeling annoyed, suspecting he had frightened the man too much last time. Yet, it was curious how someone so timid chose the profession of a night watchman. Life was indeed challenging. "Not a ghost is good enough," the night watchman murmured, somewhat relieved. "You truly scared me. Do you know that people can frighten others to death?" Su remained silent, realizing that the man had let his imagination run wild and now blamed him. "My friend, I never claimed to be a ghost." Now that the night watchman confirmed Su was not a ghost, his fear dissipated, and he awkwardly scratched his head. "Right, last time you mentioned seeking the ancestral hall, which led to my misunderstanding. Recently, someone died in town, an outsider, and I heard the body was kept in the ancestral hall. You were dressed quite peculiarly that night, so You have no idea. I've been having nightmares every night." "Ah, but now it's fine. There's nothing to fear." Su considered the night watchman's words, connecting the dots. He had indeed deliberately frightened him, and it was no wonder the man was still shaken. Before Su could respond, the night watchman asked, "Where are you headed at this hour? But do be careful. The night air is heavy with Yin energy. I have no choice but to do this for a living. I have a family to support. Otherwise, I wouldn't choose this line of work." In his words, a profound sense of helplessness emerged. Su could relate deeply. If it weren't for the system's side quest, if not for the need to earn sign-in points, how much more comfortable it would be to sleep at home. "My friend, take care." Su did not respond to the night watchman's comments, but instead said, "By the way, I'm currently studying under Uncle Gio. If you ever encounter something you cannot resolve, feel free to come to the ancestral hall and seek me out." Uncle Gio's name was well known in Renjia Town, and the night watchman was naturally aware of this. He was taken aback, exclaiming, "You're a disciple of Uncle Gio? But wait, doesn't Uncle Gio only have Chio, Sheng, and Wenkai as disciples? I've seen them. I've only recently joined Uncle Gio's tutelage. I became his apprentice the day after I asked you for directions." Upon hearing this, the night watchman understood, realizing why Su had inquired about the ancestral hall. Feeling embarrassed, he reflected on how he had mistaken this young man for a ghost, when in fact he was a specialized exorcist. "My friend, I misjudged you. It's all right. It was my issue as well." Su replied, "But I must attend to some matters now, so I want to keep you. Please stay safe." As Su turned to leave, the night watchman called after him, "Are you really going to catch ghosts? Is Renjia Town haunted?" Chapter 34, May I Call You Ting? Su did not stop, casually replying, "Don't worry too much. Just keep ringing your gong. Nothing will happen." Seeing Su's response, the night watchman felt considerably more at ease. As he watched Su's retreating figure, he called out, "Be careful, my friend." Su waved back in acknowledgement. Bang! "The weather is dry. Beware of fire." Bang! The long echoes of the call drifted into the distance. Su found himself standing outside the closed gates of the Run family courtyard, feeling quite vexed by the towering walls that loomed before him. How could he gain entry? The Ren family estate was indeed expansive. After circling the perimeter twice, he finally discovered a suitable spot in the rear yard. It was a brick wall with a hollow section just perfect for climbing over. However, to his dismay, 2 large mutts were housed within, their fierce eyes fixed on him, baring their teeth in a threatening manner. There was no doubt that should Su attempt to leap inside, the dogs would charge at him. While he was capable of dispatching the dogs without issue, after all, a couple of palm strikes would suffice, he was uncertain if he could do so before they raised the alarm. That would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Ren family servants, and he certainly couldn't afford to eliminate them all. Su scratched his head, glancing anxiously inside. The system had allotted him merely an hour to infiltrate the Ren estate, and now, with less than 3 minutes remaining, time was of the essence. Just as Su was preparing to confront the dogs, a graceful figure emerged in the courtyard, gazing up at the moon. The 2 previously menacing dogs immediately abandoned their hostility and began wagging their tails as they approached. Su squinted in the moonlight and recognized her. It was none other than Ren Ting. A surge of joy filled him, and he waved at her, whispering, Miss Ren. Unable to sleep as thoughts swirled in her mind, Ren Tingting had come down to the rear yard for some fresh air. Her spirits had been high today, anticipating her meeting with Su Su. However, her cousin Ah Wei's meddling had inadvertently cut short their time together. The image of her embracing Su Su lingered in her mind, accompanied by the intoxicating scent of his presence, stirring a delightful embarrassment within her. Su Su had not disappointed her during her cousin's outburst. He had bravely stood in front of her, shielding her from harm. She felt assured that her judgment of him was correct. Su Su was indeed a man worthy of trust. As she was lost in thought, a familiar voice broke through her reverie, causing her to momentarily freeze. She shook her head, dismissing the notion that Su Su could possibly be calling her at such a late hour. Surely, it must be a figment of her longing for him. A blush crept across her cheeks at the thought. Miss Ren, Miss Ren. Su Su refrained from calling out too loudly, anxiety mounting as he watched the countdown on the system's timer approach 0. Yet, the sound of his voice seemed to linger in the air. Suddenly, Ren Tingting stood up, scanning her surroundings to confirm that she was not imagining things. Following the sound, she approached the wall, lantern in hand, peering through the hollow section. Covering her mouth in surprise, she exclaimed, Su Su, what are you doing here? Su Su longed to confess that he had come for the purpose of signing in, but the words eluded him. Instead, he replied with sincerity, this afternoon when I left, I neglected to bid farewell to you, Miss Ren. Upon returning, I felt it was quite inappropriate, so I hurried back, hoping you wouldn't be upset with me. Ren Tingting was touched by his thoughtfulness. Such small gestures revealed a man's character, and she found herself even more enamored with Su Su. It's no trouble at all. You must have had a difficult journey at night, she said, her cheeks flushed deeper. Were it not for the darkness, one might mistake her face for a ripe apple. So inviting it appeared. However, Su Su had no time for romance. He needed to complete his mission. Miss Ren, I'm feeling a bit parched. Would it be possible for you to fetch me a cup of tea? He asked, feigning exhaustion. Of course. Just wait here, I'll get it for you. Ren Tingting replied without hesitation, feeling a twinge of guilt for not considering his thirst sooner. As she turned to leave, Su Su quickly called out, pointing to the two dogs. Miss Ren, could you please keep those dogs away from me? The dogs barked in response, growling at Su Su as if he were their archenemy. He glared at them, thinking that once he won over their mistress, he might just have them stew for dinner. Their audacity to snarl at him was intolerable. You want to come in? But there is no door, Ren Tingting said, clearly puzzled by his request. No door. That's all right. Su Su smiled and gestured toward the wall. At that moment, realization dawned upon Ren Tingting. He was suggesting to climb over the wall. Simultaneously, her heart raced, even though she was more open-minded than many traditional women due to her overseas experiences. The notion of Su Su scaling the wall to meet her sent a thrill through her. Was this a secret rendezvous? How romantic, exhilarating, and daring. Miss Ren. Su Su noticed her momentary daze and urged her for a response. Oh. Ren Tingting snapped back to reality, her heart racing and her face burning. She scolded the dogs. Wangkai Da Huang, stop barking and go away. The dogs complied obediently, yet their eyes remained warily fixed on Su Su. Relieved, Su Su seized the opportunity and swiftly climbed over the wall. As his feet touched the ground, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have arrived at the designated sign-in location. You have 20 minutes to sign in. Failure to do so within the time limit will result in mission failure. Ding! Countdown. 19 minutes 59 seconds. 19 minutes 58 seconds. Finally, he had succeeded. Su Su, I'll go get you some tea now. Just wait a moment. Ren Tingting said shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. On this tranquil night, in this charming little garden, a smile danced on Su Su's lips. His thirst was merely a pretext. Now that he was inside, water was of little consequence. With 20 minutes to spare, he had ample time. It was clear that Ren Tingting had an interest in him, and even those around them could see it. Su Su gently took her delicate hand and asked softly, Tingting, may I call you that from now on? Chapter 35. Father has arrived in that instant. Ren Tingting felt as though her heart might leap from her chest. Su Su was holding her hand. This scene had played out in her mind countless times, fantasizing about their first hand-holding. Yet, the reality was entirely different from her imaginings. Her thoughts became a blank canvas, enveloped in the bliss of the moment. Tingting Su Su drew her closer, embracing her. What should he do next? He resolved to seize the moment. Continuing on, Su Su directly pressed his lips against Ren Tingting's crimson ones. Although Su Su was not an experienced suitor, he had certainly witnessed the ways of the world and absorbed enough theoretical knowledge in this age of information explosion. Even as an ordinary individual among the masses, he was anything but typical in this era. What Su Su lacked was practical experience. Today, Ren Tingting proudly became his first real target. The outcome seemed quite satisfactory. Moments later, as they parted, Ren Tingting lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with a vibrant hue. Su Su gently caressed her face with the back of his hand, feeling the warmth radiating from her skin. A smile crept onto Su Su's lips as he gazed at the bashful Ren Tingting, a surge of bravado swelling within him. This sense of conquest was far more exhilarating than merely completing a mundane task. Ah, so this is the taste of a maiden's red lips. This was merely the first step. Su Su's heart was ablaze with anticipation, ready to approach Ren's father for her hand when the time was ripe. Su Su, you rascal. Ren Tingting's voice was barely above a whisper. Had it not been for Su Su's keen hearing and the tranquil evening, he might have missed it entirely. I'm only mischievous with you. Su Su recalled the romantic tales he had read in his previous life and replied softly. Upon hearing his words, Ren Tingting's heart became utterly enchanted. If her affections had previously been inclined towards Su Su, after their recent encounter, she could no longer entertain thoughts of any other man. Women of this era were deeply rooted in traditional values, which could not simply be erased by a few years abroad. The atmosphere was filled with tender affection. Yet an unwelcome visitor appeared at the entrance of the Ren residence, clad in the official garb of the Qing dynasty and adorned with a ceremonial hat. The figure extended his hands, revealing long, dark nails and a mouth lined with menacing fangs. His visage was a ghastly sight, twisted and terrifying. This figure was none other than the patriarch of the Ren family, Ren Fa's father and Ren Tingting's grandfather, Ren Yong. Just half an hour after Su Su had left the funeral parlor, the coffin in the mortuary underwent a startling transformation. Ren Yong, who had transformed into a ghoul, broke free from the confines of his coffin and made his way here. The scent of death lingered in the air. The instinctual drive of the transformed Ren Yong was singular, to seek out his closest living kin, those with whom he shared blood, to satiate his thirst. Consequently, he arrived here, intent on biting his son, Ren Fa. Logically speaking, the coffin should have contained him, bound by the inked talismans of the Maoshan techniques. Even in his ghoul form, he should not have been able to escape. However, the issue lay with the talismans. If the ink had been flawlessly inscribed in a complete circle, no problems would have arisen. Unfortunately, Qiuxing and Wen Kai had missed the coffin's floor, and although they later fixed it, the connections between the talismans were not seamless. This oversight granted Ren Yong the opportunity to escape. It must be said that Ren Yong, in his ghoul form, was exceedingly fortunate. There were only 4 individuals in the funeral parlor. Wen Kai was injured and sleeping in a side room. Qiuxing was absent, and both Jiu and Su Su had left. All these coincidental circumstances contributed to the ghoul Ren Yong returning home to bite his son. Ren Yong craned his neck, surveying the surroundings, his instinctual memory suggesting he had been here before. The scent of his son filled the air, igniting an intense craving to bite. With a thunderous crash, the transformed patriarch did not bother knocking. He barreled through the closed door, sending it crashing to the ground. He then lunged toward where Ren Fa was seated. At that moment, Ren Fa was busy tallying accounts, the sound of the abacus clicking rhythmically. His brow furrowed at times, only to relax moments later as he noted figures in the ledger. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, his right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably, stretching and rubbing his eyes. He approached the window for a breath of fresh air before returning to his accounts, perhaps overwhelmed by fatigue. As he yawned and peered down from the second-floor window, he spotted a figure bouncing in the courtyard, moving toward him. Strangely, the figure's clothing seemed familiar, yet the dim light and distance obscured clarity. However, Ren Fa was fairly certain that the person below was not a resident of the Ren household. Who could it be? As the bouncing figure drew closer, Ren Fa caught sight of it, and he froze in sheer terror. It was his father, but at that moment, even the sight of his own father sent chills down Ren Fa's spine. His father should be lying in the coffin. How could he be standing? Cold sweat broke out on Ren Fa's forehead as panic surged within him. What could his father be planning? With another resounding crash, the intricately carved wooden door on the ground floor was pushed aside as if it were made of mere peanut shells, So effortlessly did the ghoul Rin-Yang manage it. This was dire. He was coming for me. Renfa shouted in alarm. Someone come. Help! My father is here. In truth, he need not cry out. The household servants had already heard the commotion, and several who were still awake had seen the scene unfold before him. Yet the result was that they were so frightened they wet themselves. A zombie! In such a situation, even though Ren Fa was their benefactor, they dared not show themselves. Instead, trembling, they secured the door tighter, silently wishing that the ghoul would bite Ren Fa instead, for his flesh was far more delectable than theirs. In the backyard, Susu was contemplating whether to press his advantage further when he too heard the commotion from the front courtyard. Furrowing his brow, he asked Ting Ting, "Did you hear that noise?" Rin Ting Ting listened intently. Nodding, "It sounds like my father's voice. He is shouting for help." The cries continued. Susu and Rin Ting Ting exchanged a sudden glance. "It was your father, Rin Fa, calling for help. My father is shouting for help." They both exclaimed in unison. "Susu, I must go see my father. You stay here and don't wander off. Dahu and Wonkai already know you. They one bite you." Rin Ting Ting's expression changed dramatically, urgency in her voice. After all, Susu had entered by climbing over the wall. As a young lady, if word got out, it would not only tarnish her reputation. At that time, the reputation of the Ren family would be tarnished, and Lord Run, being particularly prideful, might even lash out at Susu in a fit of rage. Susu shook his head and spoke earnestly. "Ting Ting, what are you saying at such a crucial moment? Your father is as good as my own. Now that our father is calling for help, we must go see what is amiss. If we delay, it could become perilous." Susu felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that the worst might come to pass, for if that were the case, his future father-in-law would indeed be in grave danger. Seeing Susu's earnestness, particularly his word about their fathers being one and the same, Rin Ting Ting felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Biting her lip, she resolutely nodded. No matter what, if her father were in danger, she would stand by Susu's side. "All right, let us hurry." Before long, the two arrived at the front courtyard, only to find the gates and the doors to the inner chambers collapsed on the ground. Above, Lord Rin was still shouting for help in a state of panic. Rin Ting Ting anxiously called out, "Father, what has happened? What is going on?" Hearing his precious daughter's voice only heightened Lord Ren's panic as he cried out in terror, "Run, run. Your grandfather has returned to claim lives." "Grandfather? He has returned to claim lives?" Rin Ting Ting was momentarily taken aback. Her father seldom drank. Why was he speaking such nonsense? Hadn't grandfather's coffin been sent to the mortuary? Lost in thought, Rin Ting Ting was bewildered, while Susu was filled with horror. Even though he had suspected this scenario, the stark reality was still shocking. With a grave expression, Susu faced Rin Ting Ting and said cautiously, "Ting Ting, you must stay below and find a place to hide. I will go check on the situation, and no matter what you hear or see, do not come out. Do you understand?" "Susu, what on earth is happening?" Though Rin Ting Ting was unsure of the circumstances, the seriousness on Susu's face was unmistakable. "Your grandfather has likely turned into a corpse. We can discuss this later, but if we delay, your father's life may be at stake." Upon hearing Susu's words, Rin Ting Ting released his hand, standing frozen in place, muttering in disbelief, "My grandfather has turned into a corpse and seeks to kill his own son, my father?" Watching Susu's retreating figure, her heart tightened. She was a sensible girl, aware that rushing forward would only complicate matters. Trusting Susu with her father's safety, she followed his instructions and quietly found a place to hide, though her gaze remained fixed on the second floor, filled with trepidation. Susu dashed up to the second floor, where the transformed Lord Run had already broken through the door of Ren Fa's study, leaving a mess of splintered wood. Ren Fa looked on in terror at his father, exclaiming, "Father, it's me, Fa. Do you not remember your own son? Even if I have been unfilial. A tiger does not eat its cubs." However, the vacant gaze of the transformed Lord Run held no trace of familial affection, only a bloodthirsty glint. To him, Rin Fa was not his son, but merely a delectable morsel of Kobe beef. "Roar, I'm so hungry." Rin Fa's words earned him only a guttural growl from the creature, which lunged at him without hesitation. "Lord Run, duck." In a moment of urgency, Susu shouted. His palm thunderclap was already prepared. With a crackling sound, the palm thunder burst forth in dazzling light, illuminating the small study. To Susu's astonishment, the transformed Lord Ren exhibited a peculiar difference. While the zombies from the four-eyed Taoist-esque corpse-catching methods would halt at the sight of his palm thunder, the transformed Lord Ren showed no signs of hesitation. Intent on attacking his son, Ren Fa, hearing Su Su's voice, felt a surge of hope and steadied himself. Su Su was a prized disciple of Uncle Gio, their salvation. He promptly crouched down, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Crash! The transformed Lord Ren missed his grasp on Ren Fa and instead punctured two large holes into the bookshelf behind him. Enraged after this failure, he let out two furious roars and lunged at Ren Fa once more. During this brief delay, Su Su had already positioned himself behind the transformed Lord Ren. The palm thunder erupted in blinding brilliance, filling the study with an aura of pure yang energy. As he approached, the transformed Lord Ren seemed to sense the formidable aura and momentarily slowed his advance. Seizing the opportunity, Su Su yanked Ren Fa out of harm's way and then struck the back of the transformed Lord Ren with a mighty blow. In an instant, the crackling lightning collided with the creature's back, creating a clash of opposing forces. Yet, Su Su's palm thunder proved superior, as dark energy surged from the creature's back, emitting wisps of smoke. However, it could not deliver a fatal blow. The transformed Lord Ren howled in pain, thrashing about, though his intellect had diminished to primal instincts. This very instinct compelled him to flee, and he did so with remarkable decisiveness. The transformed Lord Ren suddenly turned and leapt towards the window, his legs propelling him with incredible force, covering 4 to 5 meters in a single bound. Not good. He is escaping. Su Su's brow furrowed as he quickly pursued. However, just as he reached the spot, the transformed Lord Ren leapt again, this time jumping directly from the second floor to the courtyard below. Su Su assessed the height. It was a good 5 to 6 meters. Gritting his teeth, he leaped after him, rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact. He stood up to find the transformed Lord Ren had already burst through a door, seizing a man clad in servant attire without hesitation and sinking his teeth into him. Almost instantaneously, the man's complexion turned pale as his blood was drained dry within mere seconds. Su Su barely had time to shout for him to stop before the man succumbed to death. Chapter 37. The old master runs swiftly. This was Su Su's first encounter with a zombie attacking a person. The creature's powerful arms clamped around the servant's body as effortlessly as if lifting a chick, tilting its head to bite into the servant's neck. The speed of its actions was terrifying, and more shocking was the rapidity with which the zombie drained blood. A 50-kilogram person possesses approximately 4,000 milliliters of blood, equivalent to 8 bottles of mineral water, and it was consumed in less than a second. Unbelievable. Before his eyes, the transformed Lord Ren, whose previously bloated and wrinkled face had appeared disjointed, now seemed to regain smoothness and roundness as if nourished by blood. Although his complexion remained as pale as ever, he appeared significantly more normal. Moreover, the flesh on his back, scorched by Su Su's palm thunder, was astonishingly healing at a visible rate. Unquestionably, the current Lord Ren had wholly transformed into a zombie, and not just any zombie. At least his palm thunder cannot be completely restrained at this moment. Just then, the zombie, old Master Ren, suddenly turned his head towards the 2-story wooden house, bloodlust igniting in his eyes, then glanced at Su Su with a hint of vigilance. Particularly, as he observed the thunder blooming once more from Su Su's palm, he felt an intense aversion to that obnoxious aura of utmost yang and rigidity. Su Su charged towards the zombie, old Master Ren, his palm shimmering with silver light, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence. Both old Master Ren and Ren Ting Ting, along with the surviving servants who had not been bitten to death, were utterly astonished. Had a deity truly descended? In that moment, their fear diminished, and Su Su became their pillar of support, hoping he could annihilate the murderous zombie. Mastering thunder. Wasn't he that an ability akin to that of a divine being? Crack! A thunderclap resonated as Su Su thrust his palm forward, aiming for the body of the zombie. Old Master Ren. In an instant, Su Su felt his palm thunder barely make contact with the zombie's form. Yet the strands of black mist that should have surged forth showed no reaction whatsoever. The radiance of the thunder remained brilliantly unyielding, unaffected by the collision with the extreme Yin energy. Something was amiss. It felt as if he had struck nothing. Su Su abruptly withdrew his hand. intending to employ the same tactic again. But to his astonishment, the zombie, Old Master Ren, suddenly leaped, soaring 4 to 5 meters high, effortlessly vaulting over the 2-meter walls of the Ren residence. Susu watched helplessly. The zombie could leap over, but he could not. This path was blocked, so he decided to take the main entrance. Even if it meant a detour, he could not allow the zombie, Old Master Ren, to escape. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. It was unimaginable what havoc a bloodthirsty zombie could wreak in the densely populated town of Renjia. Just as Susu was about to step out the door, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. This system kindly reminds you that if the host leaves the Run residence now, it will be considered a failure of the side quest to sign in, and this mission will be nullified. Ding. 0 minutes and 8 seconds remain until sign-in ends. 0 minutes and 7 seconds. Susu's foot, poised across the threshold, froze. Only a few seconds left. How agonizing. Having already delayed a few seconds, he would have to take a longer route, and with the zombie, Old Master Ren's leaping speed exceeding 60 kilometers per hour, it surpassed the limits of an ordinary electric bike from the future. The sky was darkening ominously. Once the opponent hid in the woods, he would be unable to catch up. Given the circumstances, why pursue at all? He found a justifiable reason to decisively abandon the chase. If the zombie, Old Master Ren, were to bring disaster to the townsfolk of Renjia, it could only be deemed the calamity destined for them. He would discuss the specifics with Uncle Gio tomorrow. Although Susu's decision to abandon the pursuit was influenced by the imminent end of the system's sign-in task, it did not imply that he was selfishly disregarding the safety of the citizens for the sake of earning sign-in points. He genuinely could not pursue. He lacked even a compass to track the direction the zombie had fled. Ultimately, he felt no psychological burden in relinquishing the chase. The final seconds ticked away. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest to sign in at the Ren residence. Ding. Reward, 2,000 sign-in points. Susu's spirits lifted instantly. 2,000 sign-in points. How delightful. Eagerly, he refreshed his character attribute panel. Name, Susu. Age, 21. Cultivation, Chi refinement. Initial stage, spells, Palm Thunder, mysterious grade. Summoning technique, yellow grade. Mystic Eye, mysterious grade. Intermediate binding spell, mysterious grade. Cultivation method, pure Yang scripture, heavenly grade. Child skill, mysterious grade. Equipment, none elixirs, none sign-in points. 2,100 lottery wheel level. Beginner, 100 sign-in points per draw, with sign-in points in hand. Susu felt a surge of confidence. However, this was not the time for lotteries. A myriad of troubles awaited resolution. Susu, are you alright? Ren Tingting, seeing the zombie, Old Master Ren, vanish, rushed out from her hiding place, her concern palpable. Her eyes sparkled with unparalleled admiration as she scrutinized Susu, ensuring he bore no injuries before exhaling a sigh of relief. Susu shook his head, furrowing his brow. Tingting, I'm fine. You were merely startled. Alas, my lack of skill allowed our grandfather to escape. At his age, he should have been cremated. At that moment, Old Master Ren hurriedly descended from the upper floor, his face pale with residual fear as he approached Susu, bowing deeply. Thank you, Taoist Susu, for saving my life. Had he not arrived today, I fear. Susu waved his hand repeatedly, assisting Old Master Ren to his feet, feeling unable to bear such a profound bow from his future father-in-law. No need for such formalities, Old Master Ren. Just call me Susu. The honorifics are too much for me. Ren Tingting, noticing her father's arrival, turned to him. Father, are you alright? Old Master Ren shook his head, a look of lingering dread on his face. Oh, I'm fine. It was a close call. I owe my life to Susu. Ren Fa sighed, suddenly realizing something was amiss. How did Susu end up in the Ren residence? He recalled that Ren Tingting had called out to him first, and then Susu had appeared to save him. Susu, how did you come to be in the Ren residence? Susu noticed the odd look in Ren Fa's eyes and quickly laughed, diverting the topic. Old Master Ren. This isn't the time for such matters. How about you let me handle this? He gestured towards the lifeless servant on the ground, drained of blood. Susu's words successfully shifted Ren Fa's attention. Upon seeing the colorless corpse, Ren Fa felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that had it not been for Susu, it could have been him lying there. Chapter 38. The pillar of support must depart at this point. Ren Fa gazed at the body of the servant who had been with the Ren family for many years, a pang of sadness welling up within him. This young man had been the family cook, renowned for his delicious pickled fish. They would no longer savor such delights. Ren Fa sighed, Xuche, if I leave this to you, how do you plan to handle it? Susu replied calmly, we must cremate him immediately. Otherwise, he too will undergo a corpse transformation. Corpse transformation. Ren Fa gasped in shock. Susu, will be like my father? Susa nodded, his brow furrowed. Yes. He will become a zombie like Old Master Ren, though not nearly as formidable. Old Master Ren has accumulated 20 years of resentment and malevolent energy. Even in his newly transformed state, I estimate he has reached the level of a copper corpse. Now, having fed on human blood, he will only grow stronger. However, those bitten by Old Master Ren will transform, but they will merely become ordinary zombies, not to be feared. When will he undergo the transformation? Hearing Su's words, Master Ren felt a slight sense of reassurance and pointed to the pickled fish servant on the ground, inquiring further. After pondering for a moment, Su replied, it could take as little as a few hours, or as long as a day or two. Regardless, we must expeditiously dispose of his body. Any unforeseen complications could lead to significant troubles. Master Ren contemplated Su's statement, but hesitated, for his concerns transcended mere incineration. This was a matter of a human life. And with so many servants observing, any direct disposal might lead to scandal and legal repercussions. After some deliberation, he suggested, Su, I have a proposal. You mentioned that even if he were to transform, he would merely become a weak zombie. Let us bind him securely. After dawn, we can notify the authorities and then proceed with the disposal. What do you think? Su understood Master Ren's apprehensions. Although he harbored some unease, he recognized the gravity of the situation. After all, it involved a human life. He nodded and said, very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Under Master Ren's direction, several trembling servants arrived and bound the pickled fish servant tightly, rendering him almost like a rice dumpling. This way, even if he were to transform, escaping the thick twine would be impossible. Su glanced at the sky. It was already quite late, and although the zombie, Master Ren's grandfather, had consumed human blood, he had also sustained injuries and would likely remain dormant for the time being. Su turned to Master Ren and Miss Ren, stating, Master Ren, Miss Ren, I must return to the mortuary. Given the gravity of the situation, I cannot manage it alone. I need to inform my master. Upon hearing that Su was leaving, Master Ren, Miss Ren, and the family servants immediately displayed expressions of concern and fear, especially with a bound servant who could transform at any moment. Su was their pillar of support, and the thought of him departing was unsettling. Master Ren anxiously implored, Su, what if you leave and my father returns? Miss Ren and the family servants looked at Su with hopeful eyes, wishing for him to stay. However, Su could not remain. He needed to return, especially since the whereabouts of Wenkai were still unknown. He did not know if he had been bitten, although he understood the family's fears. He believed the situation here should be secure for now. Su relaxed his brow, wearing a gentle smile that eased the tension among those present. Do not worry, Master Ren. For the time being, the Ren residence is safe. If, and I emphasize if, Master Ren returns, remember to hold your breath and remain as quiet as possible. Then, all will be well. Hold my breath? Master Ren asked, bewildered. Susa nodded, affirming, yes, precisely. A freshly transformed zombie, like Master Ren's grandfather, while capable of basic movement, is essentially blind. They rely on their sense of smell to locate humans. Human breath carries vitality, which zombies are highly sensitive to. However, if you hold your breath, they cannot accurately pinpoint your location. Thus, you will be safe. Is it truly effective? Master Ren questioned, skeptical that a zombie could not see a person if they did not exhale. Shusa filmed, undead. It is getting late. You should rest. But it would be wise to leave a couple of people to keep watch. If anything occurs, they can provide an early warning. Also, if you have any glutinous rice at home, scatter some on the ground. Seeing Su's determination to leave, Master Ren had no choice but to attentively listen to his advice. He found some glutinous rice at home and, under Su's guidance, scattered it across the floor. Father, I will see Su off, Miss Ren said to Master Ren. Very well, go ahead. Though it was merely a short distance from the inner courtyard to the front gate, after taking a few steps, Miss Ren lowered her voice. Su, are we really going to be all right? I'm so scared. Su's heart softened, and he felt an urge to stay, but he quickly suppressed it. He had to return, especially with Wenkai's fate still uncertain. He reassured her, "Ting Ting, remember what I said. If the old master truly returns, follow my instructions, and all will be well. I will return as soon as possible. Yes, I will heed your words. Su, please be safe on your journey." Miss Ren's concern was not for herself, but for Su. Su longed to affectionately stroke Miss Ren's hair, but considering her father was watching, he refrained. With a gentle smile, Su said, "I will be fine. After all, I am the one who drove the old master away." "Silly girl, why are your eyes still red? This is not a life-and-death separation. Do not cry." "I won't cry," Miss Ren replied, holding back tears and biting her lip. Su exited the Run residence and made his way to the mortuary. This time, he hurried along the path, almost breaking into a run, but fortunately, he was familiar with the route, having traversed it several times before. After about half an hour, he arrived at the mortuary. The door was smashed open, evidence of the old master's violent nature. Recalling the scene at the Run residence, Su thought to himself how the old master seemed to have made a profession out of door destruction. With a single leap, he could have easily cleared 4 to 5 meters, yet he chose to cause such damage. Damn it, repairing the door will take time. Su entered the mortuary and rushed to the side room, pushing open the door to Wenkai's sleeping quarters. Upon hearing the loud snoring, Su finally relaxed. Wenkai had not been bitten and was unharmed. Chapter 39. Not even the corpse shall be spared. Su nudged Wenkai's arm, accidentally pressing on his injury, causing him to awaken with a yelp. "Ouch, that hurts." Wenkai turned to Su, bleary-eyed. "Brother, what time is it? Why aren't you sleeping?" Su looked at his half-asleep companion, feeling exasperated. This fellow must have been a pig in his past life, sleeping so soundly. The door to the mortuary had been smashed, and the commotion must have been considerable, yet here he was, completely oblivious. This foolish boy was indeed fortunate. Had the transformed old master targeted him first, being related by blood to Master Run, he might have been bitten in his slumber. "Brother, why are you silent?" Wenkai rubbed his eyes. Su took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to reprimand Wenkai for his lack of awareness, and said, "Something has happened. The old master has transformed into a zombie and has gone to the Run residence, where he bit someone." Wenkai shot upright in bed, exclaiming, "What? Are you saying the old master in the coffin has transformed and killed someone?" He was startled. "Zombie." Su initially believed that Wenkai was alarmed about the potential threat that the zombie posed to the citizens of Renjia Town. However, he soon realized that it was not the case. Despite the pain coursing through his body, Wenkai frantically checked himself for bite marks. And after confirming that he was unscathed, he exhaled heavily, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and saying, thank goodness I wasn't bitten. That scared me to death." Su rolled his eyes, exclaiming inwardly, "Now you know fear? Where was this concern earlier?" "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Wenkai asked anxiously, coming back to his senses. With Master Joe absent and Qiuxing also away, Su was their only hope. The thought of a zombie, especially one that had bitten someone, was terrifying, nothing like the docile Qiuxing who merely had a talisman affixed to his forehead. Su patted Wenkai on the shoulder and replied, "What else can we do? We wait for Master to return, inform him of the situation, and see what he has to say. I'll go check the mortuary. How on earth did old Master escape after the talisman was properly placed?" Seeing Su heading outside, Wenkai shook off his drowsiness. At this moment, he dared not sleep. He hurriedly followed, forgetting the pain of his injuries. "Senior brother, wait for me." In the mortuary, the light was dim, but Su lit several candles, illuminating the room. "Senior brother, the coffin, it's fallen apart." Wenkai et Golim, staring in shock at the scattered coffin boards on the floor. Wasn't it said that once the talisman was placed, everything would be fine? How could this happen? In response to Wenkai's question, Su's thoughts echoed. "You ask me, but who should I ask?" He shook his head, furrowing his brow in silence as he knelt to gather the fallen boards. Holding a candle, he inspected the area where the talisman had been placed, realizing upon closer examination that the newly applied talisman lines did not align with the previous ones. They were completely misaligned. Su's brow furrowed in frustration. He had been negligent. He had specifically instructed Qiuxing and Wenkai, yet they still managed to misplace the talisman lines. However, it was futile to assign blame at this point. What mattered now was to mitigate the potential dangers that old Master Run, the zombie, could pose to Renjia Town. Nevertheless, since when Kai had inquired about the issue, it was his responsibility as the senior brother to explain the error to him, serving as a cautionary lesson to prevent a recurrence of the same mistake. Look at how you apply the talisman. The lines do not connect. If it were an ordinary corpse transformation, it might not have been a problem. Unfortunately, old Master Run had accumulated 20 years of resentment in his grave, which rendered this situation significantly more perilous. When Kai knelt down to examine the area, Susu indicated, and indeed, he saw the truth of it. Senior brother He felt a wave of guilt washing over him. Susu waved his hand dismissively, sighed, and then said earnestly, "What has happened. Lamenting it serves no purpose. When Kai, we, the Maoshan sect, are not like those charlatans you find in the streets. Many matters directly affect the safety and lives of the common people. A small error on our part could lead to catastrophic consequences for the innocent." After a moment of contemplation, Susu recalled a famous saying and decided to impart it to one Kai. "You must understand that an individual's capability is limited. However, there exists a distinction in the magnitude of one's abilities. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Remember this phrase, do you understand?" When Kai listened intently, realizing that this was a hard lesson learned, especially given the loss of life. Despite his usual foolishness, he was inherently a kind-hearted child, and he felt a deep sense of remorse for his mistakes. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility, he murmured, repeating the phrase. His gaze hardened, and he declared, "Senior brother, I understand now. I will never make the same mistake again." Susu observed when Kai's resolute expression. He was uncertain how deeply when Kai grasped the lesson, but any sign of change was a step forward. At that moment, Master Jio had finished inspecting the feng shui site for old Master Ren's burial and was wearily returning to the mortuary. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was taken aback by the sight of the collapsed door. What on earth? Has someone robbed us? He wondered, perplexed. What kind of thief would dare to steal from a mortuary? Master Jio entered cautiously and was met with the bright lights of the mortuary. At this hour, Qiuxing should have been in town, and Susu and Wenkai ought to be resting. Could it be that thieves have come to steal a corpse? His anger flared. In death, respect must be afforded. Even though the corpses in the mortuary had gone unclaimed for years, and Master Jio did not even know their names, he felt a duty to ensure their remains were safeguarded. This principle was unwavering for anyone who served the mortuary. How despicable! Not even the dead are spared. Master Jio did not let his anger cloud his judgment. Instead, he placed his talismans against the wall and quietly picked up a brick, stealthily making his way forward. Chapter 40. Do not betray. The Master Jio moved with utmost stealth, making no sound as he tightly gripped the brick, ready to strike at the first sign of life. The mortuary door was ajar and in disrepair. At that moment, when Kai was at the side of the door, bent over with a broom, diligently cleaning up the mess, the troublesome old Master Ren had not only damaged the door, but had also left the mortuary in utter disarray. When Kai recognized that he and Qiuxing's negligence had led to this chaos, although he was still bandaged, he could not let his senior brother shoulder the burden alone. He understood the importance of taking responsibility for his actions. As Master Jio reached the entrance, he caught a glimpse of a figure that appeared to be an intruder, although he could not make out their features. Nevertheless, he was ready to act. How dare someone trespass into his home? In a flash, Master Jio lunged forward, moving like lightning, and hurled the brick. A scream pierced the air when Kai had met his glorious fate. Susu heard the commotion and his heart raced, fearing that old Master Run had returned. Instinctively, he prepared his palm thunder and dashed towards the door. However, upon seeing the figure at the entrance, he froze in shock. It was Master Jio. Susu glanced down at the broken bricks scattered across the floor, and then at Wenkai, who was bleeding profusely from his forehead, evidently struck hard. What on earth? He thought that was a bit excessive. Susu's lips twitched slightly as he inquired, "Master, what is this?" Uncle Jio, equally bewildered, turned his gaze from Susu to Wenkai, seemingly pondering whether there was some misunderstanding at play. "What are you both doing here? What is the story behind the door of the courtyard and the mortuary?" Uncle Jio, feeling rather awkward, attempted to feign indifference, which only served to heighten Susu's discomfort. Susu cast a glance at the unfortunate Wenkai, whose forehead was still bleeding profusely. Given the current volume of blood loss, it seemed he would not perish immediately. Thus, he stated, "Master, there's been an incident. You should come inside to take a look." Susu gestured invitingly, withholding the reasons for the urgency. Although Uncle Gio was perplexed, he followed Su Su inside. Upon seeing the coffin lid lying flat on the ground, an ominous premonition surged within him, and he quickly deduced what must have transpired. Where's the corpse inside? What is going on? Uncle Gio exclaimed in shock. Su Su then recounted the entire sequence of events, albeit altering his reason for visiting the Ren family estate, keeping the matter of the side quest a closely guarded secret. The rest of the tale was easily woven, attributed to his heightened alertness, after the elder Ren's corpse broke free from its coffin. He had been roused from slumber and had pursued it without hesitation. He had arrived at the Ren family estate just in time to heroically save the life of Elder Ren, though sadly, a servant had met his demise in the process. After listening to Su Su's account, Uncle Gio felt a chill run down his spine. While Elder Ren's life had been spared, a life had nevertheless been lost. It seemed that trouble was brewing in Ren Town. Zombies, under normal circumstances, were relatively docile and not overly powerful unless they had fed on human blood. Once they tasted blood, however, they became akin to addicts, unable to extricate themselves from their cravings. Moreover, a zombie's consumption of human blood did not merely involve the blood itself, but also the soul of the individual. This was the reason zombies were said to exist beyond the three realms, for they lacked souls yet feasted upon them. As they accumulated blood and soul in sufficient quantities, zombies could undergo a transformation, evolving into increasingly formidable entities. The Elder Run had accumulated 20 years of vengeful energy in a treacherous location, resulting in a formidable transformation from a copper corpse. If he were to bite more people without interference, he could ascend to the ranks of silver corpses, gold corpses, or even a zombie king, gaining not only a renewed intelligence, but also unimaginable power. The existence of a zombie king was truly terrifying, as it could bring great suffering to humanity. Su Su was aware of one such being, known as Jiangshi, reputed to be remarkably powerful. Master, I believe it would be prudent for us to hurry to the Ren family estate tonight. Although I managed to drive the Elder Ren away, he is yet to feed on his son Elder Ren's blood, and is likely to return, Su Su advised gravely. Uncle Gio nodded in agreement, acknowledging the soundness of his reasoning. Then, as if recalling something, Uncle Gio looked at Wenkai on the ground and instructed Su Su tend Wenkai's wounds. I will prepare the talismans, and we shall depart in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Ah, the auspicious location is of no use now. You go prepare, and I will take care of Wenkai, Su Su assured as he approached Wenkai. He glanced at the broken bricks strewn on the ground, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Wenkai, who had endured considerable suffering. Su Su removed a piece of gauze from Wenkai's arm, detecting a lingering medicinal scent, indicating it could still be utilized. He then deftly wrapped it around Wenkai's head. Within a minute, he had completed the makeshift bandaging. Observing his handiwork, Su Su noted that while it was not particularly aesthetically pleasing, such details were inconsequential. After all, Wenkai's appearance had already been compromised. A little more disarray would hardly draw attention. Subsequently, Su Su pinched Wenkai's acupoint, and after a moment, he regained consciousness. Wenkai, feeling disoriented, remarked, "Senior brother, did something fall on my head just now?" He glanced upward toward the beams of the house. Su Su found himself torn between honesty and loyalty to Uncle Gio. To maintain his master's dignity, he fabricated a tale. "I'm not sure who placed a brick above, but it fortuitously fell and struck your head. Wenkai, I must commend your resilience. The brick shattered into several pieces, yet your head remains intact." Wenkai instinctively scratched his head, only to be met with a sharp pain that made him retract his hand. However, upon hearing Su Su's praise, he seemed to forget the discomfort, grinning foolishly, yes. I also think my head is quite impressive, in light of Wenkai's obliviousness to the crux of the matter. Su Su suddenly realized that he possessed a certain utility, particularly in terms of being easily deceived. How had this foolish boy reached the age of 18? It was nothing short of a miracle. Chapter 41. Returning to the Ren family estate nevertheless, Su Su soon recognized that he had underestimated Wenkai's intelligence. The lad was not truly foolish, but rather delayed in his cognitive responses. After a moment of contemplation, Wenkai abruptly asked, "Senior brother, do you think it was Qiu Sheng who placed the brick on the beam?" This question momentarily startled Su Su, pondering if Wenkai intended to implicate Qiu Sheng in Uncle Gio's predicament. After a brief pause, Su Su resolved that should Qiu Sheng bear the blame for Uncle Gio, it would be a privilege for him as a disciple. Adopting a contemplative demeanor, Susu took several seconds before solemnly analyzing. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Clearly, your senior brother would never commit such a heinous act, nor would Master. The gentleman from inside the coffin would not have had the opportunity to transform. They are merely skeletal remains. As for our junior brother Qiu Sheng, well, his character is quite commendable, though he does enjoy playing pranks on you. As he spoke, Susu felt an inner turmoil, grappling with the weight of his words. Senior brother, I understand now, when Kai declared, his eyes suddenly ablaze with determination, a glimmer of vengeance. Susu silently mourned for Qiu Sheng, who had unwittingly drawn the short straw by not returning that day. Such was the law of cause and effect. Every action had its consequence. A stick of incense had burned down. Uncle Gio emerged, clad in a pale, yellow Taoist robe, a ceremonial hat atop his head, a peach wood sword strapped to his back, a bag of trinkets hanging from his chest, and a money sword in hand, with a bulging yellow bag slung at his waist, likely filled with various valuable items. Master, are we preparing for battle with so many talismans? When Kai Vimak Astonitz, for he had never witnessed Uncle Gio so serious. Uncle Gio cast a fleeting glance at the bandage wrapped around Winsai's head, quickly diverting his gaze. Unable to bear the sight, it was simply too unappealing. He cleared his throat twice and remarked, "This endeavor is of great significance. Ensure you have all the necessary talismans. They may prove indispensable. As the ancient adage wisely states, opportunity favors the prepared. Should our lack of preparation allow the zombie, old Master Run, to escape once more, it will be the greatest disgrace for those of us who cultivate the path." Master is right. I shall heed your teachings, Susu replied with a respectful bow. Observing this, Kai echoed his sentiment. Uncle Gio nodded with satisfaction and declared, "Let us depart." Thus, the trio, with one of them in poor health, set forth once again. Given Winsai's current condition, engaging in excessive physical activity was ill-advised. However, leaving him behind at the mortuary was a source of great concern. Reluctantly, they decided to bring him along. Susu found this burden quite exhausting. He now understood Uncle Gio's rationale for carrying so much equipment. It provided a convenient excuse to disregard Winsai's needs. The notion that opportunity favors the prepared was merely a ruse. Logically, as a master, Uncle Gio should have entrusted the talismans to his disciple. Yet, he said nothing and strode ahead, leaving Susu no chance to assert himself. What a predicament! The herbal scent emanating from Kai, mingled with the odor of sweat, was utterly repugnant. After a considerable time, they finally beheld the brightly lit entrance of the Ren family estate. Oil lamps illuminated the surroundings, and a large bonfire blazed in the courtyard, casting a daylight-like brightness over the formerly dark expanse. A household servant stood at the gate, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting the three figures emerging into view, he shouted joyfully, "Master, Miss, they have arrived. Uncle Gio, Susu, and Kai are here." At the sound of this announcement, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of everyone in the Ren household, sweeping away the anxiety that had gripped them moments before. They had witnessed Susu's prowess, and Uncle Gio, as his master, was undoubtedly even more formidable. Kai, being Susu's junior, could not be lacking either. With these three Taoist priests present, there was no longer any need to fear the return of the zombie, old Master Ren. Ren Fa approached with eager steps, a smile of excitement illuminating his face. Uncle Gio, Susu. However, as he glanced at the heavily bandaged figure, he froze in place. This person appeared to be Kai. What had transpired? Had he been bitten by his father? Uncle Gio, what has happened to Kai? Uncle Gio shot a quick look at Winsai's injury, awkwardly twitching his lips as he replied, "No harm done. He merely fell." A sigh of relief washed over Ren Fa's heart. He recalled Susu's warning that those bitten by zombies could undergo transformation. It was a comfort that Kai had merely fallen and not been bitten. Uncle Gio, Susu, Kai, please come inside. Ren Fa gestured invitingly, his previously tense demeanor now brightening with a smile. Quickly, prepare tea and refreshments for our esteemed guests. He called out to those inside. The servants sprang into action, not daring to delay. There's no need for such formality, Ren Fa. Uncle Gio waved his hand dismissively. "Master, I am quite famished," Kai murmured. "Ha ha, fret not, Kai. There will be plenty for you to eat." Ren Fa laughed heartily. Uncle Gio shot Kai an exasperated glare, initially intending to scold him, but feeling somewhat guilty for having struck Wen Kai on the head earlier. However, Uncle Gio was still puzzled as to why Wen Kai was exhibiting such a lack of reaction. This was not in line with Wen Cai's usual behavior. Did Su Su fail to inform him that it was his master who had struck him? With this thought in mind, Uncle Gio resolved to inquire with Su Su later, as he felt an odd unease. The three took their seats. Uncle Gio, what transpired tonight was utterly terrifying. Ren Fa recalled the earlier scenes, a look of trepidation crossing his face before he added, "However, now that you are here, I feel reassured. Our Ren family town relies on you, Uncle Gio." Uncle Gio sighed. "Ren Fa, this is precisely why I insisted on burning old Master Ren's corpse while we were on the mountain. Nonetheless, what's done is done, and we can only strive to remedy the situation." Ren Fa felt a twinge of regret. He had not anticipated the events would escalate to this extent. His heart burned with resentment toward the fortune teller from years past. "Uncle Gio, what should we do now?" he inquired. Uncle Gio shook his head. "What can we do? Unless we wait for old Master Ren to come to us, it seems we have no other options. Although Ren Family Town is not large, actively searching for a zombie hidden somewhere is far from easy. It is more prudent to wait for the opportunity to come to us." Chapter 42. The scene of the homicide that night. None within the Ren family estate could find rest. One might say they were utterly incapable of sleeping, their minds fraught with tension. Among the trio of outsiders, however, one was an exception. Wen Kai, having eaten some pastries, succumbed to slumber, his head resting on the table as he snored. Although Su Su felt some fatigue, a brief meditation while circulating the Immaculate Energy Sutra revitalized him. As for Uncle Gio, he merely indulged in a brief moment of drowsiness. Yet that night, Su Su found no opportunity to engage in tender moments with Rin Tingting, which was quite regrettable. With so many pairs of eyes upon them, there was simply no chance for private interaction. As the night quietly progressed, dawn gradually approached. "Rin Fa, the light of day has arrived. You should send someone to the yamen to report the incident," Su Su suggested, sipping his tea as he addressed Rin Fa, who sat nearby. Rin Fa appeared exhausted. Having spent the night in fear, he was now starting to doze off. Upon hearing Su Su's voice, he shook his head and looked toward the horizon. Daylight, daylight. This heralded genuine safety, with the level of the zombie transformed from old Master Rin. It was unlikely he would dare emerge during the day to wreak havoc, unless he were seeking his own demise. Two household servants left the estate together, making their way to the yamen to report the incident. A homicide case in Rin Family Town was no small matter, especially as it had occurred within the home of the town's wealthiest resident, Ren Fa. It was akin to a thunderclap, igniting the entire town. At the yamen, a clerk responsible for announcements beat a drum, loudly proclaiming the murder that had transpired at the Ren residence throughout the streets and alleys. Simultaneously, the sleepy security captain, Away, upon hearing that something had happened at his uncle's house, grew extremely worried for his cousin, Rin Tingting, and quickly got out of bed. Although he had been beaten by his uncle just the day before, it mattered little. Getting a thrashing wouldn't cost him any flesh. Away hurriedly dressed and gathered his men, rushing toward the Ren estate. "Uncle, cousin, are you all right?" Ai boldly charged into the courtyard, brandishing a pistol that should have been holstered at his waist, exuding an air of fierce determination. It was as if, at that very moment, the villain responsible for the murder was still within the Ren residence, waiting for him to deliver a fatal shot. Through the proclamations of the clerks at the yamen, many townsfolk had gathered at the entrance of the Ren residence, peering curiously to discern the unfolding events. They were eager to return and boast about the incident, particularly since a death had occurred in the family of the wealthiest man in town, a rather significant affair. These individuals approached with a sense of morbid curiosity, reveling in the unfolding drama. A few esteemed gentry from the town had also arrived, enjoying privileges that ordinary folk did not, having been granted entry into the Ren household. "Captain Ai, come quickly. One of the household servants has been killed." Although Ren Fa was Ai's uncle, he could not leverage his seniority at this moment. The situation was now a matter of official concern, and many commoners were observing. Ai turned to see a body, pale and tightly bound with coarse rope, with 2 gaping wounds on its neck. It struck him with shock. Was that, in fact, a human being? Confusion washed over Ai as he pondered the circumstances. There was no doubt that a murder had occurred, yet the manner in which it transpired bore a striking resemblance to the handiwork of his own uncle. Ai's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Had his uncle lost his sanity? Was he driven to kill the servant out of guilt for having beaten him the previous day? Or had he intended to end Ai's life, but inadvertently killed the servant instead? The gruesome sight of the body, bound in such a manner, was truly tragic. Returning to the matter at hand, Ai questioned his uncle. What on earth is going on? After a moment of hesitation, Renfa recounted the series of events, his face etched with concern. Ai's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Uncle, are you serious? My great-uncle, who has been dead for 20 years, rose from his coffin intending to kill you, but accidentally ended up killing himself instead? Renfa anticipated this reaction, were it not for his personal experience. He would not have believed it himself. However, having lived through it, he now understood the terror. Zombies were indeed real, and one of them was his father. Uncle, please stop jesting. What truly transpired? Ai's incredulity transformed his gaze towards Renfa, as if to say, although you are my uncle, please do not insult my intelligence. Renfa, growing increasingly anxious, insisted, Ai, I speak nothing but the truth. You can ask Tingting, he added. Everyone in the Ren household can attest to the veracity of my words. Cousin, what father says is indeed the truth, echoed Tingting. Captain Ai, it is no joke. You do not know how terrifying it was last night. The old master sprang up out of nowhere. Moreover, Su was here as well. Had it not been for him, we might all have perished. The crowd clamored, their expressions filled with urgency, as the frustration of being disbelieved was palpable. Ai suddenly grasped a critical detail. Su had been present last night. He fixed a furious glare upon Su and demanded, What is your purpose in appearing at the Run residence in the dead of night? I suspect you used sorcery to bewitch my uncle, my cousin, and these servants, taking advantage of the chaos to commit murder and frame my great-uncle. Ai had long harbored a grudge against Su, especially following the events of the previous night. He was not one to forget a slight easily. Ai felt a sense of liberation washing over him. It was merely a matter of a single death, nothing too significant, but what mattered was the identity of the killer. To Ai's eyes, Susa now appeared as the prime suspect. Wait, that is incorrect, I misspoke. He is not merely a suspect. He is indeed the murderer. Ai's declaration left everyone in stunned silence. Had they not been clear enough? Had they failed to convey their meaning effectively? They had all stated that Su had saved the lives of everyone in the Run residence. How had he suddenly become the perpetrator in Ai's eyes? Chapter 43. The devious mind is fearsome. Su, hearing Ai's accusations, was momentarily taken aback, casting a strange look at Ai. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind? Captain Ai, are you certain you are not dreaming? Su, being straightforward, found no reason to engage with Ai's nonsensical allegations. He directly countered. As for Ai's position as the security captain of Ren Town, Su dismissed it entirely. Even if Ai had a weapon, it mattered little to him, for he stood on solid ground, unafraid. Besides, there were numerous witnesses present. Regrettably, je suis underestimated et audacity. Su, how dare you publicly insult a government official? What punishment do you deserve? Ai retorted. In the dead of night, you appear at the Run residence, and a murder ensues. Spare me your far-fetched tales. Do you think I'm gullible enough to believe your ghost stories? Ai asserted, his tone resolute, as he sought to cut off Su's escape. Su's brow furrowed in anger. He was not one to tolerate disrespect. Captain Ai, are you out of your mind? Do you not understand the words of all these witnesses? He shot back. If you wish to expose my so-called conspiracy, then do enlighten me. At that moment, Ren Tingting, alarmed, stood beside Su in support, urging, Cousin, Su is my father's savior. What are you talking about? Not only that, but he saved the lives of everyone in the Ren residence. Chimed in Run Lao Yi, albeit awkwardly when mentioning the great-uncle. The household servants, witnessing the unfolding drama, stepped forward, voicing their support. Young Master Ai, you cannot falsely accuse a good person. Su is a good man. Indeed, if you arrest Su, and if the old master were to return, it would spell doom for us all. Master Ai, everything must be substantiated with evidence. You have no proof to claim that Su is the murderer. They insisted. If you dare to apprehend Su, we will not allow it. Under normal circumstances, these servants would have sought to curry favor with Ai, given his status. However, now that their lives were at stake, they could not afford to remain silent. Arresting Su would be tantamount to signing their own death warrants. Wei felt a surge of frustration. These insatiable servants, along with his own uncle and cousin. What side were they on? They were truly his kin, yet they turned against him. Why were they leaning away from him? Especially when he saw Run Tingting speak in favor of Su Su, it stirred something unpleasant within him. Moreover, having personally experienced the formidable power of demonic arts at the hands of Qiu Shang and Wen Kai the previous afternoon, Wei was increasingly convinced that Su Su must have employed some unknown and despicable sorcery to ensnare the minds of his uncle and cousin. As the sole male descendant of the Ren family's external relatives, Wei felt an immense burden upon his shoulders. He must shatter the lies of the demonic sect and restore justice for his uncle and cousin, ideally showcasing his own abilities to elicit a smile from his cousin. With a cold snort, Wei fixed his gaze on Su Su and declared in a chilling tone, "Very well. You seek evidence, and I shall provide it. Bring him to me. Release him." Wei pointed at the servant, who was tightly bound like a rice dumpling, and shouted loudly, "Yes, Captain." Two security personnel promptly approached, knives in hand, ready to cut the ropes. "Absolutely not." At that moment, Uncle Gio interjected, "You must not." The entire household of the Run family echoed in alarm. That was a zombie that could transform at any moment. If released, who knew what calamity would ensue? The two security personnel paused. Their knives halted midair as they looked to Wei. "Uncle, cousin, do not worry. As long as I am here, even if demons arise, they must reckon with my firearm," Wei boasted, brandishing his pistol with an air of bravado, exuding a sense of authority. "Wei, command your men to stand down." Uncle Gio asserted once more, exasperated. Even bound, Uncle Gio was not someone to be trifled with. Cutting the ropes would be tantamount to courting death. He held considerable respect in the Run family, and was often consulted for matters of death in the surrounding villages. Usually, people would heed his words. Wei furrowed his brow, feeling a lack of respect. He threatened directly, "Uncle Gio, what do you mean by that? I, as the captain, am executing the law. Although Su Su is your apprentice, I advise you not to interfere. If I uncover that this murder case is not only related to Su Su, but also that you, Uncle Gio, have been secretly instructing him, the consequences could be dire. Indeed, if the evidence is conclusive, facing a bullet is not out of the question." "Master, it's all right. Let Captain Wei present his evidence," Su Su said, casting a glance at Uncle Gio. He had now become Wei's target, and if Wei sought revenge, he could merely make a trip to the authorities. With Uncle Gio present at the very least, the zombie of the Elder Run would reappear, ensuring they were not without recourse. You are indeed perceptive." Wei smirked triumphantly, glaring at the two security personnel. "What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for lunch? Hurry, untie him." "Yes, Captain," they replied hastily. Soon, the ropes were severed, and the servant, once curled in a ball, was laid flat on the ground. "Captain, there are fatal wounds on the neck," one of the security personnel pointed out, indicating the two small puncture marks on the servant's neck. Wei squatted down with a disdainful expression, retorting, "Do I look blind to you? I can see." The security personnel felt a sense of grievance. Had the captain ingested gunpowder this morning? They had only just risen and had not encountered anyone to provoke him. Moreover, they sensed something was amiss with the captain today. He seemed impervious to both kind words and harsh ones. Su Su, clearly not a villain, was being unjustly accused. And even someone as dim-witted as they could discern that. Someone is in for misfortune. Yet, as mere security personnel, what could they say? It seemed their role was to assist in this injustice, so they resolved to fulfill their duties and act as dedicated henchmen. With these realizations, the security personnel felt invigorated. They glanced at Uncle Gio's Taoist robe, pondering if this was what the storyteller referred to as the enlightenment of masters from both Buddhism and Taoism. Was this a sign of exceptional talent? Perhaps one day, fortune would smile upon them, and they could ascend to the position of captain. Chapter 44. The abomination drives me mad, haha. Su Su, this is the evidence, Wei proclaimed, pointing at the servant's neck, where remnants of blood were still visible from the bite wounds. "It was you who killed him. Am I correct? You're insufferable." Su Su was on the verge of cursing, ready to deliver a crushing blow to this insufferable fool. Seeing Wei's unwavering confidence, he had expected some substantial reasoning to deflect blame onto him, but instead was met with this absurdity. Before Su Su could erupt in anger, a gentleman accompanying Wei could no longer contain his disdain, his face a mask of embarrassment. "Pray tell, Master Wei, what weapon do you believe was used to slay him?" Awei was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, that was a valid inquiry. Struggling to concoct a logical response, he ultimately settled on his stubbornness, brazenly stating, "Do not concern yourself with the details. I, the captain, have determined that Su Su is the murderer. Bring Su Su back and subject him to harsh interrogation until he confesses." The security personnel initially doubted the captain's reliability, but upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They silently marveled. No wonder he could be captain. Such a straightforward approach to coercion was bound to force the unfortunate Su Su to confess whatever was desired. Abomination! A furious shout erupted from Ren Fa, who brandished a stool and hurled it toward Awei. Ren Leoi, striving to maintain restraint, recognized Awei as his own nephew and the head of security. In the presence of outsiders, he felt compelled to afford Awei some dignity. However, at this moment, he could no longer hold back. After all, Su Su had saved his life, while this nephew sought to frame him. Even a fool could see that Su Su was not the murderer. Was this scoundrel's mind filled with filth? Ren Leoi, not foolish himself, realized that Awei's animosity toward Su Su stemmed from jealousy over the previous day's events. With this thought, his indignation only grew. Su Su had diagnosed Awei's ailment, equating his kidney deficiency to mental incompetence, and even offered a remedy. Instead of expressing gratitude, Awei sought to harm him. What a scoundrel, devoid of conscience. There are limits to what one can endure, and the uncle could no longer restrain himself. "Ow, uncle, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting me?" Awei cried, jumping about in panic. "Someone, quickly, stop my uncle. Be gentle. If anyone injures him, I will make them pay." Awei exhibited a surprising sense of filial piety. Two security guards immediately took their orders, pleading with Run to let go of their captain. "Please, Master Run, spare the captain. If we can't stop you, he will take his anger out on us when we return to the station." The guards begged pitifully. Ren, already furious, nearly choked on his rage upon hearing their words. This scoundrel was utterly out of control. "Uncle, please calm down," Awei interjected, patting his chest. That was close. He had almost been struck by a chair, but thankfully, his reflexes saved him. Ren gritted his teeth, seething with anger. He felt a fleeting desire to transform into a zombie and bite his useless nephew. "Awei, if you dare to harm Su Su, you will no longer be my nephew." Awei was taken aback by this statement. Surely, his uncle wouldn't he go that far for an outsider. After all, he was his own nephew. Awei had plans to marry Run Ting and inherit the family business, and if he severed ties, all would be lost. That simply cannot happen. Thus, understanding the need for compromise, Awei reluctantly backed down. However, as someone who refused to lose face, he would capitulate with conditions and dignity. After all, several local gentry and numerous commoners were watching. "Uncle, please calm down. As long as you're no longer angry, I promise not to harm Su Su. However, he must accompany me back to the station." Ren was skeptical. "Really?" Awei immediately swore, raising his hand to the heavens. "I, Awei, swear on the honor of the security captain of Renjia Town that if I harm Su Su, I will be struck down by lightning." Thunder rumbled ominously as soon as he finished speaking, startling Awei and causing his legs to weaken. He looked up at the sky, a jolt of dread coursing through him. This was too real. Initially, he had considered deceiving Su Su, but the thunder abruptly shattered that notion. There was no denying the superstitions of the people in this era. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Where there were policies from above, there were countermeasures below. Even if he didn't harm Su Su, he could ensure that Su Su would be subjected to an eternity of torment in that station. After all, it wouldn't contradict his oath. From that day onward, Awei would think twice before making reckless vows again. "Let go of me." Rin struggled free from the guard support and approached Su Su with deep remorse. "Su Su, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea this wretched creature would be so unreasonable. But rest assured, now that he has given his word, he will not dare to harm you. However, you will have to endure accompanying him." Rin shot away a fierce glare, his eyes conveying a message. "I am letting you save face today, but remember your words." Awei forced a smile, radiating an awkward yet genuine happiness, and added, "Su Su, please accompany me. Rest assured, since I promised my uncle not to harm you, as a gentleman, I will honor my word." "Master Gio, I truly..." Rin bowed respectfully to Master Gio, lowering his stance. Master Gio sighed and shook his head, fixing his gaze on Awei. "Awei, I hope you truly keep your promise." Awei patted his chest, suddenly feeling invigorated. Although the situation had been tumultuous, he had ultimately achieved his goal. Su must accompany him. He chuckled to himself. Once they reached the station, he would be in control. Master Jiao, have no worries. My reputation as a Wei in Renjia Town is impeccable. Everyone may doubt, but they will believe my word. Wei declared confidently. At this statement, the onlookers exchanged peculiar glances, as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke of the 18th century. How could one be so shameless? Despite the awkwardness, no one dared to voice their dissent. However, there are always exceptions. Wen Kai, with his head wrapped in bandages, belatedly chimed in, I don't believe it. The atmosphere, which had just begun to ease, froze once more in sheer awkwardness. Chapter 45. Shall we make a bet? All eyes turned to Wen Kai, who had unwittingly spoken the truth. Was this child completely oblivious? No one had intended to break the silence. Why do you have to blurt out? Facing the collective gaze, Wen Kai felt a chill down his spine and meekly asked, Master, senior brother, did I say something wrong? Master Jiao remained silent, merely casting a disapproving glare at Wen Kai, urging him to hush. Su shook his head, bemused by Wen Kai's incessant blunders. Sooner or later, this reckless tongue would land him in trouble. To prevent Wei from using Wen Kai as an excuse for further trouble, Su spoke up, Captain Wei, let us go. I will accompany you to the station. Ah, Su, you are wise. Wei was in high spirits and chose not to pursue the offense from Wen Kai. He waved his hand and boisterously called, Brothers, take the murder suspect away and bring the victim's body back. Yes, Captain. 2 men stepped forward, one on each side of Su, ready to escort him. Su frowned and waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for you to intervene. I can walk on my own. Wei, do not offend Su. Ren quickly stepped forward, pushing the 2 guards aside, filled with apologies. Wei suppressed his anger, gesturing to his subordinates to stand down. Just observe. We will proceed as my uncle advised. No need for restraints. However, should he attempt to escape, feel free to shoot. Yes, Captain. Hearing Wei's words, all present silently mourned for Su. When a Taoist encounters soldiers, reason becomes irrelevant. Moreover, it was evident that Wei was deliberately putting Su in a difficult position. Once inside the station, whether he would be harmed or not was a question only time could answer. Those who knew Wei were well aware of his dubious character. As for Su, his calm demeanor suggested he was unfazed, but those watching sighed inwardly, noting his youth and naivety in the face of treachery. Master Jiao, however, had little concern for Su. He knew Su possessed remarkable abilities, not to mention with the thunderclap technique at his disposal. Wei and his lackeys would undoubtedly be frightened. Furthermore, with the spirit summoning technique at hand, there was no way Su would be detained against his will in that meager station. What truly worried him was the hired hands of the pickled fish. Shusa, noticing Master Jiao's furrowed brow, reassured him, Master, you need not worry about me. However, do keep a close eye on the Ren residence. I suspect Master Ren will return after nightfall. Master Jiao's expression relaxed slightly. Su was not one to speak idly. If he said there would be no issues, then there likely wouldn't be. Rest assured, with me around, the Ren residence will be well guarded. Wei scoffed inwardly, thinking, keep pretending to be wise. Let us see how long you can maintain that facade. Enough chatter, let us move. Wei urged impatiently, then turned to Ren and his cousin with a smirk. Don't worry, I will uphold my promise to you. However, time is of the essence. There are matters to attend to at the station. Wei did not allow Ren Lei and Ren Tingting an opportunity to say anything further, with an air of utmost confidence. He strode out of the Ren family's main gate. At that moment, Wei felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. A gentleman may wait 10 years for revenge, but he was no gentleman. He seized every opportunity from dawn till dusk. Wei had meticulously devised a plan for retribution against Su. First, imprison him for a day without food or water, and only after that would he consider his next steps. Before long, he arrived at the magistrate's jail. Shusa, how do you feel now? Are you satisfied with the ambience of my magistrate's office? Wei chuckled with a sense of triumph, his words dripping with arrogance, as if to say that Su's life was now entirely in his grasp. However, contrary to Wei's expectations, Su exhibited neither fear nor trepidation. Instead, he appeared remarkably calm. This unexpected demeanor dampened Wei's previously soaring spirits. Su brushed the dust off the bed in the cell, casually seated himself as though he were at home, and remarked, "It's tolerable. I can manage to stay here for a night." Awai's brows furrowed in irritation. How dare he be so brazen in his own territory? Awai snorted derisively. "Stay for a night? Su, you must be delusional. While I may have promised my uncle not to torture you, I never said anything about releasing you anytime soon. Just wait and see. You'll rot in this cell." Susa narrowed his eyes and then smiled, speaking with a mocking tone. "Rot in this cell? I beg to differ, Captain Awai. How about we make a wager?" Awai, unsure of Susa's intentions, inquired, "What shall we wager?" Susa laughed lightly. "You just claimed I would rot in this cell, correct?" Awai nodded. "Excellent. I wager that by tonight, or at the latest by tomorrow morning, not only will you cease to detain me, but you will also apologize to me," Susu stated calmly. Awai's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. "Huh? Susu, are you out of your mind? Tonight? Tomorrow morning? Dream on. As long as I am in charge of security, you will never leave this jail." Susu responded, "Since you are so confident, shall we place a bet then?" "I'm not afraid of you." Awai, emboldened by his assurance of victory, agreed. "All right then, what shall we wager?" Susu furrowed his brows, glancing at Awai, who seemed to have nothing of value to wager. Awai, sensing Susu's hesitation, laughed heartily. "I have an excellent stake, but I wonder if you dare to accept it." Intrigued, Susu replied, "Go on then. If I win, you will admit that you killed the servant from the Rin family," Awai declared. "If I lose, I will release you. Fair enough?" Susu smirked inwardly, recognizing Awai's cunning scheme. However, he was unconcerned with the particulars. For once the servant from the Rin family became a zombie, the outcome of the wager would hardly matter. At that juncture, Captain Awai would surely find himself pleading for assistance in dealing with the undead. Awai looked down upon Susu, deeming him a fool despite his seemingly clever appearance. He thought to himself that he had merely played a little word game, yet Susu had fallen for it. Regardless of the outcome, he was certain he would emerge victorious, for Susu would never escape this cell. Meanwhile, the security team had placed the corpse of the Rin family servant in an empty room outside the jail, covered by a white cloth. Susu glanced at the body and smiled at Awai, then inquired, "Captain Awai, what kind of death would leave a face pale as paper, devoid of any blood?" Awai, without much thought, replied, "Of course, it's because all the blood was drained." "Captain Awai, you certainly possess considerable knowledge. But how do you suppose one would drain all the blood from a living person?" Awai paused, recalling that when slaughtering pigs, several strong men were needed to restrain the animal properly, lest the blood remain and affect the quality of the meat. Draining a living person's blood would undoubtedly be more challenging than killing a pig. However, the servant showed no signs of struggle, and the absence of bruising indicated he had been bound after death. This aligned with the accounts from the Rin family. Awai pondered how such a feat could be accomplished and scoffed. "Susu, I know you practice sorcery. Was it you who did this?" He sneered. "No matter how formidable you are, confined within this jail, you shall remain." Susu waved his hand dismissively, gesturing toward the corpse. "Captain Awai, I wish to offer you a piece of advice. Either set it ablaze now, or bind the body with the coarse ropes used at the Rin residence. Otherwise, you will come to regret it." "Regret?" Awai retorted. "In my 20 years of life, I have yet to encounter the concept of regret. You think to erase the evidence. Susu, don't try to deceive me. I'm no fool." Susu shrugged. "Your intelligence matches your eloquence, I must say. Had I known you would respond this way, I would have leaned in closer and said, 'Captain Awai, if I told you that the bloodless servant would rise as a zombie tonight, would you believe me?'" Awai erupted in laughter. "A zombie? Ha! Susu, you're quite amusing. I don't believe it." Susu feigned a look of exasperation, then disdainfully regarded Awai, taunting, "Are you brave enough to stay in the jail tonight? Our wager can commence at nightfall, making it easier to determine the victor. Are you implying I am fearful?" Awai boasted, youthful bravado shining through. As a young security chief, he was deemed a noteworthy figure in Renjia Town and was easily provoked by such taunts. With Susu's words, he had already dug his own grave. "Fear? Me? It's merely a night to guard. What is the big deal? Susu, you are bound to lose. Should you fail to sign the confession afterward, don't blame me for being unkind," Awai declared with exuberance, convinced of his impending triumph. For until he witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not believe in zombies. Subsequently, Susu shrugged his shoulders and fell silent. His objective had already been achieved. After being captured in the morning and as twilight descended, a whole day had passed. Yet that scoundrel Away had not offered Su a single morsel of food or a drop of water. Although Su had cultivated the pure essence sutra, which significantly dulled his sensations of hunger and thirst, he had yet to attain the level of fasting mastery. The feelings of thirst and hunger were undeniably unpleasant. The prison was illuminated by oil lamps, casting a bright glow that rendered the interior as luminous as day, despite the encroaching night outside. As Away sauntered in, leisurely clutching a duck leg, the grease glistening on his lips, Su ground his teeth and exclaimed, "Away, you bastard! When you come begging me later, you shall reap the consequences." Away took a bite of the duck leg, relishing the moment with a mischievous grin. "Beg you? Shusa. After locking you up for an entire day, it seems you still haven't grasped the reality. This is my territory. Do you think I would ever plead with you? Dream on. How desperate are you for a taste? I won't give you any." He deliberately waved the duck leg before Su, taunting him further. Su's lips twitched in irritation. "Away, just wait. You will regret this." He resolutely turned his head away, choosing not to dwell on the tantalizing sight. However, Away's incessant smacking and munching were infuriating, resembling the sound of firecrackers, as he reveled in his meal. The 3 security guards who had finished their dinner and were keeping watch could only salivate at the sight, yearning for a taste. "Captain, where did you buy that duck leg?" one guard asked, gulping down saliva and almost ready to snatch it from Away's hands. Away drawled, "From Renjia Town's Run Judu roast duck." No wonder the aroma was irresistible. It had to be from Renjudu. "Once we get our pay this month, I'm going to get a duck leg for myself too. We should go together." "Sure, the 3 of us can buy it together. Maybe the owner will give us a discount." The banter among the trio only intensified Su's hunger. Ever since his transmigration, he had feasted on chicken twice, but had yet to sample duck. Renjudu, by its very name, suggested a prestigious establishment. Su resolved that if Away wished for his assistance, he would demand 10 duck legs from Renjudu. Otherwise, forget it. Once Away finished the last morsel of meat from the duck leg, he carelessly tossed the bone aside and sauntered over to the corpse of the pickled fish vendor. Pulling down the white cloth covering it, he noticed the vendor's eyes were still wide open, a chilling sight that sent a shiver down Away's spine. "Brother, your pickled fish was truly delicious. What a pity that you won't have another chance to showcase your culinary skills. But rest assured, you shall not die in vain. I have captured your murderer. Now, I just need him to sign a confession that he killed you. If only you could sit up and identify Su, sir, right here. That would be perfect." Alas, as Away spoke, he turned his back. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he did so, the vendor's eyes snapped open once more, and he sat upright, his body rigid. It was as if he were responding to Away's words, ready to testify. Su witnessed this scene with amusement. Vengeance would come in due time. Su was in no hurry. Even if the vendor were to bite Away, it would be a fitting consequence for Away's negligence. He had intentionally loosened the bindings, when he could have simply incinerated the corpse without a trace. If Away were truly bitten to death, he would have no one to blame but himself. For Su, the worst outcome would merely be a missed opportunity for a sumptuous feast. At most, he would have to deal with a few extra steps to dispose of Away alongside the vendor. Away, oblivious to the unfolding drama, barked at the 3 security guards. "You fools, what are you talking about? Go give me a lounge chair. How can I endure a night without a decent seat?" "Captain, he's sitting up." One guard stammered, still trying to alert Away. However, before he could finish, Away hurled another round of insults. "What nonsense! Get lost and stop slacking off. I've treated you well, yet you still can't manage to fetch a chair without fuss." At that moment, the 3 guards were too terrified to speak further, for the pickled fish vendor had transformed from a sitting position to standing, his hands now adorned with long, sharp black claws, reaching for Away's neck. His mouth, agape, revealed sharp fangs, and under the harsh light, his pallid complexion was utterly terrifying. Yet, the vendor had only just completed his transformation and lacked control over his new body, resulting in slow, awkward movements. The guards, though half-dazed from fear, were agile in their flight. As Away continued to berate them, it was as if the universe conspired to grant him the fate he so foolishly beckoned. Without hesitation, the trio turned and fled, their speed rivaling that of professional sprinters. Upon exiting, they slammed the heavy iron door of the prison shut. Away, witnessing this, was enraged and bellowed, "You 3 idiots! What are you doing? Why lock the door for fetching a chair? Are you insane? Captain, he's... One guard continued to warn, but they were cut off by Away's furious retort. What the hell do I have to say for you to understand? You have 10 minutes to bring me that lounge chair. If I don't see it, you're all fired. Get lost. Away was genuinely furious. The joy of savoring that duck leg had evaporated entirely. Su, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. If Away was truly courting death, then it would only mean a grand feast awaited him. What are you laughing at? Away snapped, his temper flaring as he glared at Su. Su remained silent, merely pointing behind Away with a knowing smirk. Confusion clouded Away's face. What could possibly be behind him? Yet, out of habit, he turned to look. In an instant, terror washed over him as he trembled, his legs quaking. The sight of the vendor's ghostly face with an appetite for destruction, sharp claws poised to strike, was enough to chill him to the bone. It was not lying down. How did it stand up? At that moment, a wise, almost blank mind suddenly recalled the hints given by his 3 subordinates just moments ago. The zombie behind him was not merely a nuisance. It should be a true threat. With his life hanging in the balance, Away, disregarding his own dignity, squatted down. The housekeeper of the sauerkraut fish, after much difficulty, finally found an opportune entry point, only to miss the mark. Moreover, the delectable morsel he had spotted was now fleeing. This was unacceptable. It was the first meal he had set his sights on, and he could not let it slip away. With the speed of a sprinter, Away dashed towards the massive iron gate, pounding on it and shouting, "Open the door! Hurry!" The security personnel, already frightened and in pain, hesitated to open the door. What if they inadvertently released the zombie? With their meager pay and the constant barrage of Away's complaints, they preferred to remain cautious. Better the captain die than risk the lives of his subordinates. Perhaps if the captain perished, they might find a way to ascend and rank themselves. Of course, such thoughts were secondary. The immediate priority was to preserve their own lives and escape. Away, in a state of desperation, noticed that his once loyal subordinates, who had always vowed to shield him from harm, had abandoned him and fled. After a brief pause, the sauerkraut fish zombie leaped towards him, its movements decidedly ungraceful. Clearly not an ordinary zombie. But whether it was dignified or not mattered little. The primary concern was to feast upon the succulent Away. With a roar, the sauerkraut fish zombie suddenly became invigorated, its speed dramatically quickening, as its erratic jumps began to resemble those of a more typical zombie. Su observed this transformation, astonished by the self-learning process unfolding before him. Despite the inherent weakness of such a lowly zombie, its ability to adapt was not to be underestimated. "Get away from me!" Away cried, rolling and scrambling on the ground in a most undignified manner, his clothing now tattered and riddled with tears. The old wounds from yesterday, coupled with fresh ones, left him in a dire state. More critically, he could not afford to stop. Halting would mean being bitten. And while the zombie remained relentless, one could only imagine the agony Away endured, a true hellish experience. With a crash, the iron bars of the cell reverberated as the sauerkraut fish zombie collided with them. Su took a step back, maintaining his distance, knowing that the bars would protect him. Originally intended to prevent Su's escape, the iron bars had now become the most secure place within the prison. Away, you're quite the picture of elegance. Night running is beneficial for both mind and body. Truly, you're a model of fitness in Renjia Town, Su remarked mockingly as Away struggled to rise again. With no opportunity to respond, Away gritted his teeth and resumed his frantic circling. "Su, help me," he pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. "Su, I was wrong. Save me." "Oh, Away, we seem to be rather unfamiliar, don't we?" Su replied nonchalantly, "but recognizing your mistakes is a step forward. Pray tell, what exactly did you err in?" "Su, I beg you, I am on the brink of death." "Ah, death indeed. A certainty of life, whether it be from old age or a bite. Rest assured, once you pass, I shall ensure your cremation, preventing you from becoming a menace to the living." Away wept, despair enveloping him. "Su, just tell me how to save myself. I beg of you." Regret flooded through him. At this moment, Su was his sole hope, yet he had wronged him grievously. Su, observing Away's growing fatigue, contemplated. Away had managed to evade the initial attack of the sauerkraut fish zombie and had persevered for an extended period, indicating that his life was not yet forfeit. Very well. For the sake of Renjia's famous roast duck, Su cleared his throat. "Away, the solution is quite simple. Just observe me. Why does the zombie not pursue me? You could easily join me here. Su grasped the iron bars and shook them lightly. The quality is excellent. No corners cut. Awai's heart leaped with hope. How had he overlooked such a simple truth? A chance at survival ignited a newfound vigor within him. He maneuvered the sauerkraut fish zombie away and charged towards the cell. Reaching for the keyring at his waist, he suddenly froze. Where had the keys gone? Panic surged through him. Su, hurry and save me. Su rolled his eyes. Do you possess any sense? You can't even enter. How could I possibly exit? Awai realized the absurdity of his situation. Moments ago, he had harbored resentment towards Su for not aiding him. But now he understood he had misjudged him. Shame washed over him. Scanning the area, Awai spotted the keyring a dozen meters away, exclaiming, Su, the keys are over there. I see them. Oh, I see them too. But if you wish to avoid a gruesome fate, you should hurry and retrieve them. Su se remène imperturbé, unurite. Awai hesitated, fearful of the zombie that loomed near the keys. At that moment, a cat leaped down from the wall, landing precisely where the keys lay, meowing incessantly. Though not human, the cat was still an animal, breathing and alive. The freshly transformed sauerkraut fish zombie became entranced. It had never encountered the scent of a cat before. Though not particularly pleasant, in comparison to the human it had been pursuing, the cat's aroma was far more appealing. Thus, Awai found himself in a most humiliating position as the sauerkraut fish zombie temporarily abandoned its pursuit. The zombie squatted down, its stiff neck tilting side to side, resembling a curious child studying why the cat seemed more delectable. Su, what should I do? Awai's expression was one of despair, his eyes fixed on the keys. Yet he dared not approach. Su scratched his head, pondering the predicament. The iron bars of the cell were robust and sturdy. Without the keys, escape was impossible. While the sauerkraut fish zombie could not enter, it too remained trapped inside. The lethality of the palm thunder is indeed formidable, yet faced with such a stout iron bar, there seems to be no recourse, unless one resorts to the art of summoning the divine. Su contemplated this, resigned to the possibility that he might have to take such a measure. Awai, panting heavily, seized the opportunity while the sauerkraut fish zombie was momentarily distracted by the little kitten leaning against the iron railing, feeling as though his bones were about to disintegrate. He had never exerted himself as he had today. If this continued, he would surely perish from exhaustion, even if he escaped being bitten. Su, can you please say something? I'm on the edge of despair. Su shrugged, replying that it was still too early for a critical moment. So there was no need to panic. This Taoist is quite vengeful, he declared with a grave expression. Captain Awai, I wish to assist you, but alas. You see, I'm unable to leave, rendering me powerless. Awai felt a wave of regret wash over him, lamenting his decision to imprison Su in the most fortified cell. Had they chosen a different cell, such as the adjacent wooden one, it would have been considerably easier to dismantle from the outside. Awai feared for his life. The prison walls towering over 5 meters high. Escaping by climbing was not an option. At that moment, Su cleared his throat twice, observing Awai's distressed expression, and decided it was time to speak. Truth be told, there is a way to rescue you. Awai felt as if a beacon of hope had illuminated the darkness, exclaiming, Su, what is this method? Please tell me. Su waved his hand dismissively, instructing Awai to remain calm while he posed a question that required an honest answer. Awai nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, assuring him that he would speak truthfully about anything he knew. Su, stroking his grumbling stomach, stated earnestly, Captain Awai, is the roast duck from Renjia truly as delectable as they say? Roast duck? Awai nearly leapt from the ground. His life was at stake, and Su was discussing roast duck. However, it truly was delicious, though he feared that the duck leg he had savored earlier would be his last. Awai felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he turned back. Su, in such dire times, you're still thinking about Renjia's roast duck? Su, unfazed, replied, This Taoist is both hungry and thirsty. I can't help but worry. Even if the door is opened, what if I lack the strength to proceed? Awai recalled that in a fit of vengeance, he had deliberately starved Su for an entire day. Realizing this was a form of complaint, Awai quickly offered, Su, if you rescue me, I will treat you to a grand feast of Renjia's roast duck, whatever you desire. Su discreetly swallowed hard, having awaited this very proposal. This young man exhibited some emotional intelligence, yet he could not simply acquiesce. That would be too embarrassing. He continued in a nonchalant tone. Captain Away, do you take me for someone easily swayed? A mere roast duck will not suffice to buy my allegiance. You are too naive. Away's heart sank, sensing betrayal. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Su, I apologize. I am truly sorry. If you can save me, I will meet any condition you set, even if it costs me everything. Chapter 49. Terms agreed upon. Su smiled, inching closer, and casually inquired, Are you sincere in this? Away suddenly felt ensnared. But at this juncture, he would brave even the fiercest of trials if it meant preserving his life. Indeed, 100% sincere. I would never dare deceive a Taoist. Su nodded in satisfaction, seizing the opportunity to negotiate. Since Captain Away has shown such sincerity, I have a small request. The libations must flow freely. Is that acceptable? Absolutely no problem. Su continued leisurely. Now, I have one final request. Away's forehead beaded with sweat. Could he not simply state all at once? It felt as if he were stuck in a loop, causing him considerable anxiety. Speak freely, I promise to comply, Away urged. Very well, but you asked for it. My last request is quite simple. Captain Away, I know you harbor feelings for Miss Run, yet you are her cousin. You are relatives. Cousins should not become too close. You understand? Otherwise, the offspring may suffer dire consequences. Do you comprehend? Su stated calmly, elaborating on the perils of consanguinity. At that moment, Away had no mind to entertain such discussions. He was fixated on the movements of the sauerkraut fish zombie. Unable to contain himself, he interrupted Su. What are you trying to say? To come out with it. Su, recognizing Away's forthrightness, responded candidly. This Taoist and Miss Ren are kindred spirits, fated to meet, and share a bond of unspoken understanding. Away grimaced. While he could tolerate the earlier conversation, the latter was preposterous. Su had only just met Ren Tingting. The notion of childhood affection was utterly ridiculous. However, his life was in Su's hands, and he had no choice but to acquiesce. Away nodded earnestly, his demeanor earnest as he flattered. What you say is true, Su. A girl as remarkable as my cousin deserves only the best. For the sake of my future offspring, I will firmly oppose any notion of consanguinity. Su's words felt like a revelation, enlightening Away as if he had read 10 years' worth of books. I agree. She will remain my cousin, and I shall never harbor any improper thoughts toward her again. Su, will you save me? Strangely enough, the sensation of being flattered was rather enjoyable. And Su was about to express his gratitude when a piercing cat cry pierced the air. No, it was a scream of anguish. The sauerkraut fish zombie, having thoroughly examined the kitten, suddenly plunged its inky claws into the creature's body. Moments later, it bit down, the kitten's once twitching form going limp. Blood dripped from the corner of the zombie's mouth, and in the glow of the flames, it appeared all the more fearsome. Away's heart raced with terror, now understanding the origin of the 2 puncture wounds on the neck of the sauerkraut fish's servant. Alas, it was too late for regret. It was undeniable that his uncle was a zombie, pressed against the prison bars. Away wished he could shrink into nothingness, his very being yearning to escape. The only safe cell remained that of Su. As for retrieving the keys, Away dared not even entertain the thought. A zombie that had not tasted blood could not be compared to one that had. Even if the first blood drawn was that of a cat, blood was still blood. The sauerkraut fish zombie twisted its neck, and to Away's horror, the gaping wound began to heal at an alarming rate, visibly mending before his eyes. The sauerkraut fish zombie sensed the benefits brought by blood. Although it was slightly repulsed by the odor emanating from Away, it made do and awkwardly leaped toward him. Away, stricken with fear, had lost all courage to circle around again after the previous incident where the sauerkraut fish zombie had bitten a cat to death. In a panic, he shouted, Schutze, save me. Schutze had obtained what he desired. Although it could only be deemed a promise for now, it mattered little. For Away's timid nature would likely prevent him from going back on it. Otherwise, well, Schutze was not known for his patience. If push came to shove, he could resort to violent means of collection. Do not panic, Schutze calmly declared, forming a hand seal while reciting incantations, his foot tapping nervously against the ground. Indeed, such a rather unrefined technique of the Maoshan school could only be the summoning of a spirit. Witnessing Schutze's frantic foot tapping, Away couldn't help but feel a sense of grandeur. It had to be an impressive spell to warrant such a remarkable posture. A glimmer of hope appeared in Away's eyes, darting back and forth between the approaching sauerkraut fish henchman and Shutza. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its power. Taishang Lao Jun, heed my command. Martial Tianpeng, manifest. Just as the summoning spell was about to take effect, Shutza casually uttered a phrase to add an air of sophistication. Otherwise, summoning the spirit in silence would seem rather contrived. Away witnessed Shutza's physique suddenly grow robust, his stature elevated, filling him with excitement. There's hope. However, reflecting on Shutza's earlier words, Away felt something was amiss. In the mythological tale Journey to the West, although he did not fully comprehend it, he had heard the storyteller mention it. Taishang Lao Jun and the pig brother, Martial Tianpeng, seemingly had no familial connection. How could Shutza have linked them so forcefully? As Away realized that Shutza was a practitioner of the Tao, he felt he had grasped some significant secret of mythology. Would this particular incident grant him life, only to have a deity silence him in the end? Shutza had not anticipated that his offhand remark would lead Away's imagination to run wild. As for why Shutza chose to summon Martial Tianpeng, it was quite simple. The martial was robust, and heavier individuals generally possessed greater strength. Force equates to mass multiplied by acceleration. Shutza, being a science student, held that reasoning firmly. The manifestation of Martial Tianpeng did not disappoint Shutza. Gripping the iron bars with both hands, he exerted force, bending the previously immovable steel. Just as a gap large enough for a person to slip through was created, Away hurriedly dashed inside. Chapter 50. Damn it. I don't want to be held accountable. As soon as Away rushed into the prison, the sauerkraut fish zombie lunged after him. The zombie collided with the iron bars, producing a loud clang. The two were separated by a mere 0.01 seconds. Away turned back and saw the zombie trapped outside, his heart racing as he patted his chest. That was close. He nearly met his end. Thank goodness. However, noticing the gap that Shutza had opened seemed rather large, and that the zombie before him was undoubtedly a foolish chef who had no understanding of stealth, Away's anxiety heightened. If the zombie managed to jump in, the confined space of the cell would surely lead to a swift demise. He frantically exclaimed, Shutza, quickly pull the bars back. If the zombie gets in, we are finished. In a state of inflated confidence, Shutza began to deflate. Although the summoning spell granted him considerable strength, the zombie's sharp claws posed a risk. A careless jab could lead to disastrous consequences, not to mention the potential backlash of his own powers. Shutza glanced at the incessantly chattering Away and retorted, Are you foolish? If we close it again, how shall we escape? Away, fraught with anxiety, could hardly concern himself with escape plans. Preserving his life took precedence. Besides, he wanted to point out that if Shutza could pull it open once, surely he could do it again. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he watched in dismay as Shutza's once mighty physique began to diminish. Whoa, Shutza, why are you shrinking? Away exclaimed, his heart racing. He was relying on Shutza for salvation. If Shutza faltered, he would surely meet a grim fate as well. Life was precious. He had not yet taken a wife and did not wish to perish so soon. Shutza could not contain his frustration and delivered a light smack to Away's head. Speak properly. What do you mean shrinking? You are the one who is shrinking. Ignoring the incessant chatter from Away, Shutza turned his attention to the menacing zombie before him, contemplating that it was time to resolve this nuisance. The elderly zombie of the Ren family was of utmost importance. Once this matter was settled, he might even lend a hand to Uncle Gio. Suddenly, a brilliant flash erupted from Shutza's palms, illuminating the already bright prison with a dazzling light. Away's vision blurred momentarily, temporarily blinded by the brilliance. Yet in that fleeting moment, he discerned that the thunderous radiance emanated from Shutza's hands. Away was instantly awestruck. How could this be? It was simply incredible. Was a deity descending to Earth? For the people of this era, despite having encountered various aspects of Western industrial culture, a deep-seated superstition remained. The notion that a single individual could conjure lightning from his palms was undoubtedly a talent reserved for divine beings. This revelation struck Away with a force tenfold greater than witnessing Shutza's summoning spell, igniting a wave of regret within him. The sauerkraut fish zombie staggered back, scorched by the sudden surge of righteous energy, and with a howl, it recklessly lunged at Shutza. Shutza scoffed, Sauerkraut fish zombie, I respect you for being bold. Even the Ren family's elderly patriarch would flee before my lightning. What courage do you possess to challenge me? With resolute determination, Shutsa unleashed a double palm strike against the sauerkraut fish zombie. The resounding thud echoed as Shutsa's palms met the zombie's ears. A foul, acrid smell wafted through the air, accompanied by a plume of black smoke. The confrontation of the righteous energy with the extreme negative aura of the newly transformed zombie was a clear demonstration of superiority. The sauerkraut fish zombie's once menacing claws froze mid-air, rendered motionless. As the blinding light of the lightning diminished, the brilliance that had illuminated the space vanished without a trace. Shutsa's palms returned to their normal state. The zombie before him had nearly become a desiccated corpse. The moisture within its body had been vaporized by the power of Shutsa's lightning. It resembled those unfortunate souls who had accidentally come into contact with high-voltage wires, utterly ruined. Susu extended his finger and gently tapped the forehead of the desiccated sauerkraut fish zombie. Boom! The sauerkraut fish zombie toppled straight down, landing stiffly on the ground. Completely motionless, Alway, being inherently timid, was now utterly petrified, crawling on all fours towards the iron railing. He grasped one of the bars tightly, his eyes wide open in horror as he stared at the lifeless sauerkraut fish zombie, feeling his throat dry up. Was that it? This thing had nearly claimed his life. Yet in Susu's hands, it was dispatched in a mere round. Alway swallowed hard, moistening his parched throat, glancing at Susu. Then at the iron railing he gripped, and back at Susu, who remained inside the bars. This meant they were both still in the cell. Susu had not stepped outside, yet effortlessly dealt with the zombie. Alway realized that Susu had deliberately been playing with him earlier. A small surge of resentment welled up in his heart, but Alway was not foolish. He quickly suppressed it. Firstly, despite being a rogue, he possessed a modicum of intelligence. He clearly could not overpower Susu. Moreover, based on what he had witnessed, he had indeed wronged Susu. Although Susu practiced the art of the Maoshan school, his words were undeniably truthful. Alway recalled that the zombie was real. Thus, there remained another zombie in Renjia Town, his own uncle. At this moment, in this situation, he must cling to Susu's side. Alway was a child capable of recognizing his mistakes. Having realized his error, he could not go on erring. He corrected his attitude and began to bow profusely before Susu, benefactor. Susu was taken aback by Alway's sudden action, kicking away the egg on the ground. Goodness, such a large mess, and crying as well. Who was he trying to disgust? Alway, what are you doing? Trying to weasel out of your loss? Susu's thought process was distinctly different from Alway's. His immediate concern was a sumptuous feast, specifically Renjuder's roast duck, with plenty of food and drink. Goodness, he hadn't eaten all day and was starving. Chapter 51, a hearty meal. Ouch, that hurts, Alway cried, feeling deeply saddened and physically pained from the kick. Did he not see how sincerely he was admitting his fault? To demonstrate his earnestness further, Alway rolled on the ground before kneeling again, continuing to bang his head on the floor. This left Susu dumbfounded. It was as if the sun had risen in the west, and it was still far from dawn. Clearly, Alway's mind had sustained some irreversible trauma from the fright. This child was indeed a bit foolish. Yet his intellect was on par with Wenkai's. Although below the average level of Renjia Town, his mind had not been completely shattered, so as not to burden the town unnecessarily. This was troublesome. Stop! Susu waved his hand and called out. Bang, bang, bang. Alway appeared to be deaf to his words, continuing to bow without any intention of stopping. Blood began to flow from his forehead, revealing a surprising tenacity in Alway, despite a slight mental deficiency. Benefactor, I recognize my mistake and will never default. Please rest assured, from this day forth, I shall be your sustenance. Alway spoke with utmost sincerity. As long as it's not defaulting, that's fine, Susu thought, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Though the notion of being a lifelong sustenance felt rather nauseating. Was he being propositioned by Alway? However, Susu was well aware that Alway would never harbor such unsavory thoughts. He was merely indulging in some mental musings. After all, Alway's intellect limited the extent of his mischievous ideas. Susu cleared his throat and said lightly, All right, I understand your intentions. No need to bow. You might damage the floor, and that would require someone to come and fix it. Yes, benefactor. Alway stopped, gazing eagerly at Susu, and continued, Benefactor. The zombies here have been vanquished, but outside, my uncle, The murderous zombie, Old Man Run, is still at large. When I was young, he held me in his arms and doted on me. What if he comes looking for me? Upon hearing this, Su suddenly realized he had underestimated Ah Wei's intellect. It seemed his mind had not been completely rattled by the sauerkraut fish. This entire display of bowing and calling him benefactor was an attempt to seek his protection. Very well, considering the sumptuous Run Juder's roast duck, I shall oblige. Su looked at Ah Wei, cleared his throat, and remarked, I'm quite thirsty and hungry. Ah Wei, I have heard that the roast duck from Ren Juder is quite delectable. Before Su could finish, Ah Wei eagerly interjected, benefactor, rest assured. I will go fetch you Ren Juder's roast duck. 10 plump duck legs at once, how does that sound? Su nodded, suddenly feeling that rescuing Ah Wei was not a bad thing after all. Indeed, it was time to reap some rewards. Su added, my throat is a bit dry. Benefactor, I will immediately arrange for drinks. Please wait a moment. Ah Wei stood up, squeezed out of the cell, and respectfully bowed. Please follow me, benefactor. I will arrange dining for you outside. Su strutted out confidently. Leaving the prison area, he entered the back courtyard of the yamen, a place that usually served as Ah Wei's living quarters. Apart from a large independent house, there are also a row of ordinary houses on either side for the security team members. The 3 security team members who had abandoned Ah Wei earlier now kept their heads down, terrified to look up, fearing they might incite Ah Wei's wrath. Now that the zombies were gone, their captain was still alive, and they were acutely aware of the impending reckoning. An ominous sensation gripped their hearts. Captain, we actually... One bolder security team member whispered. Ah Wei waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. The past is behind us. Had I been in your position, I would have felt fear as well. The fault lies not with you, but with the zombie. Fortunately, the zombie has been eliminated by my benefactor, Su Daozhong, restoring peace to Renjia Town, and I am unharmed. Now, my benefactor is hungry and thirsty. Go to Ren Juder's roast duck shop and fetch me 10 large duck legs, along with some fine liquor. I want to see the items returned within the time of an incense stick. The 3 security team members exchanged bewildered glances. Sensing something was off, this was not their captain's usual style. Given their captain's petty nature, he would never let them off without punishment. Would this matter simply be brushed aside? Clearly, something was amiss. However, as security team members, they had to obey their captain's orders. Besides, even if punishment were to come, that was a matter for later. For now, they were safe. Yes, Captain, we will go at once. Go on. To Ren Juder's roast duck shop. It should still be open at this hour. Captain, are we really going? Ah Wei shot them a glare. Hurry up and scram. Not yet, Captain. You haven't given us the money, Ah Wei said, tossing 2 silver coins aside. If you're late, just wait till I break your legs. All right, Captain, rest assured. The 3 security guards swiftly exited the government office with the money. Once they were out of sight, Ah Wei quickly donned a humble smile, serving a cup of tea respectfully to Su. Benefactor, the delectable duck legs from Ren Juder will arrive shortly. Please take a sip of water to soothe your throat. Su accepted the cup and gulped it down, for he was parched. He suddenly thought that having such a lackey by his side was rather pleasant. While Ah Wei appeared magnanimous in letting the 3 security guards go, Su did not perceive him as generous. If he were in Ah Wei's position, he would not easily forgive those who betrayed him. The only logical explanation for Ah Wei's behavior was his fear of encountering his zombie uncle outside. As being near Su assured him safety. The 3 guards, oblivious to the underlying tension, merrily ran off, and from this perspective, Ah Wei seemed to be displaying a sharp intellect. Could this be what the ancients referred to as specializing in one's craft? After a while, the 3 guards returned unscathed, each carrying 10 large paper bags, the enticing aroma of roasted duck wafting through the air. Su opened a bag and began to feast. Delicious, he exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying the meal. After indulging himself for a while, Su contentedly patted his belly, reveling in the sensation of fullness. Benefactor, do you need anything else? Ah Wei inquired. Eager, please. Su waved his hand dismissively. That will be all for today. Let us head to the Ren family estate. Chapter 52. Ah Wei's subtle intentions benefactor. Might we forego a visit to the Ren family estate today? You seem weary from your labors. Perhaps you could rest here at the office? I recently acquired a Western-style soft mattress for my bedroom. It is exceedingly comfortable. Should you choose to stay, the mattress is yours to use, Ah Wei said, emphasizing the rarity of such a luxury in Renjia Town. Although Su Su was a skilled practitioner of magic, he may not have encountered such Western comforts before. In a way, was certain Su Su would be intrigued. However, Su Su's reaction disappointed Away. He chuckled lightly, easily discerning Away's intentions to show off. You think too highly of yourself. While a Western soft mattress may be a rarity in this era, I am a man of the future and have seen much. In my time, such mattresses are commonplace, and many avoid them due to the strain they can place on the spine. That said, I wouldn't mind experiencing one in this era. Since you are so thoughtful, Away, please arrange for your mattress to be delivered to the charity house tomorrow. I shall graciously accept your gift. Away was taken aback. He hadn't intended to part with it, feeling a pang of reluctance. Su Su continued, by the way, if all goes as anticipated, your uncle should return to the Ren family estate tonight. Away shuddered at the thought, the memory of the pickled fish zombie in prison still haunting him. If he were to encounter an even more formidable zombie, his skin crawled at the prospect. Yet, Su Su was clearly intent on departing. What if, by some mischance, his uncle did not go to the estate but instead came to the government office? Away pondered these possibilities and forced a smile, deciding to part with the mattress after all, as long as it pleases the benefactor. I shall have it sent to the charity house first thing tomorrow. By the way, benefactor, will my uncle truly return tonight after 20 years? Su Su replied nonchalantly. Even if he doesn't return today, he will inevitably do so in the coming days. The resentment accumulated over 2 decades is not easily dismissed. You saw the omen at the burial site in the back mountain. After you left, a specific incense arrangement was burned, indicating that someone from the Ren family would perish. This refers to someone with blood ties to the Ren family. Though the servant also died, he lacked that bloodline and was merely unfortunate. The old master of the Ren family will not rest until he has tasted the blood of someone related to his lineage. Away, although your surname is not Ren, you do share some of their blood, do you not? Su Su candidly expressed, startling Away, whose complexion paled once more. Benefactor, please don't frighten me. I am of a timid disposition, he stammered, his voice trembling. Su Su shrugged, adopting an air of indifference as he turned to leave. At that moment, he was in command. Even Away, the captain, showed him deference, and the junior security guards dared not impede his passage, quickly stepping aside with forced smiles. Away wrestled with his thoughts, weighing the risks. If Su Su's words held truth, it seemed safer to remain by his side. He resolutely declared, I shall follow you wherever you go, benefactor. I would brave fire and sword without hesitation. Before Su Su could respond, Away hurried to catch up, eagerly trailing behind him. Benefactor, if I stay by your side, you won't allow my uncle to bite me, will you? Su Su did not turn back, but continued on his path, responding coolly. Exorcising demons is my duty as a disciple of the Maoshan sect. Besides, since Ren Fa has paid for our services, you are considered part of the Ren family, and I would not abandon you in peril. That's reassuring. Away sighed with relief, feeling a newfound sense of confidence as he steadfastly followed Su Su. He then turned to the 3 guards behind him, waving his hand and commanding, You 3, go inform the others. We're all working overtime today, so don't even think about sleeping. In 2 incense sticks' time, we will gather at the Ren family estate, armed and ready. Anyone who dares to miss this will be packing their bags and leaving. The 3 security guards jumped at Away's commanding tone, exchanging bewildered glances, as if they had no choice in the matter. They had overheard the conversation between Away and Su Su and shared his sentiment. Being near someone capable felt far more secure. Straightening their spines, they responded in unison, yes. Captain, benefactor, I will arrange for them to accompany us to the Ren family estate. Should any minor tasks arise, they can handle those while you focus on dealing with my uncle, Away declared, justifying his plan. His reasoning was simple. If his zombie uncle were to appear, having more people around would surely be advantageous. After all, if there were more options, the chances of him being bitten would decrease. Suchimele noted in acknowledgement, refraining from offering any additional comment as they made their way through the dimly lit streets. Su Su encountered the night watchman once again. This evening, the watchman walked with an unusual lack of composure, displaying signs of fatigue and anxiety. His eyes darted nervously around, resembling a thief burdened with stolen goods, perpetually on guard against the possibility of pursuit. Young Taoist, there you are. What a relief, the watchman exclaimed, his surprise evident as he rushed towards Su Su. However, he quickly noticed the security captain, Away, standing behind Su Su, and his demeanor shifted to one of apprehension. His gaze toward Away laced with fear, rendering him momentarily speechless. Away furrowed his brow, feeling disgruntled. Damn it, I'm trying to make a good impression here. Do I really look that much like a villain? Though displeased, he masked his irritation with a smile, cheerfully inquiring, You know my benefactor? You seem rather anxious. Is there something troubling you? Speak up, even if I cannot assist. My benefactor surely can. Benefactor? The night watchman was taken aback by Away's unexpected demeanor. In Renjia Town, everyone knew Away had a notorious reputation, and his current cordiality was bewildering. This left the watchman feeling somewhat dazed, further intensifying his unease. Hey, what kind of look is that? Away snapped, growing irritated. Upon noticing Away's hand resting on his waist and his fingers brushing against his firearm, the watchman instinctively took a couple of steps back. Captain Away, please spare me. I meant no offense. Don't draw your gun. Away, realizing the misunderstanding, felt his face darken. He had rested his hand there solely to deter any potential threats, particularly from the undead. Although firearms were ineffective against such beings, they provided a sense of security. Now, however, he was misconstrued. Benefactor, how didn't he mean it that way? He quickly clarified, withdrawing his hand as he understood that Su was his lifeline. He could not afford to leave a bad impression. Su waved his hand reassuringly at the watchman. Don't be afraid, my friend. As long as I'm here, he won't harm you. Observing Away's deference towards Su and noticing Away had relaxed his stance, the watchman finally felt a sense of relief, his earlier confusion dissipating. I heard about the incident during the day, he said. It seems something grave has occurred in Renjia. I've heard rumors of zombies. They say they come out at night to feast on the living. I'm quite anxious being out here alone at night. It appeared that news had indeed spread throughout the small town. By the way, I heard you were taken by Captain Away. What is the situation now? Away felt a pang of annoyance. What do you know? I merely invited my benefactor to the yamen to deal with the zombies. It's not like I could have captured him. He then turned to Su, a sycophantic smile on his face. ISNT that right, benefactor? Su merely nodded, turning to the watchman with a smile. For the time being, you should refrain from your rounds at night and stay home. The watchman shook his head, looking despondent. I must continue. If I don't, I want to earn my wages, and my family relies on my income. I hope I won't encounter any zombies tonight. Su, understanding the difficulties of each household, felt it inappropriate to press further. However, given the dangers of wandering outside at such an hour, he offered, I have a piece of advice for you. If you ever encounter a zombie, do not panic. Simply hold your breath and remain silent, and you will be safe. Holding my breath? What do you mean? The watchman was perplexed, not grasping the concept. Su elaborated, it means to refrain from exhaling. If you do so, the zombies will not be able to see you. The watchman, incredulous, replied, just holding my breath? Is it really that simple? Su smiled and nodded. Indeed, but still exercise caution. Gratefully, the watchman bowed deeply to Su, though he did not understand the reasoning behind the advice. His gratitude was straightforward. He would follow Su's instructions diligently. Thank you, young Taoist. If I survive an encounter with a zombie, I shall come to express my gratitude personally. Su waved him off. You may return to your duties. I have matters to attend to. As they parted ways, the sounds of gongs and the watchman's calls echoed behind him. Su reflected on the serendipity of their encounters. Having met the watchman thrice in a short time since arriving in Renjia, he noted that their current location was eerily similar to where their previous meetings had taken place. After a while, they arrived at the Ren family estate. The sky had darkened considerably, but the night was not yet too deep. The Ren estate was aglow with light. The courtyard illuminated in oil lamps lining the exterior. The estate served as a beacon, brightening the surrounding area. In the center of the courtyard stood a ritual altar, where Uncle Gio donned his Taoist robes, holding a peachwood sword in one hand and a bagua compass in the other, positioning himself with great vigilance. Wenkai, his bandages freshly wrapped, looked less disheveled than before, though his awkward demeanor remained unchanged. Upon learning about the events at the Ren estate, Qiuxing had also arrived, cautiously standing behind Uncle Gio, scanning the surroundings. Senior brother, Qiuxing exclaimed, spotting Su as he entered the estate, his voice brimming with excitement. Though he had arrived late, his inquisitive nature had allowed him to gather all the relevant information. Having witnessed Su's palm thunder technique earlier, he was filled with admiration, especially after hearing how Su had driven away the zombie of Old Man Ren. His admiration for Su rivaled that which he held for his master, Uncle Gio. Qiuxing understood that he and Wenkai were mere pawns in this battle. Now that Su Su had returned, alongside Uncle Gio, the two could handle a zombie without needing their assistance. If Old Man Ren truly appeared, all he needed to do was sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Shusa. Uncle Gio raised his head, momentarily diverting his attention from the Bagua compass, displaying a look of surprise. Beneath his concern for the potential appearance of Old Man Ren, he felt a wave of relief upon seeing Su Su unharmed and intact. Away's notoriety in Renjia was well known, and seeing Su Su unscathed eased his worries. Su Su, Taoist. The Ren family members, including Ren Leoi and Ren Tingting, greeted him warmly, expressing their gratitude for his life-saving intervention. Su Su first returned a respectful gesture to Uncle Gio and then calmed the gathered crowd with a wave of his hand. Everyone, I am quite well. There's no need to worry about me. Indeed, it was merely a misunderstanding, Away chimed in, stepping forward with a broad smile. My benefactor. How could I ever intend harm toward him? At this moment, the onlookers finally took notice of Awe, yet they were perplexed. What on earth was happening? Just during the day, this scoundrel had been acting like a lunatic, seizing Su Su as if he were mad, and now, only a short while later, he was calling him benefactor. The Ren family members were bewildered. However, a flicker of surprise crossed Jioshu's eyes. Could it be that the housekeeper from the sauerkraut fish had transformed into a zombie? Moreover, Su Su had rescued off from the clutches of the transformed sauerkraut fish zombie. Jioshu glanced at Su Su, who nodded slightly. Both master and disciple exchanged no words, yet they understood each other's thoughts perfectly. With one zombie already dealt with, it meant that eliminating the zombie old master run would bring an end to the zombie crisis plaguing Ren Family Town. Su Su, how are you? Did you suffer in the cell? Did my cousin bully you? At this moment, Ren Tingting, disregarding any semblance of modesty, rushed to Su Su's side and inquired with genuine concern in front of everyone. Chapter 54. Master, I shall go first. Seeing Ren Tingting's concern for Su Su, I felt a pang of jealousy. However, considering the promise he made to Su Su regarding family matters, along with the ongoing threat posed by zombies, I resolutely chose to remain silent, turning his head away, preferring not to see or hear. Su Su smiled gently and replied, I am fine, Tingting. You, on the other hand, seem to have been frightened. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. You must have stayed up all night and didn't rest during the day, did you? Silly girl, I am here. What is there to fear? Hey, Tingting, with her eyes red-rimmed, felt warmth in her heart and curiously asked, Su Su, I was worried about you, afraid something might happen. This afternoon, I went to the yamen to see you, but those rascals wouldn't let me in. Now that you're back and safe, that's good to hear. By the way, what exactly happened at the yamen? Why is my cousin calling you benefactor? Has he lost his mind, or is he suffering some affliction? Aw, who initially did not wish to listen, found it impossible to ignore the hushed atmosphere. Not only he, but everyone else overheard. He nearly stumbled in shock. How could one speak so disparagingly about their own cousin? Aw felt a surge of bitterness. It seemed he would be forever associated with those unflattering terms. His heart was heavy with frustration, all thanks to Su Su. Yet now, he had to rely on Su Su for survival. Curse it all, his poor Western mattress. However, at that moment, no one paid attention to Aw's feelings. The audacity he displayed during the day left everyone feeling disgruntled. Meanwhile, Ren Tingting's demeanor towards Su Su struck the crowd as rather ambiguous. When had the precious daughter of the Ren family become entangled with the eldest disciple of Jioshu? Though they were reluctant to voice their opinions, it did not prevent them from speculating in their hearts that Su Su had struck quite the fortune. Once the zombie crisis passed, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Ren Fa had no sons, and with just this daughter, all the vast family wealth would eventually benefit Su Su. Even the local gentry in their 40s or 50s, with spectacles perched on their noses, couldn't help but envy Su Su, their gazes turning green with desire. Su Su smiled calmly, stating, It's nothing significant, really. The housekeeper we took to the yamen had transformed into a zombie. I happened to save Captain Aw's life, which is why he calls me benefactor. Captain Aw is a good man. To express his gratitude, he even gifted me his Western mattress, saying it would be delivered to the charity home tomorrow. Turning to Aw, Su Su added, ISNT that right, Captain Aw? Aw bowed slightly. Indeed, the benefactor is truly capable, and I hold him in high regard. A mere Western mattress is not worthy of my gratitude. Cousin, you are a good person, Ren Tingting responded, her tired demeanor brightening with joy. I felt his heart bleed. A good person card was not what he sought. Losing his cousin's affection meant severing ties with the Ren family's immense wealth. In comparison, he would rather be an outright villain. Yet, powerless against zombies, he found himself unable to assert such a role. Just then, a Ren family housekeeper stationed at the entrance shouted breathlessly as he ran toward the inner courtyard. Not good. The old master has returned. Everyone was taken aback, their hair standing on end. Those who had witnessed the terrifying power of the zombie old master Ren last night broke into a cold sweat. Even the elderly gentry, while slightly more composed, felt an undercurrent of fear, having not yet seen firsthand the horror of zombies. As for awe, he trembled, drawing his weapon and hiding behind Su. Su turned to glance at awe, feeling speechless. How could this boy be so timid? Such a waste of muscle. With a slight frown, Su instructed Ren Ting, step back. Leave this to me. Do not fear. As long as I am here, you will be safe. Obediently, Ren Ting retreated to stand beside Ren Fa and the others. Jiangshi and Xiaoxing moved closer to Su, while Wen Kai, being unwell, was left to manage the others. Master, senior brother, I feel a bit scared, Xiaoxing admitted as he gazed at the approaching zombie old master Ren, anxiety creeping into his heart. Pathetic. Jiangshi shot him a disapproving look, but nonetheless said, you should join Wen Kai. The zombie old master Ren will be handled by your master and senior brother. Noticing Xiaoxing's hesitation, Su, suspecting he was too proud to admit his fear, chimed in, Xiaoxing, heed your master's words. There are many people inside who need your assistance. Wen Kai is injured and cannot manage alone. Your task is no less significant than ours. Seeing Su's sincerity, Xiaoxing set aside his pride and nodded firmly, Master, senior brother. I understand. Please be careful. I will help once I've settled everyone. Go now. Xiaoxing swiftly retreated to the back. Su and Jiangshi stood side by side, leaning against each other for support. However, Su noticed he was unarmed while Jiangshi appeared fully equipped. Master, may I borrow your talisman? Su asked, his eyes fixed on the money sword at Jiangshi's waist, gleaming with desire. You wish to have this? Jiangshi inquired, gesturing to the money sword. Su nodded eagerly. With a casual toss, Jiangshi threw the sword, and Su raised his hand to catch it. The money sword felt heavy in his grasp, emanating a faint aura of power, truly deserving of its name. Master, this money sword is quite remarkable, Su remarked. Indeed, this sword has accompanied me for 15 years and can be considered an old talisman. When you use it later, be cautious not to damage it. Repairing it can be quite troublesome, Jiangshi advised. Understood. The two remained surprisingly relaxed, engaging in light-hearted banter until the zombie old master Ren was merely 3 meters away, at which point they turned their attention to the impending threat. Master, I shall go first. Su was deeply troubled by the events of last night, where the zombie known as Old Master Ren not only escaped but also committed a murder right beneath his very eyes. The encounter today was particularly charged with emotion. The power of the lightning palm flickered within his palm, radiating a dazzling silver light once more. In his other hand, he wielded the money sword, reciting a spell recorded in the texts given to him by Uncle Gio. It was perplexing that the divine level signing-in system had not included this spell in its repertoire. Su speculated that it was perhaps due to the low level of the incantation. Nonetheless, its utility was what mattered most. Under the influence of the incantation, the money sword hovered in midair, its blade igniting with a crimson glow. The juxtaposition of silver and red light danced between Su's hands. However, to dismiss this as mere spectacle would be a grave error. This beautiful display contained an essence of utmost yang and solidity, possessing an innate ability to counteract demons and malevolent entities. Seeing Su's actions, Uncle Gio was struck with astonishment. For a true master of the Tao, multitasking was not unusual. Yet for a novice like Su, who had only recently begun his journey, it was remarkably impressive. The ability to divide one's concentration was not merely about doing 2 things at once. It required meticulous control of one's spiritual awareness. A moment's distraction could lead to the collapse of the spell, or worse, harm the practitioner's foundational principles of cultivation. This foundation was the essence of one's practice. Yet, Su appeared utterly relaxed, as if the task were as simple as dining. He summoned the magic with an ease that belied the gravity of the situation. Uncle Gio was baffled. When had Su learned such a technique? The text he had shown Su Su contained no explanation or incantation for this particular skill, as he had feared that rushing the process would hinder Su Su's growth. Little did he know that no such hindrance was necessary, for Su Su was advancing at an impressive rate. Ultimately, Uncle Gio attributed this to Su Su's innate talent, as he found no other explanation that could satisfy his reasoning. Unbeknownst to Su Su, his casual display had left a profound impact on Uncle Gio. His thoughts were simple. Having finally obtained a magical artifact, he could not simply hold it without utilizing it. Furthermore, the lightning palm was his most formidable spell, a crucial asset for both offense and defense, and it was imperative that he employed it. As the confrontation intensified, Old Master Run, now a zombie, let out a furious roar, as if he were facing an enemy, venting his resentment and dissatisfaction. By all rights, they were soon to be relatives, and respect should have been afforded to him. Yet, alas, his transformation into a zombie precluded that. Regardless, Su Su mused, once he was vanquished, he would still ensure that Old Master Rin received a proper burial, complete with offerings during the festivals. Hence, he could very well perish. With this thought, Su Su sprang into action. The money sword soared forth, albeit a bit unsteady, and struck directly at Old Master Rin. The sound of metal clashing rang out, accompanied by sparks flying from the point of impact. Yet, Old Master Rin seemed unscathed, responding instead with a cacophony of rattling noises. Su Su's heart sank. Uncle Gio had warned him to be careful with the money sword, which had been in his possession for 15 years. Now, after striking Old Master Rin, it resembled a broken string of beads scattered across the ground. "Return my master's money sword," Su Su exclaimed in frustration, realizing that he had broken it before even achieving victory. How would he explain this to Uncle Gio? Uncle Gio watched helplessly, his heart aching. Yet upon seeing Su Su control the money sword against Old Master Run, he recognized the zombie's exceptional nature. The creature was undoubtedly a copper corpse. If it were to consume a few more lives, it might evolve into a silver corpse. The distinction was critical, as a silver corpse would possess a certain level of intelligence and learning capability, making it far more formidable than its copper counterpart, which was driven primarily by instinct and thus easier to confront. Without hesitation, Uncle Gio invoked a series of incantations upon the peachwood sword. A crimson aura enveloped the sword as it surged toward Old Master Rin. "Su Su, if the money sword is broken, it is of little consequence. This zombie poses a significant threat, and together we shall overcome it." "Understood, Master," Su Su replied, no longer troubled, for his mentor had absolved him of guilt. The two of them, side by side, launched their assault against Old Master Rin. Without his weapon, Su Su resorted to his bare hands, channeling the lightning palm toward the zombie. The thunderous power of the lightning palm quickly drained, and dark mist erupted from Old Master Rin's arm. The creature howled in agony, swinging its claw-like arms toward Su Su. Yet he stood firm, undeterred, for he was not alone in this battle. Uncle Gio's peachwood sword, glowing with Taoist energy, struck in tandem, creating a resounding clash as it collided with Old Master Ren's arm. Indeed, this was a copper corpse, having just consumed a single life, now impervious to blades. However, this minor inconvenience would not deter Uncle Gio. He swiftly withdrew the peachwood sword, bit his fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall upon the blade. Instantly, the sword surged with enhanced crimson energy, and with a powerful thrust, it sliced through Old Master Ren's arm, creating a deep gash. With Su Su holding Old Master Ren's arm in place, they began to gain the upper hand. However, as the power of the lightning palm waned, Su Su prepared to execute a combination move with Uncle Gio once more. Suddenly, Old Master Ren unleashed a terrifying burst of strength, the malevolent energy surging forth, overpowering their combined assault. With a roar, he broke free from Su Su's grasp, leaping several meters into the air, higher than before. "Not good, Master, he intends to flee." Su Su recalled the previous night when Old Master Ren had chosen retreat over confrontation. "Huh, you shall not escape." Uncle Gio intoned powerfully, summoning the Taoist incantation. "Heaven and earth are boundless. Let the laws of the universe be my guide. Taishan Lao Jun, he my command." With the incantation, the peachwood sword levitated, embodying the sword technique of Mao Shan. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling toward Old Master Ren, who was mid-leap, poised to land. Su Su watched in admiration, envious of this remarkable display. Compared to the past, when he wielded the money sword himself, he appeared far more dashing now. Chapter 56. Take this brick. The zombie, Alluring, was caught off guard, unable to shift his position mid-air, and could only instinctively twist his body to evade a fatal strike. Swish! The peachwood sword struck its mark, piercing Alluring's collarbone. Though it did not hit a vital point, it was still a commendable effort. Uncle Gio retracted the peachwood sword, preparing to launch another attack. At this moment, the zombie Alluring had landed, no longer in a position to be easily subdued. He had also learned his lesson. During his next leap, he did not jump as high, allowing him to evade Uncle Gio's flying sword. Susu was once again astonished by the zombie's capacity to learn. As Uncle Gio's peachwood sword hindered Alluring's movements, Susu and Uncle Gio blocked the doorway, denying the zombie any chance of escape. Alluring, now wary of jumping too high, let out a furious roar and sprang towards the inner room. His leaps were no longer grand, but rather quick and agile, allowing him to move swiftly. Uncle Gio raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging the creature's cunning. Once again, he sent the peachwood sword flying. However, this time, it failed to achieve the desired effect, being deftly avoided. Susu widened his eyes. Uncle Gio's skills were not subpar, were they? Meeting Susu's gaze, Uncle Gio felt a bit embarrassed. He did not wish for things to unfold this way. Yet, controlling the flying sword from a distance was far from easy. Normally, Uncle Gio would not resort to such a tactic, as it consumed both spiritual and magical energy without yielding much result. It was effective for surprise attacks, but using it continuously was utterly futile. Were it not for seeing Susu play with a flying sword, he would not have felt compelled to showcase his own abilities before his talented disciple. The first wave had been executed quite effectively, perfectly injuring Alluring's collarbone. But the second wave was rather awkward. Unexpectedly, Uncle Gio's face flushed as he grasped the hovering peachwood sword, deciding against using the flying sword and instead opting for a more direct approach. Behold the sword, he bellowed as he charged forward. Unfortunately, Uncle Gio's speed paled in comparison to the rapidly bouncing zombie, and despite straining every muscle, he could not catch up. In terms of physical fitness, one simply could not compete with a zombie. Seeing this, Susu no longer hesitated, unleashing thunder from his palm in pursuit. Master, we'll flank from the left and right. Susu shooted. All right, Uncle Gio replied with conviction. Since a frontal assault was futile, they would resort to a flanking maneuver. As they neared the inner courtyard, a figure wrapped in bandages peeked out from within, his small eyes filled with vigilance. Upon seeing this, Susu and Uncle Gio felt an immediate sense of urgency. It was Wenkai. Their battle outside was intense, and this fool had come out to complicate matters. Get back, Uncle Gio shouted. Wenkai, don't make a sound. Susu huiled. Wenkai was startled by their shouts, looking up, but failing to see Susu and Uncle Gio. Instead, he was met with the sight of the rapidly approaching zombie. Panic washed over him. The ghastly visage of Alluring, with its sharp fangs, was utterly terrifying. His body instinctively trembled, paralyzed by fear, leaving him unable to react as he stared blankly at the zombie. Susu and Uncle Gio were frantic. Their flanking strategy had crumbled, and their only priority now was to save this foolish man. Both were infuriated, cursing him for being more of a hindrance than a help. Get down. Susu shooted desperately. Wenkai was too petrified to respond, his ears ringing as if he were isolated from the world, oblivious to Susu and Uncle Gio's frantic calls. The zombie, Alluring, did not pause. He lunged forward, grasping for Wenkai's arms with his 10 fingers, intent on dragging him in for a fatal bite. Thud! His sharp claws sank into Wenkai's arms, leaving deep gashes. Like a chick, Wenkai was lifted off the ground. Alluring, having been struck by palm lightning and pierced by the peachwood sword, was in desperate need of blood to heal his wounds. He momentarily disregarded Wenkai's lineage, although the food in his grasp did not smell particularly appetizing. He had no choice but to seize the opportunity, baring his fangs to take a bite. In a critical moment, Susu finally arrived, but without a magical artifact. He could not shield Wenkai with his own body. Thankfully, he spotted a brick on the ground. With a swift kick, he sent it flying into his hand. Take this brick. Susu gritted his teeth and thrust the brick between the zombie and Wenkai. The sharp sound echoed, and Susu sighed in relief. It had been a close call. He He recalled the terrifying image of the zombie draining blood from a victim in mere seconds. Had Alluring bitten Wenkai's neck, even Su would have been powerless to intervene. Fortunately, Su yanked Wenkai from the zombie-esque grasp and tossed him to the slightly delayed Uncle Gio. Master, Wenkai must have been poisoned, Su exclaimed, turning to face Alluring once more. Don't worry about me. Focus on the fight, Uncle Gio said as he quickly dragged Wenkai aside. He tore 2 strips of cloth from his garments and wrapped them around Wenkai's arms to temporarily control the flow of the infected blood circulating in his body. The only sound were the cracking of the brick and the shouts of Su and Uncle Gio. Alluring's ghastly mouth was smeared with debris from the brick, remnants of what he had attempted to devour. Something was amiss. Alluring turned his neck to glare at Su, then lowered his gaze to the remaining half of the brick in Su's hand. It seemed he had suddenly grasped something profound. Chapter 57. The power of a clumsy ally. Alluring smacked his lips, his eyes, which were invisible to the naked eye, turned a vivid crimson, instinctively perceiving Su as a fool. What was meant to be flesh had been replaced with a crunchy brick. How infuriating! To heal and enhance his physique, he needed to consume fresh blood, and now he had missed his chance. Alluring was enveloped in rage. Roar! Seeing the situation, Su forcefully shoved the remaining half of the brick forward, exclaiming in frustration. Following that, he unleashed another surge of power from his palms, summoning the thunderous force yet again. He intended to execute a double ear strike once more, for it was precisely this technique that had incapacitated the pickled fish zombie. While the zombie Ren Lautai was undoubtedly more formidable than its predecessor, its brain must still remain the most vulnerable area, particularly near the ears, which lie adjacent to the most delicate part of the brain, the temples. A crackling flash of electricity erupted. At that moment, the once menacing growl of the zombie Ren Lautai, which had proclaimed its intent to battle, suddenly ceased. Its eyelids flickered with a semblance of awareness, and a hint of fear appeared on its grotesque visage. The intense, unyielding power of the thunder struck painfully upon its body. The very injuries it bore had been inflicted by such forces. Instinctively, the zombie Ren Lautai sought to retreat. Initially, it had intended to flee, but was cornered by Su and Jiangshi, leading it to dash in the opposite direction, inadvertently colliding with Wenkai. It had anticipated a feast to restore its strength, only to find the taste of the brick utterly unpalatable. Now, faced once more with the unbearable aura of intense sunlight and rigidity, it decisively chose to retreat. Su's hands gleamed brightly as he spread them wide, aiming to strike at the zombie Ren Lautai's ears. With a whoosh, Su felt a gust of wind before his arms crashed down, yet he experienced that familiar sensation of striking nothingness. Without needing to look, he knew the zombie Ren Lautai had once again evaded capture. Ren Lautai, don't run. Stop! Su shouted furiously, then dashed after it. The zombie Ren Lautai exerted all its might, bounding swiftly in a series of small hops, following a zigzagging path. Su's eyes widened in disbelief. It appeared to possess even less intelligence than Wenkai. No matter how he assessed the situation, it clearly outmatched Wenkai in wit. Frustrated, Su found himself unable to keep pace with the nimble zombie. Master, fly the sword and strike him. As he watched the zombie Ren Lautai nearing the exit of the Ren family courtyard, he felt utterly helpless. Jiangshi was still tending to wince-size injuries when he heard the call and quickly turned to cast a spell. The peachwood sword was instantly infused with magical energy, glowing a vivid crimson. However, an issue arose as the sword failed to take flight. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that Wenkai, the fool, was seated squarely upon the sword's tip. The weight of the fool caused the sword to tremble without budging. Su's heart raced with anxiety. Master, he shouted, reaching the entrance. Jiangshi, with a grim expression, pointed helplessly at the ground. Upon seeing this, Su couldn't help but grimace. What a truly incompetent teammate. After a brief delay, the zombie Ren Lautai had successfully escaped the area illuminated by flames, blending seamlessly into the night shadows. Su clenched his fists in frustration, cursing inwardly, for despite having laid an intricate trap, both he and Jiangshi had failed to capture it, allowing such an opportune moment to slip away. Grinding his teeth in anger, he approached Wenkai, who was showing signs of being affected by corpse poison, and felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustration. This fool must surely have been sent by the zombie-run Laotai to sabotage them. Jiu, equally displeased, shared in the silence. Both men lost in thought as they observed their dim-witted companion, Wen Kai, who had nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, each contemplating the urge to strike him dead. At that moment, a head cautiously emerged from inside the house, a pair of glasses perched on the bridge of its nose. A trembling hand grasped a handgun as it scanned the surroundings with caution. After a thorough examination, the figure stepped out into the open. It was none other than the head of security, Ah Wei. Having overheard Su and Jiu conversation, Ah Wei felt a surge of trepidation. However, as the head of security, he felt obliged to confront the situation in front of Ren Fa, Rin Tingting, and the assembly of local dignitaries. After assessing the circumstances, he felt a sense of relief, realizing that while he had not vanquished his uncle, at least the immediate danger had passed. Pushing Shuse. He glanced nervously at the pale Wen Kai slumped against the wall and asked benefactor Jiu, "What has happened to him? Was he bitten by my uncle?" "He wasn't bitten, merely scratched. But a scratch could lead to infection," Jiu replied. "What?" Ah Wei's anxiety escalated, and he instinctively lowered his gun, now aimed at Wen Sai's head, exclaiming, "If he is turning into a zombie, I should shoot him now." Fortunately, Su had been vigilant and swiftly slapped Ah Wei's arm, redirecting the gun just as a shot rang out. The bullet grazed Wen Sai's ear before embedding itself in the wall behind him. Su snatched the weapon from Ah Wei's grasp, furious. "Are you out of your mind? Who told you to shoot?" Su's frustration was already at a boiling point, and Ah Wei's reckless actions ignited his anger. "Damn it, you're a fool just like Wen Kai. Because of Wen Kai, the zombie-run Laotai escaped, and now you want to go around shooting people. What the hell is wrong with you?" Ah Wei stared at Su, frightened by his wrath, but he felt wronged. Jiu had warned that Wen Kai might turn into a zombie. He believed he was acting in the interest of public safety by eliminating the potential threat. Benefactor, if Wen Kai becomes a zombie, he only cause harm. Better to put him down now than to let him suffer the fate of becoming a wretched creature. Su glared at Ah Wei, exasperated. Wen Kai was only scratched, not bitten. There is still a chance to save him. If you had actually shot him in the head, he would be dead for certain. Can you listen to instructions without jumping to conclusions? After hearing Su's words, Ah Wei felt a rush of relief, realizing how close he had come to killing Wen Kai and inciting public outrage. Benefactor, Jiu, I was just too nervous. But if Jiu says he might still become a zombie, how can we save him? Ah Wei's concern was genuine, for if he were ever scratched by a zombie, he would want to know how to save himself. This was a matter of life and death. Jiu glared at Ah Wei, his expression stern. Although Wen Kai was a foolish companion, he was still his disciple, and the thought of nearly losing him was unbearable. Uncle Joe pointed to the strips of cloth wrapped around Wen Sai's arms and remarked, "Although Wen Kai has wounds on both arms and has been infected with corpse poison, early detection and timely treatment have managed to control the blood circulation in his arms, where the poison is primarily concentrated. As long as a significant amount of the poison has not reached the heart, he can be saved." Ah Wei nodded in understanding and inquired, "Uncle Gio, what will be done to save Wen Kai? How do we proceed?" "Glutinous rice." "Glutinous rice?" "Indeed, glutinous rice. It is a yang grain, inherently imbued with yang energy. When cooked and consumed, it fortifies the body, though it can easily lead to excess heat. Applying glutinous rice to Wen Sai's wounds will harness its yang energy to expel the corpse poison from his body. Furthermore, it serves as a deterrent against zombies. One could say it is an effective talisman against them. The universe is full of spiritual connections, where all things interact with one another. Those zombies are formidable. There are numerous substances that can counteract their poison." Upon hearing this, Ah Wei's eyes lit up. According to Uncle Gio, glutinous rice was indeed remarkable. Ah Wei's mind began to formulate a plan. The following morning, he would rush to the market to procure a substantial amount of glutinous rice to stockpile, which would not only ensure his survival, but could also yield a handsome profit. In that instant, Ah Wei felt a surge of entrepreneurial spirit. He mused that even if he had gifted a Western-style mattress to Su, it didn't seem like a loss. He could easily recoup that ill-gotten money. Ah Wei felt quite pleased with himself. "Captain, the entire security team is assembled." Just as Ah Wei was engrossed in his dreams of wealth, the armed security personnel gathered, each appearing disheveled and visibly shaken. To Su, who was accustomed to the disciplined image of soldiers, They hardly resembled soldiers at all. Before Alway could speak, a nervous security officer exclaimed, "Captain, we seem to have spotted Old Master Run." Su swiftly approached the officer, grabbing him by the collar, lifting him off the ground with ease due to the officer's slender frame. Su gritted his teeth and demanded, "Which direction did he go?" The officer, bewildered by the sudden confrontation, looked to Alway for guidance. Alway barked, "The benefactor is asking you a question. Speak." He ran towards the back mountain. The officer stammered, still shaken. "He terrified us. We thought we were done for, but he ignored us entirely and just dashed away." The other security personnel shared similar expressions of fear. Susa released the officer, his eyes narrowing. "The back mountain. That's a general direction, at least. Master, what do you think?" Susu turned to Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio furrowed his brow, glancing at the injured Wankai on the ground, and sighed. "First, we must stabilize Winsai's condition before addressing anything else. Time is of the essence." Susa nodded. "I concur. We can afford to delay capturing the zombie, but Winsai's injury cannot wait. Alway, go call everyone out. It's safe for the moment." "Understood, benefactor." Soon after, in the Ren family courtyard, those who had been hiding emerged. Their first sight was the traces of the struggle left in the yard and the fallen Wankai. "Uncle Gio, Susa, what has happened to Wankai?" Everyone instinctively took a few steps back, their initial reaction mirroring Alway's thoughts. They feared Wankai had been bitten and would turn into a zombie. Susu and Uncle Gio were too weary to explain. Alway took the initiative to recount the events, playing a small but significant role. Upon hearing his account, the crowd slowly understood. They seized upon the crucial detail. Glutinous rice. Could it truly be so miraculous? Regardless of its authenticity, they resolved to purchase some glutinous rice at the market the next day to keep at home. Even if it were not for combating zombies, they could still consume it themselves. "Uncle, my father has run away again. Will he return?" "Yes, Susu. Will my grandfather come back?" Rin Fa and Rin Tingting asked. Susu exchanged glances with Uncle Gio before responding. "Old Master Rin may have escaped today, but he is injured. At least he will be safe tonight. You should all rest well. As for whether he will return, that is certain. However, rest assured that with my master and me here, we will prevent him from harming you. But what about tomorrow and the day after? Will Old Master Run, unable to bite a relative of the Rin family, turn to others?" A local gentry asked. This question was pivotal, directly impacting their lives, and everyone turned to Susu with anxious eyes. Susu replied earnestly, "It's difficult to say, but do not worry excessively. As night falls, remain indoors and avoid wandering. Those with blood ties to the Rin family are the primary targets for bites. If you're not particularly unfortunate, you should be safe. Also, scattering glutinous rice around your homes may provide some protective benefits." Upon hearing Susu's reassurances, though still apprehensive, the crowd felt somewhat more at ease. Susu continued, "However, do not celebrate prematurely. If Old Master Rin truly consumes the blood of those related to the Rin family, especially those closest to him, such as Rin Fa, Old Master Rin will only grow stronger. At that point, the Rin family town may truly descend into chaos." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, as fear gripped their hearts once more. Alway trembled. "Benefactor, you must save me." Ignoring Alway's outcry, Susu turned to Rin Tingting. "Do you have any glutinous rice at home? Winsai's injury cannot be delayed." Rin Tingting shook her head. As the heiress of a wealthy family, she hardly concerned herself with such trivial matters. "I don't know." A Rin family servant quickly interjected. "There is some. I will fetch it from the kitchen for the Taoist." Chapter 59. The booming rice market. Before long, the Rin family's servant returned with a bowl of glutinous rice. Susa handed the rice to Uncle Gio. Although he understood that applying glutinous rice could heal the corpse poison, he had yet to witness the process himself, so he seized this opportunity to learn. Uncle Gio tore away the fabric from Winsai's arms, then took a handful of glutinous rice from the bowl and pressed it against Winsai's wounds. Upon contact, the rice emitted a hissing sound, and dark vapors began to seep from the wounds. This black mist resembled the one Susu had seen when he struck Old Master Ren with his palm lightning, though it was significantly fainter. What a terrible smell. Alway covered his nose, grimacing. "Uncle Gio, what is that odor? It seems so peculiar." A local gentry asked. Susu wrinkled his nose. Indeed, the scent was unsettling, bearing a sour and foul odor. Uncle Gio furrowed his brow and opened his hand, revealing that aside from the rice adhering to Winsai's arms, some remained in his palm. Looking down, One could see the once pristine glutinous rice now transformed into a dusky black, as if it had been stained. Adhering to the rice were remnants of an unidentifiable dark substance. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was the residue of medicinal herbs applied by Su Su to Wenkai, the acrid odor emanating from it unmistakably a blend of fermented herbs. Sweat, and the stench of corpse poison. "Master, how is Wenkai's injury?" Su Su inquired while pinching his nose. Uncle Gio furrowed his brow, gazing at the blackened rice in his hand, and mused, "He can be saved. Fortunately, we acted swiftly. The majority of the corpse poison has concentrated in his arms. With a proper regimen of internal and external remedies, he should recover in about a month. Will there be any lingering effects? No. The true horror of corpse poison lies in its ability to transform a person into a zombie in a short time, but once treated appropriately, it is manageable." That's reassuring. Uncle Gio tended to Wenkai's wounds, replacing the glutinous rice several times until its color returned to normal before rewrapping the injury. "Prepare a bowl of rice porridge," he instructed the family's servant. "Understood, Uncle Gio." The servant hurried off to fulfill the request. As the night passed, the weary group remained on high alert, finally succumbing to sleep just before dawn. The scorching sunlight of the day became a comforting symbol of safety for them all. Around midday, the group awoke and returned to their homes. Yet, some, having remained awake all night, were invigorated and rushed to the rice shop to queue for glutinous rice. This included Captain A. Wei of the security team and his unruly subordinates. The notion that glutinous rice could treat corpse poison and prevent zombies began to spread. Within half a day, glutinous rice had become a highly sought-after commodity in Renjia Town, selling out completely. Even surrounding villages experienced a depletion of their rice stocks. The townsfolk could only discuss one topic. How much glutinous rice do you have stored? Which shop still has glutinous rice for sale? Those with ample supplies walked with a newfound confidence, while those who had purchased little were consumed with frustration, scouring for sources and even willing to pay exorbitant prices to buy from scalpers. Captain A. Wei and his security team engaged in the reselling of rice, unchallenged by anyone, and they profited handsomely. However, in the end, A. Wei discovered that he had inadvertently sold all of his own reserved glutinous rice. His pockets full of coin, but devoid of any rice to safeguard himself. "Captain, what should we do? We have no glutinous rice left for our protection," one anxious security officer exclaimed. "Money is valuable, but not as much as one's life." "Indeed, Captain, what now? Perhaps we should take some back by force," another suggested. "I believe we can proceed in that manner. After all, we are armed and should not fear their refusal." The officers clamored with their reckless ideas, their words flowing easily, suggesting they had engaged in such acts before. A. Wei furrowed his brow, torn internally. To rob or not to rob? That was the dilemma. In previous times, without the threat of zombies, such considerations would have been trivial. They would have simply taken what they desired without a second thought. But now, the situation demanded caution. While Uncle Gio had stated that glutinous rice could prevent zombies and counteract corpse poison, he had not claimed that it would completely eliminate the threat of zombies. A. Wei was no fool. When his life was at stake, he was astute enough to recognize the gravity of the situation. Simply put, if glutinous rice could indeed vanquish zombies entirely, then the previous night, they could have set up a rice barrier, ensuring his zombie uncle never returned. However, Su Su and Uncle Gio had not taken that course of action, indicating the danger remained. Having pondered this, A. Wei reached a conclusion, his expression stern as he reprimanded. "What nonsense are you all spouting? Robbing? Who do you think you are? Look at yourselves in the mirror. We are the security team of Renjia Town, tasked with protecting its citizens. Do you want to act like a bunch of thugs? I better not hear anyone suggesting such things again, or I will not hesitate to take action against you. Do you hear me?" The security officers were bewildered. What was happening? Their captain had led them in mischief before. Shouldn't this be an occasion to uphold their dubious traditions? Surely the captain must have taken leave of his senses. "What are you staring at? Did you hear me?" A. Wei shouted again. The officers finally responded in disarray. "We heard you, Captain." A. Wei had already decided on a course of action. When it came to safety, nothing compared to being near Su Su and Uncle Gio. Resolute, A. Wei declared, "Brothers, my benefactor Su Su and Uncle Gio have been tirelessly working to combat my zombie uncle. As the security team of Renjia Town, we too must offer our bodies and fight alongside the Taoist. Brothers, let us head to the Rin family estate." The officers exchanged glances, realizing their captain's intent. Clever. Admirable. No wonder he was the captain. They set off, their spirits lifted by the just cause of following the Taoist, feeling secure in their purpose. Chapter 60. The Ancestral Hall is a good place at the Ren family estate. Lord Ren had instructed the servants to prepare a meal. At the dining table, he expressed his concerns, saying, "Uncle Gio, we did not wish for such events to unfold, but here we are. I have a suggestion." Uncle Gio picked up a piece of food, his brow furrowed. "Oh, what do you propose, Uncle Gio? We are relying on your assistance, now more than ever," sighed Ren Fa, deeply troubled. Until his father's affairs were resolved, life could not continue normally. Uncle Gio hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "Your estate, situated in the bustling district of the town, is surrounded by a populous community. Moreover, your late grandfather is bound to return. From last night's confrontation, it is evident that he is no ordinary zombie. He has developed some intelligence and is cunning enough to flee when overmatched. I worry that if he is unable to feed on your blood, he may resort to attacking innocent townsfolk, and there are far too many potential victims nearby. Should such an event occur, it would not only cost innocent lives, but also create more zombies, much like the unfortunate servant from the pickled fish shop. Furthermore, a zombie that is fed on blood will grow stronger and evolve. Currently, your grandfather is at the copper corpse level. If he evolves to the silver corpse stage, he will be even more formidable." Uncle Gio's words enlightened Lord Ren, yet he remained puzzled as to what Uncle Gio was implying. "Uncle Gio, please speak plainly. My suggestion is that the two of you might temporarily reside at the mortuary. Although the environment there is considerably inferior to that of the Ren residence. It is situated a good half-hour's journey from the town, and there are few people around. This arrangement would help avoid many troublesome matters." After Uncle Gio spoke, Mr. Ren understood his intentions. Mr. Ren nodded, acknowledging Uncle Gio's thoughtful consideration, and agreed to proceed as suggested. Subsequently, he made arrangements for all those with blood ties to the Ren family to settle at the mortuary for the time being. At that moment, Away arrived with a group of men. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Uncle, cousin, benefactor, Uncle Gio, it's time for a meal. I overheard you all are heading to the mortuary." Away turned to Su and added, "Benefactor, count me in." He gestured to a line of security personnel behind him, stating, "Benefactor, I bring all my security brothers. Just say the word, and we shall obey your command." The security team responded in unison, albeit uncoordinatedly. "We await your orders." Master Dao. Susu was somewhat perplexed by Away's antics, wondering what his intentions might be. He noticed Away had a bulging waistline, and, curiously, so did the security team, all exuding a peculiar scent of rice husks. Narrowing his eyes, Susu deduced that they must have been out selling glutinous rice early that morning. What a cunning merchant. Being a security team leader seemed a gross underestimation of his talents. What about the Western soft mattresses? Susu immediately recalled this matter, pretending to have forgotten as he ate his meal. "Captain Away, didn't you mention sending something to the mortuary yesterday? How could I forget?" Away suddenly remembered and, overwhelmed by his glutinous rice dealings, had indeed overlooked the mattress situation. Seeing Su's expression, it was evident he was being subtly reminded. With a knowing smile, Away assured, "Rest assured, benefactor, I will arrange for the brothers to move the Western soft mattress right away. You shall have it tonight." Susa nodded in satisfaction, chuckling. "Ah, I nearly forgot about that. Please send it over quickly. Ting will be staying at the mortuary tonight, and it will be quite useful." Away, though he had promised Su to harbor no further feelings for Ren Ting, felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing those words. "I will take care of it immediately," he said, waving his hand as he and his security team departed the Ren residence. He had no desire to linger in this sorrowful place any longer. It was time to head to the mortuary. After Su returned the previous night, Mr. Ren had noted his daughter's concern for him. Realizing she had grown up and likely had someone special in her heart, he sighed silently, recognizing that one cannot hold back a growing daughter. Nonetheless, despite Su's modest means, he possessed admirable qualities, talent, and capability, not to mention he had saved Mr. Ren's life during a recent crisis. Mr. Ren held a favorable impression of Su. However, it appeared that Su was not inclined to become a suitor, which posed a dilemma. As Mr. Ren pondered how to persuade Su to become the family's son-in-law, thereby preserving the Ren lineage, he remained oblivious to the fact that Su was already occupying his mind, even contemplating their potential offspring. Meanwhile, Su continued to enjoy his meal, reminiscing about the unfortunate fate of the pickled fish chef's culinary skills. In the afternoon, the group arrived at the mortuary. Aside from 2 broken doors, it was still the same place. "Benefactor, where should we place the western soft mattress?" Away inquired, indicating the carefully wrapped item. Susu approached, unwrapping it to inspect, pressing down to confirm its softness. It was certainly not a substandard product. Satisfied, he nodded and smiled. "Follow me. Let us place it in this room." After setting up the mattress in Susu's room, he called for Rin Tingting. Tingting, although the mortuary's environment is not as nice as the Rin residence, this mattress is truly a good one. You can rest well here tonight. Regardless of what transpires outside, you can sleep soundly. Remember, my dear, never stay up late, or else those wrinkles will mar your beauty. Rin Tingting, with her head bowed shyly, felt warmth in her heart, overwhelmed with happiness, and softly murmured, "Susu, you are so kind to me." Susu playfully tapped her nose, saying, "Silly girl, if I am not kind to you, who else can I be kind to? Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai have already designated you as their sister-in-law. There is no chance to back out now." Susu teased, eliciting a blush from Rin Tingting as she playfully retorted, "You are truly wicked." Chapter 61. Almost caught in the act, Susu gazed at Rin Tingting, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he cheerfully asked, "Tingting, am I good or bad?" Surprised by his question, she was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, she bashfully replied, "Of course, you are good." Nearby, Away watched the two openly express their affection, feeling a pang of jealousy as his heart ached. He now understood why his cousin had fallen for Susu. His flirting skills eclipsed Away's by leaps and bounds, radiating expertise in every gesture. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Away decisively turned to leave. At that moment, Susu called out to him, "Captain Away, I need a favor." Away halted and asked, "What is your command, benefactor?" "Please catch a snake for me, a venomous one. There should be some in the grass around the mortuary." "Be cautious and don't get bitten," Susu instructed, remembering Uncle Joe's mention of using snake venom for wind-size treatment. It could yield miraculous results. Since Away's presence was somewhat intrusive, Susu thought it best to assign him a task, putting his resources to good use. Away, now overly sensitive to the mention of snakes, shivered instinctively. "I'll arrange for it right away," he replied. "Go on." Susu waved him off, eager for some privacy. Away left, closing the door behind him. Understanding the need for discretion, Susu immediately pulled Rin Tingting into his embrace, gazing at her blushing face in the intimate confines of the small room, his thoughts wandering. The matter at hand was undoubtedly time-sensitive. After all, Susu's combat duration would surely extend to at least 2 hours. Time was not on their side. Hence, Susu contemplated engaging in some trivial activities, perhaps a casual stretch or a gentle squeeze, just to alleviate his restlessness. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Ting, 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 ting. Susu's hand froze just an inch away from the ample figure of Rin Tingting. The voice from outside belonged to Rin Fa, her father. Susu twitched his lips and hastily tousled his hair in an attempt to appear nonchalant. With a creak, the door swung open. Rin Fa strode in, his gaze falling upon his beloved daughter's flushed cheeks, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Earlier, upon seeing Rin Tingting leave with Susu, a sense of foreboding had gripped him, fearing something untoward might occur. He had promptly followed, and upon noticing Away's presence, he felt reassured. However, after Away departed, he realized the door had been closed behind him, and anxiety surged in his chest. A solitary man and woman alone in a room. What would others think if they were to find out? Rin Fa was not one to tolerate shame easily. Even if his daughter shared a mutual affection with Susu, a proper courtship was essential. The Rin family would undoubtedly spare no expense to welcome Susu into their household, for that was the way of tradition. Rin Fa, feeling awkward in this scenario, was relieved he had not arrived later, and he couldn't help but scorn Susu inwardly, thinking, "Damn it, no man is trustworthy." Susu, adhering to his principle of audacity, maintained a composed demeanor in front of his prospective father-in-law, smiling as he pressed down on the soft Western-style mattress and said, "Rin Fa, you've arrived. This mattress is quite splendid, and Tingting is resting here today. Although our environment pales in comparison to the Rin residence, I assure you she is comfortable. Unfortunately, Away only brought one mattress. Otherwise, I would have prepared another for you." Rin Fa, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave while you and Tingting converse. Susa noticed Ren Fa's expression becoming increasingly peculiar, a tangled mix of emotions that suggested he was on the verge of erupting. Thus, he made a swift exit. Ren Fa was indeed conflicted. After all, Susu had saved his life and was, in a sense, his benefactor. However, from a father's perspective, Susu's actions were rather excessive. Indeed, excessively so. Hey, Ting Ting, feeling somewhat aggrieved, thought, how could he just leave me like this? I'll probably face a stern lecture now. Father, Susu and I didn't actually do anything. Just as Ren Ting Ting uttered these words, Ren Fa let out a heavy sigh, exasperatedly pointing at her. My daughter, what am I to say to you? You claim nothing happened, but if I had arrived, just a moment later the rest of his thoughts remained unspoken. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he continued, Ting Ting, do you truly have feelings for Susu? With her head lowered, she nodded, unable to meet her father's gaze. Although Ren Fa was typically indulgent, she understood that if she wished for a future with Susu, she needed her father's approval. And does Susu feel the same? Without hesitation, she nodded again. Ren Fa pondered for a moment. Since the die was cast, and he found Susu agreeable, and considering his daughter had reached marriageable age, he decided to speak candidly. If you can convince Susu to marry into our family, I shall not stand in your way. Furthermore, any children born must carry the Ren surname. With these two stipulations, he instructed her to relay the message to Susu. Ren Ting Ting was taken aback. She had braced herself for a reprimand, only to be met with her father's unexpected approval. The mention of children caught her by surprise. Her cheeks flushed even deeper. This is too sudden. Excitedly, she felt like leaping in joy, realizing that the very person she thought might be her greatest obstacle was, in fact, supportive of her desires. But do not celebrate too soon. Susu does not seem the type willing to become a son-in-law, Ren Fa added, contemplating Susu's talents and potential. Your father's judgment is astute. He is no ordinary man. If given the right opportunities, he shall soar. Ren Ting Ting seized upon her father's words, buoyed by the notion that Susu was indeed a remarkable individual. Father, trust your daughter. He will surely agree, she asserted confidently. Chapter 62. The injury of the scholar Ren Fa spent over an hour in the room, imparting his heartfelt advice to Ren Ting Ting, emphasizing that until they were officially wed, she must not succumb to Susu's advances. As a man who had once been young and impetuous himself, he understood the complexities of a man's desires. He believed that if his daughter could maintain her composure, Susu would be willing to join the Ren household, ensuring a secure future for her. Susu, though slightly worried, felt reassured upon seeing the smile bloom on Ren Ting Ting's face. It appeared that his prospective father-in-law was inclined to formalize their relationship. Renfa, Ting Ting, come, have some tea, Susu said cheerfully, presenting 2 bamboo cups. Ren Fa accepted the cup, casting Susu a disapproving glare. He had gleaned from their earlier conversation why Susu had fortuitously appeared 2 nights prior. He had been on a secret rendezvous with his precious daughter. Yet, he also recognized that had Susu not been there, he might very well have perished. Perhaps this was fate at play. Ren Ting Ting, glancing conspiratorially at Susu, seemed to share delightful tidings. Ren Fa, feeling a pang of bittersweetness, sighed, children grow up too fast. I shall step outside for a moment. Tell me, what did your father say? You seem quite pleased, Susu inquired, feigning ignorance. That is my father. When did he become our father? Ren Ting Ting replied, her heart elated, yet unable to resist teasing him. She had come to realize that Susu was not only knowledgeable, but also quite charming with his words, making her feel utterly enchanted. My father said just then. Away burst into the room, panting and exclaiming, Benefactor, I caught 3 snakes. All of them are flower snakes. Susu turned to see 3 snakes, their bodies adorned with a mottled green and yellow pattern, resembling flowers. Ting Ting, we shall discuss this later. Flower snakes are a delicacy, he said, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he moved closer. Flower snakes? Are we having snake soup for dinner? Hey, Ting Ting inquired. This was meant to heal once-sized wounds and counteract the corpse poison, Susu casually replied, having already approached away. As for the words Ren Ting Ting had intended to say earlier, they had to be postponed. My benefactor, I didn't expect there to be a snake den behind us. And 2 snakes have escaped. It's a bit of a pity, Wei remarked. Does this snake truly possess the ability to counteract corpse poison? Wei inquired curiously, having overheard Su Su's earlier conversation with Rintingting. If this were true, it seemed Wei had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Su Su nodded. It can have a certain effect. The principle of using poison to counteract poison is well known. I see, Wei responded. As Su Su prepared a bowl and took out a small knife, pressing it against the fangs of the snake, causing a stream of venom to shoot out. Subsequently, Su Su extracted the snake's gallbladder with the knife, placing it in the bowl, and used a mortar to crush the gallbladder, mixing it thoroughly with the snake venom. In fact, when Su Su spoke of using poison to counteract poison, he did not mean to directly combat the corpse poison with snake venom. Rather, by neutralizing the snake venom with the gallbladder of a similar snake, a new substance would be formed, which was Su Su's goal. Having completed these tasks, Su Su found the place where Jiangshi stored herbs and, following the formula Jiangshi had taught him, combined the herbs with the gallbladder and snake venom. Once everything was mixed uniformly, he considered the task complete. Wen Kai sat on a lounge chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun, which could somewhat restrain the effects of the corpse poison, although the results were not particularly evident. At this moment, Wen Cai's complexion had grown quite pale, yet he had awakened from his previous stupor. Qiu Sheng, watching over him, stood up with a worried expression as Su Su approached. Senior brother, Wen Kai won't turn into a zombie, right? Qiu Sheng felt guilty. If he had only kept a closer watch on Wen Kai, this fool wouldn't he have had the chance to excitedly run out to spectate and ended up injured. Su Su patted Qiu Sheng on the shoulder. It's all right. Life and death are predestined, and I don't believe Wen Kai will undergo a transformation. He will certainly recover. Qiu Sheng, you pull off the bandage from his arm. I'll replace it with fresh ointment. Senior brother, will I really be all right? Wen Kai weakly opened his eyes, dark circles forming around them, a sign that the corpse poison had penetrated deeply into his system. Yes, indeed. Su Su reassured with a comforting nod and a smile. Su Su was not lying. In the original story, Wen Kai was indeed scratched by a zombie and partially zombified, yet ultimately returned to normal. With that in mind, Su Su felt confident. Furthermore, in the original tale, the zombie had killed Ren Leoi's own son, Ren Fa, which was far more severe than the current situation involving a mere servant of the pickled fish. Thus, the corpse poison within Wen Kai was naturally less potent in comparison. In contrast, Su Su felt far more assured. As Qiu Sheng tore away the bandage from Wen Cai's arm, the once white, glutinous rice had turned completely black after several hours of decay, exuding a foul odor. Wen Cai's wound had also turned a dark purple, with areas around it showing signs of necrosis. Upon seeing this, Su Su frowned and quickly cleaned the necrotic tissue and discolored rice from the wound with fresh bandages. Qiu Sheng, bring me a jar of liquor and some raw glutinous rice. Before long, Qiu Sheng handed him a jar of wine. Su Su took a mouthful and sprayed it onto Wen Cai's wounds. Ah, it hurts. Wen Kai cried out immediately. Su Su smacked him on the forehead and said, if you don't want to turn into a zombie, we'll have to pierce your heart and then incinerate you. So be quiet. Instantly, Wen Kai fell silent, gritting his teeth, too afraid to utter a sound. Wen Kai was genuinely frightened. The formula was clear. Piercing the heart of a zombie and burning the remains was terrifying enough. Wen Kai had never been particularly brave. Now that you still feel pain, it indicates that the corpse poison has not yet completely invaded your body, giving us significant hope for salvation. You should consider yourself fortunate, Su Su explained. Oh, then senior brother, what is truly unfortunate? Wen Kai asked with a forlorn expression. Su Su rolled his eyes, wondering if he really didn't understand. Yet he replied, if your arm were to lose all sensation and you felt no pain, then you would be quite close to becoming a zombie. Wen Cai's already pale face turned even whiter. The sensation from the alcohol was painful, yet different from the usual pain. Amidst the hurt, there was a numbing feeling. Senior brother, if I really lose all sensation, what should I do? Wen Kai asked with a mournful face. Su Su shrugged and said, when the corpse poison spreads throughout your body, you will gradually lose sensation, starting with your arms. At that point, the method of dealing with it will be even simpler. Wen Kai seemed to glimpse hope. Was there truly a simpler method? What method? Su Su grinned and replied nonchalantly. Pierce the heart, then pile you on the fire and burn you. Ah, that would certainly save a lot of trouble. Senior brother, please don't scare me. I don't want to die. Wen Kai cried, tears welling in his eyes. Seeing Wen Cai's distressed expression, Su Su felt a spark of anger. Now he knew to be afraid. was he doing back then? If not for him, Susu and his master would have had the chance to eliminate the zombie-run Laoi. Instead, Winsai's meddling had not only allowed the zombie to escape, but had also resulted in an additional injured party. I was thinking I had everything arranged for Rin Laoi and just wanted to come out and help you and master, when Kai mumbled, his voice tinged with grievance. Susu was at a loss for words. Clearly, a good intention had led to a bad outcome. Sighing, Susu chose not to dwell on the matter further, saying, "Herbs and glutinous rice can mitigate the toxicity of the corpse poison to some extent, but cannot eliminate it entirely. If you wish to survive, it is best to follow my instructions." Kai nodded vigorously. "Senior brother, whatever you say, I will certainly do it. Once you finish bandaging me, I'll get moving. I can't just sit here and wait for death." Susu furrowed his brow. "Kai, your eyes are filled with confusion. But why did Master advise you against moving before? That was because you hadn't received any treatment yet, and glutinous rice can only absorb part of the corpse poison. If you engage in strenuous activity, it will accelerate the circulation of the poison within your body, causing you to perish even faster. But now it's different. With the medicine applied to your wounds, as your blood circulates rapidly, it will come into contact with the medicine. In the process of circulation, your blood will carry both the corpse poison and the medicinal properties. Your body also possesses an immune system, so it's like a battle. With the immune system and the medicine working together against the corpse poison, the odds are 2-1, making it easier to win." After articulating this, Susu suddenly felt quite talented. He had managed to explain something inherently complex in such a concise manner. Despite Winsai's dim-wittedness, he hoped he would understand this simplified explanation. "Did you comprehend?" Kai nodded and shook his head. "I can understand the 2-1, but what exactly is this immune system you speak of, Master Brother?" Susu's mouth twitched in exasperation as he rubbed his forehead. Indeed, it was only the 18th century, and such terminology was beyond the comprehension of the people of this era. How frustrating. That immune system is akin to you. Susu ground his teeth, struggling to find an appropriate term. "Cough, cough, Kai, do not concern yourself with the details. Just understand that it's a 2-1, and winning is all that matters. However, you must keep moving. Do you understand?" Kai nodded, somewhat bewildered. "Oh, I understand, Master Brother." Soon, Susu had redressed Winsai's wounds. "Qiusheng, go fetch some glutinous rice and bring me a winnowing basket." "Oh, Master Brother." Qiusheng did not question the purpose of these items and headed towards the kitchen. Susu busied himself by moving a square table into the courtyard. Once Qiusheng returned with the basket and a bowl of glutinous rice, he placed the basket on the table and spread the rice evenly within it. "Master Brother, what is this for?" Kai asked curiously, his eyes filled with confusion. Qiusheng looked up at the blazing sun overhead. "Are we drying the rice in the sun?" Suddenly, Qiusheng's eyes brightened as if he had grasped the key point. "Master Brother, is it because the sunlight is rich in yang energy? After being scorched by the fierce sun, the yang energy in the glutinous rice will increase. If we then apply this rice to Winsai's wounds, wouldn't it have a better effect in dispelling the corpse poison?" Susu couldn't help but twitch his lips at the boy's vivid imagination. However, he refrained from dampening Qiusheng's enthusiasm. Indeed, the glutinous rice can absorb some yang energy under the scorching sun, but is not meant for applying to Winsai's wounds. If not for the wounds, then what is it for? Both Qiusheng and Kai cast curious glances at him. Susu smiled and, without warning, kicked Kai in the rear. "Take off your shoes and jump on it." Kai exclaimed in surprise and, following Susu's instructions, stood atop the winnowing basket. The grains of glutinous rice underfoot felt painfully sharp, and he began to jump up and down, complaining, "Master Brother, my feet hurt." Susu chuckled lightly. "That's right, Kai. Don't stop, just keep jumping." Then Susu picked up a bamboo whip and said to Qiusheng, "Keep an eye on him. If he stops, whip him." "Master Brother, this is exhausting and painful. And you're going to whip me? That's too inhumane." "Umph, you're almost turning into a zombie. What humanity is there to speak of?" "Qiusheng, remember my words. If he dares to stop, whip him mercilessly." Qiusheng rubbed his hands together, eager and nodding vigorously. "Master Brother, you can count on me." "Qiusheng, I hate you." "No worries, I love you. To prevent you from becoming a zombie, I'll keep a strict watch over you." Smack. "Too slow." Qiusheng, you scoundrel. This is personal revenge." Smack. "Ouch. Stop hitting." Susu looked on helplessly, shaking his head at the antics of these foolish youths. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Ren Tingting approached and inquired. Susa pondered for a moment before replying. Ting Ting, can you make porridge? Glutinous rice porridge. Porridge? I can do that. Ren Ting Ting nodded repeatedly, though she added a hint of embarrassment. I can't do much else, but cooking porridge is my one specialty. You won't think less of me, will you? Susu affectionately ruffled her nose, saying, Silly girl, knowing one thing is enough. You're not a chef. All right, I'll get started. Ren Ting Ting happily dashed towards the kitchen, but quickly returned, saying, Susu, there's no glutinous rice left in the rice jar. None left? Susu turned to Qiusheng. Putting down the bamboo whip, Qiusheng scratched his head. The glutinous rice was left over from the Dragon Boat Festival for making zongzi. The bowl I just brought out was the last of it. Should I go buy some now? Susa nodded, as the glutinous rice was crucial for dispelling the corpse poison from Wen Cai's body. All right then, go buy some glutinous rice. Ting Ting, without glutinous rice, you can't make porridge, so you should rest for a while. Okay, I'll go to my dad's place. Call me when the rice is back. Ren Ting Ting stepped aside. Master brother, actually there's still some sticky rice in the kitchen, and it has a similar texture to glutinous rice. Can we use that? Qiusheng suddenly remembered. In the interest of avoiding a trip in this scorching sun, Susu rolled his eyes at Qiusheng. If you think Wen Cai is dying too slowly, feel free to use the sticky rice for him or to apply to his wounds. Remember, when you buy glutinous rice, keep a sharp eye on the sellers. Lately, some rice merchants have been mixing sticky rice into glutinous rice. I see, master brother. What do you think? Qiusheng, you scoundrel, hurry and buy the glutinous rice. Otherwise, if I turn into a zombie, you'll be the first I bite. Wen Cai grumbled. Smack. Qiusheng gave him a swift hit with the bamboo whip, replying, I guarantee that before you bite me, Master and the Master Brother will take care of you, and then I'll set up a fire pit, pour in some kerosene, and light it painstakingly. Qiusheng, you scoundrel, I'll fight you. Wen Cai suddenly jumped down from the winnowing basket, grabbing Qiusheng by the neck, and a scuffle ensued. Susu, witnessing this, furrowed his brows in irritation. What a pair of fools. Can't they behave at such a time? He lost his patience and delivered a kick to both their backsides, sending them to the ground. Wen Cai, get back up there. Qiusheng, go buy glutinous rice. Rubbing their sore backsides, the two quickly settled down. After enduring punishment, they became obedient. Meanwhile, Jushu, who was busy preparing for the impending zombie threat posed by the old lady Ron, glanced at the scene with a weary shake of his head. He couldn't help but reflect. Without Su as his disciple, his lineage would truly be at risk of extinction. Ren Ting Ting, witnessing the commotion, covered her mouth and giggled, finding it rather amusing. Susu, observing Qiusheng ride out on his bicycle, furrowed his brow slightly. A crucial matter came to mind, signing in. This had been on his mind for several days. With a determined glint in his eye, Susu decided to follow Qiusheng, but refrained from trailing directly behind him during the day to avoid detection. He recalled that in the original story, the zombie incident led to a near depletion of glutinous rice in Renjia Town and its surrounding areas, and that Qiusheng had to scour multiple towns to find a rice shop that still sold glutinous rice. As Qiusheng was returning, he was unexpectedly accosted by the ghostly figure of Dong Xiaoyu while passing through Renjia Town, ultimately bringing an end to his status as a virgin. This transpired around the time of the first watch of the night. With these thoughts clarified, Susa made his way directly towards Renjia Town, lying in wait for his opportunity. Regardless of which town Qiusheng procured glutinous rice from, Renjia Town was an unavoidable passage. Under the blazing sun, nearly an hour later, he arrived at Renjia Town, seeking refuge in a tea house to wait until darkness fell before venturing out. With some leisure time on his hands, Susa realized it had been a while since he last participated in a lottery. Checking his sign-in points, he discovered a balance of 2,100 points. To avoid being duped by the system on his inaugural sign-in, Susu resolved to take a bold approach. System, I wish to draw lots 5 times. Ding. Consumed 500 sign-in points, commencing the lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the mysterious charm, Invisibility Charm, which allows the user to conceal their form for a duration of 60 minutes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the mysterious artifact, Mini Peach Wood Sword. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the mysterious spell, Sword Control Technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Try again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Although 500 sign-in points allowed for 5 draws, Susu ended up drawing 6 times, resulting in an amusing outcome of thank you for your patronage. It seemed the faulty system was truly jesting with him. Nevertheless, Susu discerned that the probability of winning in this lottery was approximately 50%, which could be considered relatively favorable. Refreshing the character attributes interface of the divine sign-in system. Name, Susu. Age, 21. Cultivation level, Qi refinement. Initial stage, spells, Palm Thunder, mysterious, summon spirit, yellow. Mystic Eye, mysterious. Intermediate Yin binding spell, mysterious. Sword control technique, mysterious. Cultivation methods. Immaculate gang scripture, heavenly. Virgin technique, mysterious. Equipment. Mini Peachwood sword, mysterious. Invisibility charm, mysterious. Medicinal pills. None sign-in points. 1600 lottery wheel level. Beginner, 100 sign-in points per draw. Susu took out the mini Peachwood sword, inspecting it in his hand, unable to suppress a smirk. It was indeed aptly named, being no larger than the palm of his hand. Examining the sword closely, he found nothing particularly remarkable aside from its diminutive size, though the intricate patterns etched onto the blade were intriguing, featuring a peculiar rune. After pondering for a moment, Susu abandoned the effort, as he could not decipher the design. While he considered consulting the system, he recalled the system's exploitative conditions for answering questions and decided against it, especially with only 1,600 sign-in points remaining. Resources were scarce, and he must spend them wisely. Simultaneously, the newly acquired spell Sword Control Technique manifested in Susu's mind, a skill of a higher caliber than the sword control technique from the manuscript provided by Jiangshi. Secretly casting a spell, the mini Peachwood sword suddenly radiated a crimson glow with an intense surge of magical energy. It rivaled the effect achieved when Jiangshi had smeared his blood upon the sword the night before. Susu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. If enhanced further with blood essence, the magical energy could become even more formidable. Satisfied, Susu stored the mini Peachwood sword away, as it was a system product and could be kept in the system's storage space, eliminating the need to carry it externally. In critical moments, he could retrieve it to confront adversaries, ensuring an element of surprise, an essential artifact for subterfuge. Next, Susu retrieved the mysterious invisibility charm. Its effects were self-evident, truly top tier. The only regret was that it was a consumable. Once used, it would be gone. Chapter 65. Brother, you are a person of great importance. Having stowed away the mini Peachwood sword and the invisibility charm, Susu lingered for a moment, noticing that dusk had begun to settle, and his stomach was starting to grumble. Waiter, bring me a bowl of noodles. Certainly, esteemed guest. Just a moment. After a while, having filled his stomach, he tossed a copper coin onto the table, one of the coins from the broken money sword Jiangshi had once possessed. When the money sword shattered, it transformed into 108 copper coins, and Susu had kept 2 in his pocket for emergencies, which proved fortuitous now. Otherwise, he might have gone hungry. Exiting the tea house, Susu scanned his surroundings and found a stone slab near the town's archway to sit and wait. Though the sky was only just beginning to darken, the streets were already devoid of pedestrians. It seemed the recent zombie incident had indeed instilled a profound sense of fear among the townsfolk of Renjia. Looking up at the increasingly dim sky, Susu leaned against the wall behind him, pretending to doze. Time passed slowly, and street lamps were lit. The occasional breeze caused the flames within to flicker gently. What should have been a lively street had fallen completely silent, adding an air of desolation. Susu opened his eyes from his feigned slumber, casting a deep gaze around, only to find himself utterly alone. Help! There, a ghost. Suddenly, a terrified voice echoed from the street. Susu furrowed his brow and stood up. That voice sounded familiar. Looking up, despite the darkness, he recognized the source of the terrified cry. It was none other than the night watchman. Susu couldn't help but scoff. What a coincidence it was to encounter him for the 4th time. However, the night watchman appeared unusually flustered. A zombie? No. If it were indeed old lady Run-S zombie, there would be no chance of escape. It would have transformed into a lifeless corpse devoid of blood by now. Ghost. The night watchman, in a frenzy, began to run aimlessly, shouting in terror. As he drew closer, Susu could discern the words he was shouting. Ghost. His eyes lit up. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Mystic Eye, activate. Susu murmured, channeling a surge of magical energy to his eyes, scanning in the direction of the night watchman, only to be puzzled. No ghost in sight? At this point, The night watchman was nearly upon Su Su, just a few meters away. Su Su stepped forward and seized him. Wait, don't touch me. Keep your distance, it's a ghost. The night watchman flailed wildly, still in a state of panic. Brother, it's me, Su Su, Jioshu's disciple. We've met before. Don't be afraid. What has happened? Su Su shouted, managing to calm the visibly distressed night watchman. Having recognized Su Su, the night watchman's fear subsided somewhat, yet his eyes remained wide with terror. Su Daozhong, is it really you? Su Su nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is I. How fortunate to encounter you, Su Daozhong. There's a ghost. A female ghost with long hair, a pale face, and dressed in white. She demanded that I report her strength. When I refused, she struck me. And that's when I fled. The night watchman pointed in the direction he had come from, his expression one of sheer horror. Su Su listened to these words, feeling somewhat bewildered. The female ghost wanted the night watchman to report her? The tale sounded rather dubious, almost like a boast without any preparation. Moreover, the night watchman was not particularly impressive in appearance, being on par with Wenkai. The ghost must undoubtedly be the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu. Goodness, Dong Xiaoyu has quite a unique taste. The night watchman looked at Su Su with a strange expression, one of disbelief. Even he found it hard to believe that the experience he had just recounted was real. It felt like a dream. Yet, the truth was just as he had described. Daoist Su, I assure you, everything I said is true. You must believe me, the night watchman said with a pained expression. Su Su reassured him, yes. I believe your words. Please elaborate on what exactly happened. Additionally, besides the female ghost, did you happen to see anyone else? The night watchman pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I just remembered a young man came by later riding a bicycle. It seems he was also a disciple of Jioshu. Yes, that's a Qiusheng. I remember his face. Qiusheng had indeed appeared. How splendid. However, Su Su wondered why this fellow had not taken a different route, but instead fell into the hands of the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu. Fortunately, he encountered the night watchman. Otherwise, he might have missed the opportunity to sign in. Suddenly, Su Su felt that the night watchman was his lucky star. The first time he met him, the night watchman had pointed him toward the ancestral hall, helping him complete his initial sign-in task. The sign-in task at the Dong family's dilapidated residence was quite a challenge and had been delayed for many days. He anticipated that the night watchman would help him resolve it. Thank you, my friend, Su Su said, feeling quite pleased. Daoist Su, why are you thanking me? I should be the one thanking you. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do, the night watchman replied earnestly. My friend, I need your assistance with something. Is that agreeable? Su Su inquired. Please, speak freely, the night watchman responded. I would like to trouble you to take me to the place where you encountered the female ghost, Su Su said, seeing fear reappear on the night watchman's face. He continued, rest assured, my friend, I will ensure your safety. You mentioned that my junior brother Qiusheng has likely fallen into the hands of the female ghost. As his senior, I must rescue him, otherwise I cannot report back to our master. Ah, do you mean to say that Jioshu predicted Qiusheng would run into trouble, which is why you came to save him? The night watchman asked in astonishment. Su Su admired the night watchman's ability to deduce this, and went along with it, saying, You are correct. Our master anticipated that Qiusheng would encounter such a calamity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been instructed to wait here. Moreover, he foresaw that I would meet a benefactor, and that benefactor must be you. Is that true? The night watchman was taken aback, feeling a surge of joy at being considered a benefactor, an exhilarating feeling for a humble worker like him. Su Su spoke sincerely. Indeed, it is true. Do you recall our first meeting? If it weren't for you, I would have struggled to find the way to the ancestral hall and would not have become Jiushu's disciple. In fact, you're not only Qiusheng's benefactor, but also mine. Chapter 66. Qiusheng is truly enjoying himself. Su Su's words were genuine and heartfelt, causing the night watchman to scratch his head shyly, realizing he possessed such admirable qualities. Daoist Su, you truly know how to speak, the night watchman replied, his face lighting up with a naive smile. Actually, I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. If someone else had encountered you, they would have helped too. Su Su appreciated the night watchman's earnest nature and pulled him up from the ground, saying, My friend, my junior brother Qiusheng has been captured by the female ghost, and I need you to take me to the place where you encountered them. For some reason, the night watchman felt no fear at that moment, perhaps due to Su Su's presence or the notion of being a benefactor. He picked up the gong and puffed out his chest, nodding, What Daoist Su says is correct. Follow me. It's just a journey of about half a stick of incense. The two hurried along, and soon they reached the other end of the street in Renjia Town. The night watchman halted, looking puzzled at the nearby ground, scratching his head and murmuring in confusion. "My friend, why have you stopped? Did you encounter the female ghost in Qiusheng here?" Susu asked. The night watchman shook his head, furrowing his brows as he pointed at a surrounding wall, muttering, "This doesn't make sense. This was a ruin. When did such a luxurious house appear here?" "A ruin?" Susu turned to look, and what he saw was certainly not a ruin, but a lavish mansion that rivaled the Ren family estate. As he pondered, he suddenly recalled that the finest house in Renjia Town belonged to Ren Tingting, and there was no other residence that could compare. Therefore, this splendid mansion before him must be the haunted house enchanted by magic, the very Dong family dilapidated residence that required signing in. With this realization, Su's heart soared, but he cautiously confirmed, "My friend, are you saying there was no house here before?" The night watchman glanced again and nodded, stating, "Yes, I can confirm that. I walk this route nightly, and I distinctly remember there was a stone stump here. Every time I passed the spot, I would relieve myself here. How could a house suddenly appear?" Su's lips twitched at the mention of relieving himself, but it only affirmed his thoughts. Suddenly, the night watchman exclaimed in fright, "Dao Su, do you think this house was conjured by that female ghost?" Observing the night watchman's fearful demeanor, Susu patted his shoulder, saying, "If this place was once a ruin and has now transformed into a house, then congratulations, you are correct." The night watchman was so frightened that his legs trembled, his face turning pale as he stumbled back a few steps, nearly falling. "Thank you for leading me here, but you should head back now. I will handle things from here. And if you encounter a zombie, remember not to panic. Do not run wildly like today, as that could cost you your life," Susu advised, maintaining a calm smile that reassured the night watchman. The night watchman swallowed hard, saying, "Dao is Su, then I shall take my leave. Go ahead." Susu waved him off. The night watchman, no longer hesitating, summoned all his strength and sprinted off in the opposite direction. Susu watched him fade into the distance, shaking his head with a smile, before turning to face the opulent mansion's exterior. After walking a few steps, he arrived at the front entrance. The main door was painted a striking red, one panel closed while the other was ajar, revealing a narrow gap. Susu noticed this and felt relieved. It saved him some trouble. He gently pushed the door open a bit wider, his heart racing with anticipation. If this is indeed the abandoned residence of the Dong family, then a notification regarding the sign-in point should appear immediately. Susu took a deep breath and placed his foot down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for arriving at the sign-in coordinates of the Dong family's abandoned residence. Sign-in countdown, 29 minutes and 59 seconds, 29 minutes and 58 seconds. Excellent. This is the place. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, bringing an unprecedented sense of familiarity. Although the sign-in duration was somewhat lengthy, it was of no concern. The length of the sign-in was intricately linked to the income from the sign-in point. If possible, Susu would prefer a longer sign-in duration, allowing him to thoroughly exploit the sign-in point without any restrictions on upgrades. However, he was well aware that it was merely wishful thinking. Based on his understanding of the God-tier sign-in system, it wouldn't be so simple to earn sign-in points. After sitting at the entrance for a few minutes, Susu gazed at the sky. The bright moon hung high above, leading to a sense of boredom. At that moment, a peculiar sound emerged from within the house. Drawing Susu's attention. It suddenly struck him that his junior, Qiusheng, was still in the clutches of the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. How embarrassing. He had been so preoccupied with the sign-in point that he had forgotten about Qiusheng. Yet, judging by the sounds, it seemed that Qiusheng was quite enjoying himself. Should he intervene? What a dilemma. Should he sneak a peek at the live performance? What a quandary. Furthermore, in the original story, Qiusheng was not completely drained by the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. With this thought, Susu no longer felt anxious. Besides, Qiusheng was with the female ghost, and, judging by the sounds, they were likely at a critical moment. If he interrupted now and startled Qiusheng, it would indeed be a misstep. After pondering for a moment, Susu made his decision. He would take a look at the live performance. He stealthily approached the house. Suddenly, a feminine voice rang out. There was no mistaking it. It was the voice of the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. Who? Susu was taken aback. How could he have been detected? He had been so cautious. Since he had been discovered, he might as well proceed. Qiusheng, if you find yourself unable to perform, do not blame your senior brother. Su Su bore no psychological burden. After all, he had already arrived at the sign-in point, so what was there to fear? Yet, just then, the system's voice chimed in, nearly causing Su Su to falter. Ding! Friendly reminder. If the host enters the sign-in point and the environment's degradation level exceeds 50%, the sign-in point will be rendered invalid, resulting in a failed sign-in task. Upon hearing this, Su Su's body immediately stiffened, and the palm that had been poised to strike suddenly fell limp. This mansion was originally a ruin, and what he saw now was merely maintained by the magical prowess of the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. If Su Su made a move now, Dong Xiaoyu would undoubtedly flee. And if the ghost escaped, the spell sustaining the Dong family's abandoned residence would break, leaving behind a ruin that would surely exceed 99% degradation. Damn it! Wouldn't that mean the sign-in task would be rendered void? Chapter 67. Youth is a blessing. System, you deceitful rascal. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Su Su ground his teeth. Had he known about this condition, he would have simply remained at the entrance, gazing at the moon until the 30-minute sign-in duration concluded before engaging in other activities. 23 minutes and 18 seconds, 23 minutes and 17 seconds. He glanced at the sign-in timer. There was still ample time left. Ding! Host, you have not inquired, and if you do choose to ask. This question holds a value of 200 sign-in points. This statement seemed to imply that the host, being so frugal, would undoubtedly hesitate to spend points on information. So why bother? Su Su's lips twitched as he quickly checked his sign-in point balance, finding it still at 1,600 points, thankfully unchanged. 200 sign-in points, system. Why don't you go and rob someone? Damn it. Aren't you supposed to charge for this? Why are you still providing information for free? Ding. The system's pricing is fair and just. Moreover, under special circumstances, when the conditions for a friendly reminder are met, it is provided free of charge. Su Su suddenly felt at a loss for words. Arguing with the system was a futile endeavor. The situation was urgent, based on his previous encounter with the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. She was clearly not someone he could contend with. However, he could not act against Dong Xiaoyu at this moment, which was quite frustrating. Although the intermediate Yin binding spell could restrain Dong Xiaoyu, its usage would sever the connection between the bound individual and the outside world, including all magical fluctuations. This meant that the magical foundation sustaining the Dong family's abandoned residence would crumble, rendering it an actual ruin. He could not use that spell. Su Su recalled the high-grade talisman he had drawn earlier in the afternoon, the invisibility talisman. Once activated, this talisman would grant him 60 minutes of invisibility. However, Su Su felt a pang of reluctance. The invisibility talisman was a consumable item, although he had drawn it using 100 sign-in points with a 50% chance of winning. It was equivalent to spending 200 sign-in points to acquire it. Moreover, there was no guarantee he would draw it again next time. Despite his internal conflict, Su Su resolutely activated the invisibility talisman. With the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, approaching, he vanished from sight just in time. Dong Xiaoyu, clad in white attire with her long hair cascading down, floated out, her eyes filled with confusion as her brows furrowed slightly, scanning the surroundings. She murmured, "I clearly sense some movement." After searching in vain, the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu retreated back into the room. Su Su, seeing her distance himself, let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't defeat her, but damn it, he felt incredibly displeased. However, he quickly came to terms with it. In comparison to completing the sign-in task and earning 3,000 sign-in points, it was worth it. The effect of the invisibility talisman was remarkable. The female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, had passed right in front of him without noticing his presence. It appeared that this talisman not only concealed one's form, but also masked their aura. Truly a valuable treasure. After savoring the moment for a few seconds, Su Su, emboldened by the presence of the invisibility talisman, no longer tiptoed, but confidently walked into the room where Dong Xiaoyu and Xiusheng were engaged in their intimate activities. Since he had spent 200 sign-in points to acquire a ticket, he certainly could not waste it. Glancing at the remaining sign-in time, he noted that only a little over half had passed. 18 minutes and 23 seconds. 18 minutes and 22 seconds. The room was expansive. In its prime, the Dong family was undoubtedly the wealthiest family in the town of Renjia. Although it was a bedroom, it was as large as a living room. The furnishings throughout exuded an air of scholarly elegance. Su Su sat at a finely crafted table, resting his chin in his hand as he gazed ahead. Before him lay a luxurious, intricately carved wooden bed, draped with a mosquito net and adorned with silk sheets and blankets. However, the real spectacle was not the bed itself, but the two individuals upon it. Susu scratched his head, feeling curious, as both Qiu Sheng and the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, were fully clothed. Was it not customary to remove one's clothing when engaging in such intimate affairs? Or was it unnecessary when one was with a ghost? After all, ghosts could pass through walls. Surely, wearing one or two articles of clothing posed no issue. Lacking experience, Susu could only rely on his expansive imagination. Then, his eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell? His divergent thinking had indeed guessed correctly. The female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, was rising and falling on Qiusheng, who remained fully clothed, yet bore an expression of sheer enjoyment. This unique expression of pleasure was something Susu had encountered in classic romantic films on the island. It was all too familiar. Was this what they call driving? And with a cry from Qiusheng, it came to an end. Susu glanced at the countdown timer. 15 minutes and 36 seconds. 15 minutes and 35 seconds. Damn it, less than 3 minutes. Was that even considered a second? A deep disdain welled up within Susu. It was utterly embarrassing. Moreover, this was likely Qiusheng's second round. Previously, he had heard another bout at the door. It was also possible that Qiusheng had indulged in 1 or 2 rounds before Susu's arrival. Susu clicked his tongue. By such calculations, Qiusheng had engaged in at least 2 rounds, possibly 4 to 5, given that they had resolved their affairs in under 3 minutes each time. The youth certainly had a vigorous spirit. And as for the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, one couldn't help but wonder about her insatiable thirst. As time progressed, Qiusheng began to tire, and in the remaining 15 minutes, he only displayed 2 fleeting smiles of joy. It seemed that while youth was indeed robust, it was not invincible. 8 times in half an hour was quite impressive, enough to break Guinness records in later generations. Susu furrowed his brow. If he were to evaluate Qiusheng's impressive feats, he found himself at a loss for words. Should he say Qiusheng's vitality was lacking, or that Dong Xiaoyu was simply too skilled? It was indeed a dilemma. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task at the Dong family's dilapidated residence. The sign-in duration exceeded 30 minutes. Sign-in successful. Ding. Reward. 3,000 sign-in points. A system prompt echoed in Susu's mind. The 3,000 sign-in points had been credited. Splendid. He eagerly refreshed his character attribute panel within the divine sign-in system. Name, Susu. Age, 21. Cultivation, Qi refinement. Initial stage, spells, Palm Thunder, Mystic grade. Spirit summoning technique, Yellow grade. Divine Eye, Mystic grade. Intermediate Yin binding spell, Mystic grade. Sword control technique, Mystic grade. Techniques, Immaculate Essence Scripture, Heavenly grade. Youthful skills, Mystic grade. Equipment, Mini Peachwood sword, Mystic grade. Elixirs, none sign-in points. 4,600 lottery wheel level. Beginner, single draw consumes 100 sign-in points. Gazing at the vanishing Mystic grade, Invisibility Talisman. Susu felt a pang of regret. However, the 4,600 sign-in points lifted his spirits considerably. Once he accumulated a few more points, he could contemplate enhancing his cultivation and upgrading the lottery wheel level. Chapter 68. The embarrassment that doesn't exist while Susu pondered how to utilize his sign-in points. Qiusheng and the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, commenced another round of their escapade. It was utterly shameless. Qiusheng was on the verge of being drain dry. Now that the sign-in task was complete, should he intervene or not? After some contemplation, Susu decided to lend a hand. He could not simply watch as his junior brother's essence was depleted. Moreover, Qiusheng had likely enjoyed himself enough. It was time for him to return to reality. The crux of the matter was that both of them appeared quite pleased while fully clothed. A live broadcast Susu could not comprehend. Susu drew forth his mini peachwood sword, channeling a series of sword techniques into it. In an instant, the sword emitted a crimson glow, and a powerful surge of magical energy rippled outward. At that moment, Susu's concealed form was revealed, shattering the effects of the invisibility talisman due to the spellcasting. Simultaneously, Dong Xiaoyu emitted a startled cry. Abruptly interrupting her pleasurable activities with Qiusheng, she spun around and soared away from his body, her cold gaze fixed on this unwelcome intruder. However, upon recognizing Susu, her heart shuddered. She vividly recalled the deep harm he had inflicted upon her on that dark night beneath the high-hanging moon, in the small grove leading to Renjia Town. A flicker of fear crossed Dong Xiaoyu's face. In her eyes, Susu's cultivation was rather ordinary, as she was a ghostly cultivator with the prowess of a ghost general. Yet, the Palm Thunder spell was particularly effective against such entities. In contrast, corporeal zombies had far greater resistance to it. When did this bastard arrive? Dong Xiaoyu silently ground her teeth. What do you intend to do? She dared not make the first move, too wary to advance, as she retreated a couple of steps, maintaining a cautious distance while keeping a watchful eye on the floating mini peach wood sword. What on earth is this? It looks somewhat formidable. Susu replied. What do you think I want? You're on the verge of draining my junior brother's essence, reveling in it, are you not? Now it's time for you to relinquish it. Susu's gaze bore into Dong Xiaoyu, his brow slightly furrowed, a murderous intent swelling within him. Suddenly, his expression turned icy as he commanded, Go. The mini peachwood sword exploded with blinding red brilliance, and a fierce wave of magical energy quickly coalesced around the blade. With a swift whoosh, it shot forth like a bullet, its target, the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. Dong Xiaoyu had been closely monitoring Su's every movement. She anticipated that he would indeed strike, and she had considered her countermeasures. If push came to shove, she would simply flee. After all, she had once been chased by Susu in the grove and had already lost once. She was not afraid of losing again, as long as she remained unscathed. Everything would be fine. Once she returned, she would refine the essence absorbed from Qiusheng, enhancing her strength further. The next time she encountered Su, she might not fear him. The mini peachwood sword flew at astonishing speed, nearly piercing Dong Xiaoyu when she swiftly spun around and vanished. Meanwhile, the sword, guided by Susu's will, adjusted its course and sped towards her newly revealed location. You scoundrel! I bear no grudge against you. Why must you treat me this way? Dong Xiaoyu pouted, disappearing once more, only to reappear behind Qiusheng. She forcefully pushed him forward, using him as a human shield. Susu abruptly waved his hand, and the ferocious mini peachwood sword halted a mere centimeter from Qiusheng's chest. Susu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had nearly struck Qiusheng. Although it was a peachwood sword, if it had made contact at that speed, it would have surely pierced through Qiusheng's chest. At that moment, Qiusheng lay with his eyes closed, appearing as if he were in a deep slumber, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had almost been used as a shield and nearly lost his life. Undoubtedly, he had been enchanted by Dong Xiaoyu. Susu ground his teeth in anger, coldly snorting, No grudge, you say? Oomph. You've harmed my junior brother and drained his essence, and you dare claim there is no grudge? Dong Xiaoyu, will you surrender willingly, or shall I ensure your soul is scattered? Susu waved his hand, and the miniature peachwood sword swiftly returned, being stored back within the system space. Then, with a clap of his palms, sparks ignited instantly. Thunderpalm. A brilliant flash of lightning erupted, resembling a silver serpent dancing within his palms. You shall perish. Susu bellowed, his figure surging forward towards Dong Xiaoyu, who was cowering behind Qiusheng on the bed. Since the sword technique was deemed too perilous for Qiusheng, he decided to engage directly, eliminating the chances of any mishaps. Moreover, Susu recalled how Dong Xiaoyu had fled in terror the last time he unleashed the Thunder Palm. It was evident she harbored a profound fear of its electric fury. As anticipated, upon seeing Susu charge towards her, Dong Xiaoyu raised her hands defensively, her face a mask of fright as she retreated. Not again, she exclaimed. Even Qiusheng, who had been used as a shield, abandoned his position and turned to flee. You want to escape? Susu thoughtlessly pursued, having completed his signing task. Now is the time to vanquish evil. You wretched Taoist, I shall remember you. Wait for my vengeance. With a whoosh, Dong Xiaoyu vanished, her lingering voice echoing with resentment. Susu searched the vicinity, but could not locate her, even with his mystical sight activated. Where could she have gone? Could she have fled again? He murmured. As he spoke, the lavish mansion around him suddenly vanished, replaced by a dilapidated ruin shrouded in cobwebs. The plush bed Qiusheng occupied had transformed into a cold stone slab, and the grand Eight Immortals table was revealed to be merely a haphazard collection of rotting wood. A foul odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of the tales from the Night Watchman. Had he truly just sat upon that stone? With the spell maintaining the ghostly abode dissipated, it indicated the caster had departed. And indeed, the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu had escaped. Senior brother, Qiusheng groggily opened his eyes, his head spinning and body drained, as if all vitality had been siphoned away. Chapter 69. Is it truly memorable? Su diverted his gaze, muttering under his breath about how elusive Dong Xiaoyu had proven to be, feeling a pang of frustration at his lack of combat experience. In hindsight, had he invoked the intermediate Yin binding spell, matters would have been considerably simpler. However, consumed by the desire to eliminate his foe, he had failed to consider the option of confinement. What a missed opportunity. If fate granted him another chance, he would ensure Dong Xiaoyu would not escape again. Having already failed twice, a third encounter would not grant her clemency. Su then turned to the now-awake Qiusheng, squatting beside him with a sardonic expression. So, feeling quite comfortable, are we? Qiusheng weakly shook his head, his mind somewhat foggy, one hand clasped around his waist, displaying an odd expression. Comfortable? It was rather exhilarating just now. But my back is aching a strange emptiness. Listening to Su, he seemed to recall something, though it felt as if his memory was blurred from inebriation. Yet, within that haze, a beautiful woman lingered in his thoughts, and they had engaged in indescribable activities. That enchanting woman had dominated him like a general on the battlefield, leaving him bewildered. Hadn't he read in those illicit comics that men were supposed to be on top? Su, observing Qiusheng's contemplative frown, swiftly slapped his forehead. What are you pondering? Still reveling in your memories? Qiusheng pitifully cradled his head, lamenting, "Senior brother, why did you hit me? What transpired just now?" Su rolled his eyes, exasperated by the youth's forgetfulness. Instead of explaining, he simply pointed disdainfully at Qiusheng's pants. Upon looking down, Qiusheng's face flushed crimson. Suddenly, everything came rushing back. It was not a dream, but reality. "Senior brother, you weren't watching the whole time, were you?" Susu's lips twitched in a smirk, remaining silent. "Senior brother, where is she?" With an irritated slap to Qiusheng's forehead, Su growled. "How can you still be thinking of Dong Xiaoyu? For heaven's sake, do you think Master would kill you if he found out?" The mention of Master sent a jolt through Qiusheng. If his misdeeds were to reach Uncle Jio's ears, it would not only result in severe punishment, but possibly his demise. In an instant, Qiusheng's demeanor shifted, and he plastered a sycophantic smile. "Senior brother, you wouldn't tell Master, would you?" Su shot him a disdainful look, unimpressed by his insolence. "Do you even comprehend the nature of what you just engaged in?" "What do you mean?" Qiusheng was utterly confused. Su gestured to the desolate ruins surrounding them. "Do any memories come flooding back?" Qiusheng finally noticed his surroundings, scratching his head in confusion. "Wait, how'd I end up here? This place was splendid, far better than the Ren family estate. Do you truly believe there exists a dwelling superior to the Ren family manor?" Su's words jolted a realization within Qiusheng. Having spent years under Uncle Jio's tutelage, Qiusheng had encountered many bizarre occurrences. Suddenly, he raised his head, stuttering. "You mean what I saw was a ghost house, and she was a female ghost?" Su patted Qiusheng's shoulder, amused at his dawning comprehension. The sight of Qiusheng's befuddlement inexplicably lifted Su's mood. "Quite astute, aren't you? Now, do you still find it enjoyable?" Qiusheng, oblivious to the mockery, donned a contemplative expression. After a moment, he nodded. It was indeed exhilarating, though not as I had imagined. "Shouldn't it be the man on top?" With a swift motion, Su delivered another slap. "Are you serious? You still can't grasp the essence of this?" Qiusheng exclaimed, belatedly processing his experience. He assessed his body, feeling only a slight ache in his back. Su, no longer wishing to engage, waved dismissively. "Enough of this. We must go. Wenkai is waiting for the glutinous rice to boil. You scoundrel, the corpse poison still lingers on Wenkai, and yet you indulge in frivolities here. Should Wenkai truly transform into a zombie, rest assured he would be the first to bite you to death. Eldest senior brother, wait for me." Qiusheng struggled to rise, and once on his feet, he realized that apart from a sore back, he felt utterly drained, as if recovering from a severe illness. Nonetheless, he dared not hesitate any longer and followed suit. This matter was indeed not handled with integrity on his part. Glancing back at the ruins behind him, he felt a chill of fear and horror wash over him. Simultaneously, it was exhilarating. If his physical condition permitted, he mused, as long as he remained unscathed, a few more encounters would not be unwelcome. This was his inner thought, of course, which he dared not voice. Lest he be met with a beating from the eldest senior brother. Lacking the strength to ride a bicycle, Qiuxing experienced his first cycling adventure since Su Su's arrival in this world. The rear seat was burdened with a large sack of glutinous rice, along with Qiuxing himself, making the journey quite exhausting. After about half an hour, they finally returned to the ancestral hall. The hall was brightly lit, several bonfires blazing. Yet Renjia was nowhere to be seen in the courtyard. However, Su Su's room was illuminated, suggesting he was preparing to rest. "Master, I have returned," Su Su called out. Jiangshi approached, noticing Su Su riding the bicycle, carrying both Qiuxing and the purchased glutinous rice, and curiously asked, "How did you come together?" "Master, I encountered eldest senior brother on the way. He expressed a desire to try out the bicycle," Qiuxing replied, stifling yawn, clearly fatigued and drowsy. Upon scanning Qiuxing, Jiaoshu's brow furrowed slightly. Such a heavy aura of Yin. Just as he was about to inquire further, he caught Su Su's subtle shake of the head, prompting him to temporarily suppress his curiosity. "Bring the glutinous rice inside. We must hurry, for Wen Kai is likely to be in trouble soon." After Qiuxing carried the bag of glutinous rice inside, Jiaoshu asked Su Su, "What is the matter with the Yin energy surrounding Qiuxing?" Chapter 70. The Priceless Sign-In Point. Su Su tilted his head to glance at Qiuxing, who had already entered the kitchen with the sack of rice, before furrowing his brow and recounting Qiuxing's absurd experiences. Upon hearing this, Jiaoshu's frown deepened. The fact that the female ghost could escape from Su Su's grasp indicated her formidable abilities. Bewitching Qiuxing's heart was far too easy. Those two foolish disciples, Qiuxing and Wen Kai, were simply no match for her. Indeed, Su Su had merely intended to frighten Qiuxing earlier. "Su Su, what do you mean by that?" Jiaoshu inquired. Su Su responded, "I believe that the female ghost will return to seek out Qiuxing. If given another chance, I shall ensure she does not escape." Jiaoshu nodded. "Well, it can only be so. The matter concerning Qiuxing will be entrusted to you. The ancestral hall cannot be without its guardians. I must remain vigilant. If the zombie Ren Laotai appears, the consequences will be dire." As he spoke, Jiaoshu sighed and gazed up at the bright moon in the sky. It was already the second watch of the night. He wondered if the ghost would come tonight. "Master, there is no need for excessive worry. When we were at the Ren family residence, we underestimated the strength of the zombie Ren Laotai. However, this time at the ancestral hall, you have made ample preparations, laying down a net of traps. Should he dare to come, we shall ensure he cannot return." Su Su pondered for a moment before continuing. "However, based on my encounters with the zombie Ren Laotai, I believe the likelihood of his arrival tonight is quite low. He has developed a certain level of intelligence and was severely injured by us last night. Such wounds would take at least a day and night to recover from, especially without feeding on human blood." Jiaoshu acknowledged this with a hum. "That may be so, but we cannot be complacent. This concerns the lives of the townsfolk. Thus, we shall take turns keeping watch tonight. I will guard the first half of the night, and you shall take the second half." "Yes, master. Please wake me at the fourth watch," Su Su replied. At that moment, Jiaoshu pulled Su Su aside, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Ting is a good girl. There is no trouble at Renleoi's place. My boy, do not let this opportunity slip by." Su Su was momentarily taken aback, expecting Jiaoshu to discuss something else. He chuckled softly. "Understood, master." Su Su dragged a recliner to the eaves, appearing to close his eyes and rest, while in truth he quietly circulated the wuggiganging. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Su Su's mind. "Ding! A new sign-in coordinate has been detected. The host must proceed to the natural cave behind Renjia Town to sign in. The time limit for sign-in is 60 minutes. If the duration is less than 60 minutes, the sign-in task will be deemed a failure." A new sign-in coordinate. Since completing the previous sign-in task, Su Su found it peculiar that a new coordinate had not immediately refreshed. Now, this prompt suddenly appeared. Was the system malfunctioning? What could this natural cave behind Renjia Town possibly be? Su Su had no concept of it at all. He silently lamented that a map would have made navigation much easier. He reminisced about the convenience of Baidu, Gouda, and Kite in the modern era. Seemingly in response to Su Su's thoughts, the system's voice chimed in again. "Ding! The sign-in point is invaluable. The map coordinates for the sign-in task are priced. Would the host like to purchase the sign-in task map?" Su Su, feigning sleep, could no longer maintain his composure. His immediate reaction was that the wretched system was trying to extort his money again. This method of extortion left him feeling an irresistible compulsion to comply. The sign-in task at the Dong family ruins had wasted several days of his time. With a map, he could have saved himself much trouble. Now, facing this new sign-in task coordinate, he wondered what this natural cave was, and who could possibly know if there were 10 or 8 of them behind Renjia Town. The system had not specified which natural cave it referred to. Upon comparing this with the sign-in task at the Dong family ruins, Susu suddenly realized that this was a trap laid by the system, a way to make him suffer first and then dangle a sweet reward, albeit one that required payment. Susu endeavored to remain calm, taking a deep breath. If it was a matter of 1 or 200 sign-in points to buy a map, it might not be unreasonable. With these thoughts in mind, he replied coolly, "System, state the price." Ding. The price for the sign-in task map, based on its difficulty, is set at 500 sign-in points. This is a fair deal. 500 sign-in points. Upon hearing this number, Susu's calm demeanor shattered instantly. Calm? What calm? 500 sign-in points could secure 5 draws. System, why don't you just go rob a bank? Ding. This system is precisely in the act of robbing. You will inevitably purchase it, host. What do you mean by that? Ding. With an income of 6,000 sign-in points and an expenditure of 500 sign-in points. This calculation should be clear to the host. The time saved may allow you to undertake more sign-in tasks. Susu understood the reasoning behind this, gritting his teeth. System, you are trying to bribe me. Ding. Host, do you confirm the purchase of the task coordinate map? Damn right, I buy it. Ding. Consuming 500 sign-in points. The latest task coordinate map is being customized. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the latest task coordinate map. This map possesses navigation capabilities. Once you arrive at the latest task coordinates, it will automatically be destroyed. System, you ought to be called the Supreme Selling System rather than the Supreme Sign-In System. Susu muttered to himself, turning his gaze to the system's storage space. Within, a map appeared, its edges outlining the contours of Renjia Town, with a small red flag marking a spot on the rear mountain of the town. That spot should be where the latest task coordinates lie, a natural small cave. However, Susu was unaware that the system had deceived him again, as it had failed to mention that the red flag indicated a range of coordinates. At the 4th watch of the night, Uncle Gio awakened Susu for the change of guard. As anticipated, it was around 1 to 3 in the morning when Uncle Gio called Susu just after 3 o'clock, and yet there was no sign of the zombie. Old Master Run. Judging by the previous appearances of the zombie, it seemed unlikely he would return. Nonetheless, Susu splashed cold water on his face to invigorate himself. Master, you should rest well. I will handle the rest. Uncle Gio nodded, weary, murmuring a response. Call me if anything happens. In the past couple of days, Uncle Gio had been quite exhausted, and as he sat in Susu's previously occupied recliner, he fell asleep within moments, snoring softly. Chapter 71. Zombies must bear the blame. As dawn approached, with the sun's belly still hidden beneath the horizon, Ah Wei, who had kept watch at the ancestral hall all night, was startled awake by the crow of a rooster. In a panic, he flailed his arms, exclaiming, "Don't bite me. My flesh is not tasty. Uncle, go bite your nephew instead. He is your true son. If that fails, you could bite my cousin. She is your granddaughter. Ah Wei, what on earth are you shouting about so early in the morning? Everyone is trying to rest." Susu was startled by the sudden noise and walked over to give Ah Wei a light slap on the forehead. Ah Wei covered his head and looked up at Susu, realizing he had merely been dreaming. Oh, it was just a dream, thank goodness. He had fallen into a deep slumber that night, plagued by nightmares. Benefactor, I had a nightmare. I dreamt my uncle bit me. Oh, he bit you? Did you bite back? Susu asked, half amused. Ah Wei's lips twitched. How could one bite back in such a scenario? It's about to get light. Go wash your face. It's safe now, and you can do what you need to do. Okay. A little later, Ah Wei approached Susu with a determined expression and declared, Benefactor, I have a somewhat immature idea. Susu cast a glance at Ah Wei, sensing that he was trying to pull a trick on him. If it's immature, then perhaps you should refrain from sharing. Ah Wei's expression stiffened. Couldn't they play by the rules? Shouldn't he be more intrigued and ask what the idea was? No, Benefactor, please hear me out. Oh, then go ahead. Susu replied with mild reluctance. Ah Wei straightened up, speaking with conviction, Benefactor, as the captain of the Renjia Town security team. It is my duty to protect the safety of the townsfolk. The rampant zombies have rendered the townspeople's lives unbearable. I wish to capture the zombies, to contribute my humble efforts in return for the townsfolk's kindness towards me. Susu paused, looking at Ah Wei with an odd expression. Did he truly have the audacity to volunteer to capture zombies? This certainly did not align with Awei's usual demeanor. Capture zombies? Are you joking? Benefactor. I am not joking. I am quite serious, Awei insisted, his demeanor grave. Seeing Awei so earnest, Susa pondered for a moment. Since there was little else to do, he figured it wouldn't hurt to listen. All right then, feel free to elaborate. Awei perked up, saying, Benefactor, zombies do not dare to appear during the day. That is when they are at their weakest. If I gather people to find them and then notify you, wouldn't it be easier to deal with them? Susa nodded. That made sense. Zombies are inherently Yin entities, and during the day, the vibrant yang energy naturally suppresses them. If it were an ordinary zombie, exposure to the blazing sun could even cause it to spontaneously combust into ashes. However, exceptions existed. Powerful zombies, such as those reaching the golden corpse level, could move freely in sunlight, appearing indistinguishable from ordinary people. Of course, those that evolved to the golden corpse or even more formidable zombie king level were exceedingly rare and would remain discreet. If they were to reveal themselves, righteous individuals would go mad trying to exterminate them, effectively courting death. Seeing Susu deep in thought, Awei added, I also wish to lend a hand to you. Benefactor. Though Susu did not fully grasp Awei's intentions, he patted his shoulder and smiled. Well done, Awei. Your resolve brings joy to me, and it is indeed a blessing for Renjia Town. Benefactor, could you tell me where I might find my zombie uncle during the day? Awei asked, excitement blooming in his heart. Susu recalled the latest task and the coordinate map he had purchased for 500 sign-in points. A trip outside seemed fitting. After a brief contemplation, he replied, Old Master Run is buried on the back mountain of Renjia Town, which is considered a Yin location. Even during the day, the remains strong there. If you check that area, you might find something. The back mountain got it. Awei nodded eagerly, his direction clear. Benefactor, I will gather my brothers and set off immediately. Yes, call me when you depart. I will accompany you. Benefactor is coming too? That's wonderful. Susu waved his hand and entered the kitchen to grab a pancake, simply to stave off hunger. At that moment, Uncle Gio, Old Master Run, Ren Ting, and Xiaoxing were all awakened by Awei's raucous voice. Master, I believe Awei has a point. We should give it a try. Perhaps we might locate zombie Old Master Run and resolve the calamity plaguing Renjia Town, Susu said as he approached Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio nodded. Having rested for a short while, he seemed more revitalized. Yes, that sounds reasonable. As they spoke, Uncle Gio retrieved his Bagua compass and handed it to Susu. Take this. It may prove useful. This Bagua compass, known as the Yin Seeking Plate, is a magical tool highly sensitive to Yin energy. From a certain distance, it can sense zombies, ghosts, and other entities with strong Yin attributes. The center of the compass features a pointer, which indicates the direction of the most intense Yin energy. Susu accepted it, grinning. Master, with this, it will save us plenty of trouble. Be careful not to break it, Uncle Gio cautioned. Uncle Gio nodded, then, somewhat at a loss for words, said, the broken money sword is missing 2 copper coins. Susu, my disciple, have you seen them? Susu, feeling a bit embarrassed, thought to himself, damn, those 2 coins were spent on tea and noodles. This matter could not be acknowledged, admitting it would tarnish the flawless image he had in Uncle Gio's eyes. As a gentleman with a perfectly aligned moral compass, Susu felt that a little white lie was necessary. He shook his head and replied, I haven't seen them. It was dark that day, and I couldn't find anything on the ground. I suspect they might have gotten caught in the clothes of the zombie, Lord Run, and were taken away with him. Uncle Gio pondered this and realized it was indeed a possibility. Well, I shall find 2 other coins to replace them. Although the power of the money sword may diminish slightly, there is no other choice. Susu was taken aback. Would replacing 2 copper coins really weaken the magical artifact? Master, all my men are ready. When shall we depart? Awei ran over, his security team standing in a disorganized line, each member yawning as if still half asleep. Chapter 72. The existence of navigation function. Susu ignored Awei and curiously turned to Uncle Gio, asking Master, how could the power diminish just because 2 coins are replaced, especially when they are all still copper? Susu genuinely did not understand. This contradicted his common sense. After all, they were made of the same material, so the outcome should remain unchanged. Uncle Gio explained, the money sword consists of 108 copper coins. When these coins are formed into a sword, they appear as a whole, but in reality, they are held together solely by the red string on the blade. If the red string breaks, they will scatter like loose sand. Over the years, this sword has been by my side. Not to mention, it has been nourished by my magical power from time to time. Gradually, the coins became attuned to my magical fluctuations. When I cast spells, they would respond more smoothly. And since the money sword is formed by combining the number of heavenly and earthly forces, it naturally enhances the spells. However, missing 2 coins may seem trivial, but it disrupts the original balance of magical power within the sword, which is the reason for the diminished efficacy. Nevertheless, it is not irreparable. With some time to nurture, once the new coins resonate with the original ones, the sword's power can be restored. After hearing Uncle Jiu's explanation, Susu felt a twinge of guilt, as if he had committed a grave wrongdoing. That cup of tea and bowl of noodles seemed to have cost Uncle Jiu dearly. Should he go back to the tea house to retrieve the 2 coins? Susu shook his head inwardly. It was unrealistic. Those 2 small coins might have already changed hands. Susu, do not blame yourself for the broken money sword. If it were me, the outcome would likely be the same. You needn't feel remorse. Perhaps this is the sword's destiny, Uncle Jiu said, seeing Susu lost in thought, mistaking his silence for self-reproach. Susu's eyes reddened. His master was truly kind. He felt guilt, but not for breaking the money sword, rather for squandering the 2 coins. However, what could he do? He was poor. Master, Susu contemplated confessing, feeling he should be honest given Uncle Jiu's kindness towards him. However, Uncle Jiu interrupted before he could speak, saying, Go, take Ah Wei and the others to the back mountain and search thoroughly, if you can find them. Performing the ritual during the day with the sun's energy will make it easier to deal with the zombies. Susu thought to himself that this was fate. He too wished to be an honest person. Yes, master. Let us go. Ah Wei grinned broadly, having listened intently to Uncle Jiu's words and gained new knowledge. Moreover, since Uncle Jiu had stated that dealing with zombies was easier during the day, he felt a sense of pride, as this was a suggestion he had put forth. Susu nodded, waved goodbye to Lord Run, who was soon to be his father-in-law, and to Run Tingting, who was soon to fall asleep, before turning to Ah Wei, saying, Let us set off. All right, let us go. Ah Wei called out, rallying his brothers. Today, we're going to assist our benefactor in vanquishing demons. Everyone perk up. Did you hear that? The security team replied in unison, albeit a bit out of sync. Susu led the way, embarking on their journey. An hour later, the pale light of dawn had vanished, and the bright red sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the land and the back mountain of Renjia Town. However, even in summer, the breeze carried a chill. The back mountain was a burial ground, a place of Yin energy. This was also why, after digging the grave of old Master Run, the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, dared to roam during the day. Previously, Susu had little understanding of this, but now he was well aware. Despite being capable, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Not just Susu, but Ah Wei and his seasoned security team also shared this eerie sensation. However, seeing Susu's calm demeanor gave Ah Wei some confidence. Benefactor, which way shall we go? The eyes of the group turned towards Susu, who had become their anchor in this moment. Susu feigned deep thought, then produced the 8 trigrams compass given to him by Uncle Jiu, swaying it left and right as if searching for the most potent source of Yin energy. Ah Wei and the others held their breath, careful not to disturb Susu's spellcasting. In reality, while using the compass, Susu also accessed the map of the latest quest coordinates he had purchased for 500 points. A small green dot appeared on the map, with a winding line connecting it to a small red flag. Susu was delighted. Indeed, the navigation function was real. Although the map was expensive, its capabilities were undeniable. Benefactor, did you find anything? Ah Wei asked, noticing the smile on Susu's face. Susu nodded, yes, follow me. Ah Wei waved his hand, urging the security team to follow. However, at that moment, the security team, previously sluggish, became tense, clutching their weapons tightly and scanning their surroundings with wary eyes, as if expecting Ah Wei's uncle to jump out from behind a tree. Ah Wei felt nervous too, but as the captain, he had to maintain his composure. He couldn't let his fear show. Otherwise, how could he lead his team in the future? Thus, he admonished, damn it, don't keep your fingers on the trigger. What if it goes off? As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot pierced the air as one of the security personnel accidentally discharged their weapon, responding without hesitation to Ah Wei's command. In an instant, Ah Wei was nearly fuming with rage. How embarrassing. Susu was equally speechless. What use was there in having such incompetent individuals with him? After a while, a group of individuals arrived at a peculiar area on the mountainside, where the terrain seemed to have sunken, forming a small valley. The surroundings were damp, with dense and lush underbrush. Strangely, in this vast expanse, not a single grave was visible, which was inconsistent with the typical style of the graveyard on the mountain. Susu compared the area with a mental map he had and quickly understood. This was indeed a place suitable for burial, yet not every location was appropriate. Feng Shui requires both wind and water. Without either, the balance is lost. Here, there was an abundance of water, but a noticeable absence of wind. Such a topography rendered the area unsuitable for burial, transforming it into a cursed and perilous land. One unpleasant smell, Away remarked, pinching his nose while fanning the air with his hand, still clutching his pistol. The other security team members shared his sentiment, clearly struggling to adapt. Stepping into this area felt as though they had entered an entirely different realm. Was this truly the back mountain of Renjia Town? Susu wrinkled his nose. Covering it with his sleeve, the stench was indeed overpowering. Upon looking down, he noticed the ground was thickly carpeted with moist, decaying leaves. This depression in the mountainside collected water but lacked wind. The accumulated fallen leaves had rotted, and it was only natural that such an odor would arise. The latest task coordinates on his mental map, marked by a small red flag, aligned precisely with this location. The Yin-seeking compass in his hand no longer pointed in a fixed direction, but spun continuously, confirming his suspicions. This meant that his latest task coordinates were nearby, and furthermore, the zombie known as Old Man Run was also concealed in the vicinity. Perhaps both were located in the same area. Split up and search carefully. If you find any caves or similar formations, notify me immediately. Susu frowned as he surveyed the surroundings, noting the dense vegetation. Apart from the grass and trees, it was nearly impossible to discern any natural cave entrances. It appeared that the latest task coordinates he had acquired were not precise points, but rather a general area. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Captain Away and his numerous security team members finally had an opportunity to prove their worth. "All right, yes, my benefactor," Away replied cheerfully, unperturbed by the potential for more work, stating, "Brothers, you all heard the benefactor. Start searching immediately." "Yes, Captain." The team dispersed, brandishing their weapons to clear the thick foliage as they commenced their search. Within a short time, a voice rang out in surprise. "Captain Taoist, over here. Their SA cave entrance." This exclamation immediately captured Su's attention and filled with excitement. He rushed over, disregarding the leaves that stained his shoes and clothing. "Where?" "Taoist. It's over there." The security team member pointed towards a dense tangle of vines, parting them with his weapon. A refreshing breeze wafted through the opening, a rare occurrence. Susu glanced at Away and the others, pondered briefly, and said, "You all step back. I will handle this." "Benefactor, take me along. I might be of assistance." Away implored, his heart racing with trepidation, yet he knew he could not appear cowardly in front of his subordinates. Moreover, with Susu, who had managed to fend off his zombie uncle twice, by his side, what was there to fear? Captain Away had to maintain an air of bravery. Away's unexpected request to accompany him took Susu by surprise. Nonetheless, he decided to humor him. "All right, you go in first and take a look," Susu teased. Away froze, realizing that Susu's response implied he was to enter alone. This was unacceptable. Without backup, his courage would falter. Yet, having spoken, a man must not retract his words. Away turned to his hapless security team members, casually pointing to two of them. "You two, go see what's inside." Captain." The security members felt a wave of dread. Their captain was sending them in without venturing himself. Away understood his team's reluctance. Without some motivation, they would remain unmoving. He pointed his pistol at the two. "If you don't go, I'll shoot." "Don't shoot, Captain. We will go," they replied, reluctantly advancing with the hesitance of elderly men. Susu, witnessing the scene, shook his head in disbelief. Was this a comedy? "Get out of my way." Not wanting to squander his precious time on the task, he swept the two aside and swiftly entered the cave concealed by the vines. He lit a firecracker, illuminating the cave's interior. It was exceptionally damp, with the sound of dripping water echoing, and the walls were coated in slick moss, dangerously slippery. Susu furrowed his brow. In such an environment, should he encounter zombie Old Man Run, he would be at a disadvantage with his current means. Strange. Why hasn't the system notification for reaching the task coordinates appeared yet? Could it be that this isn't the right place? Just then, Away's voice echoed from the entrance. Benefactor, we discovered another cave. Susa frowned slightly. Another cave? What nuisance. He directed the firecracker forward, scanning for anything unusual. After a moment's contemplation, since this cave was not the task coordinates, there was no need to explore further. The Yin-seeking compass had begun to spin wildly in this depression, rendering it useless. Wait, don't move. Susa called out, retreating from the cave. As he approached another cave, he remained unaware that he had missed a significant opportunity. Zombie Old Man Run lay calmly in the blind corner, illuminated by his firecracker, surrounded by a multitude of bloodless rat carcasses. The injuries on Zombie Old Man Run's shoulders, collarbone, and arms gradually healed, nourished by the rat's blood. One must admit, as a distinguished copper corpse endowed with exceptional abilities, it was rather pathetic to be reduced to such a state, subsisting on rat blood. Susu exited and approached the new cave entrance, which also lay shrouded in dense vines. Away, showing some foresight, had the vines cut away. Susu merely bent slightly and entered. A delightful sound resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching the task coordinates of a natural cave on the back mountain of Renjia Town. Countdown for sign-in. 59 minutes, 59 seconds, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. An hour was quite lengthy, but it mattered little. He was about to earn 6,000 sign-in points, which thrilled him. Away observed Su at the cave entrance, wiping the moss from the stone slab and sitting down puzzled. Benefactor, aren't you going to take a look? Su shot him a glance, ignoring the inquiry. The Taoist's intentions were beyond the comprehension of such inept individuals. In an effort to avoid awkwardness, Su pretended to study the now-defunct Yin-seeking disc, furrowing his brow and occasionally expressing mild surprise as he gestured in various directions, all the while remaining seated with utmost seriousness. Away, realizing this was Su employing some form of Taoist magic, could only marvel at the impressive display, despite not fully comprehending its intricacies. Chapter 74. The Prodigal Spendthrift. 34 minutes and 29 seconds, 34 minutes and 28 seconds. Time crawled by as Su fiddled with the Yin-seeking disc, his boredom palpable. However, remaining in this stasis became increasingly uncomfortable, with Away and his inept security team's gaze fixed upon him. Although Su was aware of his own charm, being scrutinized by a group of unrefined men was decidedly unpleasant. Consconi, Su se devise d'aplomb. With his legs crossed and hands forming a ritual gesture, he assumed a meditative pose and declared with authority, "No one shall disturb me until I have completed my incantation." Away, seizing the moment, eagerly inquired, "Are you attempting to locate my zombie uncle?" Susa nodded with a smile, pleased that Away had finally uttered something coherent. Indeed, the lush surroundings were rife with caves, each potentially perilous and time-consuming to explore. A single Taoist ritual could save considerable effort. "Now, turn away," he instructed. "Ah, could we not turn away? It feels as though something is lacking when I cannot see you," Away protested, a hint of desperation in his voice. Susa frowned, unyielding. "Do as I say." "Very well." Away, recognizing the seriousness in Susa's demeanor, reluctantly directed his security team to turn away. With the unwanted attention lifted, Susu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He resolved to remain still until the countdown for the task's sign-in concluded. The lesson learned from the Dong family's dilapidated residence was etched deeply in his mind. He had squandered a precious invisibility talisman there, and he would not repeat that mistake, even if the zombie known as Old Master would appear before him, as long as it did not approach to attack. Susu would choose to ignore it. 25 minutes and 15 seconds, 25 minutes and 14 seconds. The waiting persisted. 12 minutes and 11 seconds, 12 minutes and 10 seconds. "Have you found my zombie uncle yet?" Away asked, his legs numb from standing still, unable to turn around. His heart raced with anxiety and anticipation. "Silence. Do not disturb my ritual." Shu se replied sternly. Away fell silent, not daring to speak further. 5 minutes and 48 seconds, 5 minutes and 47 seconds. The final minutes dragged on, and Susu adjusted his posture, sitting cross-legged once more, awaiting the influx of 6,000 sign-in points. Suddenly, a shriek broke the tension from one of the security team members. The thick carpet of decaying leaves rustled as dense green branches began to sway ominously. "Oh no, my uncle is here. Help, benefactor!" Away cried in terror, icy dread coursing down his spine. Forgetting the earlier admonition to remain turned away, he instinctively retreated to the cave entrance. Not only Awai, but the entire inept security team followed suit, clustering around Su in a panic. The plants are all zombies. However, seeing that Su remained unfazed, they exchanged anxious glances. Benefactor, my zombie uncle is. Taoist, save us. The zombie is coming. Shusu, initiati started. Thought the old master run had truly arrived. With the sign-in countdown dwindling, he feared all his efforts would be in vain. Yet upon a brief glance, he breathed a sigh of relief. The commotion was caused not by a zombie, but by a mere rabbit. Look at you all, in such a frenzy. Now, take a closer look at what it actually is. Su admonished, his brow furrowed in irritation. Is it not my zombie uncle? Awai turned, cautiously opening his eyes, and indeed found a plump gray rabbit, amusing itself by shaking branches. Awai, startled by the sight of the rabbit, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Without hesitation, he fired a shot. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and the rabbit fell to the ground. The security team, hearing the gunfire, panicked and began shooting wildly, resulting in a cacophony of gunfire. Yet their aim was woefully poor. In contrast, Awai's marksmanship was relatively commendable. The unfortunate rabbit endured several bullets, its condition grim. Captain, it's just a rabbit. I think it's dead, one of the security members exclaimed. Awai slapped the back of the man's head in frustration, growling, Damn it. I didn't need you to tell me that. It's already dead. Why are you still shooting? Captain, we were just nervous. Another member stammered. With the perceived threat of a zombie diminished, the group relaxed. Go retrieve the rabbit and present it to the benefactor as a token of respect. Understood, Captain. Soon, Awai approached Su with the rabbit in hand. A forced smile plastered on his face. Benefactor, this rabbit is a humble offering for you. Please accept it. Su grimaced at the sight of the pitiful creature, pondering how delightful it would be to braise it. With a nonchalant tone, he replied, You can keep it for now and later present it to my master. Of course, benefactor. Su chose to ignore Awai, feigning sleep as he mentally prepared for the impending conclusion of the sign-in task. 0 minutes and 3 seconds, 0 minutes and 2 seconds, 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Finally, it was over. Ding! Congratulations, the host has completed the sign-in task at the natural cave in the back mountains of Renjia Town. Ding! Reward, 6,000 sign-in points. Su eagerly refreshed the character attribute panel of the divine sign-in system. Name, Su age, 21 Taoist path, Qi refinement, early stage, spells, Heart Lightning, Xian grade. Summoning Ritual, Huang grade. Divine Eye, Xian grade. Intermediate Yin Binding Spell, Xian grade. Sword Control Technique, Xian grade. Cultivation Method, Immaculate Barrier Scripture, Tian grade. Child Skill, Xian grade. Equipment, Mini Peachwood Sword, Xian grade. Medicinal Pills, None sign-in points. 10600 Lottery Wheel level. Beginner, 100 sign-in points per draw. Having surpassed 10,000 sign-in points filled Su with uncontainable excitement. It was time to ponder the matter of extravagant spending. After a brief contemplation, he decided on the allocation of 5,000 sign-in points. System, upgrade my cultivation to the mid-stage. Ding! Consuming 5,000 sign-in points, the host cultivation is being upgraded. Ding! Cultivation upgrade complete. Congratulations, the host cultivation has advanced to Qi refinement, mid-stage. At that moment, Su felt a profound fullness within himself, a marked enhancement from before. Once capable of being utilized consecutively 5 times. The Palm Thunder now seems to possess the strength for at least 10 more uses, and moreover, its potency appears to have intensified compared to before. The effects are distinctly evident. After signing in, one has finally grown stronger. In Chapter 75, Signs of Corpse Transformation, Su made a significant expenditure of 5,000 sign-in points without a hint of regret, for he had elevated his cultivation level, a worthy investment. After moving his body, he felt an abundance of energy within him. Benefactor, shall we continue to wait? Away inquired as he observed Su rising and stepping out of the cave. Su scanned the hollow of the mountainside, lacking any desire to linger further. His purpose for coming here was solely to fulfill the sign-in task, and since that objective had been accomplished, it was time to depart. Su replied calmly, The zombie known as Old Master Run is likely not here. Let's explore elsewhere. Very well, we shall heed your guidance, Away concurred. Having long wished to leave, Not only was the stench in this place unbearable, but walking also risked sinking into the decaying leaves, which was utterly revolting. After a fruitless morning, they simply consumed a bit of dry rations and began their journey home. Senior brother, did you find a zombie old masterin? Qiuxing rushed over to ask upon seeing Su's return. Kai continued to jump restlessly in the sieve, turning his head to look. Su shook his head and approached Jiu, saying, Master, I found nothing. The Yin-seeking plate had merely spun in circles upon reaching the hillside hollow behind Ren family town, unable to indicate a clear direction. Jiu furrowed his brow, revealing a contemplative expression, and then asked, Where did you go? It was no wonder. The heavy Yin energy in that location rendered it impossible for the Yin-seeking plate to ascertain direction. Regardless, the zombie will eventually come to us. Let us be prepared and wait patiently. Su, you two have exhausted yourself today. Go take a bath and rest, Jiu instructed. Yes, master. At that moment, away cheerfully lifted a large, plump gray rabbit, exclaiming, Jiu, this is the wild rabbit we caught on the mountain. It's for you and the benefactor to replenish your strength. Much appreciated, Captain Away. Qiuxing, take this, Jiu replied. Oh, master, Qiuxing accepted it, weighing in his hands, and remarked, This rabbit is truly fat. It must be delicious when braised. As he spoke, Qiuxing deliberately waved it in front of Kai, grinning mischievously. Kai, didn't Team Master and Senior Brother mention that until you recover, you can only eat glutinous rice porridge? Kai's eyes glinted with envy, his throat involuntarily swallowing. The blood from the large gray rabbit sparked an overwhelming urge to pounce upon it. Good exercise is essential. One cannot stop. Qiuxing chuckled at Kai's predicament, relishing in the delight of seeing a friend in distress. Qiuxing, I want to bite you. Kai growled. Come on then, come down and bite me. Qiuxing taunted. At that moment, Jiu, witnessing the scene, rolled his eyes and seized a bamboo whip, striking it towards the two. Shortly thereafter, Su emerged from changing his clothes, feeling refreshed. Senior brother, Qiuxing is bullying me. Kai complained. Bullying you? How has he bullied you? Seeing Qiuxing's innocent expression, Su laughed. I can't have meat. But Qiuxing is flaunting it in front of me. It's too outrageous. Oh, is that so? Then you can bite him. Senior brother, you're teasing me too, Kai lamented, on the verge of tears, feeling abandoned. Suddenly, Su recalled something and asked, Kai, what did you feel when you smelled the rabbit's blood? Feel? It's strange. I really wanted to eat it, especially the scent of the blood. It smelled so good. Upon hearing this, Su's brows furrowed, realizing that the blood of a rabbit that had been dead for several hours could elicit such an enticing reaction. It was summer, and in just a few hours, even if the rabbit hadn't begun to rot, the scent of blood would certainly not be pleasant. Su swiftly turned to Kai, gripping his chin. Senior brother, what are you doing? That hurts. Kai instinctively protested, though he felt no pain and, in confusion, remarked, How odd. It doesn't hurt. At this moment, Su's expression hardened, for he noticed Kai's teeth, particularly the canine area, protruding outward noticeably. Zombie fangs, a sign of imminent emergence. Su exclaimed, Wonky, did you slack off last night, and today? Kai cowered, unable to meet Su's gaze, stammering, Senior brother, last night I took a moment to rest while you weren't paying attention. You fool, is your life less important than sleep? Su seethed, his teeth clenched in anger. You can expect to become a zombie. At Su's words, Kai froze, his mind blank, trembling lips expressing utmost fears. He lamented, as Senior brother, you must be joking. I want to become a zombie, will I? Su ground his teeth, scoffing, now you're scared? It's too late. Qiuxing, away, old Master Ren, and Rin Ting were drawn to the commotion. Jiu rushed over, his expression suddenly grave. Su, what did you say? Su revealed Kai as protruding fangs to Jiu, who was instantly consumed by rage. Grabbing the bamboo whip, he began to strike. How dare you slack off? I'll teach you a lesson. Jiu was genuinely furious. This was a matter of life and death, and Kai, the fool, dared to treat it lightly. Kai leapt about, pleading for mercy. However, he suddenly realized that the bamboo whip did not hurt him. He paused. Then he remembered the terrifying words Su had shared. Loss of sensation in the body meant he would turn into a zombie, and the fangs in his mouth were a sign of transformation. No longer caring whether he was still being struck, Kai collapsed onto the ground, despondent. Su grasped Jiu's hand, shaking his head. Jiangshi sighed in exasperation, truly wishing to disregard this troublesome boy. He was infuriating. After a moment, Wenkai lifted his head, his eyes darkened like a panda's, and knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times to Jiangshi with great fervor, not flinching as if his head belonged to someone else. Master, I am an unfilial disciple. I may no longer be able to stay by your side. Senior brother, Qiuxing, you must take good care of Master. I. Wenkai choked, as if a torrent of words were trapped within, unable to be expressed. In Chapter 76, Foundation of Tao, non-existent, Qiuxing cried, Master, senior brother, please save Wenkai. As he knelt beside Wenkai, though these two fellows frequently play pranks on one another, their bond is undeniably strong. Upon hearing that Wenkai might truly transform into a zombie, Qiuxing was also thrown into a state of panic. Ren Fa, Run Laoi, and Ren Tingting all stepped forward. Startled by this alarming news, Ren Fa exclaimed, Uncle Gio, Su, is there truly no hope left for Wenkai? Only Aoi looked at Wenkai with a vigilant expression, hand resting on his waist, prepared to draw his weapon at the slightest hint of aggression from Wenkai. Benefactor, why not let me put Wenkai out of his misery with a single shot? Aoi remarque d'insensitivity. Cousin, how can you say such nonsense at a time like this? Ren Tingting reproached him, then turned to Su and asked, Su, is it true that Wenkai is really going to become a zombie? Compassion welled up within her. Despite Wensai's foolishness, his endearing habit of quietly calling her sister-in-law brought her joy, and she genuinely wished to see him safe. Is there truly no way to save him? Uncle Gio surveyed the group, sighed, and said, Your good intentions are noted. I shall take responsibility for this foolish disciple of mine. Though Wenkai has been deeply poisoned by the corpse toxin, it is not entirely irreversible. Susa nodded, taking up Uncle Gio's words. Master is correct. But in the process of healing, we must not allow any oversight. Otherwise, even the mightiest of beings cannot save him. Master, senior brother, are you truly speaking the truth? Qiuxing asked excitedly. Susa nodded. Qiuxing shook Wensai's shoulder, joyfully exclaiming, This is wonderful. Wenkai, you can be saved. Ha! You want T turn into a zombie. Wenkai, who had been oblivious until now, finally reacted with a dazed expression, his eyes regaining their spark. I can really be saved? Yes, you fool. You can be saved. Qiuxing shouted exuberantly. I can be saved. I can be saved. This is incredible. Wenkai leaped up from the ground, disregarding everything, jumping onto a dustpan and stamping on the glutinous rice, shaking his body and bouncing around. He muttered to himself, I must not. I do not wish to become a zombie. I do not want to die. I still have 15 copper coins I've yet to spend, and I am still a virgin. Oh, and I haven't even attended senior brother's wedding with Miss Run. The earlier comments were understandable given Wensai's excitement, but the latter statements began to sound increasingly inappropriate. Uncle Joe's expression shifted from anger to embarrassment. If it were just family behind closed doors, it would be one thing. However, there were members of the Ren family and numerous security personnel present, making the situation exceedingly awkward. Susu felt equally uncomfortable, having inadvertently revealed too much. He first shooed away Aoi, who was giving him a peculiar look, then turned to Ren Fa and Ren Laoi, awkwardly stating, Ren Laoi, do not heed this foolish boy's ramblings. His mind has been affected by the corpse toxin, causing him to speak nonsense. At that moment, Ren Tingting's face flushed crimson. She buried her head in embarrassment, unable to meet Su's gaze. To Su's surprise, Ren Laoi did not voice any opinion, merely turned and walked away, leaving Susa puzzled. He was unaware that Ren Tingting and Ren Laoi had already discussed their matters. Ren Tingting had intended to share her feelings yesterday, but was interrupted and had yet to find the right moment to disclose the events to Su. Feeling shy in front of so many people, she followed Ren Laoi, seeking refuge in the shadows. Master Su glanced at Uncle Gio, but found himself at a loss for words. With Wenkai out of danger, Qiuxing's mood brightened, and he resumed his playful demeanor, grinning and saying, Senior brother, you're amazing. Susu could only shake his head in exasperation, casting an annoyed glance at the exuberant Wenkai, silently cursing his foolishness. Uncle Gio patted Su on the shoulder and said, It's good that things are out in the open. Ren Laoi is not unreasonable. You and Tingting share a genuine connection, and I believe he will not overly impede your relationship. However, we must set aside matters of the heart for now. As he spoke, Uncle Gio's irritation returned as he looked at Wen Kai, continuing, "Now we must focus on resolving the issue with your foolish disciple." Susa nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Master, we must increase the dosage of medicine, while also channeling my spiritual energy to expel most of the corpse toxin from his body. It should work without issue." Uncle Gio nodded, though his brow furrowed in concern. "Indeed, it seems we have no other choice. The current plague of corpses consumes excessive amounts of spiritual energy." Sighing, he added, "But we cannot afford to delay. Saving a life is paramount." Susu understood Uncle Gio's apprehensions. The corpse toxin was stubborn, more fearsome than the avian influenza and other viruses of later generations. To expel these toxins, the practitioner's blood must be used as a catalyst, presenting a slim chance of success. However, blood is the foundation of a cultivator's essence. Excessive use could harm their vitality. Under normal circumstances, with time and proper nourishment, recovery would not be an issue. Yet now, with the formidable Run Laute looming, this posed a significant threat. "Master, let me handle the corpse toxin afflicting Wen Kai," Susu insisted. Uncle Gio shook his head. "No, it is better if I do it. Your talent is exceptional, but your time in cultivation has been short. Using your blood as a guide may jeopardize your foundation." Touched by Uncle Gio's concern, Susu thought of his own situation. His foundation was not a conventional one, having grown stronger through signing in rather than traditional cultivation methods. Soudainement, chou se remembère. Why has the new signing task yet to appear? Is it stuck again? "Master, I know what I'm doing. Let me take this on. As you said, my time in the door is too short. A temporary loss of cultivation is not a concern. Besides, I am still young and full of energy. Furthermore, I have only scratched the surface of the Maoshan techniques, and with so many traps laid in this ancestral hall, I am unable to utilize them all effectively. If something were to go amiss with you, and Ren Laute were to arrive, it would not only be unfortunate for those in the ancestral hall. The entire Ren family town could face utter devastation." Shusa certed firmly. Chapter 77. Wen Sai's ineffectual decision. Uncle Gio intended to say more, but Susu interrupted him. Sighing deeply, Uncle Gio conceded. As Susu has stated, he is indeed the most suitable person for this task. As for Qiusheng, he is of no use whatsoever. So let us not dwell on him. Susu, do your utmost, but do not. Life and death are fated, and wealth is in the hands of heaven. Regardless of whether Wen Kai can recover, that is his destiny. In truth, if a disciple must perish, Uncle Gio would prefer that it be Su who survives. It was not selfishness. It was simply that this situation had nothing to do with Su, as it was Wen Kai who had recklessly sought trouble and brought this upon himself. "Rest assured, Master, I am not so fragile," Susu remarked, glancing at the brilliant sun hanging high in the sky. He continued, "Although this moment does not mark the pinnacle of yang energy throughout the day, it is close enough. Master, let us invoke the spell to dispel the corpse poison now." Uncle Gio nodded, "Yes, at this moment. Qiusheng, fetch me 10 jin of glutinous rice." "Yes, Master." Soon, Qiusheng emerged carrying the rice. Have Wen Kai stand aside and discard the glutinous rice in the winnowing basket. It has darkened and is no longer usable. He then evenly spread fresh glutinous rice before returning the basket to the table. "Wen Kai, sit cross-legged and circulate your inner child technique. Now your elder brother will purge the corpse poison for you." Uncle Gio spoke sternly. "The trouble you have caused this time, if you recover, I hope you will learn from it. If not, it will be your life at stake. Do you understand?" Wen Kai was acutely aware of the immense risk Su was undertaking to cast this spell for him, knowing Su was the primary force against the zombie. Old Master Run, yet currently burdened by his predicament. He yearned to survive, but was besieged by guilt. For his situation could endanger the entire ancestral hall and even the innocent people of Renjia Town. Internally, Wen Kai wrestled with conflicting thoughts. If he disregarded himself and perished, it would only be his own demise, sparing others from harm. He did not wish for his revered master, elder brother, and Qiusheng to lose their lives because of him. After a moment of contemplation, clarity washed over Wen Sai's mind. If death were to come, so be it. It was not so terrifying. 18 years hence, he would rise again as a man and re-enter Uncle Gio's tutelage. Resolving these thoughts, Wen Kai spoke. "Master, elder brother, Qiusheng, there is no need to save me. Let me go to my death. I cannot be so selfish." With that, he felt a light tap on his forehead, though it did not hurt. "Elder brother, allow me to finish Wen Kai implored. Smack! Susu struck him again, this time with greater force, albeit with care not to cause pain. Speak plainly. Do not be so melodramatic. You will not die. I will not allow you to give the zombie, old master run, the chance to harm the townsfolk of Renjia. Your only task now is to sit properly and circulate your inner child technique. Elder brother, I silence. Susu suddenly struck Wen Sai's back with both palms. The Qigong Sutra began to circulate within him, flowing through his arms and into Wen Sai's body. Wen Kai jolted as a wave of heat surged within him, igniting his blood vessels in excruciating agony. Yet, this pain revived his senses as if he had been reborn. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on Wen Sai's skin, intensifying until they evaporated in steam. Susu withdrew his palm, biting his fingertip to draw blood. He then approached Wen Sai's face, using his essence to inscribe a talisman, before moving to Wen Sai's back. The ritual continued until Wen Kai was entirely adorned with symbols. While the blood loss was minimal, the use of essence rendered the impact significantly greater. Susu's complexion turned slightly pale, fatigue evident upon him. Nonetheless, he showed no intention of halting. The dispelling of the corpse poison must continue without interruption, lest all efforts be in vain. Wen Kai, keep circulating your inner child technique. Do not stop. Susu commanded, resuming his position behind Wen Kai, his palms once again pressing against his back. The potent energy of the Qigong Sutra surged forth, enveloping both Susu and Wen Kai in a radiant, crimson aura. Wen Kai cried out in anguish. Do not falter, persevere. Susu urged, brow furrowed. Yes, elder brother. Wen Kai gritted his teeth, enduring the torment. This state persisted for what felt like an eternity. With a sudden force, Susu withdrew his palms, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that struck Wen Sai's back. Wen Kai coughed, expelling a mouthful of stagnant blood. Simultaneously, the wounds on his arms, inflicted by the zombie, oozed blackened blood, which evaporated under the sun's rays and the sutra's energy. After this strike, Wen Kai felt as though his very essence had been drained, all strength dissipating with the expelled blood. Unable to maintain his cross-legged posture, he collapsed. Qiuxing reacted swiftly, catching Wen Kai and anxiously inquired, Elder brother, master, is Wen Kai all right? Has it worked? Susu gathered his energy, closing his eyes to recuperate, offering no reply. Uncle Gio felt Wen Sai's pulse, and after a moment, exhaled in relief. Wen Kai is fine. Qiuxing, prepare more glutinous rice to lay him upon. Later, we shall stew that rabbit, adding plenty of red dates and goji berries to replenish your elder brother's vitality. Yes, master. Qiuxing was overjoyed. Wen Kai was unharmed, and aside from some fatigue, Susu appeared to be all right as well. Susu slowly opened his eyes and nodded at Uncle Gio. Disciple, you should rest in the inner room for a while. All right, master. At that moment, Ren Tingting rushed over, her concern evident as she supported Susu. He responded tersely, Tingting, there is no need to assist me. I am fine. Look at your father's face. It is ashen. You lost so much blood, yet you claim to be fine. Do not worry about my father. He is already aware of our situation, Ren Tingting replied. Your father knows? Susu inquired, curiosity piqued. My father said to let it go for now and focus on resting. Ren Tingting intended to elaborate, but reconsidered, deciding to wait until the threat of the zombie was over before discussing it further. After all, saying too much might be futile if matters took a dire turn. Chapter 78. All explanatory rights reserved by this system. Susu settled into a recliner as Ren Tingting dutifully massaged his shoulders, providing great comfort. Ren Fa, witnessing this, felt a pang of jealousy. His little girl had grown up. He turned his head away to avoid seeing the scene. Tingting, your father seems a bit jealous. Perhaps you should massage his shoulders too. I am truly fine. Ren Tingting peeked and, with a smile, shook her head. It's all right. That is just how my father is. Do not mind him. With her assurance, Susu felt no need to voice further opinions. The presence of a beautiful companion made for a delightful life. Time passed swiftly in this pleasant atmosphere as the sun gradually dipped behind the mountains. Wen Kai had awakened from his stupor. Though still weak, his complexion had improved significantly. The dark circles under his eyes faded as the majority of the corpse poison was expelled. However, some remnants remained, necessitating further care with medicine and glutinous rice for complete recovery. It smells delightful. Su Su wrinkled his nose as a delightful aroma wafted through the ancestral hall. Senior brother, this is the rabbit stew that master asked me to prepare. Give it a try. I added plenty of jujubes for nourishing qi and blood. Qiusheng smiled as he approached with a large bowl, presenting it to Su Su. It smells divine, Qiusheng. Your culinary skills are impressive. Even if you weren't a Taoist, you could easily make a living as a chef. Such talent wasted. Su Su accepted the bowl and took a taste. Grinning as he said, "Come on, Ting Ting, you should try some too." "No, you need to replenish your strength." "I can eat whenever," Ting Ting replied, shaking her head. Observing the two, Qiusheng discreetly stepped aside to attend to Wenkai. "I'm so hungry too, Qiusheng," Wenkai said, having just regained consciousness. His tongue felt heavy, and now that he was aware of his surroundings, his stomach rumbled uncontrollably. "Just hold on. I just finished a rabbit for senior brother and cleared the stove. Your glutinous rice porridge will take a little longer," Qiusheng explained. When Kai swallowed hard, the aroma of the rabbit meat was too tempting. "Qiusheng, why don't you sneak me a bit of senior brother's rabbit meat to taste? Just a little will do, to tie me over." Smack! Qiusheng mimicked Su Su's earlier action, playfully slapping Wen Kai on the forehead, clearly annoyed. "Wen Kai, you idiot. Just think about how much master and senior brother have sacrificed because of you, and you're still thinking about eating. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to even mention it. If you really want to die, then why did senior brother exhaust his vitality to rid you of the corpse poison? You might as well just go die." When Kai lowered his head, his face flushed. Didn't he mean it that way? It was just his habitual gluttonous nature that made him blurt it out. "Qiusheng, I want to eat. I'll just have the porridge. Please don't be angry." Qiusheng glared fiercely at Wen Kai. "If it weren't for your pitiful state, I would seriously consider throttling you." Meanwhile, Su Su finished the rabbit stew and handed the bowl to Ting Ting. "Ting Ting, you should have some too. It's a large, plump rabbit, and I can't finish it all by myself. If I let you go hungry, I do feel terrible." Ting Ting felt warmth in her heart. "You just rest and don't worry. I'm the daughter of the Ren family. I've had plenty to eat." She added, "Sit tight. I'll go clear away the dishes." Su Su watched Ting Ting's retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips. Everything is in place, just waiting for the final touch. He hummed a cheerful tune, gazing at the moon gradually emerging in the sky. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! A new check-in task has been detected. The task is a 10-fold critical hit mission. Will the host accept?" Su Su's first reaction was, "What the heck?" The system has finally finished loading. His second reaction was, "A critical hit task? What on earth is that? And 10-fold? Is the system trying to play tricks?" Main quest, side quests, and now a 10-fold critical hit task. However, 10-fold could be a 10-fold reward for the check-in points. If that were the case, acceptance would be essential. Yet, knowing the system's propensity for trickery, it was wise to remain cautious. Otherwise, joy could swiftly turn to despair. Su Su calmly inquired, "System, do elaborate. If it sounds appealing, I may reluctantly accept." "Ding. Host, you are overthinking. The task's information is valued at 300 check-in points. If the host confirms the payment of 300 points, this system will gladly reveal the conditions required to fulfill the task." Su Su's lips twitched, as expected. It was all about the money. "Ahem, then I accept the task." He resolutely dismissed the idea of spending money. "Ding. The host must proceed to the abandoned Dong family residence to check in. Time limit for check-in. Abandoned Dong family residence?" Su Su felt somewhat bewildered and interrupted. "Wait, system, is there a glitch? I think you should be sent back for repairs. I'll cover the shipping. I've already completed the check-in task at the Dong family residence. Can it be repeated?" "Ding. Host, please note that interrupting others is very impolite. Kindly maintain decorum. Maintain decorum. My foot. I wiped you once, and you're still trying to take advantage. Shameless system." Su Su grumbled inwardly, but refrained from saying more. "Ding. The check-in time limit is 3 minutes. The condition for the 10-fold critical hit task is to confine the female, Ghost Dong Xiaoyu. You may use force, but cannot kill her." In an instant, a multitude of question marks flooded Su Su's mind. Confine her, but do not kill? Is the system out of its mind? If she's confined, should I have Qiusheng perform a live demonstration? 3 minutes seemed just enough for Qiusheng to pull off a stunt. Je suis fait disdainful. The system was being utterly ridiculous. The system seemed to catch on to Su Su's discontent and continued, "Ding. Host, you're overthinking. The system's arrangement for this task undoubtedly has its reasoning. The choice to complete the tenfold critical hit check-in task lies with the host, and with that, this system is off to lunch. Su was taken aback. The system needed to eat too? However, just as he was pondering this, a new notification appeared. Ding. Deducting 100 check-in points. System, why did you deduct my points without my consent? Ding. The answers provided by this system are valued at 100 check-in points. Come on. You never deducted points before. Didn't you say that as long as I accepted the task, the answers would be free? Ding. The right to explain belongs to this system. Su is left speechless. Don't push your luck. Chapter 79. Drawn 2 Mystic Grade Elixirs. Speaking of the right to explain, Su felt quite the burden, having no rebuttal against the system's antics. Su, feeling dejected, refreshed the character attribute panel of the divine check-in system. Name, Su. Age, 21. Cultivation, Qi Refining, Mid-Stage. Spells, Palm Thunder, Mystic Grade. Summon Spirit Technique, Yellow Grade. Eye of Law, Mystic Grade. Intermediate Eam Binding Spell, Mystic Grade. Sword Control Technique, Mystic Grade. Cultivation Method, Pure Yang Scripture, Heavenly Grade. Youthful Technique, Mystic Grade. Equipment, Mini Peachwood Sword, Mystic Grade. Elixirs, none check-in points. 5,500 lottery wheel level. Beginner, single draw costs 100 check-in points. Gazing at the remaining check-in points, he felt a pang of regret. With the situation as it was, Su resolved to spend another 500 check-in points to participate in the lottery. Su se déclarait défiant. System, I want to draw 5 times. Ding. Deducting 500 check-in points. Drawing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the Mystic Grade Elixir, Universal Detoxification Pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the Mystic Grade Elixir, Qi, and Blood Pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the Yellow Grade Talisman, Swift Movement Talisman. Ding. Drawing complete. Prizes have been issued to the system's storage space. What a delightful surprise. 2 Mystic Grade Elixirs, both of which are exactly what I need right now. System, you're a gem. I forgive you for your little deduction of 100 check-in points. Su felt elated. Su retrieved the exquisite Universal Detox Pill and Vitality Pill. Examining them in his hand, they were as unappealing as ever, resembling the rather unattractive snacks he had consumed during his childhood. Yet, their aesthetic flaws mattered little. Efficacy was paramount. He placed the Vitality Pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a surge of warmth coursed through his abdomen, rapidly radiating throughout his limbs and bones. The vitality he had expended while assisting Wenkai in dispelling the corpse poison seemed to miraculously replenish itself under the influence of the pill's potency. The sensations of fatigue and weakness dissipated swiftly. Moments later, Su felt not only that he had regained his previous vitality, but that it was even more robust than before. Were he to transform into a pile driver at that moment, he would undoubtedly surpass Qiuxing in both frequency and endurance. Sensing the vigorous flow of energy within him, Su rose from his reclined position. Remaining prone had become uncomfortable, and he felt the need to stretch and invigorate his muscles. He was filled with a refreshing sense of vitality. Grasping the Universal Detox Pill, he approached Wenkai, feeling a twinge of reluctance regarding its use. However, such potions were meant for critical moments to reveal their true value. Despite his reluctance, the choice was clear when weighed against the prospect of fully healing Wenkai. Thank you, senior brother, Wenkai said weakly upon seeing Su. Su smiled softly, shaking his head as he replied, open your mouth. Wenkai assumed Su was inspecting his teeth. With a flick of his finger, the Universal Detox Pill flew into Wenkai's mouth, and before he could comprehend what had happened, he inadvertently swallowed it. What did you just make me eat? Wenkai inquired, bewildered. Su smiled gently. It's a detoxifier. There are remnants of corpse poison within you. Taking this pill will expedite your recovery. Wenkai thought little of it. In his mind, Su was as formidable as the esteemed ninth uncle. If his senior brother said it would work, it assuredly would. Oh, Wenkai replied, and resumed his physical exercises, feeling utterly exhausted, yet no longer daring to slack off. After dinner, ninth uncle cast curious glances at Su, finally unable to restrain himself from asking, Su, my disciple, your spirits seem quite high. In truth, ninth uncle wished to express that despite the loss of vitality, Su's energy was far from the pallid state of Wenkai, yet he appeared remarkably vibrant. Susu chuckled lightly. Indeed, I feel well. Perhaps it's because Qiusheng prepared such delectable rabbit stew. I had a hearty bowl. Qiusheng, thinking Su was praising him, beamed. Yes, yes. I added plenty of jujubes. They're great for replenishing energy. Oh, ninth uncle mused, though he found this matter not worth probing further. Susu's robust spirit was certainly a good sign. Qiusheng tidied up the dishes and added, Master, it's getting late. My aunt is home alone and feeling frightened. She asked me to return. Ninth uncle nodded. Go back then. Be careful on the road. Yes, master. Qiusheng lit a joss stick, placing it at the front of his bicycle before mounting the pedals and departing from the ancestral hall. At this moment, Su exchanged a glance with ninth uncle, both nodding in agreement. Su stealthily followed behind. For the sake of the tenfold critical hit mission and Qiusheng's safety, this journey was imperative. To trap Dong Xiaoyu for 3 minutes, while failing to eliminate the threat to the populace, was the condition to activate the tenfold critical hit mission. After a brief while, they arrived at the entrance of Renjia Town, the streets eerily deserted, reminiscent of the previous day, save for the flickering flames casting a faint glow upon the darkened pathways. Yet, the dancing candlelight only served to amplify the desolate terror of the night. Qiusheng halted his bicycle, scratching his head as if deep in thought. Suddenly, his face brightened, and he began pedaling toward the other end of the street in Renjia Town. Susu scoffed internally, realizing that this rascal's lustful intentions had not changed. He should not have saved him the night prior. Alas, he would let it slide in the name of the tenfold critical hit mission. Susu resumed his pursuit. After some time, Qiusheng stopped again, now at the wall of the abandoned Dong residence. Susu chuckled coldly to himself, pondering whether to admire the pair for their audacity or to chastise them for their recklessness, especially the ghostly figure of Dong Xiaoyu, who had been caught in the act just the night before, yet had the gall to present the abandoned residence as a haunted house. Did Qiusheng not fear being drained of his yang essence, leading to his demise? Moreover, was it truly enjoyable to engage in such intimate acts without shedding garments? It seemed as absurd as wearing grass skirts or breathing air. Susu found it incomprehensible. Qiusheng secured his bicycle and quietly opened the ajar door, stepping inside. Xiaoyu, are you there? I've come, he called out as he entered the house. Susu frowned. This fool knew Dong Xiaoyu's name? It soon dawned upon him that although Qiusheng appeared to be in a stupor, Dong Xiaoyu had been communicating with him in a dreamlike manner. Chapter 80. What? A wedding? This meant Qiusheng was aware of Dong Xiaoyu's ghostly identity, and he was reveling in it. This scoundrel, after waking up Qiusheng last night, had been putting on an act worthy of an Oscar. Susu's head throbbed. Both Qiusheng and Wenkai were not to be underestimated. Susu grinned through gritted teeth. Very well. Once this mission is complete, you shall witness the fury of your senior brother. Once inside the courtyard, Qiusheng closed the door behind him. Susu pushed against it, but found it impossible to enter through the front. Fortunately, the wall of the Dong residence was not as excessively high as that of the Ren residence, making it relatively easy to scale. Finding a suitable spot, he grasped the edge of the wall and leaped onto the top, then descended into the courtyard. The interior was illuminated brightly, and Susu activated his divine eye, cautiously advancing toward the central room. Having learned from his previous encounter, he navigated without incident and soon found himself outside the window of the central chamber. The door was ajar, red candles flickered within, and the decor had transformed into a festive display of red, adorned with auspicious characters. Dong Xiaoyu was dressed in a vibrant red wedding gown. Susu clicked his tongue in disbelief. What is going on? A wedding? At that moment, voices emanated from within. Qiusheng, today you and I are wed. From this day forth, we shall cherish each other and soar together. Dong Xiaoyu's voice was laced with an alluring tone. Qiusheng, with a blissful and foolish grin, nodded. Xiaoyu, from this day forth, you are my wife. I will cherish you for a lifetime, unwavering in my devotion. Dong Xiaoyu lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushed, exuding an enchanting charm. Wife, husband, they embraced, beginning to indulge in each other. All of this, merely a prelude to their intimate entanglements. Oh no! Susu observed the scene before him, grinding his teeth in indignation as he muttered a single word, shameless. Unable to endure any longer, he rose from his seat and made his way to the entrance, clapping his hands in a theatrical manner. Qiusheng, well done. You've tied the knot, without even informing your senior brother. As his voice echoed, The ghostly figure of Dong Xiaoyu and Qiu Sheng were startled, nearly biting each other's tongues as they turned to face him in shock. Senior brother, how did you arrive? Qiu Sheng's dazed gaze instinctively shifted towards Su Su, tinged with trepidation. You again, you foul Taoist. Why do you persist in making my life difficult? The ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, felt a tremor of fear in her heart, her eyes brimming with wariness and animosity towards Su Su. However, emboldened by her successful escape the previous day, she no longer regarded Su Su with the same dread. The formidable aura of the Palm Thunder was indeed powerful, yet it needed to strike her to be effective. Dong Xiaoyu resolved that if Su Su revealed his Palm Thunder, she would vanish in an instant. Thus, her tone bore a hint of confidence, albeit not entirely unwavering. After spending an entire day refining the yang energy she had absorbed from Qiu Sheng, she felt invigorated. It must be said that the vitality of a virgin was indeed nourishing to a ghostly form. Dong Xiaoyu felt rejuvenated, prepared to endure minor injuries for a night of pleasure with a young man, promising both delight and restoration. Su Su refrained from immediate action, observing Dong Xiaoyu, who was brimming with audacity, though she attempted to conceal it, failing to escape his discerning gaze. This piqued Su Su's curiosity. What trump card did the ghost, whom he had already driven off twice, possess? Qiu Sheng? No, Qiu Sheng had already been used once as a shield, proving ineffective. Dong Xiaoyu was not foolish enough to rely on him again. Qiu Sheng, will you come here willingly, or shall I compel you? Su Su's gaze remained icy as he fixed his eyes on Qiu Sheng. Senior brother, Qiu Sheng's heart was in turmoil. Caught between his newlywed, ghostly bride and his formidable senior brother, whose mastery of Taoist arts instilled fear in him. Faced with Su Su's penetrating gaze, he feared for Dong Xiaoyu's safety, while Qiu Sheng felt indifferent, convinced that he could withstand a beating from both his senior brother and master. He merely desired to alleviate his grievances. Qiu Sheng, do not approach. The foul Taoist seeks to tear us apart. Even if it costs me my life, I shall never surrender you to him. Dong Xiaoyu, having discerned Qiu Sheng's temperament, knew that emotional manipulation was the key in such moments. Su Su shifted his gaze back to Dong Xiaoyu, snorting derisively. Dong Xiaoyu, your consumption of my junior brother's yang energy is far from settled. Furthermore, did I grant you permission to speak? A violent aura érupted from Su Su. Intermediate Yin binding spell. A spell was unleashed, causing the very air to seem to stiffen in response. Dong Xiaoyu suddenly felt a constriction around her, the Yin energy that had enveloped her swiftly dissipating. An invisible barrier materialized, encasing her and forcibly separating her from Qiu Sheng, who had been holding her arm. Qiu Sheng, save me! Dong Xiaoyu cried out in alarm. Realizing the gravity of her situation, she had underestimated Su Su's capabilities. Inwardly, she cursed Su Su for his despicable tactics, using such means for the third time, leaving her defenseless. Ding! Congratulations, host has arrived at the Dong family's abandoned estate, activating the tenfold critical hit sign-in task condition. Countdown, 2 minutes 59 seconds. 2 minutes 58 seconds. Su Su's heart raced. It was activated, and he resolved to endure for 3 minutes. Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu! Qiu Sheng shouted anxiously, attempting to reach for Dong Xiaoyu, only to find the invisible barrier isolating them, as if they were in two separate realms. Despite being so near, she was unattainable. Qiu Sheng, your senior brother aims to kill me. Save me. You must slay your senior brother. Only then will his spell be broken. Dong Xiaoyu's voice was filled with panic, her composure shattered by the bizarre Taoist arts she had never encountered before, leaving her with no strength to retaliate. The ghostly abode, once sustained by magic, transformed into a desolate ruin, overgrown with weeds and shrouded in cobwebs, devoid of the radiant light it once possessed, now swallowed by endless darkness. Qiu Sheng was frantic, banging against the invisible barrier. Kill your senior brother. Qiu Sheng, save me. You promised to cherish me for a lifetime, unwavering. Yes, yes. Kill your senior brother. Kill your senior brother. Qiu Sheng's eyes turned crimson, his sanity slipping away as he turned to Su Su with rage, charging forward. Ah! I will kill you for my wife, for Xiaoyu. Su Su furrowed his brow, grinding his teeth. Dong Xiaoyu had ensnared Qiu Sheng's mind with her ghostly enchantments. Dong Xiaoyu, mere child's play. Ah, I will kill you, Qiu Sheng shouted, reaching Su Su, wielding a brick in his hand, a primal instinct, albeit muddled by enchantment. The brick flew straight towards Su Su's forehead. With a slight tilt of his body, Su Su evaded effortlessly, then struck Qiu Sheng at the nape of his neck. The enraged Qiu Sheng collapsed, rolling his eyes back. Su Su, dismissive of the fallen fool, stepped forward, fixing his gaze on the now terrified ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, who was frantically thrashing against the intermediate Yin binding spell. Dong Xiaoyu, do you possess any remaining tricks? If so, reveal them. You foul Taoist. I long to see you suffer 1,000 deaths. Dong Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with venomous hatred as she glared at Su Su. But if looks could kill, it would not faze him. Indeed, 1,000 deaths, you say? Tell me, would it be akin to peeling away your ghostly essence, stripping you of your Yin energy, thus rendering you as if you were enduring 1,000 tortures? Su Su replied calmly, showing no anger. Yet, his thoughts were sincere, given Dong Xiaoyu's recent actions. Annihilating her would be a justified retribution. However, the obstinate system forbade him from taking her life, leaving him quite vexed, as the authority lay with the system while he sought to earn sufficient sign-in points. Nonetheless, this did not deter Su Su from intimidating Dong Xiaoyu, for it was a necessity to alleviate his pent-up frustration. Upon hearing Su Su's words, Dong Xiaoyu's already pale visage turned ashen, retreating until she collided with the invisible barrier behind her. His words had genuinely frightened her. Ghosts, lacking physical form, materialized through the condensation of Yin energy. Should this energy be stripped away, it would be no different from the slow death of a living being, perhaps even worse. While a living being might retain a skeletal frame, a ghost without its Yin energy would face annihilation, forever denied rebirth. What? Are you afraid? Su Su reveled in Dong Xiaoyu's expression, content with the notion that she was not yet a match for him. Dong Xiaoyu was terrified. Ever since the tragic fire at the Dong residence years ago, she had perished at the tender age of 18. Unable to part with the mortal realm, she missed her chance to report to the underworld and became a wandering spirit. Fortunately, many had perished in that inferno, leaving a multitude of household spirits behind. With her numerous ghostly companions, she gained a modest reputation in the ghostly circles of Renjia Town, where most spirits dared not provoke her. Dong Xiaoyu maintained a degree of restraint in her interactions with men, never having drained any man's essence to the point of death. The men enjoyed their encounters, but were too embarrassed to speak of them, which explained why, despite the notorious reputation of the ninth uncle in Renjia Town, no one dared to report any ghostly disturbances to him. Little did she know, fate had it that she developed a crush on Qiusheng. Although she briefly fancied Su Su, a lightning bolt had sent her fleeing through the woods. Consequently, she grew resentful towards Su Su and became determined to reclaim her pride through Qiusheng. However, her strategic retreat when outmatched unexpectedly failed against Su Su, leading to her current predicament. Dong Xiaoyu lamented her greed, having indulged herself too much the previous night, draining Qiusheng's essence to the point of fullness. With a sudden crash, she knelt on the ground, her previous fierce demeanor replaced by a pitiful tone. "O heir Taoist, spare me. I realize my mistakes. I beg you to grant me my life, and I shall never pursue Qiusheng again." Now you fear? It is too late. Today, I shall vanquish the evil. Su Su snorted, his brow furrowing with a murderous intent. The tiny peachwood sword, under his control, radiated a crimson aura, hovering ominously just an inch before him. The tip of the sword quivered, pulsating through the air, emitting a low hum as if ready to pierce Dong Xiaoyu's heart at any moment. Seeing her anxious demeanor brought Su Su a sense of satisfaction. Even if he could not exorcise demons, this was still gratifying. He pondered whether this peculiar system was indeed sadistic, guiding him to torment ghosts in such a manner. Time ticked on, 0:56, 0:57. He needed to continue. As a man of upright morals, he found the act of tormenting ghosts distasteful and beneath him. "I might consider sparing you," Su Su said, tempering his coldness. Dong Xiaoyu, hearing these words, felt as if a melody of hope had graced her ears. "Taoist, please. Whatever you desire, I shall comply. If you wish for me, I am at your service. My myriad skills have yet to be bestowed upon anyone." "Stop. Spare me your myriad skills. I have no interest in ghosts," Su Su interjected, realizing he had inadvertently spoken too candidly. "It's not that I lack interest. It's just that you are exceedingly unattractive. I mean, even without your burns, you remain unappealing." Dong Xiaoyu froze, as if struck by 1,000 blows. She touched her cheek, questioning her own beauty. Was she truly that ugly? In that moment, she comprehended why Su Su had been so indifferent in the woods. He had never found her appealing. Filthy Taoist, I shall fight you. After a brief stupor, her expression twisted into one of rage as she frantically battered against the invisible barrier, disregarding her own spiritual energy. Su Su was taken aback, bewildered by her sudden frenzy. Had she lost her mind? He had not realized that a female ghost could be so affected by such words. A woman's appearance could ignite such fury. Dong Xiaoyu, possessing the strength of a ghost general, unleashed her fury with formidable force. Though the intermediate ghost binding spell was reputed to restrain ghost kings and those of lesser ranks, having feasted upon Qiuxing's essence had elevated her power, bringing her closer to the ghost king realm. As she raged, the barrier trembled, showing signs of imminent collapse. Su Su was momentarily dazed, unable to grasp how the situation had escalated so drastically. With only seconds remaining, he felt the pressure mount. 17 seconds, 16 seconds. Observing the precarious state of the barrier, he hoped it could endure just a little longer. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Dong Xiaoyu, even employing his palm thunder. He knew the threat still loomed large. Reluctant to risk his life, Su Su resolved to eliminate the danger before it could manifest. He sought to enhance his strength. System. I wish to elevate my cultivation to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Beep. Consuming 5,000 sign-in points. Host cultivation is advancing. Beep. Cultivation enhancement complete. Congratulations, host. Your level has risen to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. A surge of power coursed through Su Su's body, and the threat posed by Dong Xiaoyu dissipated completely. Even if she were to confront him now, he felt no fear. With his enhanced cultivation, the benefits were manifold. His palm thunder was now more potent than before. Yet, he remained anxious about the intermediate ghost binding spell's barrier. Hold firm. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, 0 seconds. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the Dong Family Ruins 10-fold critical sign-in task. Beep. Reward. 300 sign-in points. Critical hit results in an actual reward of 3,000 sign-in points. Su Su exhaled a sigh of relief. The ordeal had finally ended. 3 minutes for 3,000 sign-in points felt immensely satisfying. However, before he could fully revel in his triumph, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the air. Looking up, he saw the intermediate ghost binding spell burst apart, disintegrating into nothingness. The disheveled ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, lunged toward him, her ghostly aura swirling menacingly, accompanied by chilling winds and echoing wails from all directions, a desperate assault. Su Su's lips twitched, secretly relieved he had leveled up. Otherwise, with that terrifying ghostly energy, even if he could contend with her, he would likely sustain injuries. He could not afford to be hurt, especially with a useful body needed to confront the zombie, old Masterin. Now, however, Su Su felt emboldened. In truth, he harbored significant doubts regarding the hierarchy of this world. He was merely at the Qi refinement stage, while Dong Xiaoyu had achieved the rank of Ghost General. Yet he felt capable of overpowering her. Considering the authority rested with the system, he decided to defer to its judgment. But he was reluctant to squander precious sign-in points on trivial concerns. Ultimately, what did it matter if he was in the Qi refinement stage? As long as he could prevail, the finer details were inconsequential. Invincible palm thunder. Su Su brazenly shouted, his palms crackling with 2 enormous spheres of thunder, emitting a cacophony of sound. His eyes widened as he gazed at the familiar lightning in his hands. Wasn't this the very technique of Kakashi's Raikiri? Indeed, the mastery of Qi was unparalleled. Dong Xiaoyu, prepare to meet your demise. With a resounding roar, Su Su unleashed his thunderous attack towards the oncoming female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. As they drew near, her piercing screams echoed, a sound of agony, yet filled with the determination to tear Su Su apart. How much hatred must she harbor? The brilliant rays of thunder clashed violently with the chilling, ghostly aura. The two opposing energies collided, seemingly unable to overcome one another. Yet, Su Su wore an expression of ease and indifference. Were he to possess an additional hand, he might have lit a cigarette and exhaled wisps of smoke nonchalantly. In stark contrast, Dong Xiaoyu struggled fiercely, her face contorted in a grotesque mask of fury. However, the dissipating ghostly energy was alarmingly rapid, within mere seconds. A significant portion had melted away. Although the thunderous light also diminished, Su Su could summon more at any moment, an unending barrage. It was only a matter of time before Dong Xiaoyu met her end, her spirit shattered. At that moment, Qiu Sheng, who lay on the ground, suddenly awoke. He lifted his head and beheld the scene, a gaze bloodshot with rage. Although Su had previously knocked him unconscious, he had not broken the spell that Dong Xiaoyu had cast upon him. In his eyes, Su appeared as a malevolent demon, while Dong Xiaoyu was a delicate victim, his very own wife. Enraged, Qiu Sheng charged at Su, mirroring Dong Xiaoyu's madness. Su, entirely focused on Dong Xiaoyu, remained oblivious to Qiu Sheng's awakening and the impending attack. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his calf. Looking down, he saw Qiu Sheng's head clamped onto his leg. Su shook his leg violently, yet Qiu Sheng clung on stubbornly. "Damn it, let go, you fool!" Su cursed. With blood-red eyes, Qiu Sheng glared up at Su, filled with hatred, and bellowed, "Wife, run!" Seizing the opportunity as Qiu Sheng spoke, Su kicked out, sending him sprawling to the ground. Su gritted his teeth. "I went easy on you before. I'll settle this later." In that moment, the frenzied ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, seemed momentarily stirred by Qiu Sheng's presence, regaining a semblance of clarity. Feeling her waning power, she shuddered. If this continued, her demise would be imminent. She retreated hastily, and Su, caught off guard by her retreat, nearly stumbled in surprise. "Dong Xiaoyu, come back. Let us continue." He steadied himself and summoned 2 new bolts of lightning into his palms. Fearful, Dong Xiaoyu took several steps back, her voice filled with resentment as she declared, "You foul Taoist, mark my words. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me today shall be repaid tenfold, 100-fold. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternal. Until we meet again." What? Su was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't they been enjoying themselves? Why this sudden desire to part ways? With her words barely spoken, Dong Xiaoyu swiftly retreated, cherishing her ghostly existence and distancing herself from Su. He waved his hand in resignation, calling out, "Hey, don't go. Weren't you going to tear me apart and kill me? Come back. Don't run. Damn it. Ghosts are indeed untrustworthy." Hearing Su's pleas, Dong Xiaoyu trembled with indignation. Were it not for her inability to overpower him, she would undoubtedly have slain this insufferable Taoist. Grinding her teeth, she shouted, "You remember this, Taoist? I shall return." Su was struck by a sense of familiarity with her words. As Dong Xiaoyu drifted away, he chose not to pursue her. Using a yellow-grade, godly movement talisman might allow him to catch up, but it seemed unnecessary. She had stated that she would return. Why squander a precious talisman? He refreshed his character status panel. Name, Su age, 21 cultivation level, Qi refinement, great perfection, spells, Palm Thunder, mystical grade, summoning technique, yellow grade, divine eye, mystical grade, intermediate Yin binding spell, mystical grade, sword control technique, mystical grade, cultivation method, pure Yang scripture, heavenly grade, child skill, mystical grade, equipment, mini peachwood sword, mystical grade, godly movement talisman, yellow grade, medicinal pills, none sign-in points, 3,000 lottery level, beginner, 100 points per draw. Feeling impoverished yet again, Su acknowledged that this time his lack of wealth came with the substantial merit of a level up. In a short span, he had surged from the initial stage of Qi refinement to its great perfection, a feat only he could achieve. Suddenly, Su recalled the new sign-in tasks that should have emerged. Was the system malfunctioning? Never mind. He glanced back at Qiu Sheng, who had been knocked unconscious once more from that kick. He slapped Qiu Sheng's face with a resounding smack, an appropriate punishment for biting him. Then, he cast a spell upon Qiu Sheng's forehead. "Senior brother, why are you here?" Qiu Sheng murmured, his eyes fluttering open, innocent and pure. Su rolled his eyes. This fool was pretending again. He refused to believe that he had no recollection of the events that transpired. A sharp rap on Qiu Sheng's head silenced him as Su growled, "Keep pretending. You enjoyed biting me, didn't you?" Qiu Sheng rubbed his mouth, wincing from the pain. He lowered his head, resembling a child caught misbehaving, and mumbled, "Senior brother, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't control myself." "Umph. Neither you nor Wen Kai ever make things easy. I've learned my lesson. I want to do it again," Qiu Sheng replied earnestly. "You want to do it again, huh?" "Huh." Su scoffed. "Did you not hear Dong Xiaoyu? She will return. At that time, you might very well find yourself back in her embrace." "What?" Senior brother, you think Xiaoyu will come back? A glimmer of hope sparked in Qiu Sheng's eyes. But as he caught Su Su's murderous gaze, he quickly suppressed it. Yet, such a small change could not escape Su Su's notice, filling him with exasperation. At that moment, Su Su profoundly empathized with the plight of his mentor, Uncle Jiu, who had two troublesome disciples. It was indeed a most vexing ordeal. At this moment, in the depths of his mind, Qiu Sheng remains infatuated with Dong Xiaoyu, despite the pressing circumstances. Su Su, filled with irritation, berates him and strides towards the exit. Acutely aware of the discomfort in his calf, where Qiu Sheng had bitten him. Frustrated, he delivers a swift kick to Qiu Sheng's rear, feeling somewhat alleviated. Qiu Sheng rubs his backside, muttering to himself about his senior brother's sudden outburst. You ride the bike and take me back, Su Su commands, pointing at the bicycle. Oh, Qiu Sheng replies, utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to resist, yet with Su Su's authoritative tone, he must comply. As they pedal along, nearing the street of Renjia Town, Qiu Sheng gasps for breath. Senior brother, I'm running out of energy. Don't stop. If you stop, I'll hit you. Senior brother, I just remembered. My aunt wants me to stay at the Rouge shop tonight. Don't give me excuses. If I don't show up today, you might end up spending the night on a ghost bed. Qiu Sheng finds himself unable to argue, secretly contemplating a quick visit to his aunt's house, believing it wouldn't interfere with the main task at hand. Half an hour passes, and they finally arrive at the ancestral hall. Uncle Jiu glances at Su Su and inquires, how'd it go? Su Su nods and shakes his head. She escaped. Normally, she won't reappear for a while. The ghost was severely injured. Uncle Jiu responds, that is somewhat reassuring. As long as it doesn't interfere with our dealings with the zombie, Master Run, we are fine. In his mind, the ghost poses little threat compared to the more pressing concern of the zombie. Simply put, no matter how troublesome the ghost may be, it remains just that, a ghost. In stark contrast, the zombie presents a different danger altogether. A mere scratch could lead to transformation, akin to a contagious disease. Much like the distinction between conventional missiles and biological weapons. Goodness, you two, one infected with zombie poison, the other bewitched by a ghost. What sins have I committed to deserve such disciples? Uncle Jiu exclaims, frustration boiling within him as he observes the two. Su Su tugs at Uncle Jiu's sleeve. Master, please don't be angry. What is done is done, and the outcome seems relatively favorable. Let go. He believes that Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai have learned their lessons through this ordeal. I was wrong, Master, Wen Kai admits. I realize my mistakes as well. Qiu Sheng mumbles. Head bowed. You too. Uncle Jiu sighs, shaking his head in annoyance. As night deepens, silence envelopes them until dawn, yet the zombie, Master Ren, remains absent. The townsfolk of Renjia Town, having endured 2 days of turmoil, are gripped by sheer terror. Even during the day, the once bustling streets are eerily deserted, with only the occasional soul venturing out for glutinous rice. Chapter 84. Tower Defense Check-in Task. The following day dawns bright and sunny, presenting an illusion of tranquility. Yet beneath this calm lies an unsettling tension. Though the inhabitants of the ancestral hall appear relaxed, their faces betray a sense of grave concern. The absent zombie, Master Run, looms like a ticking time bomb, threatening unrest until it is neutralized. After a night of recuperation, Wen Kai, surprisingly, finds himself in excellent spirits, even surpassing Qiu Sheng, who is still weakened. Master, senior brother, I think the zombie poison has finally cleared, he exclaims excitedly, rushing towards Uncle Jiu and Su Su, brimming with enthusiasm. Su Su glances over, unimpressed. The system's universal detox pill is hardly a myth. Its efficacy is expected. Uncle Jiu, however, is taken aback. Despite the significant detoxification that Su Su performed the previous day, he had anticipated a longer recovery time. Let me see your hand, he commands sternly, his patience wearing thin. Wen Kai obediently extends his arm, while Uncle Jiu takes his pulse, a frown forming as he checks repeatedly, sensing something is amiss. This isn't right. How can this be? He murmurs, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. Wen Kai's face pales at Uncle Jiu's serious demeanor, fearing the worst. Could the poison have worsened? Master, am I in trouble? He asks, anxiety creeping into his voice. Uncle Jiu meets his gaze and shakes his head. Wen Kai, your zombie poison is essentially cured. Although uncertain about the underlying reasons, the outcome is undeniable. attributed to Su's impressive detoxifying spell. Uncle Gio glares at Wen Kai, admonishing him, "You should thank your senior brother." Wen Sai's sorrow transforms into joy, a radiant smile breaking across his face. "Really? Master, I'm truly fine. Thank you, senior brother." His excitement is palpable as he reverts to his endearing, goofy self. Su and Uncle Gio share a glance, resigned to the inevitability of Wen Kai forgetting his previous troubles. As the day wanes and darkness falls once more, Qiu Sheng, still fatigued, remains asleep, while Wen Kai busies himself in the kitchen. Su sits in meditation, the flow of his vital energy circulating, solidifying the benefits of his recent advancements. Suddenly, a voice from within his mind announces a new check-in task. Su opens his eyes, exhilarated. "Speak, what is the task?" This task is a tower defense check-in task. The host must defend the ancestral hall for 30 minutes against an assault led by the ghost Dong Xiaoyu, ensuring the integrity of the building remains above 80%. Should it fall below this threshold, the task will be deemed a failure. A gentle reminder, if the building's integrity remains above 90%, double check-in points will be awarded. Above 95% will yield triple points. Intrigued, Su's eyes gleam with excitement at the prospect of a tower defense challenge. Dong Xiaoyu dares to impede my quest for check-in points? She shall be eliminated. The sky had completely darkened, and judging by the time, Dong Xiaoyu should be arriving soon. Su now understood why the system insisted on letting Dong Xiaoyu go. It was for the sake of gaining experience, or rather, for accumulating coins. To Su, the sign-in point represented money. The system was indeed benevolent. "Time to eat," Wen Kai shouted loudly. The hungry crowd hurried into the hall, where they set up 2 round tables to accommodate everyone. Wen Kai's culinary skills were commendable. However, in recent times, due to the threat of zombies, he had resorted to using glutinous rice as the base for his dishes. Braised glutinous rice tofu, glutinous rice chicken stew, glutinous rice cucumber salad, sweet rice soup, and glutinous rice. Wen Kai, your skills are impressive. Having just recovered, Wen Kai prepared such a sumptuous feast. He was truly a good lad. Wen Kai, I nearly lost my temper with you earlier. Had it not been for our benefactor's intervention, you would have been in dire straits, haha. The moment Wei spoke, the atmosphere turned awkward. For heaven's sake, if you can't engage in conversation, just enjoy your meal. Su shot Wei a disapproving glance and cheerfully said, "Everyone, dig in. Come and sample Wen Kai's delicious dishes. Lord Run, please, make yourself comfortable. Ting Ting, do eat more." Uncle Gio also chimed in. The brief awkwardness did little to dampen the group's enthusiasm for the meal. In no time, the table was cleared. Su then approached Uncle Gio, saying, "Master, I have a foreboding feeling that something is amiss tonight." Uncle Gio raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting that the zombie, Lord Run, might be coming? That would be ideal." However, Su shook his head. "The zombie, Lord Run, is merely one aspect of my concern." Intrigued, Uncle Gio asked, "If it's not Lord Run, what do you imply?" Su pondered for a moment before responding. "The female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu." Uncle Gio furrowed his brow. "Her? What evidence do you have?" Su shrugged, admitting, "There's no concrete evidence. It's just a nagging feeling. Master, I believe it's better to err on the side of caution. We should prepare for any potential encounters with zombies." After a moment's contemplation, Uncle Gio recognized that Su was not one to speak lightly. As a practitioner, one's intuition could be a powerful and mysterious force. While unseen and intangible, it was often wise to heed such feelings to avoid calamity. Uncle Gio had experienced similar sensations before, which had saved him from peril on multiple occasions. Thus, Su's words piqued his interest. "Very well, it's prudent to make some preparations." With that, Uncle Gio began to organize their defenses. Currently, Wen Kai was a formidable force, surpassing Wei in combat capabilities, and he joined in the preparations. As for Qiusheng, he was in no state to contribute, exhausted and resting in a recliner. In moments of intimacy, moderation is key. A man's vitality is finite and should be judiciously distributed throughout his lifetime. Otherwise, as the saying goes, one may lament the scarcity of vitality in old age, blaming youthful indulgence. Chapter 85. A ritual of righteousness to honor heaven. In addition to addressing the zombies, Uncle Gio had prepared several new talismans, appearing more modern than the ancient money sword. One was a large bagua, specifically designed to combat ghosts, featuring a mirror the size of a basin, quite an expensive item in this era. Another was a massive piece of yellow cloth, measuring 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, adorned with spells effective against spirits. There was also a bamboo tube of a bowl circumference, covered in talismans, with its end painted red, coated in vermilion and rooster's blood. These were mere details. The true strength of their defense rested with the two most powerful combatants, Su Su and Uncle Gio. As for Wen Kai, he was merely a novice, while Ah Wei and Qiusheng were even less capable. With all preparations in place, they awaited the ghostly onslaught. About half an hour later, a chilling wind swept through the vicinity of the ancestral hall, providing a refreshing respite from the sweltering summer heat. Even Ah Wei shivered. Damn, it's freezing. I feel cold too. Captain, could it be the zombies? Perhaps, came a response. It is said that zombies are entities of extreme Yin, causing temperatures to plummet wherever they roam. Regardless of the truth, Captain, I think we should head inside, said Ah Wei. He nodded to his comrades, and they scrambled into the interior of the hall in disarray. As Ah Wei turned to Su Su, prepared to share his thoughts on the cold. Su Su silenced him with a gesture. Master, it seems they have arrived, Su Su remarked, his brow furrowed. Uncle Gio nodded, a cold snort escaping him. Perfect timing. Let them come. Today, they shall not return. Qiusheng, Wen Kai, prepare your weapons. Ah Wei, Lord Run, you both stay inside. No matter what happens outside, do not venture out. After issuing the orders, Uncle Gio turned to Su Su and declared, Su Su, today you and I shall fight side by side to vanquish the spirits, invoking the righteousness of Mao Shan to honor the heavens. Yes, master. Su Su replied with a respectful gesture. Uncle Gio pondered for a moment, then retrieved the recently repaired money sword, saying, take this. Although it has suffered damage and its power is somewhat diminished, it remains among my top 10 talismans. It is perfectly suited for combating ghosts. Su Su accepted it, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he recalled the cost of that tea and bowl of noodles. It was indeed steep. However, Su Su chose not to dwell on the past. Observing his fellow disciples Qiusheng and Wen Kai, who had caused Uncle Gio no end of trouble, he felt that his own minor embarrassment was trivial in comparison. Su Su performed a spell, and the money sword immediately glowed a vibrant red, hovering before him, humming with potential energy. Uncle Gio turned to look, his eyes widening in surprise. He was secretly astonished. In just a few days, Su Su's mastery of the sword control technique had reached such a level. The buzzing sound of the sword indicated a significant achievement. Even Uncle Gio, who had cultivated for a lifetime, had barely reached this standard. Unbeknownst to Su Su, who was engrossed in assessing the newly acquired copper coins for the money sword, Uncle Gio could not contain his curiosity. When did you master the sword control technique to such an extent? Su Su scratched his head, puzzled. Does it require practice? The skills given by the system become perfected in an instant. With a hint of confusion, he replied, perfected? The sword control technique? The last time I used it was my first. This time is my third, so I suppose I become more familiar with it. Upon hearing these words, Jiushu nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, utterly demoralized. He had dedicated half his life to training, while Su Su had only practiced 3 times. Jiushu suddenly recalled the talent he had once possessed, unrivaled among his peers at Mao Shan, and until just a moment ago, he felt he was not inferior to anyone. Yet, at this very moment, Jiushu felt a deep sense of shame. In comparison to the prodigious Su Su, his own accomplishments seemed utterly trivial. However, Su Su was his disciple, which brought some solace to Jiushu's heart. It was indeed a good thing for a disciple to surpass his master. In the future, should Su Su achieve greatness, Jiushu could proudly declare himself as the master of Su Su, the renowned Su Tianshi, which held its own charm. A chilling wind swept through, further lowering the already cool temperature, instilling a sense of dread. The branches atop the surrounding walls, adorned with budding green shoots, had mysteriously formed a layer of frost. Such an anomaly could only indicate the presence of spirits. Without further ado, the ghosts were approaching, and there were many of them. Master, it seems our guests have arrived, Su Su said calmly, devoid of any hint of worry. Jiushu nodded, a tinge of anticipation in his tone. Yes, they have come. Let us prepare. Master, we are ready on our end, Wen Kai shouted. Meanwhile, Qiusheng, yawning and fatigued, clutched a small 8-trigram mirror, inquiring, Master, are the zombies here? When have zombies ever possessed such sorcery? I don't recall reading anything about that. Jiushu replied tersely. It's not zombies, it's ghosts. Many, many ghosts. Jiushu corrected. Qiusheng was bewildered. Ghosts? Why would they come to the mortuary? and in such numbers. Is the master jesting? His perception of ghosts was rather favorable, especially since Dong Xiaoyu had given him an enchanting experience that left him utterly captivated. In stark contrast, he held a strong aversion to zombies. The reasoning was simple. While ghosts could be seduced, attempting to seduce a zombie would surely lead to dire consequences. Before Qiuxing could voice another question, a spine-chilling wail erupted from outside the mortuary. The sound resembled nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending shivers down one's spine. Jiushu and Su Su stood unfazed in the courtyard, prepared for the impending confrontation. Wen Kai and Qiuxing's faces paled, yet they held their talismans with a semblance of courage, maintaining their composure. In stark contrast, Ren Fa, Run Tingting away, and several security personnel who had retreated indoors were in a state of panic, shrieking in terror. As more ghostly figures emerged beyond the mortuary's walls, the scene became overwhelmingly daunting. Qiuxing and Wen Kai could no longer remain composed. The sight was utterly shocking and horrifying. So many ghosts. They encountered apparitions dressed in ancient attire, some with faces larger than millstones, others whose bodies were grotesquely severed, and some with long, dragging tongues. An array of horrifying sights. Suddenly, Qiuxing's impression of ghosts waned. If only all ghosts were as gentle as Dong Xiaoyu. Wen Kai trembled, lamenting the misfortunes of his life. Just as he had rid himself of the corpse poison, now ghosts were upon them in droves. Will being bitten by a ghost lead to ghost poisoning? He inquired, his voice shaking with fear, almost succumbing to a psychological breakdown. Master, senior brother, what should we do? Master, senior brother, what do they want? Qiuxing swallowed hard, his heart racing. Susu turned back, calmly stating, what do they want? Of course, they intend to attack the mortuary. Qiuxing was baffled. What purpose would an attack serve? There is nothing of value within the mortuary. Wen Kai echoed, indeed, I possess hardly more than a handful of copper coins. At this moment, Jiushu shot a fierce glare at Qiuxing. You wretch, is this not the mess you've caused? His mind raced to Dong Xiaoyu, and incredulously he asked, Master, are you implying that these ghosts were summoned by Xiaoyu? Before Jiushu could respond, the ethereal voice of the ghostly Dong Xiaoyu echoed, not from a single direction, but resonating all around, akin to surround sound in a cinema, laced with a seductive tone that was disturbingly eerie. My dear, I have come to rescue you from this place. We promise to be together forever. He. At that moment, Qiuxing was engulfed in goosebumps. The voice indeed belonged to Dong Xiaoyu. Observing Jiushu's face, which promised retribution, he thought to himself, this is bad, very bad. I've stirred a considerable trouble. Though he had utmost faith in Jiushu and Su Su's strength, the sheer number of ghosts was overwhelming. If they charged en masse, the mortuary would surely be laid to waste. Should he sacrifice himself to continue reveling with Dong Xiaoyu, thereby saving everyone else? Suddenly, Qiuxing's demeanor hardened, and he shouted toward the outside, Xiaoyu, why are you doing this? I will not allow you to harm anyone in the mortuary. Otherwise, I shall hate you for eternity. If you spare the mortuary, I will go with you. He. My dear, how could you treat me this way after such a short separation? I am here to take you away, but the foul Taoist must die. Dong Xiaoyu's voice was sweetly seductive, yet chilling. No, I will not allow you to harm them. Unless you kill me, our bond will be severed. Qiuxing retorted fiercely. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Dong Xiaoyu's tone shifted dramatically, becoming sharp and scathing. Humph, vile man, not a single one of you is worth a thing, yet you speak of severing bonds. I see through your deceit. Fine, I shall grant you what you desire. Then, addressing the throng of ghosts, she commanded, brothers and sisters, choose your prey within the mortuary. Whoever claims it first, it shall be theirs. Though the pickings are slim, feel free to take turns. A chorus of female ghosts erupted into giggles. We are grateful for the ghost general's generosity. We know what to do. None shall compete with me. I have set my sights on the old Taoist. His yang energy is quite rich, and I can hardly wait. Dear, you cannot be so selfish. We have many sisters waiting. We cannot let you have all the fun. I have my eyes on that most handsome young man. No one shall contest with me. That foolish lad looks promising. He is the one. Young Master Qiuxing. Let's leave him to the ghost general. Quite reasonable. The ghost chattered excitedly, pointing and commenting on the 4 individuals in the courtyard. Su twitched his lips, utterly astounded. He was being flirted with by a horde of female ghosts. Rather than feeling terrified, he was consumed by a sense of indignation. The scene felt all too familiar, like a gathering of youthful models. However, the four of them, master and disciples, had become the chosen ones, and they were in a situation where the odds were decidedly against them. It was intolerable. When had Susu ever been so toyed with, let alone being teased by a horde of ghosts? And to make matters worse, these female specters were hardly pleasing to the eye. Master, what did you say earlier? We, as disciples of the Maoshan school, shall invoke the celestial powers. How dare these vile creatures speak so brazenly? Susu gritted his teeth and, with a swift motion, hurled his money sword upward. Kill! With a roar, the sword, glowing crimson, soared into the air. Uncle Gio hesitated no longer. His peachwood sword, similarly controlled by swordsmanship, whistled forth. Qiuxing Wenkai, what are you dawdling for? Get to killing. Uncle Gio admonished his two inept disciples. He did not expect them to slay many foes. He merely hoped they would defend themselves while dispatching a few minor adversaries in the process. Oh, understood, master. This time, Wenkai reacted slightly faster than Qiuxing. Qiuxing remained in a daze, bewildered by Dong Xiaoyu's scornful words, feeling dejected over being called a stinky man. Qiuxing, stop zoning out. We're going to be done for. Wenkai nudged him, finally snapping him back to attention. Qiuxing gazed at the overwhelming swarm of ghosts, his feelings of betrayal palpable. Thus, he resolved to channel his anger into action. With a fierce shout, he charged forward, wielding a slingshot-like talisman, wrapping the ghost-repelling talisman paper into a ball and launching it. Just as Susu's money sword made contact with the specters, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated the tower defense sign-in task. Countdown, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. 29 minutes and 58 seconds. The task had been triggered, and Susu's demeanor shifted, for the reward of triple sign-in points. Anyone who dared to damage the ancestral hall would pay with their ghostly life. To cut off someone's means of livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. The money sword whistled through the air, engaging in fierce combat with the specters. The sounds of clashing metal rang out in succession. Susu was multitasking. While one hand formed seals to control the money sword, the other radiated a fierce, blinding light. The dazzling lightning swiftly dispelled the chill of the ancestral hall, and Susu had already reached the entrance. Any ghost that dared to approach was forced to retreat, overwhelmed by the terror of such a pure and potent aura.